Nine Heavens realm. Within the forbidden grounds of the Imperial Su clan. Did I just transmigrate? In the darkness, Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with bewilderment. He turned his head, scrutinizing the surroundings. It was an enclosed, oval-shaped space completely filled with some mysterious liquid, and at this moment, he was submerged within it. Yet bizarrely, he did not feel even the slightest hint of suffocation. On the contrary, a gentle warmth spread through his entire body, leaving him indescribably comfortable. Wait, my body. Why has it suddenly become so small? Chen turned in alarm only to discover that his body had somehow reverted to the state of an infant. His mind raced at full speed. Soon he arrived at a single conclusion. It seemed he had not only transmigrated, but had also become a newborn child. He exhaled slowly, forcing himself to calm down. As a young man of the 21st century, such matters as transmigration were already commonplace to him. After all, even if one has never eaten pork, one has certainly seen pigs run. Novels filled with transmigration plots were hardly rare. In his memories, he had been staying up late, binge-reading a wildly popular Xuanhuan novel titled Lord of Nine Heavens. Just as he was indignantly sympathizing with the tragic experience of a villain boss in the story, who shared his name, he suddenly fainted. When he next woke up, he found himself here. Could it be that I have transmigrated into the world of Lord of Nine Heavens? Chen made wild guesses. In the next instant, a foreign and concise strand of memory swept through his mind, flashing past, like scenes glimpsed from a speeding carriage. After roughly skimming through it, Chen could not help but draw in a deep breath. As expected, it matched precisely with what he had just conjectured. He had indeed transmigrated into the fantastical world of the novel Lord of Nine Heavens, and had even become the very same namesake villainous final boss, Chen. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The key lay in the fact that Lord of Nine Heavens had already become renowned in his previous life for its grand world building and exceptional ensemble cast. More absurd still, the number of protagonists in this book reached as many as 32. The story began with a real-world high school classmates reunion. When the reunion ended and everyone was preparing to head home, an anomaly erupted on Blue Star. A colossal altar appeared outside the planet, dragging the azure moon to collide with the 9 provinces. From then on, all 32 students who had attended that reunion were transmigrated into the Nine Heavens realm. The Nine Heavens realm was incomparably magnificent. Supreme sacred lands, taboo imperial clans, and undying royal dynasties stood in stalemate. Myriad races roared, and peerless geniuses contended. Each of the Nine Heavens territories was boundlessly vast. An ordinary person, even exhausting an entire lifetime, could not walk beyond a single corner. Aside from the outrageous setting of 32 protagonists, the most preposterous part was that all 32 protagonists possessed systems. At this thought, Chen could not help but inhaled deeply. According to the novel, the setting of my villainous final boss identity is this: I am the posthumous child of an ancient great emperor born prematurely and thus innately deficient. Therefore my father, Su Tianqing, sealed me within the undying Immortal Source to mend my flaws. After I break free from the Immortal Source and emerge, I become the Su clan's sole taboo imperial son, my status exalted to the point I can overlook all living beings of the Nine Heavens. My talent is utterly defiant, nearly unprecedented since ancient times, hailed as someone who may surpass his father and step beyond the realm of great emperor. In other words, in the early stages, Chen is dazzling beyond compare, a true supreme prodigy who suppresses his entire generation, leaving none able to raise their heads before him. Yet later, after encountering the protagonist group, he is incessantly schemed against and besieged. His Tao heart is shattered, and in the end, he is beaten into a pile of broken flesh. The Imperial Su clan behind him is likewise annihilated by the protagonist group, allied with the major sacred lands and royal dynasties. As for the childhood sweethearts and confidants originally at Chen's side, they are picked off one by one by the protagonist group, and in the end, even turn their blades against him. Murmuring under his breath, Chen replayed the novel's plot in his mind, realizing that all these events would truly occur to him in the future. Chen felt an almost catastrophic despair. Fine, transmigration was one thing, but why did he have to transmigrate into a villain whose ending was so utterly miserable? Although upon emerging, he would become the Su clan's taboo imperial son, his status noble as a true dragon of the Nine Heavens, with scarcely anyone able to stand at his level. The problem was that before long he would be subjected to the protagonist group's frenzied plotting and collective assault. In the original plot, the villain Chen's combat power was terrifyingly strong. In unknown battles, he could completely crush any single member of the protagonist group, or even several at once. The issue, however, was that there was not just one protagonist, but 32 each, blessed with a system like a game-breaking cheat. Moreover, his confidants and childhood sweethearts would betray him at critical moments. In the future, I will be schemed against, besieged, and stabbed in the back by my confidants and childhood sweethearts. My clan behind me will be eradicated along with it. Such an ending is far too tragic. Chen felt as though his entire being was falling apart. to be plotted against and battered by 32 cheat-equipped protagonists. Surely no other villain across the entire webfiction world had ever been so explosively unlucky. Just as he was mired in helplessness, even considering staying hidden in the undying immortal source forever and never emerging. A cold synthetic mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding dong, one villain transmigrator detected. Heaven-ordained grand villain system initiating binding. Binding in progress, please wait. Binding complete. Sign-in function activated. Quest function activated. PS, by completing system quests, the host will obtain generous rewards and heaven-ordained villain points. Heaven-ordained villain points can be used in the system's mall to purchase items from any world and can also be invested to increase proficiency in divine abilities. PS, breaking through cultivation realms will also grant heaven-ordained villain points. Devouring function activated. PS, each time the host kills a heaven-ordained protagonist, this system will automatically devour the opponent's system. The host will receive exceedingly rich rewards and heaven-ordained treasure chests will also drop. System mall locked. PS, when heaven-ordained villain points reach 100,000 it will unlock automatically. Sign-in location issued. Within the undying immortal source. Does the host wish to sign in immediately? Listening to the mechanical voice ringing incessantly in his mind, Chen felt his entire body tremble. As a transmigrator, he naturally understood what the existence of a system signified, a golden cheat. It was something that could allow him to defy fate and stand against those 32 cheat-blessed protagonists. With that in mind, Chen no longer hesitated. He drew in a deep breath and silently intoned within his heart system. Sign in. System. Sign in. As Chen made his choice, a cold mechanical voice from the system echoed incessantly within his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Innate Sacred Body, Tao Fetus. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Double Pupils. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Supreme Bone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Indestructible Sutra. In the instant the system's voice faded, Chen felt his entire body tremble as a mysterious energy abruptly emerged within him. Under the remolding of this mysterious energy, his body underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Strands of primal power of the great Tao madly converged into his body. Countless profound Tao runes spread and intertwined across his chest, then evolved into a divine bone as white as carved jade. Upon this bone, innumerable golden inscriptions flickered into existence. The aura of these inscriptions was exceedingly vast. With every flicker they released a presence that made one's heart palpitate. Supreme Bone, a bone of innate supremacy containing the very essence of the great Tao. One who bears this bone is a born supreme, transcendent, and extraordinary, innately endowed with the origin divine ability. Myriad tribulations, divine light. Myriad tribulations, divine light, an ultimate divine ability evolved from the first strand of annihilating divine radiance at the dawn of heaven and earth, capable of slaying gods, suppressing demons, severing fiends, hewing the heavens, and obliterating the earth. As the innate supreme bone finished forming, the next moment Chen's pupils also began to undergo falling stars, the 6 paths of reincarnation, myriad beings kneeling and multitudes of gods offering sacrifices. Countless terrifying visions flashed briefly across his pupils. In that instant his eyes grew increasingly deep, and within his pupils it was as though an entire cosmos was double pupils. One born with double pupils is born a god, born a saint, the utmost god and utmost saint, innately undefeated with no record of defeat since ancient times. Abilities possessed. Eye of the heavens, one gaze fixes life, one gaze fixes death, sovereign over the life and death of all living beings, unlocked. Origin gaze sees through all illusions and origins of the world, can instantly seize upon an enemy's weakness and infinitely slow their movements, unlocked. Double pupil space locked. World cleaving gaze locked. Tao divine armor locked. Ultimate secret of the double pupils locked. With the supreme bone and double pupils fully constructed, what followed was the innate sacred body Tao fetus. Chen felt a power akin to the very origin of the great Tao suddenly fuse into his body. A thunderous boom resounded as a terrifying aura burst forth. That strange power coursed ceaselessly through his limbs, bones, and heart. The blood throughout his body seemed to boil and burn. The searing pain made him bare his teeth involuntarily. This was the innate sacred body Tao fetus replacing his constitution and bone foundation. If anyone were present at this moment, they would undoubtedly see a true dragon of the 9 heavens coiling within Chen's body, his blood and chi soaring skyward like a blazing sun. In a trance, Chen saw himself standing at the very end of time, overlooking the long river of years. Gods, demons, fiends, myriad living beings. All of them were nothing more than tiny fish within that long river of time. Only he stood high above, transcendent and beyond. Innate sacred body Tao fetus, one of the strongest physiques since antiquity, a peerless fleshly body born close to the Tao, able to contend on equal footing with other ultimate physiques, such as the chaotic body and eternal immortal body, without falling behind. Sensing the changes within himself, Su Chen could not help but stand there in a daze. Without a doubt, whether it was the double pupils, the supreme bone, or the innate sacred body Tao fetus, each was an unrivaled, peerless talent unseen through the ages. An ordinary person possessing even one of them would be enough to be hailed as an unparalleled heaven's chosen. Especially the innate sacred body Tao fetus, which was one of the strongest battle physiques among the 3,000 Tao physiques. A fleshly body without equal born close to the Tao. Once this physique was perfected, even without attaining the Emperor realm, one could still contend with flawless Emperor-level powerhouses. And now all three of these talents were gathered in Su Chen alone. Who? Innate sacred body Tao fetus double pupils supreme bone. Let's just say, some people struggle for a lifetime only to finally reach Rome, while others are born right in the heart of Rome. Moreover, aside from these three top-tier talents, there is also a supreme cultivation art. As he spoke, Su Chen focused his mind within his sea of consciousness. Countless scriptures flowed through his mind. It was precisely the cultivation art rewarded by the system's sign-in, the Indestructible Sutra. Indestructible Sutra, a supreme body-refining art divided into 10 levels. With each breakthrough, the fleshly body undergoes a metamorphic evolution. When evolved to the extreme, the body becomes eternal and indestructible, able to traverse the long river of time. Even if the true spirit perishes, it will one day recondense anew from the body. Gazing at the system's introduction of the Indestructible Sutra, Su Chen could not help but take a deep breath. There was no need for further words. This Indestructible Sutra was without question an absolutely peerless body-refining art. Cultivated to the extreme, the fleshly body could traverse and contend within the long river of time. What kind of concept was that? One must know that even Emperor-level powerhouses did not dare to casually step into the river of time, or they would risk annihilation at the slightest misstep. The innate sacred body Tao fetus already grants a fleshly body without equal. Adding this Indestructible Sutra on top of it, who knows to what unimaginable extent my body will reach in the future. Su Chen's heart surged with delight. What had originally been a disastrous opening had in this instant turned into a godly starting hand. 32 so-called protagonists blessed with systems. Even if there were 320 system-bearing protagonists right now, Su Chen would remain utterly unafraid. After all, in the original story, even with an ordinary start, Su Chen could easily crush several members of the protagonist group in battle. Now with the system added on top, if he still could not utterly trample the protagonist group, he might as well smash his head into a block of tofu and die. By my estimation at this moment, the protagonist group should already have transmigrated into this world. In that case, the very first thing to do now is to make good use of this immortal undying source, and cultivate well. The immortal undying source was one of the most supreme heavenly and earthly treasures in the nine heavens realm. Its preciousness even surpassed that of the elixirs of immortality. In bygone years, when a dark turmoil erupted in the nine heavens realm, with forbidden area being slaughtering all heavens and foreign gods and demons eyeing the realm covetously, Su Chen's father Su Tianqing and his mother Xian Envy went together to wage war upon the forbidden lands. At that time, Su Chen had not yet been born. To prevent any accident from befalling him, Su Tianqing used great divine power to force him to be born ahead of time. Yet this resulted in Su Chen being born with innate deficiencies. To make up for his innate loss, Su Tianqing traversed the entire nine heavens realm and finally found this immortal undying source within a deadly abyss, sealing Su Chen inside it so that he would be born in a later age. From this moment on, the trajectory of fate will be altered, destiny reversed. I am the villain, the heaven-ordained supreme villain. Whether it is the protagonist group or any other enemy, all who come shall die. With this thought, Su Chen officially began his cultivation. As the cultivation art circulated, the surrounding immortal undying source madly converged toward him. After being refined by the Indestructible Sutra, it transformed into streams of pure peculiar energy that tempered and reforged his fleshly body. Nine Heavens Realm. Within the Zhandi Pavilion of the Imperial Su clan. As one of the 10 great pavilions of the Su family, the very existence of the Zhandi Pavilion is akin to a forbidden domain in the eyes of all Su clan members. On ordinary days, only the current patriarch of the Su clan and a handful of eminent figures are permitted to set foot inside. Any other who dares to intrude even a single step shall be slain without mercy. At this moment, deep within the Zhandi Pavilion, a colossal block of Immortal Source stands silently. Within that Immortal Source, a newborn infant slowly rises and falls, gently floating. This infant is none other than Su Chen. His eyes are tightly shut. As he begins his cultivation, the Immortal Source liquid within the undying Immortal Source starts to diminish at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slowly, a crisp crack suddenly rings out. As the Immortal Source liquid decreases, a fine fissure appears upon the surface of the undying Immortal Source. In the instant that fissure emerges, the entire Zhandi Pavilion trembles faintly. The next moment, several hundred elderly figures appear, soundlessly beside the undying Immortal Source. Each of these elders bears an extremely withered visage, hair gone completely ashen. Some are so emaciated they resemble little more than skin stretched over bone. Their clothing is entirely unlike the attire of this era. Upon closer inspection, it is the dress of the town. Were any member of the Sioux clan present at this moment, they would be unable to restrain a shocked cry the instant they beheld these elders. For these few are precisely the supreme legion of the Sioux clan from the taboo era, once unrivaled beneath heaven and above earth, suppressing an entire age. They were the personal guards of the Sioux clan great emperor, who followed in his footsteps to subdue one forbidden region after another. They are the very foundation of the Sioux clan's true heritage. Any single one of them possesses the cultivation of a great saint. If all 300 veterans were to march forth together, the entire Nine Heavens realm would be shaken by a cataclysmic upheaval. At this moment, these old soldiers gaze upon the undying Immortal Source that now bears a fissure. Their eyes are filled with fervent excitement, some cannot help but break into loud, unrestrained sobs. Old 16, tell me, are my eyes finally failing? The undying Immortal Source has truly cracked. Is the imperial sun at last about to come into the world? The elder addressed as Old 16 now has tears streaming down his weathered face. Ninth brother, you saw correctly. The essence within the undying Immortal Source is rapidly diminishing. His Highness the Imperial Sun is about to be born. In bygone years before the Sioux clan great emperor fell, this group of elders once served as his personal guard, following his steps to jointly battle through the darkness and chaos. Later, in the final battle to pacify the forbidden zones, they were grievously wounded. The great emperor sealed them within divine source with vast magical power, assigning them to guard the Imperial Sun, who is still swaddled in infancy. Yet this single act of guardianship stretched on through countless eras, while the Imperial Sun never once emerged. Were it not for the faint breath of life that still persisted within the undying Immortal Source, they might long ago have believed that His Highness had perished prematurely. Fortunately, today the undying Immortal Source has at last manifested a fissure. His Highness the Imperial Sun is finally about to be born. At this thought, these veterans who once battled through forbidden grounds and survived 100 wars cannot help but let old tears flow freely. Within the undying Immortal Source, although Chen at this moment is incapable of speech, he can nonetheless clearly sense everything unfolding in the outside world. In the original novel, the old soldiers left behind by his father Tianqing all cherished this Imperial Sun with profound affection. Later, when the original Chen was repeatedly plotted against and besieged by the protagonist faction, falling into life and death peril time and again, it was always these veterans who intervened, risking self-destruction of their true spirits to rescue him. Even when the Sioux clan finally met its doom, these old soldiers never retreated a single step, guarding Chen to the very end, only to be cruelly butchered to death by the protagonist faction. It could be said that to them Chen truly was everything. As long as Chen spoke, no matter what he asked of them, they would never refuse. Even if he were to demand that they sacrifice their lives on the spot, they would not so much as furrow a brow. Thinking of this, waves of emotion ripple through Chen's heart. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. Though through hard work he had managed to carve out a decent existence, he always yearned deeply for familial affection. Thus his heart at this moment is suffused with warmth. At the same time, an involuntary sense of urgency rises within him. The tragic ending recorded in the novel will not befall me. In this lifetime my fate shall be in my own hands. Whether it is the Sioux clan or all those veterans. In this life it shall be my turn to protect them. Murmuring softly in his heart, Chen's gaze grows even more steadfast. He then resumes his cultivation, frantically absorbing the immortal liquid within the undying Immortal Source, tempering his fleshly body. In this world, cultivation realms from low to high are divided as follows: blood condensation, shedding the mortal bitter sea, divine aperture, dragon transformation, divine powers, nirvana, great power, saint king, great saint, quasi-emperor, supreme, great emperor. Each realm is further subdivided into 9 minor levels. At this moment, after several days of cultivation, Chen's cultivation has already reached the 3rd heaven of the blood condensation realm. Of course, as an innate sacred body Tao fetus, in theory, upon the moment his physique fused, he should have received the blessing of the heavenly Tao, allowing his cultivation to soar directly to the saint realm. Yet that cultivation was forcibly withheld by the system. In the system's own words, cultivation bestowed by the heavenly Tao's blessing is after all external. It can never rival the solid foundation forged through one's own tempering. Though Chen curses under his breath in his heart, he deeply agrees with the system's reasoning. After all, a skyscraper must rise from solid ground. If one's realm is hollow and the foundation unstable, the further one advances, the harder it is to improve. Even if one is born a saint, being surpassed later by others is merely a matter of time. All the more so when his enemies are 32 monstrous cheats, each blessed with a system of their own. At this moment, within the undying Immortal Source, the immortal liquid surges and ripples. This is the perfect place for him to forge an unsurpassed foundation. With this thought, Chen begins to madly circulate the undying sutra, absorbing the essence of the immortal liquid around him. Blood condensation as the initial starting realm holds its true meaning precisely in the two words, condensing blood. By refining qi and blood, inscribing Tao runes within flesh and blood, one continuously tempers the physique and augments raw strength. Ordinary cultivators, if they cultivate this realm to great completion, will possess a body so formidable that a single shake of one arm can generate 50 to 60,000 caddies of force. Some monstrous geniuses and primordial ferocious beasts can go a step further, cultivating this realm to its absolute limit, where a mere gentle tremor of one arm unleashes 108,000 caddies of force. What I seek is to shatter that ultimate limit and transcend beyond. Chen silently vows. The innate sacred body Tao fetus is already unrivaled in physical prowess, adding the undying sutra, this supreme scripture, and the existence of the undying immortal source gives him every capability to achieve this. By then his foundation will be frighteningly profound. Even with fleshly strength alone, a single punch will be enough to suppress all foes beneath heaven. With this thought, he frenziedly circulates the undying sutra, engraving the embedded Tao runes into his very flesh. The immortal source around him grows ever more tumultuous, terrifying energy converging toward his body in torrents. Outside the undying immortal source, a group of old soldiers stand in silent vigil, patiently awaiting the birth of His Highness the Imperial Son. In the tireless pursuit of cultivation, time seemed to lose all significance. Chen had no idea how long he had spent within the immortal source. Every day, he diligently operated the indestructible sutra, inscribing the profound scriptures into his flesh and blood. The quantity of immortal source liquid visibly decreased, while the cracks on the indestructible immortal source grew increasingly dense. At this moment, although Chen was in an infant state, the vitality and blood within him surged alarmingly. It was as if a true dragon coiled within him, emanating an aura that was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. Moreover, upon closer observation, one could see that his flesh and blood were densely inscribed with numerous profound runes. These runes all represented the true meaning of the indestructible sutra. In the flickering light, they could automatically absorb the surrounding essence, strengthening his physical body. Even if he did not cultivate, his body would grow on its own. At this moment, Chen's cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of blood condensation. The indestructible sutra was but a step away from breaking through to the first layer. Taking a deep breath, Chen resolutely declared, "Today, I shall shatter the limits and transcend the ages." He began to fervently channel the indestructible sutra. Suddenly, the runes inscribed in his flesh erupted with a blinding radiance. The surrounding immortal source liquid surged uncontrollably towards him. Under the stimulation of the immortal source liquid, the runes inscribed with the indestructible sutra began to undergo a mysterious transformation. The already profound runes became even more intricate, as if elucidating the true meaning of the universe. At this moment, Chen's body emitted a series of crackling sounds. His bones, meridians, and flesh all shattered simultaneously. His body turned into a puddle of mud. A sharp pain surged through him. Chen gritted his teeth, knowing this was a normal phenomenon, an omen that the indestructible sutra was about to break through to the first layer. No destruction, no reconstruction, after destruction comes the rise anew. Boom. With a faint cracking sound, the indestructible sutra officially broke through to the first layer. At that moment, a strange mystical power suddenly appeared within him. His previously shattered body began to repair itself at a visible rate, becoming even stronger. The terrifying vitality and blood power swirled within him, resembling a great sun illuminating all. At the same time, his cultivation level, originally at the 9th layer of blood condensation, unexpectedly broke through once again. Not to the ordinary transformation realm, but to the unprecedented 10th layer of blood condensation. With a single arm shake, he wielded a force of 1,000,000 pounds. I have shattered the limits. 10th layer of blood condensation. With a single arm shake, 1,000,000 pounds of might. What a relief. Chen couldn't help but grin. The 10th layer of blood condensation was a special realm that existed only in the speculations of ancient powerful beings. Throughout history, no living creature had ever reached it. And at this moment, Chen had achieved it. If this news were to spread, not to mention the proud talents and the holy sons and daughters, even those ancient beings who had long secluded themselves, and the forbidden figures would be shocked into action. However, Chen did not grow overly complacent. After all, he possessed the innate sacred body Tao fetus along with the indestructible sutra and the immortal source. Given such conditions, if he couldn't break through the limits and shatter the ancient legends, it would indeed be a bit hard to justify. At that very moment, as the immortal source liquid dissipated, the immortal source suddenly began to shake violently. The existing cracks expanded rapidly. Simultaneously outside, the excited voices of the old soldiers could be heard. The immortal source is shattering. This means that the young emperor is about to emerge. Ha ha ha, after countless epochs the young emperor has finally emerged. My heavens, we have finally awaited this. Hearing this, Su Cheng took a deep breath and murmured, the time has come. It is also time to emerge. As he spoke, the Immortal Source completely shattered, and Su Cheng officially emerged. At the same time, at the moment of his emergence, the essence of heaven and earth surged forth, and the stars and moon fell from the skies, showering him with silver light. The winds and clouds changed, and the void trembled. The illusory figures of dragons and phoenixes emerged, spiraling above the Su family. The laws of heaven and earth gave rise to myriad spiritual apparitions kneeling and worshipping in the direction of the Su family's Battle Emperor Pavilion, as if welcoming the descent of an unparalleled being. At this moment, everyone in the Su family was shaken. They looked at the strange phenomena in the sky with incredulity. What is happening? Such terrifying phenomena. Some ancient beings were awakened, gazing at the celestial wonders with astonishment. This is the direction of the Battle Emperor Pavilion. Could it be that a sleeping ancestor has awakened? Or is it that an unparalleled figure from my Su family has broken through the level of life and stepped into the forbidden domain? Everyone was in heated discussion. Meanwhile, the current patriarch of the Su family was also alerted, gazing fearfully in the direction of the Battle Emperor Pavilion, leading a group of elders hastily toward it. However, before they could reach the Battle Emperor Pavilion, the phenomena in the sky changed once again. A green lotus rose to the heavens, its petals reflecting the stars above. A colossal figure of an immortal king surrounded by immortal energy meditated at the apex of the 9 heavens, overlooking all living beings. In the boundless ocean, turbulent waves surged as a great sun and a large moon slowly rose from the surface. Meanwhile, a tattered battle flag and a massive bronze cauldron soared from the Battle Emperor Pavilion, shaking violently, emanating a terrifying imperial aura that shattered and collapsed the surrounding space. This scene once again left everyone dumbfounded, causing the patriarch of the Su family and the elders to halt. The green lotus shines upon the stars, the immortal king descends from the 9 heavens, the sun and moon rise over the sea. Moreover, my Su family's imperial flag and imperial weapons have autonomously rushed out. Could it be that the remnant soul of my Su family's emperor has returned? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Patriarch Su Mingri exchanged glances with the elders. They had already vaguely guessed what had happened. They hurriedly rushed into the Battle Emperor Pavilion. To their astonishment, those ancient soldier legions that should have been in slumber suddenly awakened. Everyone looked with excitement at the infant floating in midair. This infant radiated boundless laws of the great Tao, his body crystalline, resembling the child of the great Tao. This is the young emperor. The young emperor has emerged. All those phenomena just now were caused by the young emperor. Su Mingri and the elders, as the current leaders of the Su family, usually appeared unflappable even in the face of calamity. But at this moment, gazing at the infant in midair, they felt parched and dry. For that infant was none other than the posthumous child of their Su family emperor. He was the true young emperor, the child of the emperor. Of course, compared to them, the ancient soldiers were even more excited. Ha ha ha, the young emperor's talent is unparalleled. Upon his emergence, he has already caused such terrifying phenomena, destined to become an emperor. Let me see. Innate Sacred Body, Tao Fetus, Heavy Pupils, Supreme Bone. Ha ha ha, when the young emperor emerged early and ruined his foundation, now he not only repaired it, but also advanced further. His talent is so strong that even in ancient history few can compare. With the young emperor here, this generation, my Su family is destined to once again dominate the rise and fall of the heavens. Perhaps in the future, after the young emperor becomes an emperor, he can lead us to quell the chaos in the forbidden zones and conquer the foreign lands. The group of veteran soldiers watched in excitement as the myriad of extraordinary phenomena surrounding Su Chen unfolded. He was the innate sacred body with dual pupils, supreme bones, and the bloodline of an emperor. He embodied various top-tier talents. Even though they had witnessed countless epics rise and fall and encountered numerous unparalleled individuals, they had never seen someone with such an extraordinarily defiant talent. A mere phrase, the demeanor of an emperor, could not adequately describe his astonishing talent. With the presence of the emperor's progeny, the Su family will surely once again shine, with the brilliance of the Forbidden Era continuing the legacy of imperial fate. The lineage of the primordial divine mountain, having produced a dragon named Ao Tian with a trace of true dragon blood, dares to claim that there are no equals among the younger generation of the Su family, is truly ignorant and foolish. Su Mingri and the other elders also bore excited expressions. Though they were quite aged, their gazes towards Su Chen were filled with respect. This was simply because he was the posthumous son of an emperor. No one in the entire Su family held a status more noble than his. As everyone remained immersed in excitement and thrill, the sky once again changed dramatically. A strand of transcendent celestial light suddenly emerged, floating in the void. The scene of deities and demons kneeling, countless spirits falling the path to the underworld, and the emperor's bloodshed appeared spontaneously within this celestial light. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered, and a breath of destruction rippled through the heavens and earth, with countless bolts of lightning flickering in the void. This is the heavenly tribulation. Everyone was stunned, staring at the terrifying scene in the sky that resembled the end of the world. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed as people struggled to gulp down their saliva. It was said that whenever a being was too defiant, it would provoke the heavens' jealousy, and the heavenly Tao would descend a tribulation to obliterate it. Throughout history, those who could invoke a heavenly tribulation were almost all renowned supreme figures. Yet at this moment, Chen had just been born and had already attracted the tribulation due to his overwhelmingly defiant talent. The sky was filled with flickering lightning, and the light of the annihilating tribulation illuminated the heavens, radiating an aura of destruction. This terrifying scene instantly stirred the entire nine heavens realm. Everyone looked up at the Su family's sky in terror. Heavens, what on earth is happening in the Su family? First, there were various magnificent phenomena, and now it's an annihilating heavenly tribulation. Could it really be, as rumored, that the remnant soul of the Su family's supreme emperor is about to return? Or is it that some supreme powerhouse from the Su family has taken that critical step and is about to become a forbidden being? At this moment, the entire nine heavens realm was shaken. Major sacred lands and immortal empires turned their gazes toward the Su family. Even some forbidden beings and ancient entities who had long been in seclusion were stirred at this moment, opening their eyes and locking their gaze on the Su family, eager to investigate the truth. However, as a supreme imperial family, the Su family was protected by emperor-level formations, and all probing was blocked from the outside. In an instant, major immortal empires and sacred lands as top-tier forces began to take action, immediately dispatching numerous scouts to investigate the source of the Su family's extraordinary phenomena. There was no choice. As one of the few imperial families in the current nine heavens realm, every move of the Su family drew the attention of various forces. The significance of the term imperial family was immense. With countless epochs of heritage, their ancestors had produced supreme emperors possessing imperial blood and a profound foundation that could overlook the myriad realms, wielding extreme imperial weapons and other forbidden methods, making them one of the top overlords of the nine heavens realm. Meanwhile, within the Su family in the War Emperor Pavilion, everyone watched the continuously gathering heavenly tribulation above. Their expressions shifted from initial astonishment to deep concern. The reason was simple. This heavenly tribulation was far too terrifying, even more grand than the tribulation of sanctification. The horrifying aura it contained made even them feel a chill down their spines. And Chen, as a mere infant, could not possibly withstand it. A mere heavenly tribulation dares to threaten our esteemed emperor. Today, let alone the heavenly tribulation, even if the heavenly Tao itself were to descend, it would not lay a finger on our esteemed emperor. The leader among the veterans spoke in a low voice. In the next moment, he stepped forward, his white hair flying, and his previously hunched form regained its upright posture, returning to the peak of his youth. His gaze flashed like lightning, his aura surged like a rainbow, and with a wave of his hand, the imperial banner and the war immortal bronze cauldron in the sky were forcibly summoned by him. He intended to use these two supreme imperial weapons as a medium to burn his own life force and forcibly help Chen resist the heavenly tribulation. Though the cost of doing so meant his own demise, he did so without hesitation. The other veterans looked on in sorrow, raising their heads to the sky with unwilling roars. Oomph. At that moment, a cold snort echoed and a terrifying aura permeated the air. The life force of the veteran leader was directly suppressed, returning him to his elder form. A mere heavenly tribulation dares to threaten our Su family's emperor. In the next moment, a massive black hand that obscured the heavens and the sun suddenly appeared in the sky, directly suppressing the terrifying heavenly tribulation. Boom! A violent noise erupted. The sky became tranquil once more. An ray of sunlight fell down as the heavenly tribulation was instantly erased by this hand, as if it had never existed. The heavenly tribulation. It has actually been forcibly erased by a single hand. What kind of strength is this? Everyone felt a sense of dryness in their mouths. In the next moment, an old man's figure suddenly appeared silently within the War Emperor Pavilion. This elder had white hair and ordinary appearance and wore a coarse linen robe devoid of any fluctuations. This is the 10th ancestor Su Tianming. One of the veterans recognized the identity of the elder and could not help but exclaim. During the Forbidden Era, when Emperor Su Tianqing suppressed the heavens, the entire nine heavens realm was under the iron heels of the Su family. The Su family during that era was truly magnificent. And besides Emperor Su Tianqing, the Su family also had 10 taboo ancestral dragons guarding their territory. Each of the 10 ancestral dragons was extraordinarily gifted, surpassing their contemporaries. Some even said that if Su Tianqing had attained the Tao first, each of the 10 ancestral dragons of the Su family would have had the potential to become Taoists. In the battle that marked the end of the Forbidden Era, the 10 ancestral dragons of the Su family also displayed extremely brilliant glories. When all 10 ancestral dragons emerged, they directly annihilated a major forbidden zone, killing all forbidden beings within it. However, after that, the 10 ancestral dragons of the Su family fell silent. People speculated that all 10 ancestral dragons had perished in the battle, marking the end of the Forbidden Era. Yet at this moment, one of the 10 ancestral dragons appeared before everyone. If this news were to spread, it would surely shake the entire Nine Heavens realm, including the forbidden beings in the life-restricting zones. Salutations to the 10th Patriarch. A group of veteran warriors and senior elders of the Su clan, including Su Mingri, knelt in unison, their eyes wide with awe. Su Tianming. His name alone was legend among all present, a forbidden figure in existence, transcending mortality. Yet Su Tianming paid them no heed. Instead, he strode calmly forward, gently lifted Su Chen, who hovered midair, and cradled him in his arms. Tisk tisk, truly the son of my senior clansman. Innate Sacred Body, Tao Embryo Dual Pupils Supreme Bone. He shattered the peak of the blood condensation realm the moment he drew his first breath. Even in the Forbidden Era, a time teeming with peerless geniuses, such talent would reign supreme across heaven and earth. Su Tianming gazed upon the infant Su Chen with tender affection, his expression radiating paternal warmth. Then turning to the elders and veterans kneeling before him, he declared, "From this day forth I shall accompany the imperial heir to the ancestral lands for seclusion and cultivation over several years. All knowledge concerning the imperial heir, every detail of today's events, is strictly forbidden from disclosure. Violation warrants immediate execution." His voice was soft, yet it carried an overwhelming aura that struck terror into every heart present. Each head instinctively bowed low. When they finally dared lift their eyes again, Su Tianming had vanished, gone without trace, cradling the infant. The veterans fell silent once more, sinking back into hibernation as they awaited Su Chen's emergence. Meanwhile, Su Mingri and the senior elders immediately began arranging construction of a royal residence, the future exclusive palace of the imperial heir. Time slipped like fine sand through fingers. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, immortal imperial courts and supreme sacred sects relentlessly sought intelligence regarding the Su clan's celestial anomalies. Even entities from forbidden realms covertly gathered fragments of information. Yet none succeeded. Even within the Su clan itself, only a select few knew the true origin of those phenomena. Everyone else remained utterly ignorant. Rumors soon proliferated across the land. Some claimed the anomalies heralded the undying true spirit of the Su clan's celestial emperor returning home, stirring the resonance of his divine artifact. Others speculated they signaled the imminent birth of a child born to one of the Su clan's most exalted figures. Still others whispered that a forbidden entity of the Su clan, having pierced the veil between life and death, had ascended to a new tier of taboo existence. Countless versions circulated, but the truth remained veiled, unknowable to all. Before long, however, this mystery faded from prominence, overshadowed by a far greater event: the descent of the trial god Steel and the imminent opening of the 3,000 immortal realms. The 3,000 immortal realms are also known as the 10th realm. Legend holds that the 9 heavens were never merely 9 realms, but 10 in total. Yet at some unknown point, the 10th realm shattered, fragmenting into the 3,000 immortal realms, then sealed away by unfathomable forces. No living being could enter, except during rare predetermined intervals when the barrier briefly yields. At such times, all young prodigies below the Nirvana realm may inscribe their names upon the trial god Steel, and thereby gain entry to compete upon the ancient immortal arena. Victory brings extraordinary rewards: celestial emperor scriptures, immortal engravings left by genuine Xian, handwritten gifts from immortals. Countless treasures await the worthy. Moreover, the 3,000 immortal realms overflow with auspicious opportunities. Divine herbs and sacred medicines abound, and even immortal-grade elixirs, dragon eggs, and phoenix embryos may be discovered. Instantly, every genius and monstrous talent rushed to inscribe their names upon the trial god Steel. Even ancient freaks, long sealed away, emerged from slumber, striding across the world to challenge masters and temper their own strength. During this era, countless prodigies blazed with unparalleled brilliance, astonishing onlookers. Wang Tiank, the disciple heir of the Tai Chu sacred sect. Mu Qingqing, the holy maiden of the Yinyang sacred sect. Man Huangzi, scion of the eastern wastelands Manhuang tribe. Long Outyin, heir of the primordial divine mountain. A dazzling array of talents surged into view. Geniuses rising in concert, vying for supremacy across all heavens and realms. All were awestruck by this unprecedented golden age, where normally only a handful of peerless geniuses emerge per epoch, yet now entire generations clashed in fierce, radiant rivalry. Some proclaimed it an age of Daoic flourishing, the accumulated fortune of 10,000 eons converging upon this single lifetime, heralding a resplendent golden era where stars blaze in unison. In this lifetime, legendary geniuses whose names echo through history will reappear, competing for the sole celestial emperor throne. Others believed this generation, crowded with transcendent talents, would shatter the curse binding countless epics. One among them would transcend emperorhood, ascend as an immortal, and soar into the immortal realms. Still others whispered darker omens, that this brilliance was but the final feverish bloom before annihilation, a convergence of karmic calamities, dark tribulations, and forbidden realm catastrophes culminating in the resurrection of the netherworld as the ultimate resting place for all sentient beings. No one can foresee the future's end, only speculate. Yet one truth remains certain: this lifetime shall witness geniuses rising in unison, and one among them shall stand atop the 10,000 Tao, shattering the river of time itself, radiant beyond compare. The Imperial clan, the Su clan. Dragon veins coil across its lands, phoenixes soar from cliff edges, a Qilin rest amid mountain folds, an auspicious landscape surging with celestial grace. As the foremost imperial clan of this age, the Su clan embodies consummate glory, its ancestral domain stretching across 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. At this very moment, within the Su clan's martial training ground, every youth trained with relentless fervor. Nearby stood a colossal imperial residence. That residence gleamed with majestic splendor, and exuded a primordial aura as though a beast from the age of chaos slumbered within. Merely standing before it evoked an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Every young cultivator in the training ground gazed upon that palace with burning intensity, for its name was none other than the Imperial Air Palace, a residence reserved solely for the Imperial heir, yet until now no one had ever entered it. From the day its construction concluded, whispers began circulating quietly throughout the Su clan. They spoke of it as the exclusive palace prepared for the future Imperial heir. But who that heir might be remained uncertain, meaning any among the younger generation could potentially claim dominion over it. The Su clan's most outstanding youths eyed that palace with ravenous ambition, even clashing in secret, driven by ruthless determination. After all, the title Imperial heir bore weight beyond measure. Meanwhile, outside an ancient teleportation formation deep within the Su clan's territory, Su Mingri, the senior elders, and 300 veteran warriors stood gathered, gazing intently toward the formation, eyes alight with anticipation. Suddenly, faint spatial energy rippled outward. The formation flared, and a gate of pure space materialized before them. In the next instant, a youth emerged slowly from its threshold. He appeared no older than 8 or 9, yet stood tall and upright, his hair shimmering like crystalline light, his gaze piercing as though cosmic cycles of creation and annihilation unfolded within his pupils. An ethereal aura wreathed his form, and yet beneath it emanated a profound regal authority, wholly incongruous with his tender years. All who beheld him felt momentarily dazed. It was as if they did not face a mere boy, but rather a sovereign immortal king surveying all heavens and realms from an apex beyond time. This youth was none other than Su Chen. Hail, young lord of the imperial line. 8 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen, once a babe swaddled in silken cradles, had now blossomed into a graceful and refined youth. His countenance was strikingly handsome and transcendently serene, suffused with an ineffable aura of celestial cultivation. And upon seeing him, Su Mingri immediately led the assembly of elders to kneel upon the ground. Rise. Su Chen's voice was crystalline and cool. He gave a slight composed nod, calm, poised, utterly unruffled. And he was the imperial heir of the Su clan, and the posthumous son of a celestial emperor. By both seniority and station, this kowtow was not only warranted, it was wholly deserved. We thank the young lord of the imperial line. As one they rose. 300 veteran warriors remained silent, standing vigil around Su Chen, not out of obligation alone, but as sacred duty and the very purpose of their existence. Each bore at least the cultivation realm of a great sage. The strongest among them verged upon the threshold of quasi-emperorhood. And elsewhere, such beings could found immortal sects or reign as patriarchs of ancestral dynasties. Yet here they willingly stood as his personal guardians, his sworn protectors. Young lord, your private imperial residence has been prepared. At that moment, Su Mingri stepped forward, raised his hand, and summoned a resplendent palanquin, his expression reverent. And though he was the current sovereign of the Su clan before Su Chen, he bowed with extraordinary humility. Even the palanquin he had prepared for Su Chen adhered to the highest ceremonial standard of the Su clan. And before it stood 9 colossal azure dragons, heads held high, ready to draw the carriage. Each dragon was magnificently regal, scales obsidian black, radiating an overwhelming draconic aura. All 9 had attained the realm of divine sovereigns. To attain the divine sovereign realm meant beyond doubt mastery over an entire sect or school in the outside world. Yet here within the Su clan, they served solely as draft beasts. NROAR. A thunderous draconic roar echoed. The 9 dragons, upon beholding Su Chen, lowered their noble heads in solemn reverence. Su Chen ascended the palanquin with unhurried grace. Guided by Su Mingri, the procession advanced toward the imperial residence. 300 sage-ranked veterans marched silently ahead, clearing the path. In behind, the palanquin lifted into the heavens, trailing luminous divine radiance across the sky. 9 divine sovereign dragons drawing the carriage. In 300 sage-ranked veterans forging the way. In this awe-inspiring procession winding through the ancestral lands of the Sioux clan sent shockwaves rippling across the entire domain in an instant. All activity ceased. Clansmen paused mid-step, turning as one to gaze in stunned silence. And who is this? What unparalleled prestige commands such a procession? 9 divine sovereign dragons harnessed to pull a single carriage. Those 300 veteran escorts. Their auras are terrifying. Each breathes like an abyss, sending chills down one's spine. Even the sovereigns of sacred lands or emperors of immortal dynasties dare not flaunt such grandeur. And the crowd murmured in rising alarm, feverishly speculating who might dwell within that radiant conveyance. Yet what followed would strike them with even deeper awe. The palanquin glided forth from the void itself. Around it, countless phantasmal sacred beasts spontaneously coalesced, a majestic golden path of light unfurled, stretching unerringly toward the imperial residence. For the man who descended was none other than Su Mingri, the current sovereign of the Sioux clan. And SSSSHH. Who is this person that the clan patriarch himself must serve as escort? For the man who descended was none other than Su Mingri, the current sovereign of the Sioux clan. And SSSSHH. Who is this person that the clan patriarch himself must serve as escort? Who rides within that palanquin? It halts before the imperial residence. Could it be? Whispers swirled thick and urgent, all eyes locked upon the palanquin, burning with desperate curiosity. In that breathless silence, Su Chen emerged slowly from the palanquin. Though still a child, he carried an aura of supreme, sovereign majesty. A soft, ethereal luminescence shimmered about him, heightening his otherworldly grace, like a youthful celestial emperor transcendent and unbound by mortal limits. Most wondrous of all were his eyes. Within their depths, starfields wheeled and galaxies collapsed, cosmic cycles unfolding in each fleeting glance. And what a breathtakingly handsome youth. Such a beautiful boy. I longed to pinch his delicate cheeks. Na young maiden gazed upon Su Chen's refined features, murmuring softly, entranced. So small, so adorable. I want to ride him. Na statuesque young woman smiled dreamily, her expression dazed with infatuation. And indeed, the maidens of the Sioux clan were nothing if not fervent. Unlike the maidens, many youths watched Su Chen with sharp, calculating intensity. His vital energy is terrifying. Even from afar, the faintest leakage of his aura makes my heart pound and my limbs tremble, as though I stand before a 9-heaven true dragon. A cultivator with extraordinary spiritual perception felt Su Chen's presence and cried out in genuine astonishment. Others shifted subtly, their expressions shifting with quiet unease. They stared, unblinking, at Su Chen. In such terrifying power, at so tender an age. Coupled with that monumental procession, and Su Mingri's deference. His identity now loomed before them, veiled in profound mystery. And then in the next moment came an even greater revelation. No sooner had Su Chen alighted than he strode forward, calm, unhurried, utterly unswayed by the watching crowd, straight toward the gates of the imperial residence. At this, the younger generation of the Sioux clan paled visibly. The imperial residence was the exclusive abode of the Sioux clan's imperial heir, a symbol of ultimate lineage and authority. And yet this youth walked through its gates without hesitation, as if claiming what was already his. Most astonishing of all, the clan patriarch and elders said nothing, no rebuke, no protest, as if his entrance were perfectly natural, wholly ordained. In witnessing this, the onlookers' eyes flickered with dawning realization and mounting speculation. Some whispered he was the scion of a forbidden elder of the Sioux clan, prodigiously gifted, destined to ascend the celestial throne. Others claimed he was an ancient ancestor who, having broken taboos, had regenerated his body and returned in a second life. Still more outlandish rumors spread that he was the illegitimate son of Patriarch Su Mingri and the holy matriarch of some peerless sacred land, returning home after decades of exile. Countless versions circulated, but one truth remained indisputable: the youth had entered and claimed the imperial. Instantly, every young cultivator in the Sioux clan fixed their gaze upon Su Chen, and he, however, paid them no mind whatsoever. Inside the imperial residence, he dismissed all attendants, then entered a secluded chamber alone. In system, open my personal interface. At his command, a translucent interface, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Named Su Chen. Age 8 years. Identity: posthumous son of Su Tianqing, celestial emperor of the Sioux clan. Cultivation realm: tenfold mortal transcendence. Cultivation art: the unvanquished scripture, first layer. Divine arts: none. Immortal treasures: none. Destiny antagonist points: 100,000. Su Chen gazed upon his personal attribute panel and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Over the past 8 years, his cultivation realm had ascended from blood condensation realm 10th heaven to the mortal transcendence realm. Moreover, he had shattered the ancient absolute limit. Reaching the unprecedented mortal transcendence, his corporeal vitality now surged with terrifying intensity. His physical body had grown so formidable that he could crush supreme Tao weapons barehanded. And this was still the result of his deliberate self-restraint. For those 8 years, he had never cultivated deliberately, nor had Patriarch 9 ever instructed him in cultivation techniques. Instead, each day Patriarch 9 expounded profound Tao principles and refined Su Chen's physique with rare celestial treasures, laying an unparalleled foundation. The true essence of the mortal transcendence realm lies in purifying the flesh and suppressing worldly impurities, shedding the dust of mortality. With Patriarch 9's personal Tao lectures and the relentless refinement of celestial treasures, Su Chen naturally shattered the realm's ultimate boundary. Now both his body and soul existed in a state of immaculate purity, ethereal, transcendent, utterly unblemished. Next I may attempt breakthrough into the sea of suffering realm. But first, let me see what lies within the system shop. The system shop required 10,000 destiny antagonist points to unlock. For 8 years the system had issued no tasks and no new sign-in locations had appeared. Thus he had no choice but to grind relentlessly, breaking through realms to earn destiny antagonist points. Fortunately, shattering the ultimate boundary and ascending to mortal transcendence realm 10th heaven finally granted him enough points to unlock the system shop. At his mental command, the system shop interface materialized before him. Ding! Your destiny antagonist points have reached 100,000. The system shop is now officially unlocked. The system shop offers an encyclopedic array of items. The host may purchase freely using destiny antagonist. 2 successive notifications resonated within his mind. With the system shop now open, Su Chen browsed its structure. 3 main categories: weapons, cultivation techniques, divine arts, and monthly mystery chests. Weapons, divine arts, cultivation techniques, monthly mystery chests. His gaze settled upon the weapons tab. Rainbow longsword, 300 destiny antagonist points. Dragon slaying saber, 400 destiny antagonist points. Heaven reliant sword, 400 destiny antagonist points. Peerless sword casket, 500 destiny antagonist points. Arcane heavy ruler, 100 destiny antagonist points. Celestial scale ancient halberd, 1500 destiny antagonist points. Great Sumeru divine pillar, 300 destiny antagonist points. Void battle halberd, 500 destiny antagonist points. 5-element war armor, 800 destiny antagonist points. 6-fold reincarnation bracelet, 120 destiny antagonist points. Immortal unyielding saber, 600 million destiny antagonist points. Great Luo sword embryo, 800 million destiny antagonist points. Slaughter immortal formation, 1 billion destiny antagonist points. Pengu axe 1. 5 billion destiny antagonist points. Good heavens. After scanning the weapons tab, Su Chen felt his heart pounding wildly. From mundane weapons to peerless imperial Tao treasures, even legendary immortal artifacts beyond time, all were present. Yet alas, his purse remained painfully light. The finest weapons were far beyond his reach. As the imperial heir of the Su clan, however, ordinary weapons held no appeal. At his word, he could freely select any weapon from the Su clan's treasure vault, including saintly weapons. Even in moments of dire need, he could command the clan's 2 imperial Tao treasures. Thus, purchasing common arms from the system shop was entirely unnecessary. Yet the very items he coveted remained unaffordable. Shaking his head, Su Chen dismissed the thought and closed the weapons tab, turning his attention instead to the divine arts cultivation techniques section. Like the weapons tab, it overflowed with myriad techniques, ranging from the 9 mysteries and 10 ferocious beast arts to emperor-level scriptures and immortal elders' handwritten treatises. Alas, their prices were astronomical. He could only admire them wistfully, genuinely unable to afford even a single one. Truly intoxicating. Su Chen murmured, then turned his gaze to the final category, monthly mystery chests. Functioning much like the blind boxes of his past life, each chest cost 100,000 destiny antagonist points, and 10 would refresh monthly in the system shop. Every item in the system shop could potentially emerge from these chests. With extraordinary fortune, one might even draw an imperial Tao treasure, an immortal artifact, an immortal elder's handwritten treatise, or an emperor-level scripture. Conversely, poor luck meant the 100,000 points vanished without trace. Let me begin with 1 monthly mystery chest, to test the waters. Later, when I meet the protagonist, I'll acquire those supreme treasures directly. There are 3 ways to obtain destiny antagonist points. First, breakthroughs in cultivation realm. Second, sign-ins and system-assigned tasks. Third, slaying the protagonist, or those close to him, yields destiny treasure chests. Opening 1 guarantees a substantial bounty of destiny antagonist points. Ding. Confirm expenditure of 100,000 destiny antagonist points to purchase 1 monthly mystery chest. Note current stock 10 chests. Yes, no. A system prompt flickered before his eyes. Without hesitation, Su Chen selected yes. Instantly, a black chest materialized in his palm, visible and accessible only to him. Ding. You have opened a monthly mystery chest. Congratulations. You have obtained Golden Vine 1 Spiritual Herb. Congratulations. You have obtained Violet Cloud Sword 1 Weapon. Congratulations. You have obtained Supreme Spirit Stones 100 Miscellaneous. Congratulations. You have obtained 10,000 Transformations Sacred Art Divine Art. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 Thought 1 Bloom. Sovereign over all under heaven divine art. A golden radiance flared as the system's cold mechanical voice echoed ceaselessly in his ears. Su Chen's heart surged with exhilaration, his breath quickened. Though the monthly mystery chest yielded numerous items, most held little value for him. Only the final 2 stirred profound excitement within him. 10,000 Transformations Sacred Art, an unparalleled divine art crafted by a peerless female emperor conceived specifically to counter the Taoist 9 mysteries. Infinitely mutable, formless, and spontaneous, it manifests at will. One technique unleashed, and all others crumble. It possesses the terrifying power to transmute the miraculous into decay, dominating every secret art under heaven. 1 Thought 1 Bloom. Sovereign over all under heaven, a peerless divine art created by a peerless female emperor wielding overwhelming destructive force, capable of striking the heavens above and subduing the 9 netherworlds below. Whether it is the 10,000 Transformations Immortal Art, or the 1 Thought Flower blooming sovereign of the world, they are all supreme divine abilities belonging to the legacy of emperors possessing unparalleled might. One possesses the ability to transform the miraculous into decay, restraining all laws. Before the 10,000 Transformations Immortal Art, even the most formidable divine abilities become ordinary. On the other hand, 1 Thought Flower blooming sovereign of the world is a technique of unparalleled slaughter. Once invoked, flowers of the great Tao bloom in the sky, capable of striking the heavens above and suppressing the 9 hells below, truly terrifying. This time, I've struck gold. Su Chen's lips curled into an exaggerated arc. A supreme divine ability worth over 100 million villain points emerged from a monthly treasure chest of the 10,000 villain points. The odds are hardly better than winning 5 million in the lottery. One can only say that Su Chen's luck is somewhat against the heavens. With this thought, he unhesitatingly chose to accept the reward. In the next moment, a multitude of items appeared in the system space. At the same time, 2 segments of runic techniques began to flow slowly in Su Chen's mind. These 2 segments of runic techniques carried an otherworldly aura, extremely complex. If an ordinary person were to attempt to comprehend their mysteries, they would likely spend a lifetime without success. As Su Chen, a natural holy body, coupled with the fact that for the past 8 years the 9 ancestors have tirelessly taught him, his comprehension and understanding of the Tao have reached a truly terrifying level. Almost in an instant, he had initially grasped these 2 supreme divine abilities. 1 Thought Flower blooming sovereign of the world, he murmured softly, attempting to activate the technique. In the next moment, an unusual great power erupted and 3,000 pure white flowers of the Tao slowly blossomed in the chamber, appearing transcendent and sacred, resembling a celestial realm. Do not underestimate these flowers of the Tao. Although they seem transcendent and sacred on the surface, they contain an extraordinarily terrifying power of slaughter that can suppress all beings in the world. Among these 3,000 flowers of the Tao, Su Chen stood with eyes closed, his already transcendent aura becoming even more ethereal, like an immortal who does not partake in worldly affairs. Kill. As he lightly uttered this word, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes and hurled a punch at the wall of the chamber. Whoosh! In an instant, the 3,000 flowers of the Tao surged along with his punch, crashing toward the wall. Boom! A violent explosion sounded like the clash of giant gongs, deafening. The entire chamber trembled faintly. An invisible light curtain flickered on the chamber's wall, blocking Su Chen. A tiny crack appeared on the light curtain. This was the protective array of the chamber being triggered. If someone were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished. For this array is not an ordinary one, but one laid down by a grandmaster of formations. Even a practitioner at the transformation realm would find it hard to shake. Yet at this moment, under Su Chen's strike, a crack appeared. One can only say that the attacking power of 1 Thought Flower blooming sovereign of the world is indeed unparalleled, possessing immense strength. After that, Su Chen did not pause, attempting the 10,000 Transformations Immortal Art. Unlike the splendor of 1 Thought Flower blooming sovereign of the world, the 10,000 Transformations Immortal Art appeared quite ordinary, resembling the most mundane secret technique, appearing rather unremarkable. However, upon careful perception, one could find that within its shimmering light, there is a strange decaying power. This decaying power does not target real objects, but specifically targets runes. All divine runes that come into contact with it will be decomposed by this decaying power, corroding their inherent strength and rendering them ordinary. 2 divine abilities are more than enough for me right now. Su Chen murmured softly, a hint of a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. Ding dong, the sign-in location has been announced. Ancient Emperor City Trial Divine Monument. Please proceed to the sign-in location within 10 days. After the time limit, this sign-in will automatically become invalid. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. A brand new sign-in location has finally arrived. Su Chen's expression shifted. Since the last sign-in for 8 years, the system's sign-in function had seemed paralyzed, never refreshing. Now it finally announced again. With this thought, Su Chen could not help but feel a rush of excitement. After all, the reward from his last sign-in could only be described as monstrous. He was immensely looking forward to the rewards of this sign-in. Ancient Emperor City. Su Chen murmured, unable to suppress a smile. Suddenly he recalled. According to the records in the original novel, this ancient Emperor City not only has a very mysterious background, but one of the 32 wall-hanging protagonists would also appear here at this time. 8 years have passed. I wonder how these protagonists have grown. Su Chen murmured softly, not in a hurry to depart, but instead closed his eyes and began to cultivate. His cultivation had already broken through the peak of the transformation realm. Staying in this realm held no meaning for him. He needed to prepare for the breakthrough to the next realm, the Sea of Suffering realm. The essence of this realm lies in transforming one's own source into a sea, and the accumulation from the previous 2 realms will be reflected in this one. The more solid the foundation, the larger the Sea of Suffering created in this realm. Even some prodigies, if their foundations are deep enough, may give rise to various strange phenomena while evolving the Sea of Suffering in this realm. These phenomena represent the manifestation of their laws and Tao, symbolizing the potential they contain. At the same time, in the Sea of Suffering realm, it is also the realm with the greatest disparity in combat power among practitioners. The powerful can easily suppress the weak, even if there are several minor realms of difference in cultivation. To gauge whether someone is truly a prodigy, one can simply observe their performance in the Sea of Suffering realm. At this moment, Su Chen sat cross-legged with eyes closed, beginning to breach the realm. For others, breaking through a realm is extremely difficult, especially a major breakthrough, which may take ordinary people several years to accumulate. Even those geniuses need some time to settle. Yet Su Chen requires none of that. With his talent and accumulation, had he not actively suppressed himself, his cultivation would have reached a terrifying level long ago. Buzz! A soundless tremor resonated. All primal forces converged towards Su Chen's abdomen, where the Sea of Suffering resides. As the essence gathered, a golden point suddenly appeared, and the area of this golden point began to expand continuously. For ordinary people, upon breaking through to the Sea of Suffering realm, the initial size of the sea would be roughly the size of a palm. In the later stages, it would expand continually, with further breakthroughs. At this moment, Su Chen's Sea of Suffering was just beginning, but had already reached the size of a small puddle, and it was rapidly expanding at a visible rate, quickly becoming the size of a small pond. Countless golden liquids flowed within, all of which are Su Chen's primal forces, the source of his power. At this moment, as the primal power continuously flowed in, the bitter sea, which had already expanded to the size of a small pond, surged rapidly once again. Having broken through the extremes of both blood condensation and transcendence, coupled with the 8 years of relentless teachings and refining of his physical body by the 9 ancestors, Su Chen's foundation was profoundly solid. Looking across the annals of ancient history, few can compare with him. The expansion speed of the golden vast sea in his abdomen increased rapidly, ultimately transforming into an endless golden ocean. The golden waves surged violently on the surface, echoing the sounds of crashing waves akin to thunder. Moreover, this was not the end. On the golden bitter sea, continuous miraculous phenomena spontaneously evolved. Azure lotus flowers rose to the heavens, their leaves reflecting the stars of the cosmos. The immortal king sat cross-legged above the 9 heavens, casting a gaze over the myriad realms. A great sun and a full moon simultaneously rose from the bitter sea. The azure lotus shone with the brilliance of the stars, and the immortal king descended upon the 9 heavens as the sun and moon ascended above the sea. These miraculous phenomena, which had appeared at Su Chen's birth, now re-evolved within his bitter sea, bestowing it with a sacred and transcendent aura. And yet this was not the end. After the completion of these phenomena, a burst of golden light erupted once more above his golden bitter sea. Even more terrifying phenomena re-evolved. 3,000 demonic shadows performed sacrificial rites upon the golden bitter sea, directed at a golden figurine. 3,000 Buddhas sat cross-legged around the golden figurine, chanting scriptures. 3,000 deities knelt beneath the golden immortal, continuously bowing in reverence. The sounds of chanting echoed over the golden bitter sea, mysterious and ancient, as if traversing the river of time, resonating all around. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the golden figurine, surrounded by 3,000 demons, 3,000 Buddhas, and 3,000 deities, bore an 8-part resemblance to Su Chen, resembling a youthful celestial emperor. This was the manifestation of his Tao fruit after breaking through the extremes of his first 2 realms. At the same time, above the imperial sun palace, as Su Chen successfully broke through to the bitter sea realm, the heavens and earth instantaneously changed color. A golden beam of light erupted from the secluded chamber where Su Chen meditated, illuminating the entire world in golden hues. Simultaneously, the scene of the bitter sea within Su Chen's body was reflected in the sky. The golden bitter sea shimmered brilliantly with countless miraculous phenomena suspended above it, as 3,000 demons, 3,000 Buddhas, and 3,000 deities prostrated below. This terrifying scene instantly captured everyone's attention. The bitter sea reflects the myriad heavens, countless phenomena rise and fall. Who is breaking through? Such a terrifying scene, the depth of foundation is frightening. An ancient relic awakened from slumber, gazing at the phenomena in the sky, unable to suppress his astonishment. Who is this person? Such a terrifying bitter sea, even more fearsome than those unparalleled prodigies. Is this the demeanor of an emperor? Such phenomena are astonishing to the world. The commotion of this breakthrough is too overwhelming. When did our Su family produce such a monster? Another supreme prodigy has emerged. Looking at the source of these phenomena, it comes from the Imperial Sun Palace the boy the clan leader brought back. Could it be true, the rumors? The boy brought back by the clan leader is a certain taboo figure living an alternate second life. It's unimaginable for the bitter sea to be this vast. How profound must this accumulation be? It's simply more astonishing than the youthful emperors of the same period. The members of the Su family looked up at the sky, unable to help but exclaim in awe. Every face bore an expression of disbelief. This terrifying sight in the sky, that golden bitter sea, was simply too grand, and the phenomena it generated were extraordinarily fearsome. Such a terrifying scene, even among the most powerful top 10 holy sons of the current young generation of the Su family during their breakthrough, would have paled in comparison. While everyone was in awe, the clan leader Su Mingri and several supreme elders were also stirred. Looking at the aura and phenomena in the sky, their expressions turned dazed. The imperial sun has broken through. The commotion is too great. When our clan's emperor broke through to the bitter sea realm, there wasn't such a terrifying phenomenon, right? To what extent is the talent of the imperial sun? His emergence has triggered a heavenly tribulation, and now the bitter sea reflects the myriad heavens. This is no longer the demeanor of an emperor, but that of a true immortal. They exchanged glances, swallowing nervously. As the clan leader of the imperial family, Su, how many unparalleled prodigies had Su Mingri and the supreme elders witnessed? Yet none could compare with Su Chen. In an instant, everyone felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. With the imperial sun present, the Su family might seize the destiny of this generation. Meanwhile, at a certain pavilion within the Su family's ancestral grounds. Interesting, the bitter sea reflects the myriad heavens, countless phenomena rise and fall. To be able to reside in the imperial sun pavilion, he truly possesses something. A youth watched the phenomena in the sky, murmuring softly. This young man wore a white long robe, his stature tall and upright, with a blood-colored longsword strapped to his back, exuding an aura akin to being bathed in a gentle spring breeze. Yet upon closer scrutiny, one could sense beneath that gentle demeanor a chilling sharpness, like a divine sword shimmering with cold light, both powerful and keen. This young man was none other than Su Tianjian, one of the top 10 holy sons of the current Su family. He possessed an innate 5 elements sword body, ranking within the top 50 among 3,000 physiques. It was said that upon his birth a miraculous phenomenon occurred, with sword chi spanning 100 miles, and all divine swords within the Su family flew towards him autonomously. Young master, this person's bitter sea phenomenon is so terrifying. Could it be? A charming young woman behind Su Tianjian spoke with concern. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Tianjian confidently interrupted. No need to worry. If it were solely based on this, he wouldn't stay long in the Imperial Sun Pavilion. It's a pity I have already broken through to the divine aperture realm, otherwise I could measure him, see if he can withstand the sword in my hand. As he spoke, his gaze fixed on the Imperial Sun Pavilion, his aura suddenly surging. A tangible sword chi shot into the sky, transforming into a massive divine sword that hovered in the heavens. At the same time, in several other pavilions within the Su family's ancestral grounds, a gigantic true phoenix soared upward, letting out a roar towards the heavens as divine flames emanated from its wings, scorching the skies. A battle immortal manifested from the void, wielding a bronze spear, shaking the void, with a battle intent soaring to the heavens. These phenomena were all manifestations of the energies of several other holy sons of the Su family. They had all surpassed the bitter sea realm. As prodigious talents, they harbored their own unique pride. Even with Su Chen's ascension to the Imperial Sun Palace, they disdainfully refrained from intervening, preferring to crush him with their higher realms. Instead, they awaited a battle at the same realm. Inside the Imperial Prince's palace, Su Chen watched the several sequence saint sons of the Su family unfurl their imposing auras in the sky, and only let out a faint, amused smile. They plan to wait until we are equal in realm to fight. One could not help but admire their audacity. Though he had only just stepped into the Kuhai realm, his fighting strength had long since reached a fearsome, rumor-worthy magnitude. Innate Saint Body, Tao Embryo, Double Pupils, Supreme Bones, Imperial Blood. The finest talents all gathered in one frame, bolstered by twice breaking the extreme realm and by potent arts and divine techniques. It could be said that although Su Chen's cultivation formally resided only at the threshold of the Kuhai realm, even when facing those prodigies of the Kaiqiao realm, he felt not an iota of fear. He could suppress them single-handedly. Fine, the most important thing now is to register my presence. As for the lot of you, there will be time enough to subdue you later. Confidence radiated from Su Chen. He nurtured an invincible will certain he could stand unrivaled in the world and crush every enemy. The 10 sequence Saint Sons weighed not at all upon his mind. As he spoke, he closed his eyes again to consolidate his realm. Now that he had set foot in the Kuhai realm, cultivation within it would be remarkably straightforward. He needed only to continuously draw in spiritual energy and transmute it into primal force, channeling it into the Kuhai. A night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, bathed in warm sunlight, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Clad in white, he strode from the imperial prince's palace and mounted the Jiulong carriage. 300 veteran soldiers fell in behind and opened the way toward the ancient imperial city. The Jiulong carriage cleaved the heavens as a golden avenue formed from great Tao runes spanned the sky. Thousands of portentous phenomena swirled and evolved around the vehicle. Su Chen stood at the center of the carriage in his white robe. Though still young, an unsurpassed grandeur clung to him that forbade contempt. As the Jiulong carriage left the Su family territory, its enormous formation alarmed all who saw it. "Is that the great figure of the Su family?" people murmured. 9 dragons pulling a carriage. What a spectacle! Each of those 9 Jiao dragons possesses the cultivation of a powerhouse and astonishing bloodlines. Placed elsewhere, each would be the head of a sect, yet here, they are harnessed to a carriage. The veteran soldiers clearing the way are terrifying as well. The mere aura they casually emit sends chills down one's spine. Could it be that the Su family head is traveling? The crowd buzzed with speculation, many pausing and craning their necks, some even attempting to employ spells or divine techniques to peek inside the carriage. But when one onlooker turned, a single veteran glanced at him, and an invisible wave swept forth. Before a cry could form, the man exploded in place, reduced to a smear of blood and flesh. Those nearby scattered in terrified haste. One glance, and a Shintong realm master was slain. What cultivation does that veteran possess? Faces drained of color, the crowd no longer dared to pry into the Jiulong carriage. Meanwhile, Su Chen lay languidly within, expression tranquil. He sensed nothing inappropriate about what had just occurred. After all, he was no protagonist, but the destined antagonist, the great villain of fate. Prying at him at will, then be prepared for death. Ignoring the rumors below, Su Chen closed his eyes and thought, fingers lightly touching his forehead. According to the records, at this very hour, one of the 32 protagonists would also appear within the ancient imperial city. Su Chen looked forward with curiosity to the scene that would unfold when he met that protagonist. At the same time, outside the ancient imperial city, a young man carrying an oversized divine ruler on his back stepped up to the city gate. He wore a black form-fitting outfit. His build was sturdy, his features blunt and resolute, giving the impression of a hard, iron-blooded man. A searing heat permeated his aura like an undying divine flame that could scorch all things in the world. This young man was none other than one of the protagonists, Lin Yan. He lifted his gaze to the grand gate of the ancient imperial city and could not help the curl of a cold smile. Lin Yan, 8 years ago you climbed onto the high branch of the imperial Su family and, brimming with confidence, annulled our engagement to my Yin clan. You even humiliated me, openly trampling my dignity beneath your feet. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west, do not mock the poor youth. The vow of that day, I now intend to redeem. Your past humiliation of me will be returned 100-fold. With those words, Lin Yan hefted the Xian heavy ruler upon his back and strode boldly into the ancient imperial. He had once been a programmer on Lanxing, graduated many years before. He had worked long and grown disheartened, unable to afford a house or a carriage, unable to marry. Fortune, however, smiled upon him. After a class reunion, a portent appeared in the sky, and when he awoke, he had transmigrated into this Xuanhuan world. What is more, he became the young clan leader of one of the ancient 8 clans, the Yin clan. Though he lacked natural gift and was mocked by many as a waste, Lin Yan did not mind. With his status in the Yin clan, even poor talent sufficed to live the idle life. Compared to his life before transmigration, his present existence was paradise. Besides, he had a childhood fiancée as beautiful as a goddess. Yet just as he settled into that comfort, an event shattered his world. His childhood fiancée, it seemed, had at some point become involved with the imperial prodigy Su Yanghua of the Su family, and in front of all had announced the cancellation of their engagement to him. From that moment, Lin Yan became the laughingstock of the entire Yin clan. Beneath the open sky, and confronted with the ridicule of the crowd, Lin Yan could bear it no longer. He made an 8-year pact with Su Yanghua and declared boldly, 30 years east, 30 years west, do not mock the poor youth. Everyone scoffed at Lin Yan for overreaching. After all, his cultivation talent was plain to see, after years of practice, he had not even reached the Ningxue realm. At the critical moment, Lin Yan awakened the Zuiqiang Yindi system. At the outset, it granted him an anomalous flame. Though the flame's initial strength was limited, it could evolve by consuming foes. Moreover, whenever the system burned an enemy with that flame, it bestowed various rewards. Relying on the system, Lin Yin resolutely left his clan to roam the world and temper himself. Over 8 years, aided by the system, his cultivation improved with visible speed. He had now reached the 5th tier of the Kuhai realm and had earned renown as a scion of the Yin clan, lauded by many as a prodigy. Today he returned to the ancient imperial city to wash away that old shame and to confront Nailin Yin and Su Yanghua. Nailin Yin, today I will force you to kneel and repent for what you decided 8 years ago. And as for Su Yanghua, you boast of imperial Su family honor, do you? Today I will make you see that your so-called imperial glory means nothing before me. I will trample you underfoot and humiliate you mercilessly. On the other side, Su Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed inside the Jiolong carriage, surrounded by hundreds of spirit herbs releasing abundant spiritual energy. In the 9 heavens realm, regular cultivators mostly use spirit stones for their daily practice. However, some top-tier powers or sects opt for even more precious spirit sources. As for someone like Su Chen, who directly cultivates using spirit herbs, it can only be said to be a rarity. Each of the spirit herbs around him is of the highest quality, and even a single one taken out would cause a frenzy among people in the outside world. At this moment, as Su Chen operated his cultivation technique, the essence contained within these top-notch spirit herbs was forcefully extracted, transforming into streams of pure primal power that flowed into the bitter sea. The bitter sea realm is remarkably simple to cultivate in. One merely needs to accumulate primal power within it. It can be said that as long as the resources are sufficient, even an ordinary person can rapidly break through to the pinnacle. However, at this moment, after absorbing several hundred top-grade spirit herbs, had it been anyone else, they would have likely already broken through 2 or 3 minor realms. Yet Su Chen's bitter sea stirred not a single wave. A bitter sea that is too vast is not necessarily a good thing. Cultivating in it consumes too many resources. Su Chen let out a soft sigh. The holy men and veteran soldiers outside the carriage couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing this. Throughout history, which cultivator did not think that a larger bitter sea was better? It seems that only their Lord Prince would be troubled by the vastness of the bitter sea. The Jiolong carriage traversed through the void, and a golden avenue spread out beneath it. Everyone gasped in awe upon seeing this, stopping to stare. "Lord Prince, we have arrived at the ancient emperor city," an old soldier suddenly said respectfully. Su Chen nodded and stepped out of the carriage to look down. Before him appeared an ancient city resembling a colossal prehistoric beast standing between heaven and earth. So this is the ancient emperor city. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. According to records in the original novel, the origins of the ancient emperor city are astounding, as it was once the homeland of a supreme emperor containing a trace of imperial aura and existing for countless epochs. Moreover, within its walls lies a fragment of an emperor's legacy. Although this legacy is incomplete, it remains incredibly formidable. After all, emperors are exalted and stand at the pinnacle of the extreme path. Any existence related to an emperor is not simple at all. According to the novel, that fragment of the emperor's legacy was ultimately obtained by Lin Yin. With the aid of that incomplete legacy, Lin Yin soared to great heights, embarking on the path of invincibility. As these thoughts whispered through his mind, a smile unconsciously crept onto Su Chen's lips. Since he had arrived at the ancient emperor city, he would not miss the fragment of the emperor's legacy. As for Lin Yin, the fated protagonist, he certainly would not let him off easily. At this point in time, Lin Yin has probably already gone to the Nailin family to fulfill his 8-year promise with Su Yanghua. As he spoke, the Jiolong carriage slowly made its way to the gates of the ancient emperor city. Flying within the ancient emperor city is forbidden. However, that rule only applies to ordinary cultivators and powers. As the imperial clan of the age, the Su family faced no such restrictions. At this moment, the Jiolong carriage floating through the void quickly attracted everyone's attention. Hisses that a big shot going out. Such a grand spectacle. Those holy land masters and immortal emperors are nothing compared to this. Looking at the family crest on the carriage, this is the carriage of the imperial Su family. Is this the clan leader of the Su family going out? Amidst the discussions, the carriage quickly entered the ancient emperor city. Nailin family. As one of the 5 major families in the ancient emperor city, while not considered a top-tier power in the 9 heavens realm, it still holds a decent reputation in the ancient emperor city. Especially 8 years ago, Nailin Yin from the Nailin family somehow managed to ally with the imperial Su family, greatly enhancing the Nailin family's strength over the years. Now they are even on the verge of becoming the #1 family in the ancient emperor city. However, today the Nailin family is faced with an uninvited guest. Su Yanghua, Nailin Yin, come out. A low roar echoed through the skies. Lin Yin, bearing a heavy burden, had a resolute expression on his face. In an instant, all members of the Nailin family rushed out. Hee, Lin Yin, I didn't expect you would dare to come for the 8-year promise. What courage! However, I can only say you are seeking death. How could young Master Yanghua be someone you can defeat? A waste is destined to be a waste. You were one 8 years ago, and you still are now. The crowd looked at Lin Yin with mockery, their faces full of derision. Lin Yin remained silent, merely fixating on a young man among the crowd. The young man wore luxurious attire, had a handsome face, a hawk-like nose, and occasionally golden Tao symbols flickered in his pupils. His long black hair hung loosely behind him, giving off an air of arrogance. Beside him he embraced a delicate-looking young girl clad in a red silk dress, her lips a vibrant red, and her long wavy hair added to her allure, making her appear even more enchanting. This young man and girl were none other than the protagonists of this incident, Su Yanghua and Nalin Yin. Hee Lin Yin, I didn't expect you would really come. Su Yanghua smiled at Lin Yin, his expression showing no signs of concern. As the young genius of the imperial Su family, imperial blood flowed within him, and his strength far surpassed that of his peers. In his eyes, Lin Yin was merely a toy that could be easily destroyed. The so-called 8-year promise was nothing more than a fleeting game for him. Today it was time to conclude this game. Lin Yan's gaze was fixed on Su Yanghua without speaking. After a moment, he suddenly shifted his gaze to Nalin Yin beside him, saying in a deep voice, I am no longer the same as before. If you are willing to turn back now, I can still forgive you. It must be said that although he had obtained a system, Lin Yan's intrinsic character had not changed. He remained a submissive dog. Nalin Yin glanced at Lin Yin, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Do you think that's possible? I never regretted what happened 8 years ago. Even if I were to start over, I would still choose to break off the engagement with you. At that time, Nalin Yin chose to annul the engagement with Lin Yin, not for other reasons, but simply because of Lin Yan's excessively weak character and his laid-back attitude. As the young master of the Yin family, he had low talent that was forgivable, but he also showed no ambition and spent his days being idle. Moreover, he took pride in his shame, often boasting in front of her. At first, Nalin Yin often advised him, but Lin Yin never showed any signs of repentance. Over time, Nalin Yin became utterly disappointed in him and ultimately chose to break off the engagement. In her eyes, Lin Yin was not worthy of being called a man and not worthy of her. You. Nalin Yan's words completely pierced Lin Yan's fragile heart. His body trembled and his eyes turned red as he pointed at Nalin Yin and shouted, fine. Since that's the case today, I will make you regret what you did 8 years ago and kneel before me to repent. I'll let you understand what is meant by 30 years in the east of the river and 30 years in the west. Do not bully the. As he spoke, he turned to Su Yanghua. Come. Today we shall battle to avenge the past. I will make you understand that your proud Su family is nothing but worthless. Today I will trample you underfoot. Lin Yan's gaze upon Su Yanghua burned with searing fury. 8 years ago, this very man had shattered his entire world, humiliating him beneath a sea of ridicule and stealing away his fiancée. The hatred of stolen betrothal knew no coexistence under the same sky. He tramples me beneath his feet, dares to shatter the glory of the imperial clan. Utterly laughable. Su Yanghua's eyes hardened into glacial voids as killing intent bled coldly from his pupils. To me you were always but a mouse beneath a cat's paw. Today the game ends, and you shall pay dearly for those words. You will learn once and for all that the dignity of the imperial clan is inviolable. Without another word, he leapt onto the pre-prepared arena platform. Lin Yin followed without hesitation. No further exchange was uttered. The battle erupted instantly. Su Yanghua struck first. To him, any who dared insult the majesty of the Su clan of the imperial line warranted no mercy, no delay, no quarter. He intended swift, absolute annihilation. His fingers blazed with light, and from them descended a divine radiance that coalesced into razor-sharp sword chi. In that instant, the entire arena drowned in frigid blade light. 5 intersecting sword beams unleashed slaughterous force that shook heaven and earth. This was the 5-element metal sword chi, one of the supreme core inheritances of the 5-element Holy Land. Comprising 5 distinct sword energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Its full convergence was said to slay gods and demons alike, even raise celestial Buddhas from the heavens. When the 5-element Holy Land fell beneath the Su clan's conquest, this sacred sword art naturally passed into their hands. With a sharp strike, golden sword chi slashed forth toward Lin Yin. Su Yanghua, do you still believe me, the helpless youth you once trod beneath your heel? Lin Yin roared low, raising his fist to meet the 5-element metal sword chi Heaton. A torrent of white flame erupted from his clenched knuckles. Strangely, though it burned fiercely, it emitted no heat, only an eerie, bone-deep cold. It was one of the rare heavenly flames he had gathered over the years. Bone-chilling cold flame ranked 14th on the heavenly flame list, its power awe-inspiring. As frost spread like a creeping tide, the 5-element metal sword chi froze solid, then shattered beneath a single devastating blow. HSSSH. 8 years of cultivation beyond the realm have utterly transformed Lin Yin. Spectators murmured in genuine awe. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's face bloomed with smug triumph. Yet before his pride could settle, roar! A monstrous roar split the air as a bestial silhouette surged forth behind Su Yanghua. A serpentine dragon-like entity crowned with twin horns and armored in obsidian scales, exuding an overwhelming aura of draconic sovereignty. This is the true dragon, divine art. The crowd recoiled in shock, faces pale with terror. The true dragon, the foremost of the 10 primordial beasts, existed only in myth. Its primordial techniques required no elaboration. Their terror surpassed even many emperor-level inheritances. And yet, here it was now being wielded by Su Yanghua. Yet soon elders of venerable antiquity discerned the truth. It is not the true dragon divine art. Though its form mimics it, it lacks the invincible aura of the true dragon. This is the Chi Dragon divine art. As the elder clarified, understanding dawned across the crowd. Even so, the revelation remained staggering. After all, the Chi Dragon was a direct descendant of the true dragon, a celestial tier ferocious beast, a mighty lineage famed throughout the Nine Heavens realm. That the Su clan possessed its primordial divine art spoke volumes. Indeed, the Su clan, imperial clan par excellence, had gazed down upon the Nine Heavens realm across countless eons, their profundity bordering on the terrifying. For the primordial arts of the Chi Dragon were virtually untransmittable. Even if one chanced upon such an art by sheer accident, the Chi Dragon clan would stop at nothing to reclaim it, never allowing it to circulate freely. Once a great sect unwittingly acquired the Chi Dragon's primordial art, within a single day the entire sect was erased from existence by the enraged clan. And yet here stood Su Yanghua wielding the Chi Dragon divine art with utter impunity, proof beyond doubt that the Su clan truly merited the title Imperial Clan. Roar! A draconic shriek rent the heavens as the illusory beast, forged from Daoscript runes, lunged to rend Lin Yan apart. He had been basking in the spectators' praise, pride swelling in his chest. The sudden assault sent him reeling in panic. Though he narrowly evaded with peerless footwork, he tumbled hard to the ground, graceless, disheveled, humiliated. For Lin Yan, obsessed with face, addicted to grandeur, this was utter disgrace. Su Yanghua, the battle ends now. What follows is absolute annihilation. With a furious roar, Lin Yan abandoned restraint and unleashed his ultimate technique. He summoned the bone-chilling cold flame. Then two more heavenly flames flared into being beside it. The profound yellow flame. The myriad beast spirit flame. 3 heavenly flames. His sole harvest from 8 years of perilous cultivation. Beyond these, the system had granted him a 4th. For heavenly flames now orbited him like celestial halos. Spectators gasped in disbelief. Heavenly flames were natural marvels born of heaven and earth. To possess even one was a blessing beyond measure. What boundless fortune! 4 heavenly flames. This youth's karmic blessings are simply unfathomable. Lin Yan cast a contemptuous glance at Su Yanghua. Today is your death day. Every shame you dealt me 8 years ago, I return it to you in full. As he spoke, he forced the 4 flames into rapid confluence. Instantly, apocalyptic energies surged outward. Heavenly flames, inherently volatile and mutually hostile, erupted with unprecedented fury under his coercion. No. Su Yanghua's expression darkened. He sensed, if this fusion succeeded, his defeat was his only chance lay in interrupting the fusion before completion. Without hesitation, he simultaneously unleashed both the 5-element metal sword Qi and the Chi Dragon divine art to crush Lin Yan. But at that very moment, a profound soul force emanated from Lin Yan, and an ancient soul phantom materialized above his head, freezing Su Yanghua in place. A saint-level soul phantom. Su Yanghua's face twisted in grim dismay. Around him, the crowd paled. Within an unknown duel, Lin Yan had summoned a saint-tier soul phantom as his ally. Such conduct defied mere condemnation. It was not merely distasteful. It was despicable, shameless, utterly unworthy of a true prodigy. Lin Yan, you treacherous scoundrel! Na Lan Yin cried out in fury. A black-clad figure shot forward. The Su clan's guardian cultivator, a sovereign-level expert at the peak of his cultivation. Yet though sovereign and saint stood separated by but a hair's breadth, the gulf between them was cosmic, an uncrossable chasm. The sovereign-level guardian froze mid-lunge, immobilized in an instant. Lin Yan watched unashamed, indeed wearing his triumph like a crown. In his eyes, this was perfectly fair. At last the 4 heavenly flames had fully merged, coalescing into a blazing lotus of flame. The heavenly flame, divine lotus. Su Yanghua, your reckoning has come. Die. With a guttural snarl, he hurled the flaming lotus straight at his foe. Scorching energy thickened the very air around it. Space itself seemed to congeal as the lotus hurtled towards Su Yanghua. Yet at that decisive moment, a voice thundered across the heavens. Enough. Presumptuous. A sudden voice rolled across heaven and earth. It was not loud, yet it rang in everyone's ears as if spoken beside them. At the same moment, a shadow like an apparition appeared before Su Yanghua. It intercepted the onslaught of the exotic flame, divine lotus aimed at him. The figure's face was expressionless. It did not even blink as it caught the attack barehanded. Boom. A violent explosion thundered, scorching flames soaring heavenward and consuming the sky. The terrifying heat turned the surrounding air viscous. Waves of heat rolled outward at speeds visible to the amid the crowd. The silhouette stood like an ancient divine mountain, immovable. Everyone stared in stunned. It was an old veteran clad in dark armor. Though hunched with age, the aura he emanated was like an abyss, chilling and oppressive, causing every onlooker's face to falter, as if facing a primordial beast. Who are you? Why did you intervene in our duel? Lin Yan's eyes burned with fury at his thwarted strike. If not for the interruption, that blow of the exotic flame divine lotus would have crushed Su Yanghua outright. Yet when Lin Yan demanded answers, the elder said nothing, offering him only a cold glance. That single look extinguished Lin Yan's anger, as if pouring ice over a flame. He felt himself plunge into an icy abyss. The other's power was absurdly formidable. He could sense that had the elder wished, that very gaze would have slain him in an instant. A nameless dread crawled up. He frantically tried to send messages to the sage's remnant soul lodged within his body. That remnant Yao Lao was something he had discovered by chance within an ancient ruin. Yao Lao shared his body by agreement. If Lin Yan were ever in mortal danger, the sage would intervene. In return, once Lin Yan matured, he would rebuild Yao Lao a physical body. It was precisely Yao Lao's presence that had given Lin Yan the confidence to believe he could defeat Su Yanghua early. But now, facing the suddenly appearing veteran, no matter how he called, Yao Lao remained silent, as if he did not exist. Damn it, he swore inwardly. Old relic, you fail me at the crucial moment. If I die today, you won't live either. Lin Yan's heart seethed with rage. Yet fortunately, the veteran showed no intention of attacking him. After halting the assault, the old soldier remained where he stood, as if awaiting the arrival of something. A flicker of hope rose in Lin Yan's chest. He hastily withdrew a talisman from his storage ring. The talisman was called the Boundary-Breaking Talisman, an exquisite reward he had obtained from the system, an ancient rune steeped in potent spatial force. When used, it could instantaneously open a gate between realms, a life-saving relic of the highest order, one of his final trump cards. He would never have used it if not for the suffocating pressure the veteran exerted. I'll remember this debt. 30 years east, 30 years west. Do not scorn a poor youth. One day I will repay what happened today. Lin Yan shouted at the veteran, pointing a finger at him. He glared at Su Yanghua and snarled, consider yourself lucky to live this time. Next time we meet, I will kill you. As for the Imperial Su clan behind you, I will personally trample them to dust one day. In the next moment, he decisively activated the talisman. Instantly, a thick spatial force billowed forth, and a magnificent portal was erected. Lin Yan rushed through without hesitation. Just then another voice rang out from the void, trample, my Su fan. It was quiet yet laden with supreme authority. The void trembled, and a terrifying black hand suddenly thrust out from empty space. The spatial gate constructed by Lin Yan's ancient talisman was wiped away in an instant, collapsing into ruin. At the same time, a roar shattered the air, an earth-shaking dragon cry, and the entire space quivered as if struck. Moments later, 9 colossal flooddrakes exuded overwhelming draconic might as they drew forth a gilded chariot from the void, their golden pupils like blazing suns. A golden highway stretched across the heavens, branching outward. Strange phenomena blossomed around the 9-dragon chariot, as though a celestial emperor had come forth. Countless veterans cleared the way ahead. Each bore a devouring aura like an abyss. Together, their mere ambient force made the surrounding void strain under its weight. The voice that had spoken came from within the 9-dragon chariot. Hiss! This great figure has arrived. Oh, what a terrifying display. At the sight, the onlookers sucked in a breath. The 9 flooddrakes alone imposed an irresistible pressure. The 300 veterans were even more dreadful. Could this procession belong to a sacred domain's lord, or perhaps the sovereign of an immortal dynasty? People prostrated themselves, trembling uncontrollably. Su Yanghua's expression shifted when he saw the scene. At the sight of the 9-dragon chariot, he already had a vague inkling of who might be inside. The one who took residence in the Imperial Sun's palace. At that thought, he swallowed hard. Could the rumors be true? Was that man truly a forbidden figure of the Su family, reborn for a second life? Lin Yan, watching the collapse of the spatial gate, froze. A vague sense of impending doom rose within him, as if a natural enemy were about to appear. Panic began to seep into his heart. That dread intensified until the moment the 9-dragon chariot fully manifested, reaching its peak. Simultaneously, an urgent alarm sounded inside his mind from the system. Beep! Emergency alert. System warning, host, immediately distance yourself from your present location. A great terror is about to appear. Beep! Emergency alert. System warning, host, immediately distance yourself from your present location. A great terror is about to appear. The insistent alarm made Lin Yan even more fearful. The system was warning of a great terror descending, something he had never experienced before. He instinctively wished to flee, but at that instant an extraordinarily terrible aura from the 9-dragon chariot locked onto him, forbidding any rash movement. It is you. Dare you trample upon my Su family? A frigid voice reverberated across heaven and earth. Silence fell upon the entire assembly. All eyes locked onto the 9-dragon palanquin, while Lin Yan at that very moment felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. An invisible aura pinned him in place, pressing down as if a mountain of 10,000 tons bore upon his shoulders. His breath grew ragged and labored. The curtain of the 9-dragon palanquin parted, and a youth stepped forth with unhurried grace. Clad in pristine white robes, he possessed an innate celestial beauty. Youthful, yet already tall and statuesque, his body radiating ethereal light and an aura of transcendence, as though a banished immortal had descended into the mortal realm bearing an authority far beyond his years. As the crowd gazed upon his back, a fleeting vision stirred in their minds, the silhouette of a celestial emperor, standing alone, turned away from all creation. Most astonishing of all were his pupils. Within them shimmered countless arcane sigils, interweaving ceaselessly to evoke the birth of a vast, boundless cosmos. This youth was none other than Chen. Oh! At that instant a young maiden cried out in shock. Her gaze, drawn too long into Chen's eyes, had unwittingly plunged her consciousness into their depths. Had an elder not seized her at the critical moment and wrenched her awareness back, her true soul would have drifted endlessly into oblivion, lost forever within the cycles of reincarnation. Those eyes, terrifying. The onlookers instinctively recoiled a step, too awestruck to meet his gaze again. Wait, dual pupils. This is the legendary double pupils. An ancient master suddenly gasped in disbelief, recognizing the rare trait. At once the crowd trembled with shock. Every face turned towards Chen in stunned reverence, for the legend of the double pupils was unparalleled. In antiquity, those born with double pupils were hailed as divine beings, sages incarnate. With their gaze they cleaved open the heavens, invincible since time immemorial, undefeated in all ages. Such words were no mere boast. They were forged in blood and battle, generation after generation of double-pupiled masters, proving their supremacy through sheer unassailable might. Though the double pupils did not rank among the 3,000 Tao physiques, they stood equal to the top 10 supreme physiques within that hallowed pantheon. And now, this peerless trait manifested itself upon the youth before them. The golden age has dawned. Could it truly be? Even the double-pupiled ones have emerged. Since ancient times, the double pupils have known no defeat, a pinnacle talent of absolute invincibility. Murmurs rippled through the throng. Hearing these words, Lin Yan, standing upon the arena platform, felt his heart lurch. His gaze upon Chen flickered with terror, then curdled into bitter, seething envy. Why? Why was he born radiant with celestial favor? Why did he possess such supreme talent, commanding awe the moment he appeared? The more Lin Yan pondered, the deeper his loathing for the youth grew. Inwardly he swore an oath when he ascended to the rank of emperor, he would spare this boy no mercy, and neither would he spare the Su clan. He would drown them in rivers of blood, erasing them utterly from the annals of history. But first, he must survive this trial before him. With that thought, he did not answer Chen directly. Instead, he pointed at Su Yonghua and declared, he insulted my dignity first. Today I challenged him to a fair duel. Yet your Su clan intervened thrice, obstructing me unjustly. Is this truly the conduct befitting an imperial clan, relying solely on power to oppress others? Sharp-tongued fool, you still dare to twist the truth. Chen sneered coldly and took a single step forward. Instantly the sea of suffering beneath him trembled. Golden spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, its crushing aura enveloping Lin Yan in an instant. Though Lin Yan's cultivation realm far surpassed Chen's, under that oppressive aura he found himself unable to withstand its weight. His body bent involuntarily, nearly collapsing to his knees. Then Chen spoke again, voice cutting like a blade, you dare speak of fairness. During combat you summoned the residual soul of a saint to interfere. Call that fair? With those words he advanced another step. The unseen pressure intensified tenfold. His golden sea of suffering blazed with light, and faintly the distant roar of crashing waves could be heard. And behind him subtle, ineffable phenomena began to coalesce. Moreover, you seem to have misunderstood. The Su clan is an imperial clan. The majesty of an imperial clan is inviolable. As he spoke, Chen took yet another step forward. This time the myriad phenomena within his sea of suffering fully manifested. 3,000 demons, 3,000 Buddhas, 3,000 deities bowed in worship behind him, chanting sutras in voices echoing from primordial eons, ancient, solemn, and profoundly mysterious. An immortal sovereign descending upon the 9 heavens, sun and moon rising over the sea, azure lotuses blazing amid starlight. Each celestial omen crowned his figure, elevating him beyond mortal conception. The invisible pressure erupted anew. Lin Yan could bear it no longer. His spine buckled, and with a thunderous thud, he crashed to his knees, forehead striking the floor. He strained desperately to rise, but his limbs refused to obey. Meanwhile, the onlookers watched in utter this omen is terrifying. No wonder he is a double-pupiled one. Still at the sea of suffering realm, yet his sheer aura can force a pure-ranked genius to kneel. Double pupils cleave the heavens, invincible since antiquity, undefeated in all ages. Indeed, these are no empty words. Across the entire 9 heavens realm, the double-pupiled stand among the most exalted geniuses. This generation's imperial throne may well be contested by him. Amid the clamor, every eye burned with astonishment, while many young maidens gazing upon Chen's upright, resplendent silhouette could not help but blush and glance away. Unmatched strength, peerless talent, unfathomable lineage. Such a youth held irresistible allure for any maiden. Hearing these murmurs, Lin Yan, kneeling humiliated upon the ground, was consumed by shame. 8 years ago his fiancée had been taken from him. He wore the green cap of betrayal mocked by all. 8 years ago he had hoped his trial would redeem his honor. Yet all he earned was further disgrace, publicly subdued in 3 steps, forced to his knees before the world, powerless to resist. At that moment his pride shattered beyond repair. Lifting his head with trembling effort, his eyes bled crimson as he glared at Su Chen and growled word by word, "If I do not die today, then in the future I shall repay this humiliation 100-fold upon you, and I shall march upon your Su clan, drenching it in rivers of blood." Heh, he still hasn't grasped my meaning, Su Chen mused regarding Lin Yan with faint amusement. One truth endures: weakness is never the barrier to survival. Arrogance is. To threaten one's enemy while staring death in the face, that is nothing short of courting annihilation. Truly, protagonists blessed by fate, if stripped of their divine favor, would have perished countless times over. This time, however, fortune abandoned him. He had crossed paths with Su Chen. Without hesitation, Su Chen blurred into motion, appearing instantly above Lin Yan, and brought his foot crashing down upon his face. Terrifying force pulverized flesh and bone. I have spoken once already. The majesty of an imperial clan is inviolable. Do you truly believe I jest? Speaking, Su Chen wasted no further time. Spiritual energy gathered for the final blow. Yet at that very instant, thunder cracked across the sky, lightning and fire erupted, clouds churned violently, and a dread aura swept forth like a storm. In the next breath, the heavens turned crimson, as if molten lava poured from the firmament. What is happening? The crowd stared upward in terror. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile curling at his lips as he murmured, "So, you've arrived." And then, a colossal phoenix of blazing flame soared into view. Screech! Its cry pierced the heavens. Simultaneously, a vast fiery visage materialized across the skies, its voice immense and wrathful. "Who dares harm my son?" A voice filled with fury resonated through the sky. In the next moment, the giant fiery face in the sky began to shift, eventually transforming into a middle-aged man clad in a red robe, landing atop the fire phoenix. This middle-aged man exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance, his eyes ablaze with fire as 7-colored flames slowly engulfed his body, turning the surrounding space a deep crimson, as if it might collapse at any moment. When he saw Lin Yan, who was trampled underfoot by Su Chen, his expression momentarily froze, and then his eyes turned red with killing intent. "It is you who seeks to kill my son." He fixed his gaze on Su Chen, speaking each word slowly, flames dancing in his eyes. He extended a hand, manifesting a giant fiery palm that reached out to grasp Su Chen. Su Chen remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. Indeed, just as recorded in the original novel, Lin Yan's father is a peak saint-level powerhouse, and the Yin clan behind him is one of the ancient 8 clans. As he murmured softly, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. The Yin clan, to the untrained eye, seemed like a fallen minor clan, and Lin Yan's father appeared to be merely an ordinary Qi awakening realm cultivator. However, in reality, the Yin clan was far from simple. It was among the ancient 8 clans of first-rate supreme family. Lin Petion, his father, was not an ordinary Qi awakening cultivator, but a veritable saint. In this era where emperors were absent and supreme beings and quasi-emperors lurked, a saint was already the strongest visible presence. When Lin Yan encountered Elder Yao in the ancient ruins, did he truly believe the latter was willing to make a deal with him? Clearly not. How could a remnant soul of a saint-level being possibly trade with a mere cultivator at the Bitter Sea realm? The truth was that Lin Petion's avatar had acted in the shadows, which compelled Elder Yao to agree to trade with Lin Yan. And Elder Yao's trading counterpart was never Lin Yan, but rather Lin Petion behind him. However, despite the terrifying nature of a saint-level powerhouse, they were nothing in Su Chen's eyes. After all, every one of his 300 veterans possessed the cultivation of a great saint who, a single finger, could crush the opposition. Oomph! Daring to lay a hand on my imperial lord seeking death. The veteran leader named Su Jiu snorted coldly, raising his hand to crush the sky. In the next moment, the giant hand made of flames disintegrated. His cultivation had already reached half-step quasi-emperor. The peak saint-level Lin Petion was utterly insignificant before him. Had it not been for the imperial lord's prior instruction not to kill his opponent, he could have easily slain him with a single slap. Lin Petion's expression froze, his face filled with confusion as he muttered this. Half-step quasi-emperor. What has Yenner done to provoke such a terrifying existence? Just then a calm voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back to reality. You are Lin Yan's father. Lin Petion looked down to see a young man gazing at him with a calm expression. Although this youth was young, he possessed an extraordinary demeanor and an intangible authority, particularly his pair of eyes, within which myriad Tao symbols swirled, intertwining to evolve into a complete universe. As a peak saint-level powerhouse, Lin Petion found his own aura diminish significantly in the presence of this youth. A dual-eyed one. Lin Petion's expression changed as he instantly recognized the origin of Su Chen's eyes. However, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The truly alarming thing was that the earlier half-step quasi-emperor seemed to be subtly aligned with this youth. Moreover, he then noticed that the veterans surrounding this youth were ones he could not see through at all. He was a peak saint, yet he could not perceive the cultivation of this group of veterans. How terrifying must they be? A great saint. Thinking of this, Lin Petion could not help but shiver. With such a formation, let alone his Yin clan, a small supreme family, even those holy lands and immortal empires would likely lack such terrifying depth. With this thought, he no longer exuded any hint of dominance. Instead, he felt an involuntary sense of restraint. Did you not hear my imperial lord speaking to you? Get down here, Su Jiu shouted, releasing a faint quasi-emperor's aura. Under the pressure of this quasi-emperor's might, Lin Petion's body shook, and he fell directly from the sky. As for the mixed blood fire phoenix beneath him, it instantly exploded, turning into a shower of blood. Boom. Lin Petion fell hard to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. However, upon seeing Lin Yan's grim state under Su Chen's foot, he quickly stood up, wanting to rush forward. But just then Su Jiu appeared before him like a ghost. With a heavy stomp, he landed on Lin Petion's face, brutally pinning him down. Lin Petion was utterly immobilized, filled with deep humiliation. As a peak saint powerhouse, he was always above others, never having experienced such treatment before. Yet the situation was stronger than the person. Looking at Lin Yan, who was also underfoot, he wisely chose not to speak, but turned to Su Chun, waiting for further developments. Su Chun released Lin Yan from underfoot and slowly approached Lin Petion. He did not directly kill Lin Petion, for this was merely an avatar of the opponent. Killing it would serve no purpose. With a flick of his wrist, he restrained the already unconscious Su Chun and smiled at Lin Petion. Do you wish to save your son? I will give you a chance. I will remain here for 3 days. Within those 3 days, you may attempt to rescue your son from my grasp. If you succeed, I will spare both of you. Remember, I only give you 3 days. If you do not come by, then it will be your son's death sentence. As he spoke, Su Chun gave Su Jiu a look, and without hesitation, Su Jiu crushed Lin Petion's avatar with a single palm. Then Su Chun ordered to directly cripple Lin Yan's cultivation, shattering all his bones. As for the saint's remnant soul within him, Su Jiu personally extracted and annihilated it on the spot. Ding dong, you have slain Elder Yao, and it has been detected that Elder Yao's growth process is closely related to the Son of Destiny, Lin Yan. Reward obtained. Side character treasure chest X1. A treasure chest appeared in the system space. Su Chun did not open it directly, but turned and walked back to the Nine Dragons carriage. Your Highness, are we just going to let them go? One must know that cutting grass without removing the roots allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. Su Jiu hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to remind him. He feared that Su Chun would develop a habit of arrogance and underestimation by sparing enemies, leading to endless troubles. Rest assured, I have my plans. Su Chun replied with a gentle smile. He naturally understood the principle of removing roots along with the grass. Lin Yan was certainly to be killed. Lin Petion would not be spared either. However, before he killed them, he intended to extract every ounce of their value. He aimed to lure all individuals related to Lin Yan for a collective strike. After all, killing the destined protagonist could yield a destiny treasure chest, and eliminating those closely tied to him could also grant a side character treasure chest. These were all points for the destiny villain, which could not be missed. At night, the stars twinkled, and the moonlight flowed like water. In the ancient emperor city within the Lord's residence, my lord, your secret chamber is ready. The city lord Zhou Ming stood respectfully behind Su Chun. The Nine Heavens realm is divided into the celestial realm, earth realm, mystic realm, yellow realm, cosmic realm, temporal realm, flood realm, and wilderness realm, corresponding to the heavens and earth. In addition, there is the ninth realm, imperial realm. The stronghold of the Su family is located in the imperial realm. As an imperial clan, the Su family commands countless subordinate forces governing 30% of the entire imperial realm under their jurisdiction. The ancient emperor city is precisely situated within this 30%. When Su Chun took out the imperial sun's token, Zhou Ming immediately understood the identity of the person before him, instantly becoming exceedingly respectful, even offering up the lord's residence. Whom you may leave now. Su Chun casually nodded, and Zhou Ming immediately retreated with great trepidation. Once outside the lord's residence, he let out a sigh of relief. Looking back at the lord's residence, he couldn't help but exclaim, truly deserving of being an imperial offspring, who, although still young, just standing beside him, the invisible aura he exudes puts immense pressure on one, as if facing a young emperor. As the city lord of ancient emperor city, Zhou Ming prided himself on having seen countless prodigies and even some ancient anomalies. However, compared to the one within the lord's residence, they all fell far short in demeanor. In this lifetime, the Su family may soar to great heights, leveraging this child to vie for imperial destiny once more. Inside the lord's residence, after dismissing Zhou Ming, Su Chun entered a secret chamber alone. He retrieved a quasi-emperor level formation disc and set up a formation. Only then did he sit cross-legged. Opening the system space, he took out the supporting character treasure chest obtained after defeating Elder Yao during the day. Without hesitation, he chose to open it. With a crisp sound, the lid of the treasure chest popped open. In the next moment, the sound of continuous mechanical synthesis echoed in his mind. Ding dong, you have opened the supporting character treasure chest. Ding dong, you have opened the supporting character treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Silver Dragon Lotus. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Thousand-Year Galaxy Sand. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Origin Divine Pill. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Destiny Antihero Points, X 5000. Due to Elder Yao not being a particularly important supporting character, the rewards from this treasure chest were not particularly generous. The Silver Dragon Lotus, a sacred medicine, is said to have sprouted from the blood of a true dragon that unintentionally fell into a pond during its bloodbath across the heavens, possessing great efficacy in washing marrow and altering one's constitution. However, Su Chen's talent had already reached a terrifying level. Even the sacred medicine Silver Dragon Lotus had no effect on him anymore, unable to enhance his foundational physique. As for the Thousand-Year Galaxy, sand, it is a top-tier material for forging Dao weapons. At this point, Su Chen's physical body had become so powerful that ordinary Dao weapons were less sturdy than his flesh. Regarding the final Origin Divine Pill, it at least had some effect on him. This is an ancient divine pill, the method of which has been lost to time, capable of enhancing one's origin and most suitable for practitioners in the Bitter Sea stage. Most importantly, this Origin Divine Pill has no side effects after use. This is quite a practical reward. Su Chen smiled slightly as he picked up the Silver Dragon Lotus and the Origin Divine Pill, then swallowed. Though the Silver Dragon Lotus could not enhance his foundational physique, it contained vast energy that could be transformed into a considerable amount of origin. As soon as the Origin Divine Pill and Silver Dragon Lotus entered his mouth, they turned into a surge of pure energy flooding into Su Chen's body. He hurriedly activated the Immortal Scripture. In the next moment, this pure energy transformed into a rich source of power pouring into the Bitter Sea. With the infusion of this source power, the originally calm golden Bitter Sea began to surge, expanding at a visible rate. At that moment, Su Chen's cultivation level began to soar. Bitter Sea Stage 2nd layer. Bitter Sea Stage 3rd layer. Bitter Sea Stage 4th layer. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's cultivation rapidly ascended to the Bitter Sea Stage 7th layer. The already vast Bitter Sea became even grander, stretching endlessly with no end in sight. The phenomena above the Bitter Sea also grew increasingly sacred at this moment. The golden immortal, surrounded by 3,000 demons, 3,000 Buddhas, and 3,000 deities, became even more solid. Suppress it for me. Just then Su Chen suddenly shouted, beginning to madly suppress his realm. This was a method taught to him by the 9 ancestors. By continuously suppressing his realm, he intended to make his foundation even more solid. His realm had just surged to the 7th layer of the Bitter Sea, yet at this moment it began to regress. Ultimately, he forcefully suppressed it back to the level of the 3rd layer of the Bitter Sea. However, even though his realm decreased, the area of the golden Bitter Sea remained unchanged, still magnificent and sacred. Moreover, as his realm settled at the 3rd layer of the Bitter Sea within the golden Bitter Sea, amidst the surging source power, a 2nd and 3rd golden immortal emerged one after another. These are reflections of Su Chen's Dao fruits. Not bad. A single divine pill not only allowed me to break through 2 small realms in succession, but also brought the Immortal Scripture to the late stage of the 1st layer, making my physical body even more powerful. As he spoke, Su Chen looked at his physical form. He could feel how terrifying the vitality and blood power contained within his body was. Now, even without using magic power or runes, relying solely on the vitality and blood power within, he could slap and kill a practitioner at the aperture opening stage. If he were to add magic power and runes, he would even have the strength to fight against practitioners at the dragon transformation stage. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling very pleased with his current state. For the next 2 days, I will first complete the sign-in and then wait for Lin Patian to bring people to my door in 3 days. He murmured softly, already having plans for the coming days. On the other side, in a secret chamber of the Yin clan, Lin Patian suddenly opened his eyes, filled with anger and humiliation. Due to the emotional turmoil, a tangible flame surged from within his body. At this moment, the secret chamber he was in was completely engulfed in flames, a might of a sage resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Good, very good. You dare to insult my son and trample my dignity. Lin Potion will remember this day. As he spoke, 3 ancient figures suddenly flew out from the Yin clan's ancestral shrine. Potion, what has happened? These 3 were all figures of the Yin clan's ancestral level, with the lowest cultivation reaching the Sage King realm, and the strongest among them had even touched the threshold of the Great Sage. As one of the ancient 8 clans, the Yin clan had fallen, yet a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Seeing the ancestors appear, Lin Patian hurried forward to recount what had happened. However, he intentionally chose to conceal the existence of the 300 old soldiers. For he knew clearly that if he revealed the existence of those 300 old soldiers, the 3 ancestors would definitely not agree to take action to rescue Lin Yan. They might even forcibly stop him from acting. The Yin clan. After Lin Patian finished his account, the three venerable ancestors of the Yin clan erupted in simultaneous fury. This is outrageous. Do they truly think the Yin clan can be bullied? A mere brat, yet he dares to defile the head of my Yin clan's chieftain. Lin Yin, the most hot-tempered of the three elders, could not help but snarl. The two other elders' gazes also flashed with coldness. This cannot be allowed to stand. Yinner must be rescued, and the Yin clan's dignity reclaimed. Lin Kuan, the leader among the three elders, spoke in a cold voice. Lin Yin felt elated. With all three elders intervening, his chances of rescuing his son rose considerably. However, thinking of the 300 veteran soldiers, a trace of worry crossed his face. But elder, after all, they are the Imperial Su family, with only the four of us. Before he could finish, Lin Kuan interrupted coldly. Rest assured, the world's imperial houses are not limited to the Su family. Though the Yin clan has declined, we are not a household to be trampled. Moreover, this operation will not be ours alone. The other 7 clans will act together with us. The other 7 clans will also intervene this time. Lin Yin was astonished. Though the ancient 8 clans proclaimed a united front outwardly internally, they were far from harmonious, especially as the Yin clan had fallen into decline in recent years. Its ties with the other 7 clans had grown increasingly tenuous. The relationship long ceased to resemble the harmony of antiquity. Yet Lin Kuan wore a confident smile. Had this been any ordinary time, the other 7 clans would certainly not aid us. But if our third-generation ancestor of the Yin clan has not perished, he added, unable to suppress a hint of triumphant grin. What? The third-generation ancestor is still among the living? Lin Patian was stunned. As a supreme household, the Yin clan had once basked in glory. Its third-generation ancestor, Lin Lan, was hailed in those days as a paragon of strength across generations. His cultivation had once reached the fearsome threshold of the quasi-emperor, overwhelming all in his era, though he gradually faded into the annals of history. What the world did not know was that he had never truly died. Sustained by remnants of an immortality elixir's root, he had lingered on in the Yin clan's ancestral shrine in a state of prolonged subsistence. Recently, he at last achieved a momentous breakthrough. Using those remnants of the elixir as a medium, he was reborn into a second life. His cultivation soared further, reaching the half-step supreme realm. In this age, great emperors did not emerge supremes, and quasi-emperors lay dormant. An elder at half-step supreme is akin to breaking the combat ceiling. That is the source of Lin Kuan's audacity to disregard the Su family and to assert that the world contains more imperial houses than the Su alone. This time we shall not only rescue Yinner and reclaim the dignity trampled from you, but proclaim to the world that the Yin clan will rise across the heavens and revive the glory of ancient times. Lin Kuan's expression was elated. Beside him, Lin Potion's heart also surged. Only exhilaration could describe his feelings. He sneered, the Su family's yellow-haired brat. The humiliation you heaped upon me, the insult you inflicted upon Yinner. 3 days hence, I shall return them both upon you. 30 years east, 30 years west. Do not mock the poor youth. Meanwhile, elsewhere, as time passed, news in the ancient imperial city spread rapidly. Among the tidings, those about Su Chen were most frequent. A double pupil has been born. The double pupil is from the imperial Su family, their imperial scion. Such whispers never ceased stirring all beings. People brimmed with curiosity about this era's double pupil. When a double pupil rends the heavens, it has been invincible since ancient times, never tasting defeat. Among the supreme prodigies and aberrant geniuses, eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. They brimmed with confidence, yearning to measure themselves against the fabled double pupil. Some ancient oddities murmured quietly, a double pupil with imperial blood flowing within. How supremely powerful might that become? With the 3,000 immortal realms soon to open, 1,000 vessels racing and endless prodigies converging, who will ultimately reign supreme? I await the answer. Immediately, many young prodigies hurried toward the ancient imperial city, eager to behold the fabled double. What double pupil, what imperial blood? In this age, my Taiga divine mountain is destined to press your Su family so low they cannot lift their heads. From Taiga divine mountain, a supreme being sneered, then spread vast wings and, transforming into a vast azure rock, sped toward the ancient imperial city. The double pupil, intriguing. Such a prodigious aberration must have fate with our Buddhist order. Let me guide him to the right path. From the Western Buddhist Terra, a solemn Dharma disciple mounted a cerulean lotus and flew toward the ancient imperial city. Scenes like these multiplied. As word of the double pupil spread, myriad races trembled. The ancient imperial city became a convergence of tempestuous events, and countless formidable prodigies swarmed toward it. Even prodigies from other realms, upon hearing the news, rushed to the ancient imperial city to witness the legendary double pupil's aura. Yet at this center of storm and convergence, Su Chen remained remarkably calm. After successfully breaking through, he paused briefly and then went straight to the dungeon beneath the city lord's manor. In the dark, damp dungeon there lay Lin Yin, who had been buoyant by day with lofty pronouncements about fortunes turning, now lay like a dead dog on the floor, emitting pained howls from time to time. Not only had his cultivation been ruined, but his bones and meridians were shattered by a single palm of Su Chen. Now upon seeing Su Chen approach, he became suddenly agitated, his pupils dilating as he writhed and roared without cease. Su family's imperial scion, may you not die a good death. I will kill you. I will make the Su family bleed a river. Lin Yin raved as if mad, a beast seeking whom to devour. The weak must bear the posture of the weak. You roar and bare your teeth before the strong. Do you truly think I am lenient? Su Chen's brow knitted, a glint flashed in his eyes as he casually unleashed a divine radiance that silenced Lin Yin and severed all 4 of his limbs. Lin Yin writhed in unbearable agony, but his mouth muffled could not even cry out. Su Chen was, if not for extracting every last ounce of the other's remaining value, he would have smashed him with a single killing blow. Watching from behind, Su Jiao could not help but feel a measure of satisfaction. He had once worried that the imperial scion lacked ruthlessness and could not utterly annihilate his foes. Now he saw such concerns were manifestly needless. The imperial scion was clearly not one to show mercy. Imperial scion, the tasks you assigned are complete. All the strange flames on this brat have been fully extracted. At that moment, an old soldier stepped forward and handed Su Chen 4 earthen jars and a storage ring, whose seal had already been broken. Su Chen stowed away 4 earthen jars and the spatial ring retrieved from Lin Yan's hand. Beside him, Lin Yan watched in utter fury, his eyes blazing with helpless rage. These had all been his possessions, the fruits of his blood and toil. Especially those 4 heavenly flames, apart from the one granted as a system reward, the remaining 3 had each cost him near fatal peril and immense sacrifice. And now, seized, effortlessly stripped bare, transformed into another's triumph. A choked whimper escaped Lin Yan's sealed lips. Though he thrashed wildly, his severed limbs rendered him utterly powerless. He could only watch, paralyzed, not even capable of futile raging despair. Humph, I'll let you live 2 more days, then send you on your final journey. Su Chen secured all items, then turned toward Lin Yan before departing, his smile cold predatory. He re-entered the secret chamber without delay. First he retrieved Lin Yan's spatial ring and glanced inside. Humph, nothing but trash. Su Chen felt a flicker of disinterest. Were not so-called destined protagonists meant to be blessed with endless fortunes, even stumbling upon treasures while walking down a street? Then why was this one so impoverished? Truth be told, such disdain came naturally to Su Chen as the imperial scion of the D clan. His starting point towered far above mortal reckoning. Quasi-emperor legacies and supreme sovereign cultivation arts lay freely within the Su family's treasuries, available for his selection at will. Meanwhile, these destined protagonists remained in their infancy, still cultivating their foundations. To them, even artifacts of nirvana or great sage rank were already priceless rarities, let alone quasi-emperor inheritances or sovereign-level scriptures. Status shapes perspective. What Su Chen dismissed as refuse was to others a treasure beyond imagination. Suddenly something within Lin Yan's spatial ring caught Su Chen's attention, a deep gray seal. Intricate dragon motifs coiled across its surface. Now this is intriguing. As he lifted it, Su Chen sensed, faint yet unmistakable, the aura of a sovereign. A sharp hiss escaped his lips. The moment he channeled a thread of spiritual energy into the seal, a terrifying suction surged forth, voraciously draining his inner reserves. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not release it. An instinct whispered that once saturated with his energy, the dragon seal would undergo a profound transformation. Indeed, as his energy flowed in, the seal's dull gray hue began shimmering with flecks of gold, growing brighter, fiercer, until its radiance bathed the entire chamber in molten light. Then, countless arcane glyphs erupted from its surface, neither known script nor Taoist sigils, alien and primordial in form. These are the characters of the Forbidden Age. Su Chen's breath caught. He recognized them instantly, and within moments their meaning unfolded clearly in his mind. After a swift perusal, Su Chen drew a deep breath, a rare spark of delight lighting his eyes. A true treasure, found. Within this dragon seal lay no mere artifact, but something far more profound. It contained the cultivation insights of a sovereign-level master from the Forbidden Age, specifically on the Sea of Suffering realm, and astonishingly a theoretical path to shatter its ultimate boundary. Of immense rarity, Lin Yin had acquired the seal by chance from a roadside stall. He'd activated it once, but unable to decipher the archaic script, abandoned it. Now fortune had delivered it, untouched, into Su Chen's hands. Now it belonged solely to him. A cursory reading revealed the sovereign's central thesis: the Sea of Suffering was the most pivotal great realm on the Tao path, its mastery even determining one's potential to ascend as an emperor. Within its 9 subrealms, each breakthrough forged a single Tao fruit body. Yet the sovereign theorized that, if sufficient primordial essence were harnessed to forge a 10th Tao fruit body, that very body could serve as the catalyst to transcend the realm's absolute limit. The theory sounded deceptively simple, yet execution bordered on impossibility. Even the sovereign himself, though he conceived the method, never achieved it. 9 represented the zenith of existence. To forge a 10th Tao fruit body demanded primordial essence beyond comprehension, vast, inexhaustible, and unimaginably dense. Moreover, the sea of suffering itself must be vast enough and unbreakably resilient, else it would collapse beneath the weight of that 10th body. Countless further constraints accompanied the process, each more daunting than the last. Chen exhaled slowly, a quiet thrill warming his expression. An unexpected boon. The sea of suffering held unparalleled significance. To break its boundary would yield rewards beyond measure, transcending even the wildest dreams of mortals. Until now, Chen had wrestled endlessly in his mind for a method to surpass that limit, yet found no path. But after absorbing the Forbidden Age Sovereign's revelations, a nascent, unrefined idea had begun to coalesce in his consciousness. Truly, this insight into the sea of suffering was invaluable. It's worth rivaling that of an emperor's legacy itself. He carefully stored the dragon seal away. As for the rest of Lin Yan's hoard, he didn't spare it a second glance. Next, he retrieved the 4 earthen jars sealing Lin Yan's heavenly flames. With a crisp crack, he shattered them all at once. Instantly, the 4 flames blazed free, heat surging violently, threatening to incinerate the chamber's very air. Only the protective formation Chen had laid earlier prevented total annihilation. Had the formation not been in place, the chamber would have melted into slag the moment those flames ignited. According to the original novel, the sole key to unlocking the fragmented emperor's legacy, hidden within the ancient emperor city, lies in a heavenly flame as conduit. And the flame's quality must be exceptional, at minimum ranked among the top 10 on the heavenly flame list. A faint knowing smile curved Chen's lips. In the original narrative, Lin Yan, the so-called destined protagonist, did not access that fragmented emperor's legacy until mid-plot. Chen possessed neither patience nor inclination to wait, or to hunt for flames himself. For before him, the perfect solution already existed. With a subtle gesture, the 4 hovering flames converged obediently toward his outstretched palm. Fuse. His voice was calm, commanding, yet his spiritual power surged raw and overwhelming, forcing the 4 flames into violent union. The highest strength among them, the 14th flame, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, was still insufficient alone, but fused into a single unprecedented entity. That would suffice perfectly. This method echoed Lin Yan's own heavenly flame lotus technique, yet diverged sharply in philosophy. Chen ignored elemental incompatibilities entirely. He imposed fusion through sheer unyielding force, a method perilous beyond reckoning. Such reckless amalgamation risked catastrophic destabilization, causing the flames to implode the moment they joined. Yet Chen remained utterly unconcerned. To him, heavenly flames were but trivial tools, mere footnotes on the path to true strength. Ultimate power resided solely within the self. In a sealed chamber of the city lord's mansion within Gudi's city, blistering heat thickened the air as 4 exotic fires braided and intertwined before Chen's eyes. Born from the fabric of heaven and earth, exotic fires are savage by nature, harboring a terrifying power, virtually impossible to meld together spontaneously. Yet nothing is absolute. Under Chen's forceful suppression, the 4 disparate flames began to slowly merge, evolving into the embryo of an entirely new exotic fire. The collision of such feral energies revealed that these 4 fires were not top-ranked on the exotic fire roster. Otherwise, Chen could never have compelled them to fuse with his present might. Congeal. Chen barked. A dense current of primal power surged from the golden sea of bitterness, its swell whispering like crashing waves. The 4 distinct flames accelerated their fusion. They resisted one another and erupted with a fearsome barrage. The nascent exotic fire, which had only begun to take shape, now wavered on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Chen's strength was sufficient. Ceaseless primal energy flowed from the golden sea of bitterness. Even the 3 golden little figures representing Chen's Daoguo leapt forth to assist in suppression. Gradually, the raging energies began to quiet. Space trembled with a deep hum. The barely formed new exotic fire crystallized utterly in that moment. A black new exotic flame materialized before Chen. It radiated searing heat that seemed capable of burning the void, yet where it passed, it left trails of black frost, unnaturally cold. Its form shifted endlessly, phantasmal silhouettes of myriad beasts flickering across it, marvelously uncanny. Chen exhaled in relief. At last it had been born. He drew a long breath and carefully sealed the new exotic fire into a prepared vessel. Only when the seal was complete did he relax. Though astonishingly potent and inheriting the strengths of the 4 progenitor fires, the new flame remained violently unstable, on the brink of collapse at any moment. Using it in battle was impossible. The slightest disturbance would shatter its balance and cause it to detonate. Before it could slay an enemy, Chen himself would likely be blown to pieces. Yet this was sufficient. For Chen, the exotic fire served merely as a key. Once the fragmented Great Emperor inheritance had been opened, the fire would hold no further value to him. With that in mind, Chen wasted no time. He sent a divine sense summons to call Su Jiao. The site of the fragmented Great Emperor inheritance was not wholly safe, saint-level beasts guarded it. Su Jiao's figure appeared instantly behind Su Chen, asking nothing and steadfastly trailing his side. In Su Jiao's view, whatever the imperial scion planned required no questions. His duty was simply to follow resolutely and be the spear in his hand. Su Chen strode ahead with Su Jiao in tow through Gudi City. Moments later they stood before a somber height. The tower rose 10,000 meters, its apex piercing the clouds and vanishing from sight, exuding an oppressive heat. Before it, one felt less like facing a tower than confronting an ancient colossus of flame. The tower was called Nyepan Tower. It shared the same origin as Gudi City and had endured countless epochs. Its origins were unknown. What was certain was that cultivation within condensed power honed the soul and accelerated healing, miraculous effects. Cultivators frequented it endlessly. Anyone could enter by paying 100 spirit stones. But at this moment Nyepan Tower was empty. Su Chen had sent summons ahead and instructed Zhou Ming to... This is it. Su Chen smiled and stepped forward to push open the great door. Su Jiao followed closely. From outside, Nyepan Tower soared 10,000 meters, yet inside it contained only 13 tiers. The higher the tier, the stronger the effects. But Su Chen did not head to the summit. He walked to the end of the first tier where a hidden door stood sealed by a great saint-level array. With Su Jiao present, the seal posed no real challenge. Su Jiao thrust out a palm and broke the array. A dark passage opened before them. Su Chen led. The corridor stretched interminably, almost frightening in its length. Even with Su Jiao at half-step quasi-emperor level guiding him, it took them half an hour to reach the end. Emerging from the passage, a field of searing magma unfolded before them. The very air quivered with heat. The magma was dreadful. Temperatures so extreme that even ordinary great power cultivators would be incinerated to ash within moments. More terrifying still, upon the magma crouched a fiery Qilin beast, its presence radiating strands of saintly majesty. Noticing Su Chen and Su Jiao, the flame Qilin jolted awake, its cold golden pupils fixed on them as a low menacing roar issued from its throat. This is it. Ignoring the Qilin's roars, Su Chen scanned the surroundings and smiled. He nodded slightly to Su Jiao. Su Jiao understood at once and burst forward with a laugh. Imperial Scion, in my view this beast would make a fitting mount for your highness. Though not a pure-blood Qilin, its Qilin lineage ran deep. Even among heavenly-grade beasts, it was top-tier, its strength formidable. The Qilin reared and bellowed as Su Jiao charged. In the next instant, the aura of a half-step quasi-emperor flared. Su Jiao unleashed a punch, and myriad great Tao runes manifested, coalescing into a colossal earth-shattering seal that slammed down upon the Qilin. In a heartbeat, the Qilin was hurled backward, smashing into a rock wall. Its hide split with fissures, and Qilin blood streamed from the wounds. Below the quasi-emperor, all are ants. This was no idle boast. A saint-level Qilin beast. A mere plaything. Beast die. With the strike landed, Su Jiao snarled and gestured. A black gauntlet formed and bound the Qilin. He quickly condensed a black seed and implanted it into the beast. The seed was called Tiannu Yin, Tiannu Seal. Once sown, the creature would be enslaved for eternity. The Qilin convulsed, fighting to break free and even attempting self-detonation. As a top heavenly-grade ferocious beast, it harbored fierce pride. Better to explode than endure enslavement. Yet in the hands of half-step quasi-emperor Su Jiao, self-destruction was but a wish. Despite its struggles, it could only watch helplessly as the Tiannu Yin was embedded. In the next instant, the seal activated. The Qilin fell completely under control and could no longer resist. The terror of the Tiannu Yin lay in its power not only to dominate the body, but to seize heart and mind. Your Highness, the fire Qilin beast would make an excellent mount. After successfully subduing the fire Qilin, Su Jiao returned with a smile to Su Chen's side and handed over the master seal of the celestial slave mark. Excellent. A faint smile curved Su Chen's lips as he nodded in satisfaction, took the master seal from Su Jiao's hand, merged it into his body, then vaulted gracefully onto the fire Qilin's back. A mount of saint-level cultivation was exceedingly rare. Even across the Nine Heavens realm, few possessed one. And this fire Qilin, with its astonishingly pure bloodline, could readily contend with peerless geniuses and monstrous prodigies of equal cultivation rank. Roar! The fire Qilin let out a deep, resonant roar, and under Su Chen's command plunged headlong toward the molten lava below. Seeing this, Su Jiao immediately followed. Splash! Molten lava erupted in all directions, but under Su Jiao's protection, even this searing magma capable of incinerating sovereignty experts could not so much as approach Su Chen's body. Su Chen sat upright upon the fire Qilin, advancing steadily until he reached the very bottom of the magma sea, where before him loomed an ancient, enigmatic bronze gate. Though modest in size, the gate exuded a faint yet unmistakable trace of Emperor Tao aura, an imperceptible tremor that sent chills down one's spine. Carved across its surface were myriad phantom silhouettes of 10,000 life forms. Above them soared a true phoenix, its passage marked by swirling torrents of flame. We have arrived. The site of the fragmented emperor inheritance. At the sight of the massive bronze gate, Su Chen's eyes flickered subtly as he withdrew from his robes a sealed clay jar containing a heteromorphic flame. Crack! With a gentle press, the jar shattered, and there suspended in midair blazed a newly forged heteromorphic flame born of Su Chen's own refinement. Break open. Su Chen thrust his palm forward, launching the heteromorphic flame directly at the mysterious ancient bronze gate. Boom! The black heteromorphic flame struck the gate and instantly unleashed a terrifying ripple of energy. Then, after untold eons of stillness, the bronze gate began to tremble, slowly parting to reveal the narrowest sliver of an opening. HSSSS. As the gate swung fully open, a primordial savage aura surged forth, ancient beyond reckoning, evoking the raw, untamed essence of the age of chaos itself. Simultaneously, a swirling vortex of obsidian-black spatial energy materialized behind the gate. Go! Su Chen commanded sharply, spurring the fire Qilin forward as he charged into the vortex. Su Jiu followed without hesitation. As both stepped into the vortex, the void shimmered. Reality blurred, dissolved, and recoalesced. When clarity returned, they stood upon a desolate, barren wasteland. All around lay colossal carcasses, each no smaller than 10,000 meters, radiating an awe-inspiring, bone-chilling presence. At the horizon's edge stood a solitary ancient altar, its surface a deep, blood-red hue as though drenched in primordial ichor, pulsing with an ageless, solemn aura. Before the altar stretched a vast plaza flanked on both sides by towering azure stone pillars. Upon each summit burned a uniquely shaped heteromorphic flame, flickering with majestic sovereign power. Su Chen rode the fire Qilin onto the plaza. Your Highness, this heteromorphic flame plaza appears to be an exceedingly ancient inheritance system. Su Jiu spoke, mildly surprised. Su Chen merely nodded, indifferent. Indeed, the plaza embodied a formidable quasi-emperor-level inheritance. According to the original chronicle, Lin Yan, the predestined protagonist, had reached a cultivation bottleneck midway through the story, his early breakthroughs having relied excessively on pills. It was precisely this heteromorphic flame plaza that shattered his stagnation, propelling him to the quasi-emperor realm. Yet for Su Chen, the plaza held no utility whatsoever. His foundation was peerless, his talent extraordinary. No bottleneck could ever impede him. Still, while it served no purpose for him, it remained profoundly beneficial for Su Jiu. In the Forbidden Era, Su Jiu had served as a personal elite guard to an emperor himself, marching alongside him across countless realms, suppressing alien domains, pacifying forbidden zones, and quelling darkness-born chaos. He had waged uncountable battles, leaving his body riddled with hidden injuries, ultimately halting his progress at the threshold of quasi-emperor cultivation. Indeed, Su Jiu's talent was exceptional. Even amid the Forbidden Era's constellation of sovereign monarchs, he ranked among the most supreme prodigies. He had once contested the emperor throne itself upon the starry ancient road, clashing with geniuses from myriad worlds, until he was ultimately subdued by Su Tianqing and pledged his loyalty. Recalling this, Su Chen said, Su Jiu, the heteromorphic flame plaza holds immense value for you. It can heal your latent injuries and propel you past the quasi-emperor threshold. Su Jiu paused, stunned. Then a surge of unrestrained elation lit his face. As a former apex genius, how could he possibly accept standing still? Moments later, he dropped to his knees behind Su Chen's retreating figure. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Chen merely nodded, unconcerned, and strode calmly toward the altar at the plaza's far end. Su Jiu settled cross-legged at the center of the heteromorphic flame plaza and began absorbing its radiant power. Like Su Chen, he did not seek to inherit the plaza's legacy. He sought only its raw energy to mend his inner wounds and transcend his cultivation barrier. Su Chen glanced once at Su Jiu, assured all was well, then ascended the altar's summit where a simple stone platform awaited. Upon it rested 2 treasure boxes. Su Chen stepped forward swiftly and lifted them. Opening the first revealed a pill the size of a dragon's eye, its color a muted ochre. At first glance it appeared utterly mundane, so unremarkable that most passers-by would mistake it for nothing more than a lump of dried clay. Yet Su Chen knew otherwise. This pill was anything but ordinary. Its origin was staggering, a symbiotic counterpart to the legendary ninefold immortal pill. The ninefold immortal pill was a divine elixir capable of extending a sovereign-level emperor's peak reign by an entire lifetime, a relic so rare that fewer than a handful existed across all recorded history. Though its symbiotic counterpart lacked the ninefold pill's transcendent effect, its internal potency remained terrifying. Even sovereign-tier cultivators would find it immensely beneficial. With this pill, the primordial essence required to forge my 10th self-suffering Dao fruit body is now more than sufficient. A subtle smile curled Su Chen's lips as he murmured softly. Forging the 10th self-suffering Dao fruit body demanded an astronomical amount of primordial essence, so vast that even the sovereign who originally devised the technique had failed to complete it. Now, with this symbiotic pill of the ninefold immortal pill, Su Chen no longer needed to fear exhausting his primordial essence. He could forge the 10th Sief-suffering Tao fruit body without restraint, and shatter the ultimate limit of the Sief-suffering realm. Truly befitting an emperor-level legacy. Even in its incomplete state, it conceals peerless elixirs, such as the companion pills to the 9-turn immortal pill. Murmuring softly, Chen could not help but allow a faint smile to curve his lips. He found himself filled with anticipation for the contents of the second treasure box. After stowing the companion pill to the 9-turn immortal pill, Chen reached up and opened the second box on the platform. With a soft click, the lid sprang open. A palm-sized crimson scroll lay before him. The scroll was extraordinary, emanating a faint living vitality. Though that vitality was tenuous, it possessed remarkable tenacity. As the box was opened, the life force surged forth, and in midair coalesced into a crimson Jinfeng that danced gracefully through the sky. Could this be? Chen gasped, his mind racing back to the carvings on the bronze gate, and the living image now issuing from the scroll. He had already formed a vague conjecture as to the nature of the scroll. Without hesitation, he took it up and unfurled it. 8 dense lines of ancient bone script revealed themselves. Those characters seemed imbued with their own consciousness. The moment they were exposed, they shot skyward, evolving and intertwining in the void until they formed a single fired egg that plunged into Chen's mind. Chen felt his sea of consciousness swell and his vision grow hazy. In that instant, he was transported to a primeval age, inhabiting the body of a Jinfeng, mastering the power of nirvana, perched upon Jinmu and free beneath the 9 heavens. After a moment, the trance ebbed, and Chen came back to himself, slowly opening his eyes with a soft exhalation. As I suspected, the scroll indeed records the Jinfeng sacred art. A thrill of joy swelled in his chest. The Jinfeng, also called the Phoenix, ranks alongside the true dragon as one of the 10 dread beasts, the progenitor of all birds, and among the most formidable beings in existence. The Jinfeng sacred art is the Phoenix's primordial divine technique, a true forbidden treasure art whose power is inscrutable. Regrettably, the inscription on this scroll appeared to be incomplete. One must understand that the Phoenix, as a tendreed being, commands the power of nirvana. Even if its true spirit is scattered, it may be reborn through nirvana and return stronger than before. Moreover, it possesses overwhelming offensive might, capable of subduing myriad creatures. Yet of the Jinfeng sacred art Chen inherited, only the portion concerning the power of nirvana remained. The corresponding methods of assault were absent. Fortunately, the scroll's record contained coordinates to another portion of the Jinfeng sacred art, offering hope of completion. The sole regret was that those coordinates lay within Sanxian Xinjia. Sanxian Xinjia has not yet officially opened. He exhaled once more and told himself that although the art was incomplete, it was still a boon. At the very least, the nirvana section was intact. Speaking thus, Chen produced a holy grade divine sword. After a moment's thought, he drove the blade into his own thigh. A sharp sound and a spray of golden sacred blood followed. Pain flared fiercely, yet Chen's face remained composed. In the next instant, he decisively unleashed the Jinfeng sacred art. As the technique activated, a mysterious current of nirvana power manifested over the wound. In the blink of an eye, the cut closed and healed, leaving not even a scar. Impressive indeed. Nirvana's power is rightly called the most enigmatic force in the world. Even a preliminary mastery grants astonishing healing. To fully command, it would mean true imperishability. Even were one's true spirit extinguished, rebirth through nirvana would not be mere talk. In addition to its potent restorative power, nirvana enables transformation, to be reborn through fire. Murmuring to himself, Chen nodded in satisfied approval. Undeniably, he had acquired yet another supreme, forbidden method. At that very moment, a low, resonant roar echoed out. The sound issued from Yihua Guangchang. Turning his head, Chen saw Su Jiu seated upon the plaza, shrouded in a mass of ashen crimson flame that licked at him, while streams of secret power suffused with nirvana energy flowed into his body. Having just acquired the incomplete Jinfeng sacred art, Chen recognized at a glance that the fire enveloping Su Jiu contained fragments of the Jinfeng's primordial divine flame. Though only a small cluster, the nirvana power contained within was astonishingly intense. As the nirvana energy entered Su Jiu's once hunched frame, straightened, his aged face smoothed and grew youthful, and his previously graying hair regained its luster. At the same time, an utterly terrifying aura erupted from him, the might of a quasi-emperor. By talent alone, Su Jiu had long been capable of approaching the quasi-emperor threshold. It had been the dark wounds within his body that had held him back. Now, with those wounds burned away and the accumulation of countless years behind him, Su Jiu leapt from half-step quasi-emperor into the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, his stores of cultivation across innumerable epochs were vast indeed. Upon breaking into the quasi-emperor domain, his advancement did not cease, but pressed onward. Quasi-emperor, first stratum, second stratum, third stratum, onward until at last the 7th stratum was reached. Only then did the aura around Su Jiu gradually settle. Thank you, Imperial Prince, he said, his tone filled with reverence. When had this happened? The breakthrough complete, Su Jiao had come to stand behind Su Chen, his countenance respectful. The heroic young guise he had displayed moments earlier now reverted to that of an elder. Excellent, Su Chen thought with satisfaction. To shatter 7 minor thresholds at once and achieve the 7th stratum of the quasi-emperor, admirable. The 300 veterans led by Su Jiao were truly a force belonging solely to him. No matter what he commanded or requested, they would not refuse. You must all thank the Imperial Prince even more. Had it not been for that fragment of the Zhenfang's primordial flame burning away the dark wounds within me, I would have remained trapped at the half-step quasi-emperor for life. Su Jiao exclaimed, newfound talkativeness marking his transformed demeanor. Su Chen only smiled. With such a quasi-emperor of the 7th stratum as a guardian, and so long as he himself did not recklessly venture into forbidden regions, there were few in Zhutianjie capable of opposing him. Next, it would be merely a matter of waiting for Lin Patian to bring his people to the door. Su Chen mused, a glint of keen anticipation in his eyes. He looked forward to the expression on Lin Patian's face when, arriving to rescue Lin Yin, he beheld the presence of Su Jiao, a quasi-emperor of the 7th stratum. On the other side, in the border town where the Yin clan resides. Since ancient times, the Yin clan has gradually fallen into decline, with each generation of youth becoming weaker than the last. The once bustling scene has become desolate, and the formerly friendly family powers have gradually grown distant, with even the other 7 clans of the ancient 8 clans beginning to disregard them, and some even proposing to expel the Yin clan from the ancient 8 clans. If it weren't for the presence of 3 ancestors, the Yin clan would likely have already been removed from the ancient 8 clans. Yet today, the fallen Yin clan has become lively once more. Great battleships emerged from the void, filled with black-armored soldiers wielding long spears. Any one of these soldiers, if taken at random, could be considered a top powerhouse in this border town. The townsfolk were left wide-eyed at this scene, their faces filled with disbelief. They could hardly imagine that the Yin clan, once in decline, in their eyes possessed such powerful energy. At this moment, the family powers that had previously been enemies of the Yin clan were all trembling in fear. Meanwhile, in a certain conference hall within the Yin clan, all the clan leaders of the ancient 8 clans had rarely gathered together in one place. Lin Patian, you have used the supreme order to summon us all here. What is it for? Is it because your Yin clan is truly failing, on the verge of collapse? The leader of the Feng clan, Feng Wuji, said with a cold snort. The other 6 clans also displayed amused smiles upon witnessing this. The supreme order of the ancient 8 clans is divided into 8 pieces, each held by the respective clan leader, and can only be used in crucial moments. My son Lin Yin has been imprisoned by the genius of the Su clan of the imperial family. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to seek your assistance in rescuing my son. Lin Patian spoke directly. The individuals present, whether in cultivation or seniority, were all significantly above him. Had this been any other time, he would have felt a wave of trepidation, but at this moment he was remarkably calm. This was all because the ancient ancestors of the Yin clan were still alive, and they had reached the strength of half a supreme, possessing the power to look down upon others. Do you even hear what you are saying? Asking us to help you rescue your son from the Su clan. How could you utter such words? The leader of the Lei clan, Lei Yun, sneered, his face filled with disdain. He had heard of the events in the ancient emperor. Your son Lin Patian provoked someone he shouldn't have, was beaten to a pulp, and now you want us to join you in fighting against the Su clan. Are you dreaming? After saying this, Lei Yun coldly stood up, preparing to leave. Sorry, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. The leader of the Yu clan also smiled as he prepared to leave, followed closely by the others. Everyone present, being a clan leader, is no fool. To oppose the imperial Su clan for the sake of a Yin clan that has already fallen. Don't be ridiculous, that's simply impossible. Lin Patian watched the departing individuals with a calm expression, not showing any signs of anxiety, instead revealing a hint of a smile as he picked up the tea on the table and began to drink. Everyone, are you really in such a hurry to leave after coming to visit my Yin clan? Just then the door of the conference hall suddenly closed on its own, and a light laughter echoed. Immediately after, 3 figures appeared out of thin air before everyone. They were Lin Kuan and the others. It's you. The clan leaders of the 7 clans were all taken aback at the sudden appearance of the 3. However, they quickly regained their composure. I wondered who it was. I didn't expect it to be you 3 old monsters. It's surprising that you haven't died after all these years. However, I have to say you 3 old monsters are quite patient. With you 3 plus Lin Patian, there are a total of 4 saints, which counts as a formidable force, yet you are willing to stay in this border area? Feng Wuji said with a mocking expression, clearly not taking the 3 seriously. The others, although initially surprised, soon returned to their indifferent expressions. Then they turned to continue preparing to leave. Oomph. Just then a cold snort suddenly echoed. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated in the ears of everyone like a thunderclap. Immediately afterward, a faint pressure of supreme might descended upon the crowd. Beneath the supreme, all are ants. This phrase is not merely for show. In the next moment, all 7 clan leaders of the ancient clans simultaneously shook, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, their faces filled with terror. This is the pressure of the supreme. Who is it? Just as everyone was in shock, the previously closed door of the conference hall suddenly opened. An old man appeared silently before everyone. This old man wore a red robe, had white hair, and his face was lined with wrinkles. Strangely, despite his aged appearance, his vitality was remarkably vigorous, akin to that of a youth. This was undeniably the third-generation ancestor of the Yin clan, Lin Lan. You are Lin Lan. Someone recognized Lin Lan's identity and couldn't help but exclaim. Weren't you supposed to be dead? How? The crowd looked at Lin Lan with uncertainty, their eyes wide, as if fearing they had misjudged him. He dead? My life is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. As long as I wish to live, who in this world can make me die? Lin Lan said domineeringly. The crowd fell into a moment of silence. Everyone, today, I shall speak frankly. The ancient 8 clans were originally one body, united as one. Today I wish to gather the strength of the 8 clans to rescue my Yin clan's Qilin child. Who is in favor? Who is against? After speaking, Lin Lan suddenly leaned forward, glaring intensely at everyone. The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned heavy. After a moment, Feng Wuji was the first to break the silence, saying, My Feng clan can take action, but the Su clan is an imperial family after all, even if we unite the strength of our 8 clans. The imperial family, those 2 words carry too much weight. However, before he could finish, he was directly interrupted by Lin Lan. What if the Su clan is an imperial family? The era of taboos has already passed. The great emperor of the Su clan has long since fallen. Now that I am a supreme, why should I fear the imperial family? Lin Lan's face was filled with dominion, and he spoke these words with great momentum. Moreover, this 9 heavens realm is not solely the domain of the Su clan. There are still those who can stand against them. I have already reached an agreement with the ancient divine mountain to form an alliance. This time, we 8 clans only need to eliminate the young boy of the Su clan with the heavy pupils. As for the others of the Su clan, the people of the ancient divine mountain will take action to obstruct them. At this point, Lin Lan's gaze turned towards everyone. I am willing to join. I will join too. After a short, while under Lin Lan's pressure, all the members of the 7 clans chose to agree. Lin Potion, watching this scene, couldn't help but reveal a restrained smile. Su clan's young one. How you once insulted me and Yenner. Tomorrow I will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The Su clan. The imperial family. What? Within the ancient emperor city, Su Chen, dressed in white, rode calmly atop a fire Qilin beast, with Su Jiu silently following behind as they exited the Nirvana Tower together. This time his gains were nothing short of abundant. The 9-turn immortal pill accompanied the birth of elixirs along with the incomplete True Phoenix treasure technique, and Su Jiu had also stepped into the realm of the 7th layer of Quasi-Emperor. First, let's head to the Trial Divine Steel to check in. They had spent quite some time in the Nirvana Tower, and tomorrow was the day to harvest chives. Before that, Su Chun decided to complete the system's check-in first. The Trial Divine Steel was located at the very center of the ancient Emperor city. Su Chen sat upright on the Fire Qilin beast and headed straight there. The Fire Qilin, being a saint-level heavenly beast, was imbued with a rich Qilin bloodline. Along the way, everyone couldn't help but cast curious glances. What a handsome young man. What breed is the mount beneath him? It seems somewhat similar to the legendary Qilin. To possess such a mount, this young man's background must be astonishing. The crowd stared at the Fire Qilin beast, unable to contain their chatter. As for some young women, they gazed at Su Chen's back, wearing infatuated expressions. Handsome in appearance, with a powerful background, and possessing an extraordinary talent. Who wouldn't like such a young man? Although he was a bit younger, the idea of nurturing a partner along the way was even more exciting. Wait, look at the pupils of this young man. It's him, the one with double pupils. Holy crap, it really is double pupils. No wonder he can possess such a powerful beast as a mount. Someone suddenly recognized Su Chen's identity, unable to contain a gasp. There was no helping it, the halo above his head was simply too dazzling. A double pupil user. A prodigy of the imperial clan Su family, with imperial blood flowing within. Each of these identities alone would make him stand out as unique. Yet at this moment, both identities were gathered in one person. One could only say that Su Chen couldn't keep a low profile, even if he wanted to. Of course, what the crowd did not yet know was that aside from double pupils and imperial blood, Su Chen also possessed supreme bone and an innate holy body Tao fetus. If this news were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the 9 heavens realm. Even those slumbering taboo beings would awaken because of it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor and soon arrived at the location of the Trial Divine Steel. As a medium for entering the 3,000 immortal realms, there were a total of 3,000 Trial Divine Steel scattered throughout the 9 heavens realm. As long as one leaves their name on any of the Trial Divine Steely, they would gain the qualification to enter the 3,000 immortal realms. Each Trial Divine Steel could inscribe the names of up to 10,000 individuals. When Su Chen arrived, many people had already gathered around the Trial Divine Steely, all attempting to leave their. Su Chen ignored the crowd and looked up only to see a massive stone steel towering among the people. The steel stood 10,000 meters tall, entirely black, and was covered in various marks from being hacked and slashed, giving it an ancient and mysterious appearance. Upon the surface of this stele, countless names were intricately carved. Chen glanced briefly and saw that the top spot was held by a prodigy named Yumingzi. He hailed from the underworld and was a being born from a corpse that gave rise to a true spirit possessing the unparalleled underworld body, which ranked among the top 300 in the 3,000 Dao physiques. Truly astonishing. Moreover, according to rumors, the corpse from which Yumingzi's true spirit was born had an incredible origin. It belonged to a supreme figure from the taboo era who once shone brightly in the imperial path struggle, even having fought against the young war emperor Su Tianqing. Although ultimately defeated, his spirit did not perish. He was reborn from the corpse in this era, seeking to once again tread the imperial path and compete. Look, the True Moon Fairy from the True Moon sect has arrived. Suddenly a gasp erupted from the crowd, and they saw a young girl arriving on a flying sword, her face covered by a layer of white gauze. Though her true appearance was obscured, her graceful figure and aura were enough to indicate her stunning beauty. It really is the True Moon Fairy. I didn't expect her to come too. It is said that the True Moon Fairy is the most outstanding individual of this generation in the True Moon sect, possessing a heavenly fragrance body and an innate sword heart that is exceptionally clear. At a young age, she has already reached the pinnacle of the Bittersea realm, and now that I see her, she truly is remarkable. Aside from her strength, the True Moon Fairy's beauty is simply unparalleled, ranking among the top 20 on the absolute beauty list. Someone spoke with an expression of infatuation. Chen couldn't help but feel slightly astonished. In the Nine Heavens realm, there was an ancient entity known as the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, whose origins were unknown. It was known that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion existed even in the taboo era, with its influence spread throughout the Nine Heavens realm, and even their presence was felt in other worlds. Yet this ancient force had always remained very low-key, rarely engaging in conflicts with others. The absolute beauty list mentioned by the crowd was a ranking issued by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion based on the beauty of female cultivators, recording a total of 100 female cultivators, thus holding significant authority. The True Moon Fairy's ability to rank among the top 20 on the absolute beauty list illustrates just how extraordinary her beauty is. Of course, aside from the absolute beauty list, there are various other rankings. The Prodigy list, the Combat Power list. Among them, the Prodigy list is a ranking established for the young generation of prodigies. The Combat Power list, on the other hand, is classified based on realms of combat strength divided into 13 sublists corresponding from Blood Condensation Realm to Supreme Realm. It is worth mentioning that with the exposure of Chen's identity as a double pupil user, he has also ascended the Prodigy list, ranking at the 10th position. The individuals ranked before him were almost all ancient prodigies who had claimed victory multiple times in the struggles of the 3,000 immortal realms. Among them were those who held the titles of 3 Crown and 5 Crown Kings. Just as Chen was lost in thought, the True Moon Fairy also passed through the crowd, arriving before the Trial Divine Steel. She raised her hand to conjure a long sword of magical power, then with a low shout, she suddenly slashed at the Trial Divine Steel. Whoosh! A fierce sword chi surged forth, transforming in the void into a crescent moon before striking hard against the Trial Divine Steel. Boom! With an explosion, the next moment the Trial Divine Steel erupted with a burst of golden light. The name of the True Moon Fairy also ascended the rankings, and her position was not low at 125. The True Moon Fairy truly lives up to her name. Not only is her beauty exceptional, but her combat prowess is also frighteningly strong. 125, this definitely counts as a top prodigy. The most important thing is that there is still some time before the 3,000 immortal realms open. With the True Moon Fairy's talent, she may very well break into the top 100 or even the top 50. Beauty and strength coexist. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while some who had a tendency to fawn over her could hardly wait to elevate the True Moon Fairy to the heavens. As for the True Moon Fairy herself, a hint of disappointment was evident in her eyes. Judging by her expression, she seemed quite unsatisfied with this ranking. I wonder how high I can rank now. As she whispered to herself, Chen couldn't help but ride the fire Qilin. With his appearance, all eyes in the venue immediately turned to him. It's him, the one with the double pupils. At the sight of Chen, everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. There was no other reason. Just the 2 words double pupils were enough to send shockwaves through the crowd. Moreover, the one with double pupils hails from the imperial clan of this world, his veins flowing with imperial blood. I wonder how high the double pupils can rank on the Trial Divine Steel. I speculate it could reach the top 10. Those with double pupils have never known defeat throughout history. There has never been a weak person among them, and he comes from the imperial clan with imperial blood flowing through him. Not necessarily. This generation's double pupils are still very young and have not fully matured yet. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, speculating about Chen's potential ranking on the Trial Divine Steel. Even the previously departing Jinhua Fairy paused upon seeing Chen's figure, stopping to gaze at him. The crowd automatically parted to create a pathway. Dressed in white, Su Chen rode atop a fire-chilling beast, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal presence. Despite his youth, an overwhelming majesty surrounded him, reminiscent of an immortal king surveying the heavens. Many female cultivators gazed at Su Chen's back, unable to restrain their admiring looks. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Chen approached the trial divine steel. He did not attempt to sign in immediately, but paused before the trial divine steel to open the system. Ding! The host has arrived at the sign-in location, Ancient Emperor City at the trial divine steel. Would you like to sign in immediately? Yes, no. Yes. Su Chen silently thought, decisively making his choice. In the next moment, a series of mechanical synthesis sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Sign-in successful. Sign-in location, Ancient Emperor City at the trial divine steel. Congratulations, host. You've received a reward. Fate's villain points, 3000. Congratulations, host. You've received a reward, Dragon Pattern Black Gold. Congratulations, host. You've received a reward, Indestructible Battle Armor. Goodness. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his mind, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. These sign-in rewards were ridiculously generous. Dragon Pattern Black Gold is an extraordinary celestial material born from the natural world, inherently imbued with mysterious dragon patterns. It is a supreme celestial gold exclusive to Emperor-level powerhouses, essential for forging ultimate imperial weapons. For example, the war immortal flag of the Su family has its flagpole forged from dragon pattern black gold. Even a grain the size of sand from this supreme celestial gold would drive people mad. However, this time the dragon pattern black gold awarded from the system sign-in is about the size of half a football. If taken outside, everyone would go wild, including those slumbering forbidden beings who would awaken and rush. Thinking of this, Su Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his excitement. As for the second item from the sign-in rewards, the Indestructible Battle Armor. It is a very special ancient treasure. Not only does it possess astonishing defensive power, but as long as the wearer's cultivation is below the great ability realm, wearing this armor can temporarily elevate their cultivation by one major realm. For instance, Su Chen's current cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the Bitter Sea realm, but if he wears this Indestructible Battle Armor, he can directly elevate himself to the 3rd level of the Awakening realm. This is indeed astounding. This time I truly hit the jackpot. Su Chen murmured softly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to look at the trial divine steel and walked straight up to it. In the next moment, he suddenly shouted, and the bitter sea glowed as countless golden essence surged forth, striking the trial divine steel with a punch. Boom! In an instant, the void trembled and countless Tao runes emerged, intertwining into blossoms of the great Tao that blossomed around Su Chen, appearing divine and sacred. And the already extraordinary Su Chen, under the support of these blossoms of the great Tao, appeared even more ethereal and transcendent, like an immortal who had never tasted the mortal world, exuding an aura of dominance over the heavens. With a thought, the flowers bloomed, and he ruled over the world. As he struck out with his fist, countless blossoms of the great Tao surged toward the trial divine steel. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed, causing the very void to tremble subtly, and the trial divine steel began to shake violently. Everyone around watched this scene with bated breath, and in the next moment something astonishing happened. They saw that the towering trial divine stele, where Su Chen's punch struck, had actually developed a massive crack, and at the center of the crack was a clearly visible fist imprint. Silence. The entire area fell instantly quiet, becoming a hushed void. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. One must know that the trial divine steel is a crucial medium for entering the 3,000 immortal realms, and it is extraordinarily mystical. Throughout history, very few have left a mark on it. During testing, each of them was a person of exceptional talent, akin to a young emperor. Yet at this moment, Su Chen had actually achieved it. Gulp, gulp. Silence lingered for a long time, with the sounds of swallowing echoing. Everyone's incredulous eyes were glued to the white-clad youth at the forefront. So this is the one with double pupils. Indeed, double pupils are invincible. This phrase is not just empty talk. The trial divine steel suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance, a golden beam of light shooting into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Immediately after, Su Chen's name suddenly appeared at the very top of the trial divine steel, ranked first, crushing the previous holder Yumingzi beneath him. Upon witnessing this scene, all present could no longer remain calm, and a tide of exclamations erupted. Is this what a double pupil is capable of? This is beyond belief. With one punch, he directly cracked the trial divine stele, leaving a clear fist imprint. Is he truly comparable to a young emperor? Too powerful, it sends shivers down my spine. The Su family has produced an unrivaled youth this generation, destined to dominate the world and suppress all. And he's so young, his potential is astonishing. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their gazes towards Su Chen filled with shock. Even the Jinyue fairy beside them was utterly astonished. Her beautiful face, veiled in white silk, slightly parted in disbelief. Perhaps he can help me break that ancient curse. As she murmured softly, a glimmer of determination suddenly sparkled in Jinhua Fairy's eyes. It seemed she had resolved to pursue something. Meanwhile, Su Chen raised his head to look at his name at the top of the tower. There was no joy on his face, and internally he remained unfazed. In his view, such an achievement was only natural for him. Double Pupils, Supreme Bone, Innate Holy Body, Tao Fetus, Imperial Blood. Twice breaking the limits. A top-tier Supreme being personally lecturing tempering the flesh. Top-tier divine abilities and techniques. With all these enhancements, if he still couldn't reach the pinnacle, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. The ninth heaven realm. Earth realm. Across the boundless Netherland, the sky hung low and gloomy, shrouded in mist. Bleached bones littered the earth, while mournful piercing wails echoed through the air, sending chills down the spine. Deep within the Netherland, inside a palace carved entirely from bone, Yimingzi reclined lazily upon his throne of ivory, thousands of restless spirits prostrating themselves before him. Born from corpse and decay, his origins were astonishingly profound. He had even been personally taken as a closed-door disciple by a forbidden sovereign of the Netherland, an honor granting him unparalleled status. At that moment, Yimingzi's brow furrowed sharply, an unfamiliar sensation stirring deep within his heart. What has occurred? A flicker of doubt rose in his mind, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by sudden clarity. Before his inner vision, the trial spirit steel materialized as a translucent phantom. Upon its surface, his name, once ranked first, now stood second. Above him, inscribed in radiant characters, was the name Su Chen, pressing him down with unyielding dominance. Someone has seized my rightful place and crushed me beneath their heel. A dark, oppressive aura erupted from Yimingzi's body, black flames surging like a tide of ancient malice. The legions of spirits below trembled violently at the sight. Find out everything about this, Su Chen. Yimingzi's voice dropped to a low, commanding murmur. Swiftly, intelligence arrived. Su Chen's name had already spread far and wide. Lord Yoming, we have confirmed Su Chen is a prodigy of the Imperial Su clan bearing the twin pupils. A spectral figure cloaked head-to-toe in black robes spoke with trembling reverence. The Su clan. Yimingzi's frown deepened, his expression turning storm-dark. His current vessel had once perished in the Forbidden Era, slain by Su Tianqing, the Su clan's celestial emperor, during their youth, pierced clean through the skull by a single spear thrust. And now this Su Chen, a scion of that very lineage, had again eclipsed him upon the trial spirit steely, trampling his pride beneath triumphant feet. It felt like fate itself weaving an inescapable thread. Another Su. Light flashed coldly in Yimingzi's eyes. Though he disdained destiny, such uncanny repetition could not be dismissed as mere chance. A sharp, contemptuous snort escaped his lips. So what if he bears the twin pupils? What if he hails from an imperial clan? Even if this is fate, I will shatter its chains and rewrite tomorrow's course. Should our paths cross, I shall sever his twin pupils, and with his blood forge an invincible Tao heart. As he spoke, his aura surged skyward, unshaken by fate, yet burning with absolute resolve to erase Su Chen from existence. Meanwhile, in the ancient emperor's city, Su Chen remained utterly unaware of Yimingzi's fury. His ascension to the top of the trial spirit steel had ignited a storm of awe and speculation among the onlookers. Yet Su Chen himself remained serene. With unhurried grace, he stepped lightly through the crowd and settled once more upon the back of the fire-Qilin beast, preparing to depart. Just then, young master, please wait. A sudden voice halted his stride. Turning, Su Chen found himself face-to-face with Jinhua Xianzi, the same immortal maiden from earlier. A faint crease appeared between Su Chen's brows as he regarded her coolly. What is it? His words were terse, devoid of ornament. Though Jinhua Xianzi's beauty was peerless, Su Chen was no starry-eyed novice, nor any man easily swayed by superficial charm. Congratulations, young master, on claiming first place upon the trial spirit steel. Truly a genius beyond compare. Might this humble servant have the honor of inviting you for a private evening discourse? Jinhua Xianzi bowed gently, her smile radiant, her lithe form revealed in exquisite detail. Blimey, Jinhua Xianzi has invited the twin-pupiled one for an evening rendezvous. Never before has any man received such an invitation from her. Honestly, brothers, I'm green with envy. To us, she is a celestial being, gazed upon only from afar, never approached. Yet here she stands, offering herself freely to the twin-pupiled one. Truly, comparison breeds despair. Don't hold me back. I challenge the twin-pupiled one to a duel. Jinhua Xianzi belongs to me. No one's holding you back. If you seek death, go ahead. Never mind. In that instant, a legion of wounded hearts bloomed across the realm. Men whose goddess had long dwelled beyond reach, whose very aspiration to woo her had seemed blasphemous. I'm afraid I'm unavailable. Su Chen declined without hesitation. The harvest from Lin Yin, the spring onion he'd cultivated, was imminent. To safeguard its fruition, he had neither time nor inclination for idle courtship. Without another glance, he struck the fire-Qilin's flank, and before Jinhua Xianzi could react, he vanished into Jinhua Xianzi froze stunned. Among the prodigies and monsters she usually encountered, none had ever dared treat her with such indifference. Even the holy sons of great sects had always shown her utmost deference. Yet this Su clan heir, with his twin pupils, had dismissed her as if she were invisible. The stark contrast ignited a fierce surge of indignation, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Only the memory of her urgent need for his aid allowed her to suppress the fire blazing within. Below, the onlookers stood dumbfounded, their goddess not only offering herself but outright rebuffed. Is this the gulf between mortals and titans? Is the twin-pupiled one truly a hopeless romantic, or just oblivious? If you won't take her, hand her over to me. A chorus of envious lament rose into the air. Back at the city lord's mansion, Chen strode directly into a secluded chamber and withdrew the dragon script black gold, a reward obtained from his prior sign-in ritual. It was a slab of obsidian-hued immortal metal nearly half the size of a football, shimmering with cascading light and densely inscribed with primordial Tao runes. Within its depths, a miniature black dragon coiled and swam, ethereal, divine, ineffably potent. This quantity of dragon script black gold is more than sufficient to forge a Tao-level artifact. Muttering softly, Chen made his decision. He would shape it into a divine cauldron. The cauldron, the heaviest of Tao vessels, could anchor the heavens, subdue myriad spirits, and stabilize mountains and rivers. Its 3 legs, 2 handles, and round belly embodied the supreme Tao principle. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Without delay, Chen began. Torrents of primordial energy surged forth from his golden sea, while countless Tao runes unfolded in the void like living constellations. Dragon script black gold, being immortal-grade metal, was impervious, eternal, unyielding. It lay far beyond the power of a mere thief-suffering cultivator like Chen to fracture or bend. Thus he resolved first to forge the divine cauldron's spiritual form using his own primordial essence and Tao comprehension, then slowly refine the metal through resonance with that perfected form. Golden primordial energy entwined with swirling Tao runes, gradually coalescing into the sacred silhouette of a cauldron. 3 legs, 2 ears, perfectly rounded. Its walls bore intricate Tao patterns, each a crystallization of Chen's personal insight into the way. Merge. Once the spiritual form neared completion, Chen opened his eyes, cast the dragon script black gold into the cauldron's maw, and bit his tongue, releasing a drop of heart blood into its core. A resonant hum filled the chamber. Arcane energies radiated outward from the cauldron, enveloping the black gold and beginning its slow, deliberate refinement. Yet dragon script black gold, being immortal metal, remained utterly unyielding. The cauldron's arcane force could not so much as scratch its surface. Unperturbed, Chen drew both cauldron and metal into a sea of suffering, then activated his 3 thief-suffering Tao fruits, channeling vast reserves of primordial energy to coax gradual transformation. He possessed all the time in the world and patience enough to wait. Under the cleansing of the 3 golden statuettes that embodied the karmic fruits of his bitter sea path and the torrent of primordial force, the dragon-patterned black gold and the nascent form of the divine cauldron began to slowly fuse. Though the fusion proceeded at a painfully slow pace, Chen felt no hurry. He believed that as his cultivation rose, the nascent divine cauldron and the dragon-patterned black gold would inevitably coalesce. It was only a matter of time. Besides, this divine cauldron would be the vessel of his future attainment of the Tao. A slower process was acceptable so long as the instrument emerged flawless and perfect. If a reckless pursuit of speed planted a defect in the cauldron, the cost would far outweigh the gain. Having confirmed that the nascent cauldron and the dragon black gold had begun their gradual merging, Chen withdrew his gaze from the bitter sea. Next, he only needed to wait for Lin Petion to arrive with his men, but once they had reaped all their prey, Lin Yin could be dealt with. Chen drew a deep breath, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile, filled with eager expectation for the coming day. A night passed without incident. At dawn, the warm sunlight pierced the clouds. The ancient imperial city seemed unusually quiet today. The once bustling streets lay empty, and every shop was shuttered. The silence lent the place the illusion that a storm was about to break. Atop the 10,000-meter walls of the ancient imperial city, Chen lounged lazily upon an ornate chair. At his feet, the fire-Qilin beast lay prostrate, and behind him stood 300 saint-level veteran soldiers. By his command, Zhou Ming had already issued a citywide prohibition in the ancient imperial city. Today, no one at any hour was to leave their homes. Chen glanced with amusement at a massive flagpole not far away. At its summit, Lin Yin hung suspended. He looked unbearably wretched. His limbs had been severed, his skin rotten, and fetid pus perpetually oozed from it. The hatred in his eyes towards Chen was carved into bone. If a glance could kill, Chen would have perished 100 times over by now. "Do not look at me like that. After today you will be free," Chen murmured. "On the road to the Yellow Springs you need not fear loneliness. Everyone connected to you, including your father, will accompany you." Chen gave a soft, cold laugh that whispered into Lin Yan's ear. Lin Yan spat through ragged breath. Su Chen, you shall not die well. Even if I die, I will not let you go. I will curse you ceaselessly in hell until the day you descend. Lin Yan roared, intermittently coughing as his body was a map of wounds. Even the simplest words required great effort. When you were alive, I could crush you like an ant. What of after death? Sit tight, the real show is about to begin, Su Chen said lazily. At that moment, the void trembled violently. They have arrived. Su Chen looked up to see countless black warships unfurling from the void. The sunlight was obscured by the warships. The clear sky instantly dimmed as an oppressive, murderous atmosphere spread. Kill. A thunderous roar erupted from the ships, a faint, yet lethal kill intent radiating outward. In the next instant, Lin Petion strode from a warship and came within sight of Su Chen. Behind him stood the saint-level elites of the 8 ancient clans. Su Chen, hand over my yin, or even if your Su clan is the imperial family of this age, you shall not escape death today. Lin Petion's voice echoed across the sky. He now appeared spirited and triumphant, a stark contrast to the broken wretch Su Chen had trampled 3 days before. Is today my death day? Su Chen mocked, casting a glance at Lin Petion. He sprang from his chair, and the aura around him flared like a peerless divine sword, its edge laid bare. Hep, who gave you the gall to speak to me like that? Get down here, he ordered in a low, commanding tone. A veteran behind him stepped forward without expression and unleashed a palm. A colossal gray hand materialized before the gathered 8 clans and slammed down with brutal force. Impudent whelp, you dare. One saint-level elder among the 8 clans growled upon seeing this and hurried forward to intercept. But the next moment, an immense explosion tore through the air, shaking even the surrounding space. The countless warships suspended in midair along with the saint elder who had tried to intervene were shattered in an instant. All cultivators aboard the ships were annihilated in a breath, dissolving into clouds of blood mist. Torrents of crimson rain fell, dyeing the ground a dark red. You? The saint-level elites of the 8 ancient clans gnashed in fury at the scene. Those slain were the elite pillars of their houses, the very foundation of their clans. Yet now they had been erased before anyone could react. The thought made their hearts bleed as masses from the 8 clans. System notifications chimed in Su Chen's ear. You have slain a person connected to the fated protagonist Lin Yan. Destiny villain points 100. The message repeated again and again, each kill registering another addition of Destiny villain points. Although these victims were linked to Lin Yan, their ties were not intimate, so each granted only modest Destiny. Fortunately, numbers compensated for the small individual yields. In this wave alone, he gained nearly 600,000 Destiny villain points, a bountiful haul. A smile tugged at Su Chen's lips. Charge together, kill him. The remaining members of the 8 clans now hated Su Chen with a consuming ferocity, as if they wished to tear him apart alive. With a roar they surged, courting death. The 300 great saint veteran soldiers stepped forward as one, their gazes cold and cutting. The terrifying might of the great saints erupted. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, and the whole space shuddered under that dreadful aura. Those of the 8 clans who had been charging involuntarily halted, faces drained of color, and eyes wide with terror, as though they had seen a demon. Those 300 veterans, each a great saint. By contrast, their alliance possessed only a handful, perhaps 7 great saints at most. 300 great saints opposing 7. How was this to be fought? The absurdity stunned them. Lin Petion, what is the meaning of this? Feng Wuji and the others angrily turned to Lin Petion. Even Lin Kuan at their side now were from Lin Petion's earlier account, they had assumed the bodyguards around the Su family's double-pupiled heir numbered at most a few Saint Lord Realm Masters. But now what was this? 300 great saints to guard one man. A chill ran through them. Even with Lin Lan the half-step supreme as their backing, fear could not be contained. That the Su clan would deploy 300 great saints to protect someone meant this young man's identity was far more complex than merely a double-pupiled heir. Should he die here, the Su clan would rage like a wounded dynasty and retaliate at any cost. At the thought, all were seized by utter dread. The vengeful wrath of an imperial clan with countless epics of legacy. Merely imagining it made their scalps prickle. Lin Petion, may you not die well. Feng Wuji, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, cursed wildly. The eyes of the other clans turned dangerous upon Lin Petion. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Lin Petion was resolute. He must save Yenner, and for that he was willing to pay him. Everyone at this point, words are useless. Follow me to slay Su Chen and rescue Yenner. After that, whether it be to kill, or may my Lin will comply with your wishes. Lin Yan growled. After speaking, he bowed to the gathered crowd. Then he bowed towards a certain void, saying, I beseech the ancestor to lend your hand and help me rescue Yenner. You? The members of the 7 clans who realized they had been deceived felt an overwhelming rage with no... They understood that since the event had already occurred, there was no turning back. They could only brace themselves and move forward. After all, even if they wanted to regret and retreat, now the Su family would surely not let them off. The might of the imperial clan cannot be insulted, and this phrase is not said lightly. You Lin Potion truly are a fine son of my Yin clan managing to scheme against even me, your ancestor. At that moment Lin Lan suddenly appeared from the void, giving a cold snort and casting a frosty glance at Lin Patian. This time the plot had ensnared not only the 7 clans, but even him. Everyone had become a weapon for Lin Patian to save his son. Had they known that Su Chan was accompanied by 300 Grand Saint-level guardians, none of the 7 clans, nor even Lin Lan, would have acted. After all, even as a half-step supreme, facing the Su family's relentless retaliation was something he could not bear. However, with matters having come to this point, they could only grit their teeth and move forward. Next, they could only pray that the ancient divine mountain could be strong enough to help them withstand the retribution. Thinking of this, Lin Lan suddenly turned to Su Chan and said, "Kid, I must say your luck is truly unfortunate. Born with heavy pupils and into the imperial Su family, if nothing unexpected happened, you should have been invincible for a lifetime. Unfortunately, you encountered me, your ancestor. Today I will cover the sky with one hand and erase the genius." As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards Su Chan. His speed did not appear very fast, yet each step was as if he were shrinking the distance, and in an instant he was not far from Su Chan. The pressure of a half-step supreme radiated from him, crushing towards Su Chan. As a half-step supreme, even a mere wisp of pressure was terrifying. However, looking at Lin Lan right before him, Su Chan showed no sign of fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. Tisk, a half-step supreme from the Yin clan, is indeed a great gift. Knowing the original plot, Su Chan was well aware of Lin Lan's existence as a half-step supreme. Moreover, he had long since prepared corresponding measures. "Su Jiao, it's your turn to act," Su Chan murmured. "Leave it to me, Prince." Suddenly, Su Jiao's figure appeared in front of Su Chan, and the aura of a 7-level quasi-emperor erupted instantly, isolating Lin Lan's pressure. A quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Interesting. However, if you think this can stop me, you underestimate this. Lin Lan was momentarily astonished by Su Jiao's sudden appearance. However, it was only a fleeting surprise, as he was after all a half-step supreme. The saying that below the supreme all are but ants was not mere words. Looking at Lin Lan's arrogant expression, Su Chan merely smiled. "Half-step supreme. So what? Kid from the Yin family, after countless epochs, I didn't expect you to still love to show, but you've brought your showboating right to the head of my prince, haven't you? That's asking for death." Su Jiao glared at Lin Lan and suddenly unleashed a furious pressure. In the next moment, his previously stooped figure straightened up, his gray hair gleaming, instantly transforming from an old man into a handsome young man. Is it you? You actually haven't died, Su Jiao." Upon seeing the youthful form of Su Jiao, Lin Lan was utterly shocked, even his voice stammering. There was no one else. In the Forbidden Era, the name of the god of killing, Su Jiao, was far too prominent, following the emperor into battle throughout his life, truly overshadowing an entire era. In comparison to him back then, Lin Lan was nothing, not even qualified to carry his shoes. "You? Weren't you supposed to have fallen long ago? Why are you still alive?" Lin Lan involuntarily took 2 steps back, shaken by Su Jiao. Despite being a half-step supreme, the other party was merely a quasi-emperor at the 7 levels. But if it really came to a fight, Lin Lan felt uncertain. After all, his half-step supreme was attained by devouring part of an elixir of immortality, quite unstable. And what about Su Jiao? In the Forbidden Era, he was an unparalleled genius, following Su Tianqing in the struggle for supremacy, invincible in the world, a true taboo monster. Crossing realms to battle was far too simple for him. Moreover, what terrified Lin Lan even more was that Su Jiao had just referred to Su Chen as prince. With Su Jiao's status, the only one worthy of being called prince would be the child of that taboo figure from back then. And he had just attempted to erase the other. Thinking of this, fear consumed Lin Lan's heart, and his body could not help but tremble. The members of the ancient 8 clans behind him were all filled with horror upon witnessing this scene. Lin Lan was actually trembling. What kind of existence could instill fear in a half-step supreme? Thinking of this, everyone felt a shadow of dread loom over their hearts. They looked at Lin Patian with increasingly resentful eyes, wishing they could devour him alive. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. At this moment, Lin Patian also felt a bit flustered, his earlier bravado evaporating. He looked at Lin Yin, who was hanging on the flagpole, tortured beyond recognition. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "I beseech the ancestors, save Yinner. I alone will bear the consequences of this matter." "Shut up." Lin Lan glared at Lin Patian with murderous intent, wishing he could slap him dead. "Can you really bear this?" However, he ultimately did not strike. After all, the situation had already escalated to this point. Killing him would not solve the problem. Now the only way to break the deadlock was to capture Su Chen alive and hand him over to the ancient divine mountain in exchange for protection. After all, Su Chen's identity was far too significant, the child of the emperor. After this matter, the Su family would undoubtedly go mad. Only a place like the ancient divine mountain might. Thinking of this, Lin Lan forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, facing Su Jiao and sternly declaring, "Su Jiao, I admit you are strong, but this is no longer the Forbidden Era. I am the Supreme. If you obstruct me today, I can only send you back to the west. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed his supreme pressure and charged fiercely towards Su Chen. Seeking death. Su Jio's eyes surged with killing intent, and without hesitation, he blocked his way. Kill. A deep roar erupted. Su Jio and Lin Lan struck simultaneously, unleashing an incredibly terrifying momentum. Under this horrifying aura, the world fell silent. Everyone trembled, and those weaker even collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Seeing this, Su Chen took out the quasi-imperial array disc, setting up a protective formation to shield the three. As for the ancient 8 clans nearby, they were already overwhelmed, with some suffering numerous cracks on their bodies ready to collapse at any moment. Battle of the Starry Sky. Lin Lan declared, shifting the battlefield beneath the stars. Su Jio quickly followed, letting out a cold snort as he unleashed a punch, instantly shattering stars and causing the void to vanish. A blow from a quasi-imperial was unimaginably powerful. Lin Lan's figure flickered as he dodged the incoming punch, appearing on the other side of the starry sky, his expression cold, having overcome the initial fear of Su Jio. I am the Supreme, destined to annihilate all. The Forbidden Era has ended. Su Jio, your glory has long been buried in the river of time. You are no longer my match. Countless azure flames erupted from his body, not a strange fire, yet more terrifying than any strange fire. It was his supreme flame, capable of burning the heavens. The Azure Supreme Flame transformed into a fire dragon, rushing towards Su Jio, incinerating everything in its path to ashes. Buzz! Su Jio's eyes sparkled like lightning as he drew a heavenly blade, his weapon of enlightenment stained with the blood of countless supreme beings in the past. The moment he drew it, a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood reflected from the blade. Restored to his peak state, Su Jio exuded unmatched dominance. Even though his cultivation was suppressed, his aura remained undiminished. The heavenly blade slashed horizontally, bloodlight soaring, manifesting a tangible killing intent that ravaged the starry sky. He resembled a god of war, with a massive blood beast appearing behind him as he forcefully swung the heavenly blade. In an instant, the sun and moon shook, and the entire starry sky trembled as if it could collapse at any moment. Below, all the members of the ancient 8 clans trembled, their bodies covered in goosebumps. Even from a distance, they could feel the terrifying nature of the battle above the stars. Just the energy radiating from it sent chills down their spines. Buzz! Suddenly the void shook as Su Jio let out a mighty roar, his voice resonating through the mountains and rivers, unstoppable as he struck with a blood-colored blade aura. The fire dragon formed from the supreme flame was instantly shattered, and the blood-colored blade aura continued undeterred, aiming directly for Lin Lan's head. Lin Lan was taken aback, hastily dodging, his eyes filled with disbelief. As a half-step supreme in this era, he should have been invincible. His opponent was merely a quasi-imperial of the 7th layer. Yet at this moment, he was somehow being suppressed. After landing a hit, Su Jio went mad, his entire being exuding killing intent as the blood beast's phantom behind him let out a deep roar. His path was inherently focused on slaughter. Previously, he had refrained from unleashing his full power due to internal injuries. Now that his injuries had healed, he had no more worries. A torrent of killing intent poured forth like an ocean, the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood swirling around him. He charged rapidly toward Lin Lan, wielding the heavenly blade and slashing continuously, blood-colored blade auras wreaking havoc across the heavens, painting the sky red. Kill. After unleashing his full power, Su Jio's strength was terrifying. Even though Lin Lan was a half-step supreme, he grew increasingly alarmed, constantly retreating. What if the Forbidden Era has ended? What if you are a half-step supreme? I am invincible. With my heavenly blade, I will slay you. As a top prodigy from the Forbidden Era, Su Jio possessed an indomitable will. Lin Lan found himself in an unbearable situation. It was his first battle as a half-step supreme, and he never expected it to be so tragic. The entire city was being crushed without the power to resist. Su Jio, in this battle quickly, don't waste time. Su Chen said, quietly frowning as he transmitted his voice to Su Jio's ear. He was reluctant to waste any more time. It was time to conclude this farce. As you command, your highness. Noticing Su Chen's impatience, Su Jio's eyes narrowed as he unleashed an even more terrifying battle power. Lin Lan was already powerless to resist, and now faced with Su Jio's full assault, he was even more precarious. In just a moment, his originally white robe was soaked in blood, and his once white hair was also stained, looking exceedingly ragged. Su Jio slashed through a massive star, striding forward like a dragon, transforming into a beam of light that appeared before Lin Lan, forcefully striking down with the heavenly blade. Swish! The heavenly blade like a rainbow shimmered with terrifying killing intent. At the same time, the blood beast behind him let out a low roar, surging forward, opening its massive, bloody mouth to devour Lin Lan. This blood beast was formed from the killing intent emanating from Su Jio, embodying his entire path's fruit. Lin Lan was horrified, feeling the fear of death as he faced the approaching blood beast. He absolutely could not be hit. Otherwise, even as a supreme, he would perish. Off. With a furious roar, Lin Lan crazily ignited his supreme essence. Countless azure flames surged from within him, and he barely managed to repel the attack. In that moment, the fear of death flooded back into his heart. Sujio's power exceeded his imagination. Even though he was a half-step supreme, with a cultivation level far above Sujio's, he was still crushed, unable to even retaliate. My! He actually dodged. Sujio glanced at Lin Lan in surprise, but quickly swung his blade again. The people of the ancient 8 clans below felt a wave of despair. Lin Lan had lost. Their strongest support had shattered. What awaited them would be the cruel purge of the Su family's imperial son. Thinking of this, all their faces turned pale. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred in the starry sky. Fellow Taoist, please spare him. An old man in gray robes appeared out of nowhere in the starry sky, saving Lin Lan from Sujio's heavenly blade. Supreme? The lineage of the ancient sacred mountain. Sujio narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the gray-robed old man, his expression grave. This gray-robed old man was indeed a true supreme, his strength far beyond that of Lin Lan's half-steps. There's no need for you to be so tense, fellow Taoist. I'm not here for you. The gray-robed old man smiled, and then turned his gaze to Su Chen below. Tisk, as expected of the son of the emperor reaching such a level at a young age, he's destined to achieve the supreme throne in the future. It's just a pity today is his time of death. Upon saying this, a terrifying supreme pressure erupted from the gray-robed old man, pressuring the heavens. He was the ancestor of the Wild Bull clan from the ancient sacred mountain. He had been in slumber all this time, but just now Lin Lan's transmission awoke him. The Su family's wielder of the dual pupils was the son of the emperor. Upon receiving this news, he was stunned and immediately rushed over. The lineage of the ancient sacred mountain had always been at odds with the Su family, engaging in covert battles since the Forbidden Era. Now, knowing that the emperor's son of the Su family had emerged, they naturally would not let such an opportunity pass. They deployed a supreme-level powerhouse to eliminate him and eradicate future troubles. Below, atop the city walls of the ancient emperor city, feeling the terrifying killing intent from the gray-robed old man, Su Chen suddenly stood up, his expression darkening. I didn't expect the ancient sacred mountain to want to intervene in this matter. Since you want my life, let's see if you have the ability to take it. Su Chen shouted angrily, but showed no sign of fear. The situation had exceeded his expectations, but he quickly took out the undying battle armor and donned it. His cultivation instantly surged to the 3rd layer of the aperture realm. At the same time, a tattered, blood-stained battle flag shot out from his sea of suffering grasped in his hand. The moment he grasped the battle flag, a sense of bloodline connection surged forth. The war banner soared into the sky, its bright red fabric snapping vigorously in the fierce wind. This banner was the forbidden imperial flag of the Su family, a true supreme weapon of the utmost path. Back in the day, the Su family's emperor, Su Tianqing, fought across the heavens, subdued foreign domains, pacified forbidden zones, and repelled dark turmoil, earning the allegiance of all beings wherever he went. This forbidden imperial flag was the very banner he wielded during his campaigns, the pole forged from black gold adorned with dragon patterns, while the flag itself was made from the skin of a forbidden creature found in a certain forbidden land, utterly terrifying. Moreover, the banner had been stained with the blood of more than one emperor and forbidden beings, making it particularly fearsome. Perhaps it was due to the excessive slaughter in the past. This forbidden imperial flag was exceptionally fierce, once unleashed few could fully control it. It was said that Su Chen, being the biological son of an emperor, possessed a flawless bloodline, allowing him to master this forbidden imperial flag perfectly. Otherwise, if anyone else were to attempt it, even a supreme-level powerhouse might not be able to wield this war banner. Since you wish to kill me, then be prepared to bathe the heavens in blood, ancient divine mountain. At this moment, Su Chen's hair flew wildly, his white robes billowing in the air, exuding an unparalleled dominance resembling a youthful emperor. His pupils shone brightly, reflecting the cycles of the heavens, while his body radiated a myriad of colorful glows, appearing extraordinary and transcendent. Though he was young, everyone present dared not underestimate him. As he spoke, he suddenly soared into the sky, charging towards the stars above. The imperial deities within the forbidden imperial flag began to awaken, gradually emanating a terrifying pressure of the utmost path. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, the ancestor of the wild divine bull clan man, Yue, was locked in a standoff with Sujio. While Sujio could easily crush Lin Lan, who was a half-step supreme, he now faced immense pressure against Manyu. The latter was a true supreme-level powerhouse, perfect and ancient, immensely powerful. His existence traced back even to the early days of the ancient Forbidden Era, longer than many emperors. Typically, he resided in the divine source, so his fame was not prominent, though otherwise he would certainly shake the heavens. At this moment, when he made a move, it was absolutely terrifying. Even the mere aura he inadvertently radiated caused the surrounding starry sky to convulse and stars to fall. Supreme and unparalleled, with a single thought stars fall, with a single word the world perishes. This saying was not just empty words. My friend, please step aside. I come today solely to kill Su Chen. You have made it to the Quasi-Emperor realm with great difficulty. Do not let today be your downfall hindering your future. Man Yu smiled lightly, but hidden within his smile was a murderous intent resembling a smiling tiger. One moment gentle, the next ready to erupt and devour. Did your ancient divine mountain forget the ancient covenant? Supremes must not appear. Do you think that as a mere supreme, you can truly be invincible in this world? Su Jiao glared angrily, loudly rebuking his body, trembling uncontrollably under the supreme pressure, yet he never bent nor retreated. Ancient covenant. The ancient era has already passed, fading into the river of time. What ancient covenant is there to speak of? Since you insist on not yielding, I must send you to your end. Man Yu sighed, a face full of compassion, yet his movements were anything but slow. A thumb-sized seven-colored divine light shot out from above his head, rapidly transforming into a sword ray slashing towards Su Jiao. Whoosh! In an instant, time and space flowed, the fabric of reality trembled, and it seemed as if all else vanished, leaving only that sword ray in existence. Seeing this, Su Jiao's face changed drastically, and he also swung his heavenly blade, unleashing a blood-colored blade ray. However, a supreme strike is terrifying beyond measure. The resplendent sword ray shattered Su Jiao's blade ray in an instant, continuing its relentless momentum aimed directly at Su Jiao's neck. At the same time, Man Yu roared angrily, directly transforming into a towering true form, morphing into a wild divine bull, its sharp horns gleaming like knives, charging forth with ferocity. Not good. Su Jiao's expression changed, urgently trying to dodge. But that resplendent sword ray was simply too fast. In an instant, it was right before him. In a moment of panic, he let out a furious roar, countless grand Dao runes bursting forth from within him. Each of these runes was incredibly brilliant, exuding a fierce blood aura, intertwining to form a blood shield. The resplendent sword ray struck the blood shield, instantly shattering it, and Su Jiao was sent flying, crashing heavily into a star. The terrifying impact instantly shattered the star behind him. I must say, you truly are impressive to have blocked my If given time to grow, you might become a top-tier supreme in the future. Yet sadly, today will be your day of... Man Yu's towering true form quickly approached Su Jiao, his mountain-sized eyes filled with murderous intent. A massive hoof ruthlessly trampled down towards Su Jiao. What are you so proud of? Do you truly take me for a junior? At this moment, Su Jiao erupted completely. A colossal blood beast emerged behind him, letting out a low roar before exploding, transforming into an ocean-like surge of murderous energy. This murderous aura surged into Su Jiao's body in an instant. His aura rapidly skyrocketed. Burn for me. As the murderous energy entered his body, Su Jiao unleashed forbidden techniques, frantically burning his Quasi-Emperor origin and vital blood. His cultivation soared rapidly. Quasi-Emperor 8th Sky. Quasi-Emperor 9th Sky. In less than the span of a breath, his cultivation skyrocketed to Quasi-Emperor 9th Sky. Then with a furious roar, he directly broke through to the half-step supreme realm. Old man, let us fight again. At this moment, Su Jiao resembled a demon god, wildly slashing at Man Yu with his heavenly blade. Lin Lan watched in terror. Only at this moment did he realize how laughable he was compared to Su Jiao. Interesting, centuries of Dao fruits combined with origin burning, resulting in a momentary half-step supreme combat power. Man Yu clicked his tongue in admiration. Then he looked at Su Jiao with a pitiful expression. However, what you may not know is that a half-step supreme and a true supreme are completely two different worlds. With that, he swiftly launched an attack, engaging Su Jiao in combat. The two fought fiercely, the starry sky roiling, stars falling, vast expanses of the cosmos reduced to nothingness. Whooshed. Kill. After battling for 50 exchanges, Man Yu suddenly became frenzied, his terrifying aura pressuring the heavens. Then with a single punch, he directly shattered Su Jiao's body. Without waiting for Su Jiao to reconstitute himself, he stepped forward, aiming for the final kill. At this moment, he had fully unleashed his true fire. In his eyes, a true supreme battling a mere Quasi-Emperor Jr. was utterly disgraceful. He intended to bathe in the blood of his opponent, washing away this humiliation. Just then, a cold snort suddenly echoed from the end of the starry sky. Old man, die for me. A low roar filled with supreme majesty erupted from the starry sky. Startled, Man Yu halted his actions, squinting as he turned to look. Before long, a young man appeared beneath the starry sky. This youth was tall and straight, enveloped in a hazy celestial glow, dressed in white that shimmered like snow rustling in the starlight, resembling a transcendent immortal who had not fallen into the mortal realm. His hair was crystalline, flowing black locks cascading behind him, his body radiating a soft divine light like a peerless jade. His features were strikingly handsome, and even in terms of the exquisite detail of his facial features, he was not inferior to the other celestial beauties on the list of unrivaled beauties. This young man was none other than Su Chen. At this moment, he held the Forbidden Emperor flag, the crimson banner, flying wildly, exuding an extremely terrifying imperial aura, within which the imperial weapon's divine spirit had completely awakened, radiating an imperial law to guard him. Old man, was it you who said you would absolutely annihilate me just now? Do you believe I can turn the ancient divine mountain into a bloodbath in an instant? Although his opponent was a supreme-level powerhouse at this moment, Chen was even more domineering and unparalleled, like a young heavenly emperor. With the Forbidden Emperor flag in hand, he regarded his opponent with utter disdain. After all, in this era where no emperors have emerged, extreme imperial weapons are akin to nuclear weapons. Once fully awakened, even supreme-level powerhouses must avoid their sharpness. The Forbidden Emperor flag is actually in your possession. Man Yu's expression darkened. He never expected that this son of the Su family's emperor would carry an extreme imperial weapon. That was a forbidden existence that could intimidate myriad clans. Other top-tier forces like the ancient Divine Mountain and various sacred grounds, the Immortal Dynasty, also had extreme imperial weapons. However, they would never easily use them unless it was a critical moment. It was probably only the wealthy Su family that could afford to let a young man carry one. It seems today I cannot kill you. Man Yu's gaze shifted, repeatedly fixated on the Forbidden Emperor flag, ultimately letting out a helpless sigh. With Chen protected by the Forbidden Emperor flag, he was simply too unfathomable. Without a similar extreme imperial weapon, even a supreme would have no way to deal with him. Thinking of this man, Yu directly grabbed Lin Lan beside him, preparing to retreat. You think you can strut your stuff here and just leave? Do you really think I have no temper? Leave her here. Chen shouted, gripping the dragon-patterned black gold flagpole of the Forbidden Emperor flag, and swung it fiercely. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying extreme imperial aura spread out, causing the entire starry sky to shake violently. Countless stars fell, the void shattered, and an endless chaos aura permeated, depicting a scene of the end of the world. At the same time, countless terrifying beings burst forth from the Forbidden Emperor flag, charging towards Man Yu. These beings were enemies who had once perished beneath the Forbidden Emperor flag, each one exceedingly terrifying, considered a taboo existence in that era. And after being killed by the Forbidden Emperor flag, their great Tao markings were stripped away, transforming into flag souls. Not good. Upon seeing this scene, Man Yu's face turned pale. The endless flag souls were all, at least among them were quite a few quasi-emperors and supreme beings, and some figures were exceptionally formidable. Even the mere aura they unconsciously emitted caused the surrounding sun, moon, and stars to dim. In a critical moment, Man Yu unhesitatingly threw Lin Lan away to buy time, while he himself transformed into a streak of light, decisively turning to flee. As for Lin Lan, at the moment she was thrown out, she didn't even have time to scream before being devoured by the endless flag souls, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Her great Tao imprint was forcibly enslaved by the Forbidden Emperor flag. Whoosh! Just as Man Yu was about to escape, Chen's gaze sharpened, and he swung the Forbidden Emperor flag again. A beam of divine light shot out, striking directly at Man Yu. The terrifying imperial might erupted, causing Man Yu to let out a muffled groan, his body exploding directly. However, at this critical moment, a great Tao law also burst forth from within him. It was an ancient talisman, a life-saving item granted to him by the Holy Emperor of the ancient Divine Mountain back in the day. After countless epochs, he had carefully treasured it, and today it saved his life. However, the divine light unleashed by the Forbidden Emperor flag also severed a large piece of flesh from his body. Consider this interest. In the future, when I achieve supremacy, I will surely trample the ancient Divine Mountain and slay your true self. Chen snorted coldly, stepping forward to collect the large piece of flesh. This piece of supreme flesh contained energy more astounding than many sacred and divine medicines, truly a miraculous medicine. Your Highness, the Imperial Son. At this moment, Su Jiao approached, his face filled with shame. He was Chen's protector, safeguarding his growth. Yet now it had turned around, and he had to let the Imperial Son take action personally. This made him feel a wave of shame. No need to worry, there are few supreme-level powerhouses in this world, Chen casually remarked. Then they returned to the ancient Emperor city. At this moment, the people of the ancient 8 clans were all in a daze. What had transpired today was completely beyond their understanding. Saints gathered in groups, quasi-emperors and supremes all emerged, and even the extreme imperial weapon made an appearance. Such a spectacle of battle had never been seen in this epoch. Moreover, what shocked them even more was Chen's identity, the son of the Su family's emperor. This identity was simply too astonishing. If it spread out, it would likely shake the entire 9 heavens realm and many sacred grounds, and the Immortal Dynasty would be unable to sit still. However, compared to the shock, what they felt more was fear. The supreme of the ancient clan had fled in defeat, and Lin Lan had been killed. The remaining saints were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Though if one were to say that saints were akin to lambs, most people would not believe it. Saints hold a high status, already regarded as top powerhouses in the eyes of ordinary people. But the current reality was indeed so. Just look at the opposing lineup. 300 great saints of veteran status. A quasi-emperor who could battle a half-step supreme. An extreme imperial weapon. Such a lineup could easily overwhelm any major sect or dynasty. Moreover, they were just a few small fry among the saints. Just then Su Chen, holding the Forbidden Emperor flag, emerged from the starry sky, with Su Jiao approaching. At this moment, all the members of the ancient 8 clans knelt down in fear. We were ignorant. Please, your highness, spare us this once. From now on, our ancient 8 clans are willing to serve you, the imperial sun, through fire and water. Watching the 2 great demons Su Cheng and Su Jiao stepping out of the starry sky. At this moment, a hint of fear could not be suppressed on the faces of all the ancient 8 clans. 300 veteran saints, top-tier quasi-emperors, plus an unparalleled prodigy wielding a supreme imperial weapon. Faced with such a terrifying lineup, they unhesitatingly chose to surrender. They wished to kneel before Su Chen, hoping to exchange their subservience for a mere chance of survival. However, Su Chen didn't even glance at them, nor did he entertain the thought of sparing them. Having colluded with the people of the ancient divine mountain to plot against him, now that the situation had reversed, they wished to surrender and have their lives spared. Such things do not happen in this world. If today's battle were to be reversed, and he were to lose and surrender, would the other party spare him? The answer is obviously no. Those who kill are always killed. When they stepped into the ancient emperor's city, no matter the reason, they had to be prepared for extermination. Surrendering now? It's too late. Thud. At this moment, the sound of kneeling echoed once more. Lin Petion was firmly on his knees, his head heavily striking the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After knocking his head several times, he finally stopped, raising his head to look at Su Chen. Your Highness the Imperial Sun, please spare my son Yenner. I, Lin Petion, take full responsibility for my actions, willing to exchange my life for my son's. At this moment, Lin Petion no longer had the slightest trace of the initial vigor. His originally upright stature now appeared aged, with even his once black hair becoming streaked with white. To exchange your life for Lin Yan's. You weren't saying this at the beginning. Is today not my day to die? How come you're kneeling and begging me now? Su Chen sneered softly, his gaze sharp as a knife, looking down at Lin Petion with disdain. Is it foolishness that has led you to this? I beg you, your highness, please show mercy and spare my son's life. From this day forth, whether it be death or mutilation, I, Lin Petion, will leave it all to your highness's word. Lin Petion said with immense humiliation. At the same time, Lin Yin, who was hung on the flagpole nearby, suddenly miraculously woke up. Through his blurred vision, he saw Lin Petion kneeling before Su Chen, his eyes widening as he struggled and roared. Let me go, let me go. Su Chen, I want your life. You can humiliate me, but how dare you make my father kneel? If I survive this calamity today, once I rise again in the future, I shall make the entire Su family flow with blood. Lin Yin roared madly, his eyes filled with madness. Seeing this scene, Su Chen coldly looked at Lin Petion. Lin Petion's expression changed drastically. Gritting his teeth, he slapped Lin Yin across the face. The tremendous force knocked all of Lin Yan's teeth out. Unfilial son, shut your mouth. How dare you speak to his highness like that? This slap completely stunned Lin Yan. He stared blankly at Lin Petion, opening his mouth as if wanting to say something, but no words came out. Seeing this, a hint of pain flashed across Lin Petion's face. However, this flicker of pain was quickly suppressed. Your highness. My son Lin Yan has now been completely crippled, all his bones shattered, sinking into a sea of suffering. From now on, he will have no possibility of cultivation and will not pose a threat to your highness, nor to the Su family. I beg your highness to grant us a path to survival. If it's not possible, I, Lin Petion, along with all the ancient 8 clans, am willing to exchange our lives. Upon hearing this, Su Chen almost couldn't help but laugh. You wish to save your son. To exchange your life is one thing, but you even want to use the lives of all the ancient 8 clans in the bargain. The key point is they were brought here by you and have not agreed, yet you take it upon yourself to propose an exchange. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Petion finished speaking, the people from the ancient 8 clans all began to curse him angrily, and even the 3 ancestors of his own Yin clan wished they could swallow him alive. Lin Petion, you old scoundrel, if you want to save your son, use your own life in exchange. Why drag us into this? You deserve a terrible fate. You brought us here, and now you want to use our lives to exchange for your sons. Lin Petion, you are bound for hell. As an ancestor of the Yin clan, I hereby announce that Lin Petion and his son are expelled from the Yin clan. From now on, all matters concerning them will have no relation to my Yin clan. Your highness, please allow me to take action and eliminate this pair of father and son, so you do not have to dirty your hands. The people of the ancient 8 clans all voiced their anxious complaints, cursing Lin Petion for his shamelessness. The 3 ancestors of the Yin clan directly expelled Lin Petion and his son. Even more shocking, some even wanted to take action and directly kill Lin Petion and his son. Seeing this scene, Su Chen found it quite amusing. The essence of humanity was displayed vividly at this moment. Hee Lin Petion. You see, you want to use the lives of the ancient 8 clans to exchange for your sons, but they all refuse. Su Chen looked at Lin Petion with a beaming smile. At this moment, Lin Petion, kneeling on the ground, heard the words of those around him, his face turning pale, especially when he heard that the ancestor of the Yin clan wanted to expel him along with Lin Yin. His body trembled uncontrollably. However, looking at Lin Yin, who was hanging on the flagpole in the distance, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He said nothing, just continued to bow his head. A sage must not be insulted. At this moment for Lin Yin, Lin Petion cast aside the dignity of a sage. It must be said that as a father, Lin Petion was truly great. To save his son, he was willing to harm the entire clan, betray the ancestors, and even in the end to exchange his own life along with the lives of all the ancient 8 clans. But so what? None of this could touch Su Chen's heart. The same old saying, those who kill are always killed. With both sides naturally at odds, one side was destined to die. He could not be soft-hearted and let them go. To cut the grass without removing the roots will only allow it to regrow. Su Chen understood this principle. Su Jiu, send them on their way. Su Chen said, expressionlessly unwilling to waste any more time. The villain dies from too much talk. The villain dies from delay. Such a foolish mistake Su Chen would not make. Understood. Su Jiu nodded, stepping forward. The might of the quasi-emperor erupted in an instant as he struck out without hesitation. A massive hand formed from the laws of the quasi-emperor gathered above everyone's heads, quickly pressing down. Seeing this scene, all the people from the ancient 8 clans panicked, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Some ran away, some cursed loudly, and others calmly faced death. And as that gigantic hand descended, everything returned to calm. Not far away, Lin Yin watched this scene, his spirit instantly collapsing. Because of him, his father suffered humiliation and died. Because of him, all the people of the ancient 8 clans turned to blood mist. At this moment, he stared at Su Chen like a wounded beast, wishing he could swallow Su Chen alive. However, at this moment, all he could do was rage helplessly. I'll send you on your way. Su Chen met Lin Yan's fierce gaze, unusually calm. As he spoke, he lightly shook the forbidden imperial flag in his hand. A faint yet powerful imperial might erupted. Lin Yan's body exploded into dust, dead beyond death. To die beneath the extreme path imperial weapon is a blessing for you. Su Chen spoke. At the same time, the mechanical synthesis sounds from the system continuously echoed in his mind. Ding dong, you have killed the destined protagonist, Lin Yan's father, and received a supporting character treasure chest. Ding dong, you have killed Lin Yan's close associate and gained 152 destined villain points. Ding dong, you have killed Lin Yan's close associate and gained 85 destined villain points. Ding dong, you have killed the destined protagonist Lin Yan and received 1 destined treasure chest. Ding dong, detecting that the destined protagonist, Lin Yan, has died, the strongest flame emperor system residing within him has collapsed and is beginning to devour. Devouring, please wait. After the devouring is complete, the host will receive extremely rich rewards. Listening to the mechanical synthesis sounds echoing in his mind, Su Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. The first destined protagonist has taken his final bow. The rewards were alarmingly generous. 2 treasure chests, a substantial amount of destined villain points, and the rewards granted after devouring the opponent's system. Next comes the time for reaping the harvest. However, there is no longer any significance in staying at the ancient emperor city. Su Chen immediately ceased hesitating, summoned the 9-dragon carriage, and headed directly towards the Su family. This journey to the ancient emperor city had yielded enough gains for him to elevate his strength by several levels. Meanwhile, as Su Chen departed, the seal of the ancient emperor city was lifted and a multitude of people quickly surged towards the city gates. Although they had been confined within the city and forbidden from going out, they had heard all the various disturbances from the outside world clearly. The starry sky trembled, divine might pervaded, and stars fell. Hiss, what on earth happened during this time of sealing that even the starry sky has been shattered? As everyone emerged from the ancient emperor city and gazed at the dim starry sky above, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. A battle had rendered a section of the starry sky dim. What level of power must have been involved to cause such a terrifying disturbance? Moreover, the divine might in this place is exceedingly frightening. There must be more than one saint-level power. Most critically, the laws of heaven and earth around had become completely chaotic and blood rain began to fall from the sky. A terrifying sight that only occurs when saints fall, and not just one. A powerful being felt the tremors in the surrounding space and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Those around could only feel a chill run down their spines upon hearing such statements. Not long ago, a saint had actually fallen here. And not just one. One must understand that saints are exalted a level above ordinary people, akin to a ceiling of existence. Just one of them could dominate the heavens and earth, a being of ancestral caliber. Yet at this moment, a large number of saints had fallen. Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of terror. What level of battle could have caused even the usually exalted saints to fall in such numbers? If I am not mistaken, this battle must be related to the Su family's dual pupil user. I sensed his aura. Someone speculated quietly. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt immense terror. The Su family's dual pupil user was actually intertwined with this large-scale saintly fall. Although they did not know what role he played in it. But how old is he to be able to participate in a battle of this level? Of course, what they did not know was that the mastermind behind this battle was actually Su Chen. If this message were to spread, it would likely cause a stir throughout the entire Nine Heavens realm. On the other side, outside the ancient divine mountain, Man Yue, looking disheveled, staggered out of the void, his body covered in blood, with even a large piece of flesh having vanished. Damn Su family, how could they entrust an extreme imperial weapon to a junior? Looking at the ancient divine mountain before him, Man Yue let out a long sigh. At the same time, he felt incredibly frustrated. He had suffered a huge loss in this operation. Not only had he lost a piece of flesh, but he had nearly met his end beneath the stars. Furthermore, the trump cards he had treasured for countless epochs had also been completely exhausted. Today's events, I will definitely make the Su family pay the price in the future. And that brat Su Chen, I refuse to believe the Su family will let you keep wielding an extreme imperial weapon. As he spoke, a glint of killing intent flashed in Man Yu's eyes. He had never suffered such a significant loss. If he didn't reclaim his dignity this time, then all these years would have been in vain. However, just then he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and looked up sharply. He saw before him a white-haired old man of the human race had appeared at some point. The old man wore coarse linen clothes, his face lined with wrinkles, and there was not a trace of energy fluctuation emanating from him, looking just like an ordinary old man. However, upon seeing the old man, Man Yu's face suddenly changed. How could someone who could shield his perception and silently appear before him be an ordinary elder? Absolutely not simple. Thinking this, his gaze turned serious. Hee, you needn't be nervous. The old man suddenly smiled at the visibly tense Man Yu. I am a person who values reason. You used your power to bully the weak, attacking my nephew. Although you did not succeed as his elder, I must help him regain his dignity, otherwise it would be unreasonable. As he spoke, the old man suddenly took a step forward, reaching out a large hand towards Man Yu. There was still not a trace of energy leaking, and the old man's movements appeared incredibly casual. Yet Man Yu could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. Within the old man's hand, he sensed an immense sense of crisis. Without a second thought, he let out a strange cry, hastily using all his speed to try to evade. However, he was horrified to discover that his body was unable to move. Moreover, his body began to shrink in the end, he was grasped in the old man's palm. Crack! With the old man applying pressure, the bones in Man Yu's body were all shattered. Moreover, that was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that the supreme laws within him had been obliterated by more than half at that moment. Who exactly are you? Man Yu looked at the old man in front of him with a terrified expression. To be able to erase more than half of his supreme laws with a single hand, such an existence would be top tier, even among the supreme. Furthermore, having more than half of his supreme laws obliterated equated to having his supreme foundation completely destroyed. Not only would his cultivation drop drastically, but it would also be difficult for him to make any progress in the future. Who am I? Just an old man who has fought countless battles without dying, the old man said casually. He then held Man Yu and slowly walked toward the ancient divine mountain. I will sever your supreme path, cutting off your way forward. The future will be left for my nephew to deal with you personally. However, although the principle has been reclaimed, the interest must still be paid. Annihilate your barbaric Godbull clan as punishment. As he murmured softly, the old man slowly walked toward the ancient divine mountain. His pace was not particularly fast, yet it was astonishingly swift. Amidst the illusion of his body, he soon arrived above the ancient divine mountain. Boldly, who dares to invade my ancient divine mountain, seeking death? A roar erupted as a guard rushed into the sky, rebuking. However, Su Tianming merely glanced lightly, and that guard exploded on the spot. Su Tianming, why do you suddenly invade my ancient divine mountain? Are you challenging the dignity of my ancient divine mountain? Another furious roar sounded as a supreme-level powerhouse from the ancient divine mountain rushed into the sky, glaring at Su Tianming. Your ancient divine mountain's dignity. Does your ancient divine mountain have any dignity before my Su family? If it weren't for those several forbidden zones, my Su family could easily destroy your ancient divine mountain. As he spoke, Su Tianming pointed out, and before the supreme powerhouse could react, he was directly annihilated. As he murmured softly, Su Tianming pointed out again. In an instant, that finger magnified 10,000 times, resembling a pillar reaching the heavens. It pressed down directly onto a certain location in the ancient divine mountain. That place was precisely where the barbaric Godbull clan resided. Boom! Like the sound of thunder, the explosion resonated, and all members of the barbaric Godbull clan were directly obliterated. Figures burst forth from within the ancient divine mountain. All were clan leaders and ancestors from various races. If you wish to die, feel free to come over. Although Su Tianming did not exude any aura, he was extremely domineering. Just a single sentence made everyone too afraid to speak. Su Tianming stood atop the ancient divine mountain, appearing like an ordinary old man, yet exuding an unparalleled majesty. Just a single word from him rendered everyone present hesitant to act recklessly. This was because he was one of the legendary 10 dragons of the Su clan, possessing immense power and standing at the pinnacle of the world. The leaders and ancestors of various races from the ancient divine mountain gazed at Su Tianming, their faces filled with fury. Yet they dared not voice their anger. Su Tianming, you have crossed the line. At that moment, a pair of gigantic black eyes suddenly appeared in the sky, emanating strands of overwhelming power. Under the pressure of this overwhelming power, everyone on the side of the ancient divine mountain could not help but. However, Su Tianming remained unfazed, his expression calm as he gazed at the giant eyes in the sky. Instead of fear, a fierce determination surged within him as he soared into the sky, confronting the massive black eyes. Cross the line. Head today. I have indeed crossed the line, but what will you do about it? As he spoke, a faint aura of overwhelming power erupted from Su Tianming, directly clashing with the gigantic. Oh, I didn't expect you to have taken that step. The owner of the black eyes let out a surprised sound upon sensing the faint aura of overwhelming power from Su Tianming. What's so strange about that? I was already at the peak of supremacy back then. After so many epochs, if I couldn't take that crucial step, I might as well have committed suicide. Su Tianming sneered repeatedly, his gaze flashing with brilliance as he looked at the black eyes. Hey, I said, why do you dare to cross the line alone? Turns out you have taken that step. But do you think that this allows you to disregard our authority? If we want to kill you, it would be an easy matter. The owner of the black eyes fixed his gaze on Su Tianming, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him, causing the entire sky to tremble. You want to kill me? Then come. It's not like we haven't fought before. Su Tianming said indifferently as he took out the battle immortal copper furnace. Boom. A plume of gray flames erupted violently from the copper furnace. Under the scorching of these gray flames, the surrounding laws of heaven and earth turned to nothingness. Su Tianming held the battle immortal copper furnace, his gaze coldly fixed on the black eyes ready to strike. This is that flame from back then. I didn't expect it to still be burning. The black eyes watched the gray flames in the battle immortal copper furnace, a flicker of fear reflected in their depths. If you haven't died, so how could this flame possibly extinguish? You wanted to fight, right? Then come. Today you'll see if I can burn you to ashes. Su Tianming abruptly slammed the lid of the battle immortal copper furnace, and the gray flames surged forth, enveloping his body and transforming into a fiery battle armor. Under the cloak of this gray fiery armor, the overwhelming power emanating from him became even more terrifying at that moment. Simultaneously, the laws of heaven and earth around them seemed to be affected by the gray flames igniting fiercely. Meanwhile, the overwhelming laws radiating from the black eyes were directly erased, turning into nothingness. Seeing this, the owner of the black eyes could not help but show a deep sense of dread, quickly retreating, unwilling to come into contact with the gray flames. You wanted to fight, right? Why are you retreating now? Su Tianming mocked with a playful expression on his face. The owner of the black eyes snorted coldly, remaining silent, clearly unwilling to touch the gray flames. Since you are unwilling to fight, then stop the nonsense. I came here today not for anything else. The people of the ancient divine mountain attempted to assassinate my nephew, and I demand an explanation today. Seeing the owner of the black eyes retreat, Su Tianming did not press further, but coldly stated, "What explanation do you want?" The owner of the black eyes fell silent for a moment before speaking. 10 pieces of 9-color destiny stones. Impossible. The owner of the black eyes refused without hesitation. 9-color destiny stones are a special mineral that can only be found in various forbidden zones naturally born from the earth and heavens. They contain the miraculous power of heaven and earth, capable of aiding one in profound life transformations. Even an utterly ordinary person, if they use the 9-color destiny stone for deep transformation, could instantly become an extraordinary talent, rivaling those unparalleled prodigies. And those unparalleled prodigies, if they undergo deep transformation using the 9-color destiny stones, would advance even further, becoming even more terrifying with their talents, potentially undergoing astonishing evolution. Legend has it that in the era of the heavenly fall, which predates the Forbidden Era, there was an unparalleled prodigy of the human race who, after using the 9-color destiny stone, experienced a terrifying evolution of his innate thunder body, directly transforming into the 10 calamities thunder god body, comparable to the top-tier physiques like the chaos body and the innate sacred body. However, although the effects of the 9-color destiny stones are astonishing, they are exceedingly rare. Even in the various forbidden zones, the amount formed in each epoch is roughly the size of a fingernail, equivalent to about 1/10 of a complete 9-color destiny stone. At this moment, Su Tianming demanded 10 complete 9-color destiny stones, which was akin to directly carving flesh from the various forbidden zones. 8 pieces of 9-color destiny stones. Though refused, Su Tianming was not angry and continued to make his offer. Impossible. The owner of the black eyes quietly refused. At least 3 pieces. If you refuse again, then there's nothing more to say. Let's fight directly. At worst, my Su clan will launch an immortal battle again and wipe out 1 or 2 forbidden zones. After being refused twice in a row, Su Tianming became ruthless, threatening. The gray flames enveloping him began to blaze fiercely, emitting a unique aura. 3 pieces of 9-color destiny stones. I cannot decide alone. Oh, I need to discuss with others. The owner of the black eye said solemnly. Understood. Su Tianming nodded in agreement. The black eyes in the sky gradually faded away. Later, the owner of the black eyes did not appear again. Instead, 3 gray stones suddenly appeared in the sky and landed in Su Taiming's hands. Hep. Thank you. With the items in hand, a smile curled at the corners of Su Taiming's mouth. With these, his nephew's already unparalleled talent would become even more terrifying, potentially reaching an extraordinary level. The posture of becoming an immortal is not just talk. After a moment's thought, Su Tianming suddenly flashed away, returning to the skies above the ancient divine mountain. Remember my words, I will only say this once. If any powerful beings above the saint level from the ancient divine mountain make a move against my nephew again, then don't blame my Su clan for being ruthless and directly annihilating your ancient divine mountain. At that time, even if the powerful beings behind you intervene, it will be of no use. The warning echoed across the skies. By the time everyone looked up again, Su Taiming's figure had already vanished. On the other side, the Su clan. Su Chen had just returned to the imperial palace from the ancient emperor city and immediately dove into the secret chamber. He took out the treasure chests obtained from killing Lin Patian and Lin Yin one by one. Then he retrieved another golden treasure chest from the system space, which was received after devouring Lin Yin. A total of 3 treasure chests. Su Chen first picked up the side character chest that dropped after Lin Potion's death and decisively opened it. A sharp clack echoed as Su Chen pressed down. The lid of the treasure chest sprang open. Ding dong. You have opened a supporting character chest. And congratulations. You have obtained peerless swordgrass. And congratulations. You have obtained 6,000 destiny villain points. Not bad. 60,000 destiny villain points at once, along with a divine herb known as peerless swordgrass. In the 9 heavens realm, spiritual herbs are ranked from lowest to highest: common spiritual herbs, supreme spiritual herbs, herb kings, supreme herb kings, sacred herbs, divine herbs, and immortality granting elixirs. Immortality granting elixirs belong exclusively to celestial emperors. Only cultivators of that supreme tier may possess them. Though the peerless sword grass Su Chen had drawn was merely a divine herb among its kind, it stood as the absolute pinnacle, the rarest of rarities. Upon ingestion, it not only deepens one's comprehension of the sword Tao, but also accelerates cultivation of sword-related divine arts. Even a complete novice utterly ignorant of swordsmanship would instantly transform into a prodigy upon consuming it. With that thought, Su Chen swiftly stored it within his system space. He had no intention of pursuing the sword Tao at present, but should he ever acquire a supreme sword art in the future, this herb would prove invaluable. The first chest had yielded a commendable reward. Su Chen now turned his gaze toward the remaining 2 chests. These were the true prizes of the encounter, far surpassing the supporting character chest dropped by Lin Patian upon his demise. He exhaled deeply before lifting both chests simultaneously and opened them. Clack and clack. And the crisp sounds rang out, followed by cascading system notifications echoing through his mind. Ding dong. You have opened a destiny chest. Ding dong. You have opened a system chest. And congratulations. You have obtained 5 element soil. And congratulations. You have obtained system cultivation garden. Congratulations. You have obtained life spring divine fluid. And congratulations. You have obtained Kuanpung divine art. Congratulations. You have obtained 2500 destiny villain points. And the notifications poured forth in rapid succession. Su Chen's expression shifted into something vivid and complex. This bounty was staggeringly rich: 5 element soil, the system cultivation garden, and life spring divine fluid. All 3 rewards pertained directly to spiritual herb cultivation. Combined, they enabled the nurturing of supreme grade herbs. Even immortality granting elixirs could be grown within their confines. Within his system interface, a new option appeared: spiritual herb garden. Su Chen selected it, and his consciousness instantly descended into a vast radiant field. Spiritual energy here was so dense it verged on the terrifying. So thick the very air seemed on the verge of coalescing into solid chi. A single day's cultivation here might rival an entire month's practice elsewhere. The soil itself shimmered with iridescent hues, a 5-colored earth imbued with a mysterious potent force profoundly nourishing to all spiritual herbs. Encircling the field flowed a stream formed entirely from life spring divine fluid. Life spring divine fluid contained unparalleled life essence. Outside this realm, it was measured drop by drop, each droplet commanding astronomical value. Yet here an entire stream coursed unceasingly, seemingly inexhaustible. Were this revealed to the world, chaos would erupt. Even patriarchs of ancient sects would abandon restraint and fight for it. And even if I planted mere weeds here, they'd surely blossom into sacred herbs in no time. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as he murmured softly. Without hesitation, he accessed his system space and planted the newly acquired peerless sword grass into the fertile soil. Afterward, Su Chen turned his attention to the final reward, the Kuanpung divine art, one of the 10 primordial beasts core techniques hailed as the ultimate expression of speed among the swiftest divine arts extant. At full mastery, it allowed one to brush against the time river itself. And this truly is an extraordinary, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within him. He now possessed yet another forbidden technique. Without pause, he accepted it. Instantly, countless arcane Tao characters flooded his mind, interweaving, spiraling, coalescing into a miniature kunpeng that soared and dived freely across his spiritual sea. In that instant, he grasped its fundamentals. An open personal interface. At his mental command, his attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Name Su Chen. In age 8 years. In identity, posthumous son of Su Tianqing, celestial emperor of the Su clan. In innate talents, primordial saint body, Tao embryo, twin pupils, sovereign bone, imperial blood. Cultivation, realm, sea of bitterness, third heaven. In primary scripture, unyielding sutra, peak of first heaven. In divine arts, 10,000 transformations, immortal art, bloom in a single thought, sovereign dominion over all under heaven, kunpeng, divine art. Destiny, villain points, 112000. In excellent, he murmured, nodding in quiet approval as he surveyed his stats. Among his peers, he stood utterly unrivaled. Even elder geniuses could be crushed beneath his might. Moreover, his unyielding sutra had already reached the peak of its first heaven. It was time to break through. His physical body would surge to unprecedented strength. Without delay, he retrieved a gray clay jar, within which surged an overwhelming tide of vital blood. This energy emanated entirely from Manu. Earlier, beneath the starry firmament, he had used a forbidden imperial banner to sever a massive slab of Manu's flesh. Sujio later refined it, purging its murderous intent, yielding this pure, concentrated essence. Supreme tier blood energy. I wonder how far it will push my physique. Without hesitation, he uncorked the jar and absorbed its entirety, simultaneously unleashing the unyielding sutra at full force. Boom. NAS, the sovereign blood energy flooded his meridians. His body resonated with a sound like a tidal wave crashing across the abyss. Countless torrents of vital energy coalesced into a true dragon, surging wildly through his veins. Yet under the unyielding sutra's relentless refinement, they were swiftly absorbed. And as this monstrous vitality was assimilated, the unyielding sutra, already at its first heaven's apex, shattered its limits. Second heaven. In third heaven. Neem barely more than a breath, it surged to the zenith of its third heaven. Yet the twin breakthroughs overwhelmed his frame. His body exploded outward. Every bone crumbled to dust, every sinew and muscle tore asunder. Agony lanced through him, but Su Chen clenched his teeth, unyielding. The practice of the Immortal Sutra emphasizes rising anew after destruction, rebuilding glory from the ruins. At this moment, with a continuous breakthrough through 2 realms, Su Chen's physical body had been utterly damaged. His entire skeleton had turned to dust, flesh torn apart, the energy within his body completely dissipated, and even his heart was thoroughly damaged. A wave of intense pain surged through him, and Su Chen gritted his teeth, veins bulging, as he continuously operated the Immortal Sutra. With the continuous operation of the Immortal Sutra, suddenly, boom, the heart which had nearly fallen silent began to beat slowly once again. Streams of golden blood flowed out from within. This golden blood was remarkably extraordinary, carrying an extraordinary secret power. Where it flowed, the previously torn flesh began to slowly heal, and the shattered bones started to reconnect. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat grew stronger and more powerful until it resembled a rumbling thunder. Amidst the pulsation, a large amount of golden blood flowed throughout his body, replacing the original blood. Su Chen's once utterly shattered physical body was soon completely restored, and it became even stronger. As the golden blood flowed, his flesh astonishingly transformed into gold as well. Boom. Su Chen attempted to clench his fist, and with just a slight exertion, a terrifying force erupted, creating waves of sonic booms. Such terrifying physical strength. Feeling the terrifying power contained within his current physical body, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, and at this moment he felt that even relying solely on his physical strength, he could easily kill a dragon transformation realm cultivator with a single punch. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that with the Immortal Sutra elevated to the 3rd level, it had also derived a tremendously powerful physical divine ability. Golden Domain. Whispering softly, Su Chen frantically urged the blood and qi within his body. A ray of golden light erupted from his flesh, and amidst this golden light, countless Tao runes intertwined, forming a miraculous domain. This domain was forged from the terrifying qi and blood power within him. It possessed an effect of being invulnerable to all laws. As long as the golden domain is activated, no law can approach me, and I shall suppress the heavens with my strength. Furthermore, the golden domain also possessed a strong binding ability capable of restraining all things within the domain, and even in the later stages, it could even bind extreme laws. It can be said that as long as Su Chen's physical body is powerful enough, the potential of this golden domain will be limitless, not inferior to divine abilities of the level of the 10 Fiends or 9 Secrets. Indeed, with a flawless physique, your physical strength alone surpasses that of the young emperor of the same era by a significant margin. A comforting voice suddenly echoed from the void. Su Chen turned to follow the direction of the voice, and he saw the 10 ancestors, Su Tianming, looking at him with a smile. Why do you have time to come out? A hint of surprise flashed across Su Chen's expression. The Su family's forbidden 10 dragons generally remained in seclusion, rarely emerging. You are now 8 years old. According to the customs of our Su family, it is time to prepare for your first baptism. The materials needed have been gathered, and I am here to take you back to the ancestral land. Su Tianming said with a hint of pride. For the first baptism, using 3 pieces of 9-color, heavenly fate stones, it is likely that there are very few who can enjoy such treatment throughout the 9 heavens realm. Back to the ancestral land. Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. He naturally knew about the baptism, but what confused him was why it had to be held in the ancestral land when it could be anywhere. After all, the Su family's ancestral land is located deep in the chaos, and every time a spatial transport portal is opened, the resources consumed are enormous. Indeed, you must return to the ancestral land for this baptism. This baptism is of great significance to you and may take a long time. Now that the 3,000 celestial realms are about to open, if the baptism occurs in the outside world, you may miss this grand event. Moreover, there is a special place within the ancestral land that can defy the heavens and grant you several years' time. After finishing, Su Tianming waved his hand, directly enveloping him and disappearing from the spot. In the depths of the chaos, countless chaotic winds raged, turning this place into a forbidden zone for living beings. Even supreme-level powerhouses, if they recklessly venture in, could easily be swept away by the chaotic winds, facing the danger of perishing. At this moment, Su Tianming led Su Chen, quickly advancing through the chaos. Soon a floating divine island appeared before them. This floating divine island was vast, enveloped by an invisible energy shield. The chaotic winds raging around it were forcibly erased by an invisible force as they approached the floating divine island. Su Tianming brought Su Chen to the center of the floating divine island. Open! With a low shout from Su Tianming, a void crack appeared before them. Behind this void crack lay a very special space. The flow of time inside was hundreds of times faster than the outside world. 1 day outside equaled 1 year inside. Moreover, within this space there stood a cauldron as tall as 2 men. The cauldron was adorned with carvings of the stars, emanating a faint imperial majesty, looking quite extraordinary. A faint fragrance wafted from this cauldron. Just by inhaling the fragrance, Su Chen felt incredibly refreshed. This cauldron was indeed one of the Su family's treasured artifacts, the Wanling Cauldron. It was specially forged by Su Tianqing after becoming an emperor for alchemy. Although it was not an imperial weapon, it was still quite impressive, especially for refining medicine, significantly enhancing its efficacy. Open the cauldron. Su Tianming suddenly made a move, opening the cauldron. Chainer, hurry and get in. Seeing this, Su Chen did not hesitate to dive into the cauldron. Casually, Su Tianming stretched out his hand and took out a large number of items. Dao fruit, 9 nether ghostly roots, 3 flower divine lotus. Looking at the items, Su Tianming took out. Su Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Each of these items was a supreme treasure belonging to divine medicines. Transform for me. Su Tianming roared, urging the cauldron's flames. In an instant, all the divine medicines melted, instantly turning into a rich medicinal liquid. Soaking in it, Su Chen felt as if he was about to ascend, as large amounts of essence flowed into his body through his pores, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Not enough, continue. At this moment, Su Tianming took out 3 9-color, heavenly fate stones, crushing them to transform them into a special 9-color energy, which was then injected into the cauldron. Boom! With the injection of this 9-color energy, the entire cauldron began to tremble, violently erupting with countless phenomena. The stars carved around it seemed to come alive, transforming into massive stars that revolved around the cauldron. Meanwhile, the previously calm medicinal liquid in the cauldron began to boil. The medicinal effects surged dramatically, increasing by an unknown number of times, and an exceptionally extraordinary secret power emerged within. Su Chen sat cross-legged within the cauldron, his bearing dignified and solemn. As a sphere of 9-colored energy poured in, every medicinal brew began to boil, their potency multiplying as if by geometric law. Seeing this, Su Chen relaxed his mind, circulated his arts, and absorbed the elixirs to cleanse and bathe his being. As the medicines were drawn into him, he entered an exquisitely strange state of consciousness. Chants of the Tao rose in his ears. Those principles that should have been formless suddenly congealed into something tangible, as if one could reach out and touch the way itself. His flesh began to shine. The miraculous secret force within the elixirs, once absorbed, surged into his chest, mostly taken in by the supreme bone, while the remainder settled latent within his body. A low reverberation filled the air. After assimilating that 9-colored force, the supreme bone within him began to undergo an unknown transformation. Where once the bone had been white as jade, it slowly turned a burnished gold, its inner Doic runes growing ever more elaborate and profound. Silken threads of supreme blood began to seep forth. The supreme bone is evolving, and supreme blood has been born. Su Chen started in surprise, then his heart flooded with ecstatic joy. The supreme bone, one of the highest forms of innate talent, bears upon its surface heaven-defining arts. As a conduit, it can give rise to the incomparable supreme blood. When supreme blood courses through the body, it can evolve entirely new supreme divine arts and bestow upon its bearer a complete nirvana rebirth, a qualitative leap in power. Yet, drawing supreme blood from the bone is exceedingly difficult, requiring the bone to undergo repeated nirvana evolutions. Now Su Chen's supreme bone had entered its first nirvana evolution and had successfully yielded a portion of The scene was staggering. Throughout the annals, bearers of the supreme bone were vanishingly rare. Those who could force it to nirvana and bring forth supreme blood were even rarer. And yet Su Chen was only 8 years old, and by this single baptism, he had triggered his bone's first nirvana. The supreme blood that birthed forth gleamed with a sacred stellar brilliance that flowed and shimmered like constellations, granting Su Chen a ceaseless tide of secret power. Under that blessing, he could plainly feel his strength swell. This increase was not in mere cultivation rank, nor solely in flesh. It lay in the peculiar augmentation of secret power. He sensed that with this force, even the humblest treasure arts in his hands could erupt with terrifying potency. Supreme blood was the preliminary evolution of a second supreme art. Judging by its effect, that second art should provide additional amplification to treasure arts. He murmured softly, a smile tugging at his lips. The gains from this baptism were immense. Not only had it completed the supreme bone's first nirvana evolution and strengthened it, he also discovered a subtle change in his double pupils. The two eyes began to show signs of unifying, the daoic sigils within his irises deepened, and the power of various divine arts rose noticeably. He whispered that once the double pupils merged into one, a new form of ocular evolution could occur, a special path of advancement of tremendous power. Smiling, he closed his eyes and continued to use the surrounding elixirs to complete his cleansing and transformation. During this process, his golden sea of bitterness within began to churn, faintly hinting at a breakthrough. Outside events also unfolded. The 10th ancestor Su Tianming watched Su Chen cross-legged in the cauldron, surprise flashing across his face. Tisk, I did not expect the supreme bone to nirvana first. I thought the double pupils would awaken. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction. His nephew's talent was astonishing. Throughout the ages, few could rival him. Now that the supreme bone had evolved and grown mightier, his future achievements would surely defy the heavens and even surpass his father. Observing that Su Chen had closed his eyes and continued the baptism, Su Tianming's expression turned to a star. After all, the 9-colored destiny stone's energy had been spent and the surrounding elixirs were nearly depleted. Continuing the ritual further seemed of little consequence. He grumbled and laughed, then produced dozens of divine herbs and tossed them into the cauldron, stoking the celestial flame to refine them into elixirs. But quickly those waters were entirely absorbed by Su Chen. His golden sea of bitterness was like a bottomless abyss, devouring every trace of energy nearby. Su Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Already emptied so fast. He grit his teeth and produced another batch, over 10 herbs, and hurled them in as well. They too were consumed at once, all swallowed by Su Chen's golden abyss. You brat. I won't believe this still won't fill you. Growing grave, Su Tianming produced a single golden pan tao and threw it in. This was the fruit born of the elixir of immortality, less potent than an entire immortal herb, yet far superior to most divine medicines. Inside the cauldron, Su Chen felt a hint of puzzlement. His baptism should have concluded long ago. Out of thrift, he had planned to absorb every last drop. Strangely, the elixirs seemed endless. I refuse to be outdone. I will still drain you today, he resolved, and his golden sea of bitterness gaped open ravenous. As torrents of elixir poured in, the sea expanded before his eyes. Golden miniature figures coalesced within it, one after another, each settling in meditative pose upon that luminous sea. His cultivation raced upward. The sea of bitterness realm climbed, 4th layer, 5th, 6th. And in but a brief instant, he surged to the 9th layer of the sea of bitterness realm. 9 golden figures shone resplendently within his sea, appearing supremely holy. There is more. Su Chen gasped. The surrounding elixirs still had not been exhausted. Keep absorbing, he roared inwardly, abandoning restraint and devouring the remaining energies. He had reached the pinnacle of the sea of bitterness realm and now sought to shatter that limit to condense the 10th sea of bitterness fruit. A sudden, more terrible suction issued from his golden sea, like a black hole tearing at reality itself. Su Tianming exclaimed in disbelief, "What, this still more?" Then stunned, he cried, "It's truly gone, drained dry." In astonishment, he said, "Even if you are my nephew, you cannot fleece me like this." He realized with dread that all his prepared divine herbs had been used up, even the fruit of the elixir of immortality had been consumed. All of Su Tianming's resources had been spent, leaving him both shocked and discomfited by the voracity of the young boys. Old Ten, do not stop. At that moment, an elder suddenly flew out from the depths of the hovering divine eye. "Seventh brother, how did you come out?" Su Tianming asked, bewilderment flickering across his face as the elder appeared out of nowhere. The suddenly arrived elder was none other than Su Tianqing, the seventh of the Jinji Shilong. Yet Su Tianqing did not answer Su Tianming's question. Instead, his gaze burned as he fixed his stare upon Su Chen without pause. A shard of keen light shimmered within his pupils as if he sought to see through Su Chen, inside and out, with absolute clarity. After a moment, he raised a hand, producing an abundance of divine medicines. He refined them into pure medicinal liquid and cast it into the refining furnace. TSK. No wonder he is the eldest brother's own son, Su Tianqing murmured, admiration easing into his eyes. Not only peerless in talent, but possessed of an unparalleled grandeur. Hearing this, Su Tianming could not help but startle. Among the Jinji Shilong of the Su Jia, Su Tianqing was the most aloof. He rarely spoke, let alone praised another. And yet with a single glance he could not suppress his astonishment. Su Tianming widened his eyes and looked at Su Chen once more. Supreme runes flowed across his vision, and in an instant Su Chen's condition was laid bare. He intends to condense the 10th Kuhai Dao body, and thereby shatter the Kuhai realm's ultimate boundary. Su Tianming cried out upon realizing the truth. One must understand, on the path of cultivation, the later one advances, the more arduous it becomes to break an ultimate boundary, especially within the Kuhai realm. This realm is singular. By wielding the power of the Kuhai, one condenses Kuhai Dao bodies. Ordinary cultivators may form 5 such bodies, which is often sufficient. Then by gradually expanding the Kuhai realm, one can press on to a breakthrough. A handful of prodigies, however, can push this to the extreme, condensing 9 Kuhai Dao bodies. But to break the realm's ultimate boundary, that is an exceedingly difficult feat, for the later stages of condensing a Kuhai Dao body demand terrifying amounts of resources. The 10th body in particular consumes resources on a truly astronomical scale. If it were only a matter of material wealth, some sacred grounds and great sects could bite the bullet and supply what is needed. Yet beyond resources, what is most crucial is having a sufficiently powerful foundation, an inner depth, to support the condensation. This foundation is not merely an accumulation of energy. It is more like an intrinsic ceiling, a bound that defines how far one may rise. Take a common man. Even with countless resources, his Kuhai can expand at best to the size of a pond. No matter how much he accumulates thereafter, without extraordinary opportunity, he will scarcely expand further. Some wunderkinds are born with a vast Kuhai, and thus their ceiling is far higher. Yet the upper limit, required to condense the 10th Kuhai Dao body, is of a wholly more terrifying order. Even those who later become great emperors could not reach such an upper limit in their youth. They are forced to break through first, and only complete the refinement after attaining imperial status. That is the might of a great emperor. Upon reaching that realm, the heavens bestow favor, each stage perfects itself, and final thresholds are shattered. And now Su Chen seeks to forcefully breach the ultimate boundary by condensing the 10th Kuhai Dao body. Does he truly have the upper limit required? Su Tianming's eyes swam with doubt. Su Tianqing replied solemnly, there is hope. The golden Kuhai stretches boundlessly, and it is still expanding. Perhaps Chen truly has a chance to overturn eternal legend. Opening the 10th Kuhai Dao body, while still within the Kuhai realm, Su Tianqing answered with gravity. Overturn eternal legend. The words left Su Tianming's mouth with a dry, fevered awe. The implication was simply staggering. In all of history across the long river of time, few, if any, have managed to break the ultimate boundary and condense the 10th Kuhai Dao body while still in the Kuhai realm. Those who have achieved the 10th had not done so in the midst of the Kuhai realm. They completed it only after becoming saints or attaining supreme heights, supplementing it in later years. If Su Chen succeeds now, the world will quake with astonishment. The two of them fixed their gazes upon him, desperate to witness the unfolding. At the same time as Su Chen's Kuhai swelled, 7 more elders emerged from the depths of the floating isle, other members of the Jinji Shilong of the Su Jia. These men usually slumber to withstand the ravages of time, yet now they all awaken together. To shatter eternal legend, Chen displays great mettle. If he succeeds, he will shake antiquity and the present alike, inspiring awe. Moreover, to condense the 10th Kuhai Dao body while still in the Kuhai realm must differ from those later completed bodies. Perhaps it will be even more wondrous. They whispered in low tones, their eyes alight with expectation. They would witness history today. Meanwhile, Su Chen, seated cross-legged within the refining furnace, remained utterly unaware of the stirrings without. At this moment, he had poured every fragment of his spirit into condensing the 10th Kuhai Dao body. The golden Kuhai roiled, releasing thunderous crashing waves. Countless strands of golden primordial force and great Dao runes surged from the depths of the Kuhai, weaving above its surface into the embryonic shape of a golden immortal. Yet the nascent form was blurred and indistinct. Only a vague humanoid outline could be discerned, its details refusing to resolve. No, insufficient. Continue. Su Chen roared inwardly, commanding the golden Kuhai to concentrate every ounce of primordial force into that 10th golden figure. But the golden immortal behaved like a bottomless maw. However much primordial force poured in, it showed not the slightest change. No, still too far? Su Chen gritted, and he triggered the medicines he had earlier swallowed, the medicinal liquid and the Jiuzhuan Xiandan companion pill. Boom! An instant later, a catastrophic eruption of energy blazed forth, bathing the heavens and earth in gold. Su Chen hurriedly circulated his cultivation method to refine it. With the bummy Jing running frantically within him, the once sapped golden Kuhai was refilled in the next moment. Su Chen promptly funneled that energy into the 10th Kuhai Dao body. As the energy poured in, the golden figure grew more solid. Yet Su Chen dared not relax. This was only the beginning. To complete the 10th body still demanded a sea of power. Fortunately, he had earlier swallowed the Jiuzhuan Xiandan and copious medicinal liquids. Otherwise, the 10th Kuhai Dao body would have long since drained him dry. Even with abundant reserves, he remained vigilant, continually refining the energies within his body and converting them into primordial force. He also tirelessly evolved his own methods and Dao within his mind, injecting them into the 10th Kuhai Dao body. Gradually, the 10th body began to take a firmer form. Its solidification was slow, yet at last it had begun. The first decisive step had been taken. And as the 10th Kuhai Dao body congealed, a surge of golden secret force erupted within Su Chen. Those golden forces wrapped him like a cocoon. Once the 10th body fully formed, he would break the chrysalis and emerge transformed. This is the 10th Sea of Suffering body beginning to take form. Outside, the 9th dragon among Su clan's forbidden 10 dragons stared unblinkingly at Su Chen within the crucible. They knew success now hinged upon a single final step. With sufficient primordial energy, this 10th Sea of Suffering body would gradually coalesce. At that moment, Su Chen would break free from his chrysalis, truly shattering an age-old myth. Yet though this process appeared deceptively simple, its reality was fraught with unparalleled peril. The condensation of the 10th Sea of Suffering body demanded not only immense primordial energy drawn from the Sea of Suffering itself, but also required the sea to be both extraordinarily vast and unshakably resilient. Otherwise, even if abundant resources enabled one to construct the nascent form of the 10th Sea of Suffering body, the overwhelming divine might would ultimately shatter the sea itself, leading to utter annihilation of body and Tao. Now all that remains is patient waiting. The formation of the 10th Sea of Suffering body is no trivial matter. It may well span several years. The elder ancestors did not depart. Instead, they settled into meditation around the crucible. First, to safeguard the process, and second, to observe the birth of this unprecedented 10th Sea of Suffering body. After all, manifesting a 10th Sea of Suffering body while still in the Sea of Suffering realm was exceedingly rare. Its formation traced cosmic patterns, profound Tao trajectories, offering even these venerable elders invaluable insights. Perhaps through witnessing it, one might awaken enlightenment and take that decisive step forward. Time flowed steadily onward. Half a month passed swiftly beyond the crucible's boundary. Within those 14 days, the 9 heavens realm surged with hidden tempests and roiling undercurrents. The 3,000 immortal realms were poised to open, drawing prodigies and anomalies from every epoch, each vying fiercely to ascend and seize the imperial mandate of this age. Amidst this upheaval, countless prodigies and anomalies blazed forth with dazzling brilliance in fierce battles, evoking awe across the realm. Seizing the moment, the Heavenly Fate Pavilion unveiled its newest prodigy list. This edition carried unmatched authority, encompassing virtually every contemporary prodigy and anomaly, as well as long-sealed ancient aberrations. Comprising exactly 3,000 names, the list resonated mystically with the 3,000 great Tao. Moreover, it was intrinsically linked to the Tao itself. Each name inscribed belonged to a peerless genius, dragon among men, prodigy among prodigies, anomaly among anomalies. Furthermore, inclusion on the list bestowed sacred Tao rewards. The higher the rank, the more magnificent the boon. Upon this announcement, every prodigy and anomaly erupted into frenzied cultivation and challenge. Even heirs of reclusive sects and inheritors of primordial powers emerged from seclusion to contend for supremacy. A torrent of legendary clashes ignited across the realms. And just days ago, a single revelation seized the full attention of every prodigy and anomaly. The supreme trial grounds, the millennial rite, was about to open. Forged by a sovereign emperor-level cultivator, the supreme trial grounds served as a sacred arena specially designed for prodigies and anomalies alike, within which lay boundless opportunities, sovereign inheritances, emperor-level cultivation arts, elixirs of immortality, and much more. Instantly, legions of prodigies and anomalies converged upon its threshold. An epical contest of geniuses was imminent. Yet none of this touched Su Chen, for he remained seated motionless within the crucible, awaiting the final coalescence of his 10th Sea of Suffering body. Though merely half a month had elapsed outside within this unique space of the primordial chaos land, 6 full years had already passed. Su Chen had now matured into a graceful, radiant youth, handsome of countenance, upright of bearing, his hair shimmering with ethereal luster. Moreover, an ineffable aura clung to him, ethereal celestial. As though plucked from fairyland itself, a single glance left an indelible impression upon the soul. Of course, beyond this transformation in appearance, Su Chen's most profound change resided in the sea of suffering within his abdomen. Already boundless, the golden sea of suffering had grown vastly grander over these 6 years, its surging golden waves stretching endlessly beyond sight. Above this golden sea, myriad auspicious phenomena spontaneously unfolded: 3,000 deities, 3,000 demons, 3,000 Buddhas, all kneeling in reverence, chanting sutras bestowing sacred power upon him. Amidst this awe-inspiring spectacle, 10 golden figures sat in serene meditation. These were Su Chen's sea of suffering bodies. Yet unlike the first 9, though the 10th had not yet fully coalesced, it radiated an overwhelming innate magic. Countless halos encircled it, elevating its presence to sublime solemnity, and from within its form arose continuous sutra chanting, echoing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Just a sliver remains. Condense, now. Su Chen's consciousness sank deep into the golden sea of suffering, gazing upward at the 10th sea of suffering body hovering on the cusp of completion, and let loose a low guttural roar. In the next instant, torrents of primordial essence from the sea surged inward, while countless Tao patterns wove themselves around it in reinforcement. In a flash, the 10th sea of suffering body achieved perfect, complete manifestation. Shoo! At the moment of its completion, the 10th sea of suffering body snapped its eyes open, blazing forth a dazzling golden light that pierced the 9 heavens above and the 9 netherworlds below. Boom! The previously tranquil golden sea of suffering instantly roiled with violent turbulence, golden waves crashing like thunderous mountains and roaring seas. Then crack! A sharp crystalline sound echoed as the golden sea of suffering shattered outright. Yet this shattering did not signify collapse or ruin. On the contrary, it meant his sea of suffering had transcended all limits, free now to expand infinitely without constraint. Even more astonishingly, at the instant the golden sea fractured, wisps of primordial chaos energy began to permeate it. His once sacred golden sea gradually grew turbid, while the illusory forms of the 3,000 deities, 3,000 demons, and 3,000 Buddhas transformed, becoming luminous stars that revolved serenely across the sea's expanse. From afar, Su Chen's sea of suffering now resembled nothing less than a living cosmos, and the 10 sea of suffering bodies sat enthroned at the 10 cardinal extremities of that universe, guarding the starry firmament. This, forming the 10th sea of suffering body, has directly transmuted my original sea into a complete self-contained universe. Witnessing this, Su Chen stood utterly dumbfounded. And even more terrifying was the surge of incomprehensible power that erupted the moment this cosmic sea of suffering came into being, roiling violently throughout his body. The Tao laws within him underwent a cataclysmic metamorphosis, growing ever more sacred, utterly unbound by the heavens and earth, as though he had stepped beyond their very fabric. In that instant he felt, instinctively, irrevocably, that even a sovereign realm cultivator would crumble beneath a single strike of his fist. Meanwhile, just as Su Chen's 10th layer of the bitter sea body was forming and the bitter sea transformed into the universe, the ancestors of the Su family suddenly awoke. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. During this time, they had been observing the condition of Su Chen's 10th bitter. However, just a moment ago something strange happened. They felt a sharp sting in their eyes, and by the time they reacted, they could no longer see through Su Chen's bitter sea. Moreover, the most bizarre part was that if they did not investigate carefully, they could not sense Su Chen's presence at all. It was as if he did not exist in this world. This situation left all the ancestors utterly shocked. They were all top-tier supreme beings who had long taken that most crucial step. They belonged to the strongest beings of this era. Logically, there should be very few things in the world that could block their probing and perception. Yet at this moment, Su Chen, who was merely at the bitter sea stage, managed to elude their scrutiny, making it difficult for them to even sense him from such a close distance. What on earth is happening? What has happened to Chainer that we cannot probe him? Could it be that this is the effect of condensing the 10th layer of the bitter sea body in the bitter sea realm? It seems too astonishing that even we supreme beings cannot discern the specifics. The crowd buzzed with discussion, exchanging glances filled with shock. Just as they were speaking, another elder rushed. This elder looked exceptionally worn, with runes swirling in his pupils, exuding an extraordinary aura, as if he were a vessel for the Tao of heaven and earth. This elder was none other than Su Tianke, the leader of the Su family's forbidden 10 dragons. Big Brother has emerged. At this moment, upon seeing Su Tianke come out, all the ancestors hurriedly surrounded him. Eldest brother, take a look at what is happening with Chainer. We are unable to probe him. Su Tianke's power was unquestionable among the 10 dragons of the Forbidden Zone. In fact, during the time that the Su family's emperor Su Tianqing battled in the Forbidden Zones, he was a key figure in the main force. He could engage in fierce battles with the masters of various Forbidden Zones. Now countless eras have passed, and no one knows how powerful he has become. Moreover, and most importantly, Su Tiank, like Su Chen, was a dual-eyed cultivator possessing the most powerful eyes in the world. He could pierce through all illusions and gaze directly at the source of the Tao. At this moment, facing the confusion of others, Su Tianke did not speak, but widened his eyes, staring intently at Su Chen. In his pupils, the stars of the universe revolved, and the Tao of heaven and earth became clearly visible. However, when his gaze shifted to Su Chen's bitter sea, it was obstructed by a wave of chaotic energy, preventing him from advancing any further. Big brother, what do you see? What is Chainer's situation now? The crowd asked anxiously. However, Su Tianke merely shook his head. After a moment, he finally spoke in silence. I cannot discern what kind of situation Chainer is in. However, it is certain that the changes within him must be related to his bitter sea. Upon hearing this, everyone could not help but freeze and place their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Su Chen. How extraordinarily monstrous is this nephew? Condensing 10 layers of the bitter sea body in the bitter sea realm breaks the ancient legends. Moreover, it has rendered all of them who have taken the crucial step unable to pry into his situation. Such a situation might not have a second occurrence throughout history. Furthermore, what is even more absurd is that even Su Tiank, who has achieved the pinnacle of dual-eyed cultivation and could wrestle with the masters of forbidden zones, is currently unable to examine the specifics of Su Chen's bitter sea. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This young man's talent can no longer be described as that of an emperor, but rather that of a heavenly emperor, a transcendent being. This kid is a bit too heaven-defying. Su Tianming suddenly swallowed hard, feeling a premonition. In the future, this nephew might even surpass his father, reaching a height unprecedented in history. Of course, he was not the only one with this premonition. Everyone from the Su family's forbidden 10 dragons looked at Su Chen with changed expressions. He is the foundation for the future rise of the Su family. No matter how the Su family might decline in the future, as long as Su Chen is present, they will certainly reign supreme over the heavens and the myriad realms. Moreover, as long as he grows safely in the future, sweeping through the major life forbidden zones and quelling the chaos of darkness, he might truly achieve this in this era. Thinking of this, Su Tianke suddenly spoke. Tianming, from now on, do not fall into slumber. Devote yourself fully to protecting Chainer. We must not allow him to encounter any mishaps. If any old forces dare to harm Chainer, do not hesitate, just burn them away. Understood. Su Tianming replied immediately. At this moment, Su Chen's status had risen dramatically in the hearts of the ancestors. He was truly the apple of their eye. Elders, what are you all doing? Just then a clear voice rang out, and they saw that Su Chen had walked out from the furnace and approached the group of ancestors. You're out. The group of ancestors was startled, their eyes filled with even more disbelief. They had not even noticed when Su Chen had emerged. If this were during battle, the crowd could not help but gasp, unable to imagine how terrifying this ability was. This is a new ability gained after my nephew condensed the 10th bitter sea body and broke through the limits of the bitter sea realm. It can shield. This is a new ability gained after my nephew condensed the 10th bitter sea body and broke through the limits of the bitter sea realm. It can shield all perceptions from the world. Su Chen said with a smile. The principle of this ability was quite simple. He discovered that as long as he actively opened the chaotic universe within him, anyone within its covered range would be unable to perceive it, even if they were supreme beings. However, this ability does have its limitations. That is to say, his current chaotic bitter sea can only be opened slightly, at most covering just himself. Beyond that, he would be constrained by the Tao of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, this is still quite astonishing. Especially if he were to focus on assassinating enemies, opening up the chaotic universe, and combining it with the speed of the Kunping technique, there would be almost no one in the same realm who could stop him. Of course, besides shielding perceptions, the chaotic universe within him possesses many other marvelous uses, but he still needs to develop them on his own. In the chaotic ancestral land, the members of the Su family, bound by taboo, stared incredulously at Su Chen before them. They never expected that breaking through the extreme of the bitter sea realm and condensing the 10th layer of the bitter sea body would yield such astonishing results. It can allow a bitter sea cultivator to shield their perceptions from a group of top-tier supreme beings. Breaking the ancient myths is indeed remarkable. The elders couldn't help but marvel. Chainer, the 3,000 celestial realms are about to open. A great era is descending. As the imperial son of the Su family, you will naturally have to compete with the outstanding prodigies of your generation. Although you have broken through the ancient extreme realm unparalleled in history, you must not become complacent. Remember, there are always those more powerful than you, and some ancient monsters or heirs of forbidden lands who have sealed themselves for countless epochs are equally formidable, possessing extraordinary means. In a few days, the supreme trial grounds will be opened. There, the first battle of the contemporary prodigies will take place. During this time, we will guide your cultivation and impart our unique techniques to you. How much you can learn depends on yourself. The Grand Ancestor Su Tianming slowly spoke to Su Chen. Chainer understands. Su Chen nodded. In fact, he had never underestimated anyone. After all, the enemies he faced were a group equipped with systems. If he were careless, there would surely come a day of... Just as he finished speaking, the other elders vanished, leaving only the grand ancestor Su Tianming. Chainer, the technique I want to teach you is called One Qi, breaking all laws. With just the tool in your hand, you can break all laws in the world. Watch closely. Su Tianming spoke softly, then suddenly soared into the air. A 9-story small tower burst forth from his body. This small tower, initially no larger than a palm, instantly grew to a height of 10,000 miles, exuding a terrifying supreme might, as if it could collapse the heavens. Break. With a single word from Su Tianming, the towering structure transformed into a streak of light shooting forth with unstoppable momentum, crashing into the chaotic land outside the floating divine island. Boom. The vast space of the chaotic land began to collapse at a visible speed, shattering like glass, and then transforming into nothingness as the surrounding chaotic energy turned violent. This strike directly pierced through the chaos. Chainer, this is the One Qi, breaking all laws of your ancestor. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Su Tianming wore a pleased expression, satisfied with the power of the previous strike. Then he pointed his finger and instantly conveyed the method of practicing One Qi, breaking all laws, to Su Chen. Do not practice other methods, only focus on One Qi, and with it break all things in the world. One Qi, breaking all laws, is indeed remarkable. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Undoubtedly, this is a very powerful path. Cultivated to perfection, the tool refined in hand becomes the most powerful killing move, capable of suppressing the heavens and shattering the abyss. It can even collide with supreme imperial weapons using this tool. I have the dragon pattern black gold divine cauldron, and this technique is quite suitable for me. As he spoke, Su Chen summoned the dragon pattern divine cauldron from his chaotic universe. When the golden bitter sea transformed into the chaotic universe, the divine form of the dragon pattern divine cauldron had completely merged with the dragon pattern black gold, becoming a true heavy weapon. At the same time, he spent 100,000 fate villain points, forcibly elevating the One Qi, breaking all laws, to the level of mastery. In an instant, countless memories flowed through his mind. The technique of One Qi, breaking all laws, was instantly mastered to the level of proficiency, as if he had practiced this technique for many years. This divine cauldron is forged from dragon pattern black gold, and it carries the divine form of Chainer. His a divine cauldron forged from pure celestial gold. Chainer is quite fortunate. I bet old Chen would drool upon seeing this cauldron, if I remember correctly. His 9-story glass tower, when forged, only had a small fraction of celestial gold mixed in. The elders hidden in the shadows watched Su Chen with the black gold dragon pattern divine cauldron, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. Celestial gold elixirs for immortality and other such existences are exclusive to emperors. They are unattainable without great fortune. Su Chen's ability to obtain such a large piece of dragon pattern black gold in the bitter sea realm can only be described as astonishingly fortunate. As for Su Tianming below, looking at the dragon pattern divine cauldron, Su Chen produced, his eyes nearly popped out. A top-tier supreme being's weapon was actually not as good as that of Su Chen, a bitter sea cultivator. One could only say that comparing people can be infuriating. However, there were even more surprising things to come. Su Chen suddenly waved his hand, and the dragon pattern divine cauldron soared into the sky, expanding in the wind, instantly transforming into a size of 100 feet, then turning into a streak of light, crashing forward. At that moment, it seemed as though all things in the world had vanished, leaving only the dragon pattern divine cauldron in the heavens and the earth. The great Tao has 50, and one can escape from one of them. At this moment, the dragon pattern divine cauldron seemed to embody that which had escaped. How is this possible? Su Tianming's mouth dropped open, his throat slightly moved, eyes full of disbelief. He felt his head spinning. In Su Chen's strike, he actually faintly sensed the essence of One Qi, breaking all laws, and it was not just a preliminary grasp, but had reached the level of mastery. Realizing this, Su Tianming felt utterly bewildered. He had trained in One Qi, breaking all laws for 5 years, just to reach the entry level, and mastering it took him a whole century. Yet how long did Su Chen take just now? He merely saw it demonstrated once, and achieved the results that took him 100 years of hard practice. Is this disparity really so vast? He had once been acclaimed as a genius among geniuses, but now compared to Su Chen, there was simply no comparison. Chainer, how did you do that? Su Tianming coughed lightly, pretending to ask. I just needed to see it once to understand. Su Chen stared wide-eyed at Su Tianming. I just needed to see it once. Haha, just like the way the ancestor did back then, indeed worthy of being the pride of our Su family. Su Tianming said, his face unflushed and heart steady. Old Chen, you're full of nonsense. You took 100 years to master One Qi, breaking all laws. Just then laughter erupted. Several elders appeared simultaneously, all looking incredulously at Su Chen. The technique that took old Chen 100 years to master. This kid learned it just by looking once. Such talent. It's like cheating. Ahem, sixth brother, don't expose my shortcomings. Looking at the arriving figures, Su Tianming's face turned slightly red. However, the others paid him no mind and continued to stare at Su Chen. Moments later the group left, and only the seventh ancestor, Su Tiansheng, remained. The seventh ancestor, Su Tiansheng, among the Su family's forbidden 10 dragons, is usually aloof, rarely speaking to anyone, and often wears a cold expression. However, when facing Su Chen, he is exceptionally amiable, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Chainer, my greatest expertise in life lies in the sword path. Today I shall impart to you my divine ability, which is my strongest technique, the burial sky sword. This sword technique is quite difficult to master. An ordinary person, no matter how diligently they practice, will require 100 years to enter the threshold, while even the most gifted prodigy would need 10 years of hard work to grasp it initially. However, once you enter the threshold, the power of this sword path technique is on par with the 10 fiends and 9. As he spoke, Su Tiansheng suddenly gestured with his fingers, 3 inches of sword light flickering between them. With each step he took, the sword light surged, and his aura grew sharper. By the time he took 9 steps, whoosh, whoosh, a 3-foot-long sword forged from the great Daos runes appeared in his hand, and his aura erupted instantly. Boom! A terrifying supreme pressure radiated outward, so overwhelming it was breathtaking, causing the surrounding chaotic winds to momentarily freeze in their tracks. The observing ancestors watching from the side couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Old Seven, this is his ultimate trump card. To teach Chainer, he even brought out this sword. His brother Seven is truly going all out. If I remember correctly, across countless epochs, Brother Seven has concealed 9 swords originally prepared for the masters of the Forbidden Zones. To teach Chainer the true meaning of the burial sky sword, I never expected him to use one now. The essence of the burial sky sword lies in the concept of concealment. Concealing the sword within oneself, nurturing the sword chi with one's body. The longer it is nurtured, the stronger its power naturally becomes. This is why it is said that the burial sky sword technique can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 secrets and 10 fiends. As long as the sword is concealed long enough, the sword chi's power will grow even more formidable. Over these countless epochs, Su Tiansheng has concealed 9 swords. These 9 swords are his ultimate killing move, meant to awe the various forbidden zones. At this moment, to ensure Su Chen comprehends the true essence of the burial sky sword in the shortest time possible, he even directly used one sword. Burial sky sword, the sword that buries the heavens. Its essence lies in the concept of concealment. Use your body to nurture the sword, use your spirit to nourish the sword. Once this sword is unleashed, gods, demons, Buddhas, and all beings shall perish. Su Tiansheng spoke to Su Chen word by word, and then suddenly swung his hand, the long sword forged from the great Daos runes slicing through the void. There was no sound, no energy scattered, not even a whisper was heard. Silence, an utter silence. However, Su Chen's gaze sharpened involuntarily, for he saw that before the 7th ancestor, Su Tiansheng, the endless chaotic energy was completely sliced into 2, creating a vast void. This void stretched for tens of thousands of miles, as if it had split the entire chaotic realm in 2 with no end in sight. The power is too terrifying. Su Chen marveled inwardly. This is indeed the chaotic realm. Even a sage-level powerhouse would face the danger of falling if they were not careful. At this moment, the 7th ancestor, Su Tiansheng, with just one sword, had unleashed such a terrifying spectacle. Do you understand? As he spoke, Su Tiansheng imparted the cultivation methods of the burial sky sword to Su Chen. At the same time, he took out a wooden sword from his pocket and handed it to Su Chen. Within this small sword I have sealed my peak sword strike. Once used, it can slay a top-tier supreme being. Su Tiansheng said slowly. The onlookers around were taken aback upon witnessing this scene. Across countless epochs, Su Tiansheng had nurtured 9 burial sky swords. To teach Su Chen the true meaning of the burial sky sword, he had used one sword, and now he actually gifted Su Chen another sword for self-defense. Old Seven, this time you truly went all out. Everyone gasped. Meanwhile, Su Chen accepted the wooden sword, bowed, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, 7th ancestor, for the sword." Su Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction, then slowly said, "You first comprehend the divine ability. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Su Chen immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the burial sky sword. Because Su Tiansheng had just unleashed a full-force sword strike, an extremely terrifying aura of the burial sky sword now permeated the chaotic ancestral land. The moment Su Chen began to practice the burial sky sword, he found it remarkably easy. In just a moment, he had already grasped the burial sky sword at a preliminary level. Conceal the sword within your body, nurture the sword with your spirit. Whispering to himself, Su Chen immediately activated the burial sky sword, condensing a sword chi within his body. This sword chi was concealed within the chaotic universe of his abdomen. Through continuous nurturing with spirit and chi, it grew stronger in power. No wonder it can rival the 10 fiends and 9 secrets. This burial sky sword chi, although its initial power is average, can infinitely nurture and grow. Feeling the continuously growing burial sky sword chi within the chaotic universe, Su Chen nodded and said, after pondering for a moment, he decided to use 100,000 villain points to push the burial sky sword which he had just grasped directly to mastery. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce sword chi flashing in his pupils. Beside him, Su Tianqing looked at the scene puzzled and asked, Chainer, why did you suddenly stop? Could it be that? That's right, seventh ancestor, I have already mastered the burial sky sword. Su Chen replied innocently with a smile. How is this possible? Su Tianqing's face showed an expression of disbelief. The burial sky sword is the Su family's forbidden inheritance, a top-tier divine ability of the present. Even back in his day with the innate eternal sword body renowned as the foremost sword master of the forbidden era, it took him nearly a month to barely enter the threshold of the burial sky sword. And Su Chen, it had barely been 10 minutes. 10 minutes to comprehend the burial sky sword. This is utterly preposterous, a completely impossible feat. Chainer, are you sure you really mastered it? Su Tianqing swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked. Of course, Su Chen answered decisively. Then he formed a sword seal with his right hand, and in the next moment the burial sky sword technique within him was activated. Although its power was not as terrifying as Su Tianqing's, it was still formidable enough for cultivators at the bitter sea stage. Really? It truly is the burial sky sword chi. And this is not the sword chi that can be nurtured at a preliminary level. It is the burial sky sword chi that can only be condensed upon reaching mastery. What? Such terrifying talent in the sword path. Su Tianqing stared at the burial heaven sword chi unleashed by Su Chen, his mouth falling agape. Though the sword chi he wielded possessed only modest power, it perfectly embodied the true essence of the burial heaven sword. With continuous cultivation within his body, its future would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. At this thought, a tempest surged within his heart. Earlier, Su Chen's instantaneous mastery of Lao Shi's one weapon shatters 10,000 techniques had already been astonishing. Yet now he had grasped even the burial heaven sword in an instant. Such talent could no longer be described merely as prodigious or demonic genius. It was nothing short of world-shaking. After all, the burial heaven sword ranked among the most supreme martial techniques, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 9 secrets and the 10 primordial divine arts. Renowned as one of the 4 most formidable sword manuals in existence, it stood on equal footing with legendary arts such as the Pacification Manual, the Grass Script Sword Art, and the Immortal Tribulation Sword Art. Its runescript was unfathomably profound, yet Su Chen not only mastered it instantly, but attained full proficiency. This was utterly preposterous. A peerless sword prodigy. Another instantaneous mastery. At that moment, several ancestral elders approached, their expressions stricken with shock. Their faces bore utter disbelief. Especially Elder Tin, Su Tianming, whose countenance resembled that of a man who had just seen a ghost. Long before his rise to prominence, he too had attempted to learn the burial heaven sword, a peerless divine art. Yet he spent 10 full years without even touching its threshold. Now, however, his own young nephew had not only grasped it in an instant, but achieved mastery. This, Su Tianming felt as though his soul had taken 10,000 points of critical damage. It was devastating. Truly, comparing people only invites despair. Chener, how did you accomplish this? Su Tianqing suddenly asked, his twin eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. I don't know either. It's as if I can grasp any divine art or sacred technique the moment I lay eyes upon it. Su Chen replied, innocently blinking his wide, guileless eyes. He spoke no falsehood. Indeed, it was precisely so. He himself had no explanation. Even without invoking the destiny's antagonist points, whether arcane art or profound cultivation method, a single glance sufficed for him to achieve initial mastery. As with the earlier Kunping art, ordinary cultivators might require years to even enter the gate of a single divine art. Yet he comprehended its true essence, instantly mastering it at first sight. Still, attaining true mastery demanded diligent practice, except that he possessed a system. Diligent practice. Unnecessary. He simply activated his cheat. Any divine art or sacred technique, grasped with a single glance. Could it be? A thoughtful glint flickered in Su Tianqing's eyes as he recalled an ancient secret. Legends spoke of an invincible emperor from the long-vanished era of Emperor's Fall, a sovereign possessing no unique physique nor transcendent cultivation aptitude, yet endowed with an exceedingly rare trait. No matter how abstruse the cultivation method or divine art, he grasped it instantly with a single glance. Ultimately, he stole insights from 100 schools, refined 10,000 scriptures, and ascended from an ordinary mortal body to the pinnacle of Emperor Dao. Could Chun'er possess the same trait as that emperor? Su Tianqing pondered inwardly. If so, it would be truly terrifying. Twin eyes, supreme bone, innate saint body, Dao embryo, imperial blood. Such traits were nothing short. To verify his suspicion, he suddenly extended a finger and imprinted a divine art, called the Spirit God Soul-Subduing Melody, directly into Su Chen's mind. Chen try mastering this art immediately. Yes. Su Chen sank his consciousness deep into his mind. The spirit god's soul-subduing melody was an unparalleled art Su Tianke himself had forged, an art targeting the soul, directly wielding terrifying power to subdue spirits and annihilate souls. Perfected, its melody alone could extinguish even divine beings' souls, reducing them to ash and oblivion. As Su Chen carefully comprehended it, he achieved preliminary mastery within moments. "It is done, great elder." So swiftly, the elders gasped in unison. Though self-composed by Su Tianke, the spirit god's soul-subduing melody synthesized wisdom from countless schools and was notoriously arduous to cultivate. Yet again, mastery had been instantaneous. Such talent was beyond extraordinary. "Try it now," Su Tianke commanded gravely. Su Chen nodded, then raised his hand, summoning forth a grand Dao zither woven entirely from radiant runes. He settled cross-legged before the zither, his aura transforming instantly. Ethereal, serene, enveloped in celestial chi, like a banished immortal untouched by mortal dust. Then slowly he plucked the zither strings. The instrument resonated, emitting waves of grand Dao resonance, tangible sound rippling outward like liquid light. "Enough!" Su Tianke interrupted Su Chen, drawing a deep breath. He was now certain his nephew indeed shared that emperor's trait, the ability to master any divine art or cultivation method with a single glance. And more terrifying still, the emperor of the era of emperor's fall had been born with an ordinary mortal body, whereas his nephew possessed twin-eye supreme bone, innate Saint Body Dao embryo, and imperial blood, among other supreme endowments. Such talent has not appeared once in 10,000 lifetimes across all history. Su Tianke sighed inwardly. "I had feared these few days were too brief for you to absorb many divine arts. But clearly my concern was unwarranted." In the days that followed, all 10 ancestral elders spared no effort in imparting their vast repertoire of divine arts and cultivation methods to Su Chen. Especially Su Tianqing, who taught every art he knew, withholding nothing. And Su Chen demonstrated extraordinary aptitude, no matter the art. A single glance granted him complete. Moreover, after a subtle guidance from great elder Su Tianke, he began, intentionally or not, to refine 100 scriptures, seeking to synthesize all acquired arts into a unified personal path. He sensed this was no ordinary path, one that if pursued to its zenith might render him truly unrivaled under heaven. After all, even the finest borrowed arts remain alien to their wielder. Only those personally conceived and forged belong wholly to oneself. For days Su Chen persistently walked this path, yet every attempt ended in failure. As great elder put it, "You have only reached the bitter sea realm. Your foundation in law and Tao remains too shallow. Patience and accumulation are essential." Su Chen wholeheartedly agreed. Just as he commanded top-tier arts like the Kunping art, True Phoenix art, and Burial Heaven sword manual, they remained external acquisitions. Though he could wield them, he lacked the creator's profound insight into their principles and true essence. Thus innovation was imperative. He must forge a path uniquely his own. Time flies. In the Chaos Ancestor Land, 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Su Chen awakened from his meditation. The 10 ancestors approached him together. "Chainer, everything that needs to be taught has been imparted to you. It is time for you to step into the world and undergo some trials." Su Tianke spoke in a deep voice. "Chainer understands. Chainer, you must remember, although your talent is unparalleled, this era is full of extraordinary prodigies. You must not become complacent. Our expectations of you are high." The 7th ancestor, Su Tianqing, spoke. Among all the ancestors, he was the most fond of Su Chen, and his expectations were the highest. "Chainer, remember the teachings of the 7th ancestor. By the way, when you enter the world, you should visit the Yaoqi sacred land. It was established by your mother Xian Nu back in the day. Since you are coming into the world, it is only right and proper that you pay a visit." Before leaving, the great ancestor suddenly instructed in a deep voice. "Yaoqi." Hearing these 2 words, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. According to the original novel, Yaoqi was indeed founded by his mother Xian Nu, and strictly speaking, he could be considered a half-master there. Moreover, in the original text, the original body encountered his childhood sweetheart, the Holy Maiden, by Yao and Yaoqi. Upon their first meeting, the original body was instantly smitten with her. To assist her cultivation, he generously provided her with various divine medicines, imperial-level techniques, and top-quality pills. He was indeed a devoted admirer. Unfortunately, Bai Yao remained unmoved, and later, she chose a certain destined protagonist, directly betraying the original body. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath, then a cold smile appeared on his face. He would never be a devoted admirer. It would never happen in this lifetime. As for Bai Yao, that white lotus, did she really think she could look down on others? If I remember correctly, at this point in time, Bai Yao should have met the destined protagonist for the first time. In a low murmur, Su Chen decided that his first destination after entering the world would be Yaoqi. Coincidentally, the upcoming supreme trial ground was also near the Yaoqi sacred land. At the same time, at the moment he made his decision, the cold, mechanical, synthesized voice of the system resounded loudly in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Head to Yaoqi." Mission details: please reach the Yaoqi Sacred Land within a month and pass the trial of the Yaoqi Divine Ladder. Reward: 1 lottery chance, 0 points for the destined villain. Failure penalty: none. This is perfect timing. Chen couldn't help but reveal a slight smile at the task information before him. After bidding farewell to the ancestors and leaving the Chaos Ancestor Land, Chen returned to his exclusive palace within the Su family estate. A few days later, after completing his preparations, he wasted no time and immediately summoned 300 veteran soldiers to set off for the Yaoqi Sacred Land. The 9 dragons' carriage soared through the sky, majestically departing from the Su family estate. Along the way, everyone couldn't help but stop and gaze. The 9 dragons' carriage belongs to our Su family's dual-eyed prodigy. A young member of the Su family couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with longing. 9 powerful dragon-like creatures pulled the carriage with 300 veteran soldiers clearing the way. Such treatment is something that perhaps only Chen among the younger generation of the Su family possesses. I heard that our Su family's dual-eyed prodigy is extremely handsome, even more so than the beauties on the beauty rankings. I wonder if it's true. A lovesick girl stared at the 9 dragons' carriage in the sky, her face revealing an infatuated expression. A group of girls beside her also looked on with curiosity. They wanted to catch a glimpse of the legendary dual-eyed prodigy's true appearance. However, with 300 veteran soldiers guarding him, they could only dream. Meanwhile, inside the 9 dragons' carriage, Chen sat with his eyes closed. After a moment, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Chen said lightly. The next moment, Su Jio's figure appeared in the carriage. Your Highness, here is the talent ranking you requested. Su Jio respectfully handed a list to Chen. Chen nodded. After Su Jio left, he slowly opened the talent ranking to take a look. The talent ranking consists of 3,000 spots, and those who make the list are all exceptional talents. After browsing through it, a smile quickly appeared on Chen's face. He discovered that there were many familiar names on this talent ranking. Among the 31 destined protagonists, a full 7 were actually on the list. Moreover, the destined protagonist located within the Yaoqi Sacred Land was also prominently featured on the list. Tang Chen, a core disciple of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, possesses peak divine aperture realm cultivation, ranking 1512 on the talent ranking. In addition, Bai Yao, that radiant beauty, was also on the list. Bai Yao, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, has a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the transformation realm, ranking 615 on the talent ranking. Of course, in addition to the talent ranking, Bai Yao also made it onto the beauty ranking. Although she ranked at the bottom, it was still quite impressive. After all, among female cultivators, few can simultaneously appear on both the beauty and talent rankings. Thus, although Bai Yao's ranks are not high on both lists, her fame is significant. Interesting, this trip to Yaoqi is starting to become intriguing. Chen murmured, a smile creeping onto his. Meanwhile, at the Yaoqi Sacred Land. As one of the top forces in the 9 heavens realm, the Yaoqi Sacred Land is resplendent with countless strong individuals and an incredibly deep foundation. Although it lacks the deterrent presence of supreme imperial weapons, it is well known that the Yaoqi Sacred Land has had intricate relationships with the imperial Su family for generations. Several generations of holy maidens from Yaoqi have married the heads of the Su family. Whenever the Yaoqi Sacred Land is in need, a simple request can summon supreme imperial weapons from the Su family. This is also why over the years, despite being the weakest in overall strength among the sacred lands, no one has dared to provoke the Yaoqi Sacred Land. After all, no one wishes to provoke such a top-tier existence as the Su family. As the world moves towards the opening of the supreme trial ground, the Yaoqi Sacred Land has become extremely lively. Countless prodigies and extraordinary talents visit, sitting as guests in Yaoqi, waiting for the supreme trial ground to open. With so many prodigies gathered, conflicts are inevitable. For this reason, Yaoqi specially set up a talent arena for prodigies to compete. At this moment, outside the Yaoqi Sacred Land, roar. A furious roar echoed. A golden lion with 9 heads strode through the void, its golden body appearing incredibly majestic, surrounded by divine light and radiating a Buddhist aura. It's him, the heir of the 9-headed golden lion clan. Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer and couldn't help but exclaim. The golden 9-headed lion clan is an extraordinarily illustrious lineage within the 9 heavens realm. Countless powerful beings reside within the clan, and they share intricate ties with the Buddhist sect. It is said that in ancient times, the golden 9-headed lions served as the exclusive steeds of the bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, naturally exuding a Buddhist aura. However, for reasons unknown, one of the clan's ancestors unexpectedly rebelled against the bodhisattvas during a great battle, resulting in devastating losses for the Buddhist sect. From that point on, the entire golden 9-headed lion clan was implicated, stripped of their Buddhist aura, and cast down from the spirit mountain. Yet in recent epochs, the golden 9-headed lion clan has astonishingly regained its Buddhist aura, rekindling an ambiguous relationship with the Buddhist sect. I never expected that he has also emerged. If I remember correctly, he is a descendant of the current golden nine-headed Jin Rong. Not only possesses an exceedingly pure bloodline, but legend has it that at the time of his birth the skies were filled with Buddhist aura and divine relics descended from the heavens merging into his mind. Even the bodhisattvas of the spirit mountain were stirred coming down to leave a legacy. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes filled with disbelief. Without a doubt, he is an immensely powerful prodigy, standing at the pinnacle of the contemporary young generation. Roar! Just then another roar echoed, and a dragon stretching thousands of meters descended from the clouds, its dragon might overwhelming the spectators, leaving them breathless. It's him, Jiao Zheng of the ice-cold Ink Dragon clan, ranked 725 on the prodigy list. It is said that he naturally harbors a piece of true dragon bone within him, and in the future, he may very well transform into a true dragon of the nine heavens. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. There was no doubt that another top prodigy had arrived. Subsequently, various geniuses began to appear. The powerful first generation, descendants of great clans. Even some ancient anomalies made their presence known. Their singular purpose was the supreme trial grounds. At this moment, the Yao Pool became their temporary haven. Of course, as a sacred land, the Yao Pool is not a place one can enter freely. Before the gates of the Yao Pool, a 90-year divine staircase stood tall, and a massive bell floated in the void. Countless prodigies gathered before the staircase. This 9-year divine staircase was none other than the test established by the former master of the Yao Pool for the holy maidens and sons of each generation. At this moment, it was brought out by the Yao Pool to test the numerous prodigies. With every step taken, the bell would chime. 3 chimes would grant entry through the side door of the Yao Pool. 5 chimes would allow entry through the main door of the Yao Pool. 7 chimes, and an elder of the Yao Pool would personally come out to greet them. 8 chimes, and the holy maiden of the Yao Pool would come out to welcome them. As for 9 chimes, throughout history, no one has ever achieved 9 chimes. Even the holy sons and maidens of the Yao Pool have only managed to ring the bell 8 times at most. At this moment, a group of prodigies continuously attempted to ring the bell. However, among the 50 million prodigies, not even one could manage to ring the bell once. As for the remaining individuals, although some could ring the bell, most only managed 1 or 2 chimes. 3, 5, or 7 chimes were nowhere to be seen. This was naturally because the top prodigies had yet to make their move. It seems that only top prodigies like Jin Rong and Jiao Zheng can manage 5 chimes or more. This trial is incredibly challenging. It not only tests the talents and potential of the testers, but also requires a profound understanding of the laws and the Tao. To ring the bell once can already be considered a genius. As for 3 chimes, that belongs to the realm of prodigies, while 5 and 7 chimes are reserved for the top existences among the prodigies. The crowd discussed animatedly, casting helpless glances at the 90-year divine staircase. They were all in their respective domains. They were considered talents, otherwise they wouldn't have come here in an attempt to enter the supreme trial grounds. But now they couldn't even ascend a single tier of the 90-year divine staircase. In an instant, a sense of despondency washed over the crowd. Just then, roar! A deep roar echoed, reminiscent of a dragon's chant reverberating through the heavens and earth. The crowd looked up. They saw 9 gigantic figures appearing in the sky, blocking out the sun and exuding a terrifying aura of power. At that moment, the world seemed to dim. These were indeed 9 colossal powerful dragons. These are dragons at the level of great power, and there are 9 of them in a row. The crowd was astonished. Powerful beings at the level of great power are usually leaders of sects in other regions. Yet at this moment, they were being used to pull a carriage, and there were 9 of them in a row. Behind the 9 great dragons, a luxurious carriage appeared. The carriage bore a large character Su inscribed in Forbidden Era script. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. The Imperial clan. The Su family. This is the dual-eyed one of the Imperial clan. Su family has emerged. Someone exclaimed, and the scene erupted into chaos. The significance of the dual eyes was monumental. Those with dual eyes have historically been undefeated and have never encountered defeat. This statement is not mere talk. Throughout history, those born with natural dual eyes have always been meant to be divine, destined to be saints, having once dominated the rise and fall of an era. Even standing alongside emperors, the brilliance of a fully realized dual-eyed one cannot be obscured. What is even more terrifying is that this generation's dual-eyed one is born in the Imperial clan Su family with the blood of emperors flowing within. In an instant, all present revealed expressions of astonishment. The opening of this supreme trial grounds is likely to be exceedingly intense. Interesting. I didn't expect that this time of prosperity would even give rise to a dual-eyed one. I wonder how the taste of flesh and blood of such a being compares to those ordinary prodigies. Jin Rong of the golden 9-headed lion clan gazed at the 9 dragons pulling the carriage in the sky, licking his lips as a powerful aura erupted from him. Feeling the pressure of this aura, those around him were taken aback and quickly distanced themselves. For dragon pulling a carriage, what great majesty! What of the dual-eyed one? I truly wish to experience it. and see if the legends about the dual eyes are as divine. Looking at the 9 colossal dragons pulling the carriage, Zhao Zheng spoke, coldly, his eyes filled with murder. Those ancient anomalies hidden among the crowd also gazed at the 9 dragons pulling the carriage, their eyes flashing with intrigue. I have heard that this generation's dual-eyed one from the Su family is not only extraordinarily gifted, but also possesses stunning beauty. I wonder if the rumors are true. A female prodigy from the demon sect revealed a charming expression. Really? Indeed, some say that the beauty of the Su family's dual-eyed one surpasses even that of the fairies on some beauty rankings. Is that possible? I'm so looking forward to it. A group of women nearby brightened at the mention, their eyes fixed on the 9 dragons in the sky. It can be said that with the mention of the dual-eyed one, all beings outside the Yao Pool's sacred land couldn't help but look up at the sky, eager to catch a glimpse of the dual-eyed one's grace. Even the people of the Yao Pool's sacred land rushed over upon hearing the news, afraid of missing out. At this moment, all beings outside the Yaoqi were eagerly gazing at the 9 dragons' chariot in the sky, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary dual-eyed one. In the next moment, a soft creaking sound was heard as the door of the 9 dragons' chariot slowly opened. Amidst the surrounding immortal light, a young figure gradually stepped out. The youth wore white robes that gleamed like snow, his figure tall and straight, with the corners of his garments flapping in the breeze. Around him, a layer of radiant brilliance emanated, giving him an ethereal and otherworldly appearance. The instant all beings caught sight of the young figure, an involuntary sense of inferiority surged within them. It was as if they were not facing a mere youth, but a transcendent immortal who had no place among mortals. Truly, just as the rumors say, this dual-eyed one from the Su family is even more handsome than the beauties on the beauty rankings. At that moment, the earlier female prodigy from the demon sect could not help but exclaim in surprise. Her eyes sparkled, and within her pupils magic patterns swirled as she caught a glimpse of Su Chen's true appearance through the immortal aura. Holy cow, it's true. Even as a woman, I feel a twinge of jealousy. He is just too handsome. How can there be such a good-looking man in the world? Mom, I think I'm in love. Sisters, seriously, I want to ride him. A group of female prodigies continuously exclaimed, astonished by Su Chen's appearance. Meanwhile, the male prodigies nearby also showed signs of emotional turmoil. However, their astonishment was not solely due to Su Chen's unparalleled looks. Rather, it was because they vaguely sensed an extremely terrifying aura of vitality emanating from him. That feeling was akin to standing before a true dragon soaring high above the 9 heavens. In his presence, they couldn't help but feel diminutive. Moreover, the more frightening aspect was that when they extended their senses to probe further, he seemed to vanish into thin. This sensation was exceedingly bizarre. If one had to describe it, it would be as if he did not exist in this world. The myriad manifestations of the pupils, the stars and universe continuously evolving. Is this what dual eyes are? Indeed, terrifying and unparalleled. Some could not help but whisper as they gazed at Su Chen's pupils. At that moment, merely appearing had drawn the astonishment of all. However, just then a discordant voice suddenly rang out. I thought the dual-eyed one would be extraordinary, but now that I see, he is merely a wet behind Thier's brat. With cultivation only at the Bittersea realm, how dare he come here to compete for the supreme trial ground? Is he tired of living? Upon hearing these words, the crowd was shocked. Who had such audacity to reprimand the dual-eyed one of the imperial clan? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw Zhao Zheng standing alone with an arrogant demeanor, his gaze towards Su Chen filled with disdain. It's him, Zhao Zheng, the heir of the frosty ink flood dragon of this generation. Upon seeing the main figure, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. For this individual also possessed an astonishing background. The frosty ink flood dragon clan is considered a top-tier existence even among the myriad fierce beast races. And Zhao Zheng is the most outstanding figure among the younger generation of the frosty ink flood dragons. Born with a piece of true dragon bone within him, he is said to have the potential to undergo complete transformation and become a legendary true dragon. He had the qualifications to speak to the dual-eyed one from the imperial clan in such a manner. As for the reason, it was the dual-eyed one being drawn by a 9-headed powerful flood dragon was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to Zhao Zheng, who also belonged to the flood dragon lineage. Haha, brother Zhao is right. So what if he is a dual-eyed one? The 3,000 immortal realms are about to open. A magnificent era is dawning. Prodigies will clash and heroes will compete. Even if he is a dual-eyed one, he cannot be arrogant in this generation. The golden 9-headed lion laughed heartily in agreement, his gaze towards Su Chen revealing a hint of greed. Those around them were astonished by this scene. Jinrong and Zhao Zheng spoke simultaneously. Oh, were they planning to engage the dual-eyed one in a peak battle? Thinking this, everyone became excited. Do you two wish to seek death? Su Chen looked at the two with a calm gaze, his eyes betraying no ripple of emotion. Undoubtedly, these two were incredibly powerful, standing at the peak of the divine aperture realm, their vitality somewhat frightening. Yet he felt no fear. He shattered the ancient myths, opening 10 Bittersea bodies at the Bittersea realm. Even though his cultivation was an entire realm lower than theirs, he was confident he could suppress them with ease. Seek death. Hee, do you truly think the dual-eyed one is invincible? A wet Behinthire's brat from the Bitter Sea realm, I could suppress him with a mere wave of my hand. Zhao Zheng chuckled softly. However, although he was smiling, his eyes were exceptionally cold. He faced Su Chen Heiden. Although Jin Rong did not speak, his imposing aura indicated his attitude. Hee, since you wish to die, then I shall send you to the afterlife. Su Chen decisively made his move, standing in the void, a cold smile on his face, as he directly struck out with a palm. He was not a person with a good temper. Repeated provocations would not make him show mercy. As he struck out with his palm, a massive hand as dark as ink appeared above Jin Rong, and Zhao Zheng, emanating an aura of destruction akin to a heavenly tribulation. This palm was far from simple. It was a demonic technique passed down by the 8 ancestors, named the Heavenly Destruction Palm. Cultivated to its peak, it was said that one palm could even collapse the heavens. This is the supreme technique of our demon sect, the Heavenly Destruction Hand. Isn't it said to have been severed long ago? How could the dual-eyed one from the Su family possibly master it? The female prodigy from the demon sect, sensing the aura of the Heavenly Destruction Hand, could not help but exclaim in shock, drawing the attention of everyone. Bring it on. Facing the incoming palm strike, Zhao Zheng let out a low roar and directly charged forward. A faint glow emanated from his chest, radiating a subtle dragon might as he struck out, with a palm forming an energy hand to counter Su Chen's Heavenly Destruction Palm. His face was full of confidence. So what if he was a dual-eyed one? His cultivation overshadowed the opponent by an entire realm, as fellow prodigies who could fear whom. Boom boom. The two energy hands collided, producing an extremely terrifying wave of energy. The sheer force of the resulting shockwave sent many beings flying. However, soon something astonishing occurred. Zhao Zheng's massive hand, condensed from dragon might, was instantly shattered by the Heavenly Destruction Palm. How is this possible? The crowd was incredulous. With just one strike, the ranked prodigy Zhao Zheng was on the verge of defeat. This time, Zhao Zheng set aside his contempt for his opponent, unleashing his true fire and employing his divine powers. The fist radiance soared to the heavens, colliding with the heaven-destroying palm, producing a cacophony of explosions. They mutually canceled each other out, dissipating simultaneously. Is this the might of the Su family's dual-eyed practitioners? So astonishing, even in the Bitter Sea realm, they can strike down the strong with the weak, forcing Zhao Zheng to use his divine powers with just a casual strike. All beings present were filled with intense shock. After all, Zhao Zheng was no mere rookie. He was a true paragon, the most outstanding heir of the Isamo Dragon clan in this era. Usually he would strike down the strong with the weak, fighting above his level, but at this moment, facing the dual-eyed practitioner, he found himself at a disadvantage right from the start. It could only be said that the dual-eyed practitioners were indeed terrifying. Beside him, Jin Rong's expression also turned grave at this scene. He thought to himself that although his strength was formidable against Zhao Zheng, it was at best a 6-4 split. At this moment, Zhao Zheng was nearly suppressed by the dual-eyed practitioner with a single blow. If it were him in this situation. With that thought, a grave look appeared in his eyes. Zhao Zheng's face was equally grim, his cold expression nearly crystallizing into ice. He had initially intended to cover the sky with one hand and eradicate the dual-eyed practitioner. However, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. The dual-eyed practitioner, though appearing quite young, possessed astonishing power. Just a single strike nearly brought him to his knees. Hearing the discussions around him, he felt an overwhelming sense. I was just careless before. From now on, I will hold nothing back. I shall cover the sky with one hand and obliterate the dual-eyed practitioner today. With a roar, Zhao Zheng charged towards Su Chen, again a piece of bone on his chest, radiating blinding red light, releasing a terrifying dragon might. That was his innate true dragon bone, his strongest means, possessing immense power, capable of suppressing all, capable of releasing some of the unique might belonging to true dragons. At this moment, as he unleashed it, a phantom of a true dragon flew out from his true dragon bone, illuminating the sky as the dragon's roar echoed, bearing down on Su Chen. The surrounding beings witnessed this scene and could not help but retreat. This is the true dragon bone within Zhao Zheng. Indeed, its might is astonishing, and there is an undeniable aura of true dragon power. It seems the rumors are true. With this true dragon bone as a medium, Zhao Zheng is unlikely to shed his dragon form in the future and could transform into a true dragon of the 9 heavens. People have underestimated Zhao Zheng. His potential is surely limitless in the future, and his ranking on the young talents list is severely underrated. The beings present debated, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Zhao Zheng. The true dragon as the leader of the 10 fiends. Its reputation is truly formidable. Throughout history, nothing associated with it has ever been ordinary. Moreover, what Zhao Zheng displayed at this moment was actually a complete true dragon bone. Most terrifyingly, this true dragon bone was something he possessed from birth. Just then, Su Chen in the sky looked at Zhao Zheng with a hint of interest. Interesting. Having a true dragon bone naturally nurtured within, he may indeed have a chance to transform into a true dragon in the future. However, If you think you can suppress me just with that, you are far from it. Su Chen's words were extremely calm, as if a senior expert was casually commenting on the younger generation. Zhao Zheng was indeed extraordinary, and the true dragon bone was indeed remarkable. However, for him, if a pure-blood true dragon came, he might still have a chance to fight. But with just a piece of bone, it was still far from enough. It was simply not on the same scale. Be suppressed. Su Chen casually struck out with a palm. With this palm, he did not use any spells or divine powers, but instead harnessed the power of the chaos universe within him. From his abdomen's universe, the stars born of myriad phenomena erupted with terrifying power. Boom! The massive palm obscured the sky, directly enveloping Zhao Zheng within it. In the next moment, no surprises occurred. Zhao Zheng was firmly grasped by the giant palm. The true dragon bone on his chest dimmed at a visible rate under the influence of an unknown energy. The true dragon phantom that had evolved from it also shattered in an instant. Oh! Zhao Zheng let out a pained scream, the intense agony twisting his facial expression into one of extreme distortion. At this moment, he looked at Su Chen with eyes full of fear. This youth before him was simply too powerful. He had used his most formidable divine power, yet his opponent merely delivered a plain palm strike, and complete. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that he could feel within that giant palm an extremely strange force forcibly devouring the primal power of the true dragon bone within him. Once the primal power was entirely devoured, his true dragon bone would be rendered utterly useless. With that thought, a great fear emerged in his heart. He struggled desperately to break free, but it was futile. How is this possible? As powerful as Zhao Zheng, yet he was suppressed by a single palm. This is too terrifying. The dual-eyed practitioners have been undefeated since ancient times. This saying is indeed not mere talk. A single palm suppressing a dragon, this generation of dual-eyed practitioners, is indeed formidable. All beings present could not help but discuss among themselves, exchanging glances filled with shock and disbelief. They were astonished by the power of the Su family's dual-eyed practitioner. As fellow paragons, to be able to strike down the strong with the weak and forcefully suppress Zhao Zheng. Jin Rong beside him was also taken aback. As powerful as Zhao Zheng was, he was suppressed with one hand. If it were him in this situation. With that thought, Jin Rong couldn't help but shiver. In fact, it was not just Jin Rong. Even some ancient freaks hidden among the crowd felt their hearts tremble. This dual-eyed practitioner youth before them possessed astonishing strength. Such powerful capabilities, even they after a long period of accumulation did not dare to underestimate. Oldly save me. At this moment, Zhao Zheng gathered his strength and finally let out a low growl. Now the primal power of the true dragon bone within him was nearly completely devoured. If this continued, he would truly be finished. Left with no choice, he could only set aside his pride as a paragon and call for help from his protector. In the next moment, an old man's figure appeared out of thin air before everyone, exuding a faint aura of semi-holy might. He was a semi-holy level powerhouse. The moment he appeared, he bowed to Su Chen and said, "Please show me some grace and spare my family's young master. Otherwise, if anything happens to my young master, I assure you, you will also accompany him in death." The protector of Zhao Zheng, a powerful figure at the half-saint level, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Su Chen. A powerful confidence radiated from him, a belief that he could control everything. What if he has dual pupils? What if he is invincible throughout the ages? He is a half-saint and a dual pupil cultivator from the Bitter Sea realm. With a mere gesture, he could suppress. You? Are you threatening me? Su Chen's gaze was calm, casually observing the protector of Zhao Zheng. A half-saint level powerhouse. Not even a toy. Haha, you can understand it this way. You must know, genius, that if you cannot grow, you will always remain just a genius. What if he has dual pupils? I can suppress him with a mere wave of my hand. As he spoke, he slowly ascended into the air, looking down at Su Chen from above. Impudent! How dare you speak to His Highness the Emperor's son like that? A voice filled with rage rang out, and Su Jiu's figure appeared out of thin air, raising his hand to deliver a punch. This punch was exceedingly mundane, without any aura leaking, yet in an instant it exploded the protector of Zhao Zheng. Blood and flesh scattered from the air. This is the protector of the Su family's dual pupils. So powerful, a half-saint level powerhouse was actually blown apart with one punch. Could it be that he is a saint? The crowd looked at Su Jiu, who had appeared out of nowhere, their faces filled with disbelief. A saint is revered and lofty, a being that exists only in legends for all living beings present. Yet at this moment, such a powerful saint was actually the protector of the Su family's dual pupils. It can only be said that the foundation of the imperial Su family is truly astonishing. Of course, if they knew that Su Jiu was not a saint, but a quasi-emperor, they would be even more astonished. Moreover, a mere saint was just a slightly stronger toy in Su Cheng's eyes. After all, in the previous battle at the ancient emperor city, saints could only be considered the lowest level of existence. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Su Jiu silently stood behind Su Cheng like a servant. Su Cheng then slowly approached Zhao Zheng. Haha, since you dared to provoke me, be prepared for your demise. As he spoke, Su Cheng casually threw a punch, directly exploding Jiao Zheng. At the same time, the true dragon bone within Jiao Zheng was absorbed by his own chaotic universe. Surrounded by dragon chi, a brand new star actually appeared in his chaotic universe. This star emitted a faint aura of true dragon majesty. Moi. He had absorbed the true dragon bone from the opponent, and unexpectedly a brand new star was born in the chaotic universe. Su Cheng's eyes brightened. The reason he could strike down an opponent of a higher realm and kill Jiao Zheng with such force was mainly due to his chaotic universe. Those stars evolved from various phenomena contained incredibly terrifying power, providing him with immense secret strength. At this moment, after devouring Jiao Zheng's dragon bone, the number of stars in his chaotic universe increased. This meant that his chaotic universe could be infinitely enhanced through absorption. Thinking of this, Su Cheng revealed a slight smile. He suddenly turned his head, directing his gaze towards Jin Rong beside him. Buzz! A nearly tangible divine light erupted from his pupils, scorching as it fixed on Jin Rong. At this moment in his eyes, Jin Rong's identity was no longer that of a descendant of the Golden Nine-Headed Lion clan, but a resource that could expand his chaotic universe. What? What are you going to do? Jin Rong was horrified, his earlier arrogance completely replaced by fear. He continued to retreat in terror. He was truly shaken by Su Chen's astonishing performance. With a single palm, he suppressed Jiao Zheng. If it were him, the outcome would likely be similar. In extreme fear, he couldn't help but let out a shriek, transforming into a streak of rainbow light, fleeing into the distance. Damn, the descendant of the Golden Nine-Headed Lion clan was actually scared away by the Su family's dual pupil cultivator. This is absurd. It can only be said that the Su family's dual pupil cultivators are too strong. Even a powerhouse like Jin Rong could not resist, and had to flee. All the beings present couldn't help but discuss among themselves. As they looked at Su Chen again, their eyes were filled with respect. Without a doubt, he was an unrivaled genius, immensely powerful, one of the strongest among his contemporaries. Wait, the genius ranking has been updated. At that moment, someone exclaimed. They saw that Jiao Zheng's name had disappeared from the genius ranking, replaced by a new name. Su Chen, son of the Su family, peak cultivation in the Bittersea realm, born with dual pupils, ranking 400. They saw the information on the genius ranking. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. The Su family's dual pupil cultivator, in his first appearance on the genius ranking, had directly entered the top 500. This was astonishing. After all, those on the genius ranking included not only contemporary geniuses, but also many ancient freaks who had been self-proclaimed for years. These ancient freaks had accumulated countless eras, and some had won first place in the 3,000 immortal realms, not just once. Their power goes without saying. And the Su family's dual pupil cultivator, as a contemporary genius, had such a ranking on his very first appearance. It can only be said that his potential is incredibly astonishing. Moreover, judging from his previous battle performance, if he were to unleash his full strength, his ranking would undoubtedly rise significantly. Just as everyone was marveling at this, Su Chen, the protagonist of the discussions, paid little attention to the updates on the genius ranking. Currently, his gaze was fixed on the fleeing Jin Rong. Haha, you provoked me and still wish to escape. Do you truly think I am so easily bullied? As he spoke, he soared into the sky with symbols of the great Tao shimmering around him. In the next moment, he directly used the Kuanping technique, transforming into a Kuanping and chased after Jin Rong. The Kuanping technique is one of the most powerful treasures of speed in the world. At that moment, as soon as Su Chen activated it, everyone around had yet to react when they saw Su Chen transform into a shadow, directly blocking Jin Rong's escape route. You? Don't come any closer. Jin Rong was horrified, retreating repeatedly. Under the overwhelming power, the dignity of a genius had already been cast aside. In a panic, he changed direction and continued to flee. But how could his speed compare to Su Chen's? Without wasting any time, the Kuanping that Su Chen had transformed into opened its mouth wide, unleashing a surge of yin-yang power, devouring towards Jin Rong. Amitabha, this benefactor, this golden nine-headed lion, is fated with my western spirit mountain. Please spare him his... At that moment, Buddha light illuminated the area, and a young man in a golden robe appeared before Jin Rong, blocking Su Chen's attack. Upon seeing the young man from the Buddhist sect suddenly appear before him, Su Chen's eyes narrowed with intensity. They could sense that this young man was extraordinary, with a cultivation level at least at the dragon transformation realm. Moreover, what terrified them most was the pervasive Buddhist aura surrounding this youth, which seemed to form a faint halo of Buddhist light behind him. This was a characteristic that only emerged when one had cultivated the Buddhist techniques to an extremely profound level. Generally, only the top Buddhist disciples could possibly condense such an aura. It's him, the no heavenly Buddha son from the West. Just then, someone recognized the identity of the bald young man, unable to suppress a gasp of fear. It's actually him, one of the contemporaneous heirs of the Spirit Mountain in the West. It is said that at the time of his birth, the light of the Spirit Mountain shone brightly, and the ancient Buddha's chanting could faintly be heard, making him a natural-born Buddha disciple. Moreover, in recent years his performance has been even more astonishing, slaying the sky-piercing rock and exterminating the earth demons, already breaking into the top 100 on the talented heroes list. The crowd buzzed with discussion, glancing at the bald young man with low exclamations. The Western Buddhist sect is undoubtedly a formidable force. It has inherited countless epochs, with its origins traceable back to the distant period of the fall of the emperors. The Buddhist son of the Buddhist sect. So what? If I want to kill, who can stop me? Su Chen's eyes turned icy as he swiftly donned the indestructible battle attire he had acquired through a previous signing. In an instant, his cultivation soared directly from the Bittersea realm to the peak of the Divine Aperture realm. A terrifying momentum surged forth, as if an ancient savage beast from primordial times was awakening at that moment. Su Chen's pupils glimmered, the runes swirling as he stood toe-to-toe against the no heavenly Buddha sun, showing no signs of retreat. This imperial sun will kill him. If you obstruct me, it'll take you down as well. Su Chen exuded an overwhelming dominance. Usually clad in white, he appeared like a celestial being, a fallen immortal. But now, as he ignited his true fire, he resembled the lord of a myriad of demons. Those around felt a surge in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. Was the Su family's reincarnator really going to engage in battle with the no heavenly Buddha son of Spirit Mountain? Both were the pinnacle prodigies of their generation. This battle would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. At this moment, as no heavenly gazed at Su Chen, he felt a shudder in his heart, his eyes filled with disbelief. The overwhelming aura from the other party actually instilled a sense of fear in him. This was quite astonishing. It must be noted that he was the contemporary Buddha son of Spirit Mountain, possessing not only the most ancient teachings, but also a longer cultivation time than the other. However, at this moment, he found himself faintly suppressed by the other's aura. Truly, the reincarnator was formidable. No heavenly internally sighed. He glanced at the golden nine-headed lion behind him, then back at Su Chen not far away. Ultimately, he chose to retreat. The supreme trial grounds were about to open, and engaging in battle with the other right now was not a wise choice. Especially with a Saint Realm protector standing behind the other. After the supreme time opens, I will battle you at my... No heavenly snorted coldly before finally leaving. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but scoff. Good, at least you are sensible. But one day I will march against the Buddhist sect and overturn the Spirit Mountain. He harbored no goodwill towards the Western Buddhist sect. According to the records, after the Su family was destroyed by the joint efforts of 32 protagonists, the Western Buddhist sect had secretly fanned the flames, providing various assistance to the protagonist group. This was because several members of the protagonist group had significant ties to the Western Buddhist sect. The Su family's reincarnator actually scared off no heavenly. This guy is too strong. That's the no heavenly Buddha son who broke into the top 100 on the talented heroes list, the pinnacle prodigy of this generation and a disciple of the Buddhist sect. The crowd chattered in disbelief, glancing at Su Chen with immense shock. This generation's reincarnator was not only domineering and powerful, but also frighteningly strong. While everyone was still in shock, Jin Rong in the distance was filled with dread. When No Heavenly appeared, he initially thought he was saved, but to his astonishment, No Heavenly was scared away in mere moments. As he looked at Su Chen approaching step by step, he hurriedly tried to plead for mercy. However, Su Chen gave him no chance to speak. A large hand descended directly, turning him into a puddle of flesh. At the same time as Jin Rong perished, the chaotic universe within Su Chen's abdomen glowed, devouring Jin Rong's source power, along with his laws and Tao entirely. A minuscule star gradually began to condense. Su Chen could distinctly feel his strength increasing slightly, and the chaotic universe expanding a bit. Not bad. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Chen grew more eager for the upcoming battle of prodigies. Jin Rong is dead, directly smashed to death by the Su family's reincarnator. Too overbearing, a top prodigy actually killed him with a single slap. The Su family's reincarnator is frighteningly powerful. Moreover, the most terrifying part is that compared to other prodigies, he is still very young. If both sides were the same age, it would be unimaginable. Looking at the pulverized flesh of Jin Rong, all beings present were horrified. It was easy to imagine that before long the invincible aura of the reincarnator would spread throughout the entire Nine Heavens realm. While everyone was astonished, Su Chen wasted no time. Striding like a dragon and tiger, he approached the entrance of the Yaoqi. Su family's imperial son, Su Chen has come to pay a visit to the Yaoqi today. As he spoke, he stepped confidently onto the 90-year divine staircase. In an instant, all beings once again focused their gaze upon him. They were curious about how many steps the reincarnator of the Su family could ascend on this 90-year staircase, and how many chimes the Tao bell would sound. At the same time, the moment Su Chen stepped onto the 90-year divine staircase, deep within the forbidden area of the Yaoqi, a woman who had been sleeping in a crystal coffin suddenly opened her eyes. This woman wore white palace attire, her features exquisite, her skin fair as snow, and her hair shimmering. Although she was referred to as a mature woman, upon closer inspection, there was a hint of youthful vibrance in her expression. It could be said that in terms of appearance, this woman would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in beauty, and if it were a contest of temperament, she would easily surpass 99 of women in the world. At this moment, as she opened her eyes, a glimmer of confusion flashed in her sapphire-like large eyes, but upon sensing that familiar aura, a hint of joy emerged in her gaze. This aura is Chen. He has come into the world. As she spoke, a trace of delight appeared in the woman's eyes. As for her identity, she was none other than one of the founders of the Yaoqi sacred land, the younger sister of the Nine Heavens mystic maiden, Yao Yu. She was also Su Chen's aunt. The moment Su Chen stepped onto the 90-year divine ladder, Yao Yu sensed his presence through her instincts. Having been asleep for tens of thousands of years, she was suddenly awakened. Ever since her sister and brother-in-law passed away, this little nephew had become her only kin in this world. She had vowed to protect her nephew for a lifetime, ensuring he would suffer no harm. However, fate did not favor her. The dark era descended, the forbidden zones were in chaos, and various calamities from other realms. All these reasons led to her nephew being born prematurely, injuring his foundation, forcing him to remain sealed within the cold and unyielding immortal source for countless epochs. Fortunately today, he finally emerged perfectly. Moreover, he had grown to be so remarkably handsome. Watching her nephew's confident demeanor through her perception, Yao Yu couldn't help but reveal a smile that even she was unaware of. On the other side, outside the Yaoqi sacred land, as Su Chen stepped onto the 90-year divine ladder, all eyes were fixed upon him. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the outcome. Many disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land, upon receiving the news, hurried over to witness the event. The reason was simple, just the term dual pupils was enough to warrant such interest. At this moment, Su Chen stored his indestructible battle armor, exuding an aura of celestial grace, like a noble young master of the mundane world as he approached the 90-year divine ladder. Is this the trial specifically set for prodigies? Interesting. With a light chuckle, Su Chen revealed a confident smile, and then stepped forward without hesitation. Midway, a young girl inadvertently caught sight of his smile, causing her cheeks to flush. As Su Chen officially stepped onto the first tier of the 90-year divine ladder, an immense pressure suddenly bore down upon him. The first 3 tiers of the 90-year divine ladder test the physical strength of the challenger. If one's vitality is insufficient and the body is not strong enough, the moment they step onto the ladder, they will be overwhelmed by the great pressure and collapse to the ground. An old woman spoke indifferently. She was an elder of the Yaoqi sacred land, and had rushed over upon hearing that a dual pupil practitioner from the Su family was to ascend the 90-year divine ladder. Is the trial testing physical strength? Feeling the sudden pressure, Su Chen remained calm, and a smile could not help but grace his lips. In terms of pure physical strength, he could undoubtedly be counted among the most powerful individuals throughout history. Born with the innate sacred body Dao fetus, he had shattered the limits of blood condensation, mastering the indestructible scripture. It can be said that at present, relying solely on his physical strength, he could easily suppress a multitude of. At this moment, countless pressures surged towards him, but Su Chen's body radiated light, autonomously, a terrifying force of vitality, soaring into the sky, painting the surrounding heavens crimson, resembling a great wild demon. What terrifying vitality! It's overwhelmingly heavy, far more daunting than that of many heavenly tier ferocious beasts. Did he grow up drinking true dragon blood? How can a human's vitality be so fearsome? With such vitality soaring to the heavens, it's likely that even the youthful emperors of the same era cannot match such terrifying vigor. Witnessing the soaring vitality, all beings present could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is well known that compared to the demon race and ferocious beasts, humans, despite being born closer to the Tao, are generally unable to compete with those of the demon race and ferocious beasts in terms of physical strength, except for a few special physiques, let alone those heavenly tier ferocious beasts. The frailty of human bodies is a widely accepted fact. However, the physical strength demonstrated by the dual pupil practitioner from the Su family at this moment could likely challenge even the top-tier 10 fierce beings. This completely shattered the common knowledge of the world. Dong! At that moment, the sound of a bell resounded and a voice like a tangible Dao sound spread forth. This indicated that Su Chen had successfully stepped onto the second tier. This speed of passing is too fast. If I remember correctly, the record for the fastest ascent to the second tier of the 90-year divine ladder was held by senior brother Tang Chen, who took 3 seconds to reach the second tier. A disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Tang Chen is one of the most outstanding disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land today. 8 years ago, he entered Yaoqi and showcased astonishing talent from the onset, awakening the legendary God Battle Body. Now, after 8 years, he has long become a core disciple and begun competing for the position of Yaoqi Saint Son. He is recognized as one of the strongest among the current young generation. However, at this moment, the record he set was easily broken by the dual pupil practitioner from the Su family. Moreover, what surprised everyone even more lay ahead. After the first bell rang almost in an instant, dong, dong, several more bell sounds rang out in succession. On the 90-year divine ladder, Su Chen, who had just stepped past the first tier, strolled leisurely step by step, as if this were not the 90-year divine ladder, but rather his backyard. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 7th tier. The scene instantly fell silent, becoming deathly quiet, as everyone gaped in disbelief. The sound of their swallowing echoed continuously. Gulp gulp. This silence did not last long. As the beings snapped back to reality, the venue erupted into chaos. How is this possible? Just in an instant, 7 bells sounds, and he crossed 7 tiers. What level of power does the dual pupil practitioner from the Su family possess? How did he manage this? Many prodigies have challenged the 90-year divine ladder, yet no one has ever ascended to the 7th tier so quickly. So incredible is this, the power of the dual pupils. All the beings discussed animatedly. Within the Yaoqi mountain gate, the disciples were equally astonished beyond measure. Compared to others, they understood more about the 90-year divine ladder. The 1st to 3rd tiers tested the physical strength of the challenger. The 4th to 6th tiers tested the mental strength of the challenger. As for the 7th to 9th tiers above, they tested the challenger's potential. At this moment, the dual pupil practitioner from the Su family had instantly stepped onto the 7th tier, which was simply miraculous. After all, even the current Yaoqi saintess had only reached the 8th tier at most. Moreover, she had expended tremendous energy. But what about the dual pupil practitioner from the Su family? He still appeared so relaxed. This was simply a myth. Meanwhile, within the Yaoqi Forbidden Land, Yao Yue, sensing Su Chen stepping onto the 7th tier of the 90-year divine ladder, could not help but gape in astonishment, her eyes filled with incredulity. Within the forbidden realm of the Jade Pool, Yao Yu sat upright in her crystal sarcophagus, startled by the divine sense perception of her nephew's condition, her delicate face etched with disbelief. He has ascended 7 tiers consecutively. Chenner, how is this possible? A tempest of astonishment roiled within Yao Yu's heart, mirrored plainly upon her refined features. No one understood the 90-year divine ladder better than she did. As a master artificer ranked among the top 10 in the 9 heavens realm, she herself had forged this very ladder to test the innate potential and talent of cultivators. For ordinary prodigies, reaching the 7th tier signified latent potential to ascend to the rank of quad. Of course, that assessment applied only to those who ascended step by step, whereas her nephew's instantaneous ascent to the 7th tier multiplied the ladder's oppressive force several-fold. My nephew bears the bearing of an emperor, rivaled not even by his father. Gazing upon her nephew's unwavering confidence, Yao Yu murmured softly, almost involuntarily. At that very moment, the Tao bell of the 90-year divine ladder rang 7 times in rapid succession. Across the entire Jade Pool sacred land, every cultivator stirred awake. Even the ancient elders, long sealed in secluded cultivation, instantly roused themselves and extended their divine senses to investigate. The current sacred lord of the Jade Pool burst forth without hesitation to ascertain the cause, while the younger generation of disciples exchanged wide-eyed glances before dashing en masse toward the mountain gate. Who dares stir the Tao bell 7 times? Which peerless genius has arrived? Bai Yao, the sacred maiden of the Jade Pool, slowly opened her eyes, having been deep in cultivation. She was exquisitely beautiful, graceful in form, ethereal in bearing, and especially striking were her fox-like eyes, radiant and mesmerizing, lending her an air of beguiling charm. Yet now that same alluring gaze brimmed with pure astonishment. 7 resounding chimes. And so, this cultivator must possess transcendent talent, surely no less formidable than herself. After all, during her own trial upon the 90-year divine ladder, she had barely coaxed 7 chimes from the bell. Yet now, judging by the timbre and ease of the chimes, this trialist clearly bore no strain. Let us go see. A flicker of curiosity lit Bai Yao's eyes as she soared toward the mountain gate. But midway, a voice suddenly called out to her. Bai Yao, what a coincidence. She turned. There stood a young man clad in flowing azure robes, his eyes shaped like peach blossoms. His countenance was flawless, his features harmoniously gentle, a paragon of masculine beauty. Yet a subtle flaw lingered, an overwhelming aura of effeminacy clung to him, softening his presence. This youth was Tang Chen. He was not native to this world, but a transmigrator. And as a transmigrator, he had awakened a unique system, the goddess conquest system. By cultivating romantic bonds with goddesses, he earned abundant rewards from the system during each relationship. In his past life, Tang Chen had been a nightclub model, mastering the art of winning women's hearts. To him, this system was perfection incarnate, especially given his new identity as a disciple of the Jade Pool sacred land, a sanctuary teeming with peerless beauties. For Tang Chen, it was nothing short of paradise. Thus, within merely 8 years, aided by the system, he rose from an ordinary mortal to a supreme prodigy. His cultivation reached the apex of the divine cavity realm, he attained the divine war body, and he became a core disciple of the Jade Pool sacred land. Most astonishingly, he inherited the legacy of a top-tier demon sovereign. Recently, the system had issued a new romantic quest to conquer Bai Yao, the sacred maiden of the Jade Pool. Success promised rewards staggering in magnitude. Not only would his cultivation surge exponentially, but he would receive an intact elixir of eternal life. An elixir of eternal life, the exclusive domain of emperors. Upon receiving the quest, Chen launched an unrestrained campaign of courtship toward Bai Yao. After half a year, though they had yet to formally declare themselves Dao companions, mutual affection had quietly taken root, each already holding the other in their heart. Now catching sight of Chen's sudden appearance, Bai Yao's lips curved into an involuntary smile. So, you're also going to witness this unknown prodigy. She smiled gently. At the sight of that breathtaking smile, Chen's heart swayed, entranced. Though he prided himself on having charmed countless women, never before had he beheld beauty such as Bai Yao's. He vowed then and there to claim her, to make her his own. And in his mind's eye he imagined a future where he would gather every celestial beauty beneath the heavens into his embrace. 7 chimes. The visitor must be extraordinary. I too wish to witness this genius firsthand. After all, in my own trial, I barely managed 8 chimes. Chen spoke with quiet arrogance. Then side by side they departed. Moments later they arrived at the 90-year divine ladder before the mountain gate. Outside the gate a vast throng had already gathered, so many that even the current sacred lord of the Jade Pool stood among them. Upon the 90-year divine ladder, Chen stood calmly atop the 7th tier. His figure was tall and upright, suffused with an aura of immortal cultivation, as if a banished celestial being descended to earth. His bearing was sublime, his visage peerless. Gazing upon him once left an indelible impression upon the soul. What a striking youth! At the first sight of Chen, Bai Yao's eyes brightened instinctively, and she breathed the words aloud unbidden. Though she considered herself a celestial maiden standing before this white-robed youth, an inexplicable sense of self-effacement welled within her. Beside her, Chen let out a faint, disdainful snort, jealousy flaring in his chest. He lifted his gaze, determined to see for himself just how extraordinary this youth truly was. Yet what he saw only deepened his envy. How could such unearthly handsomeness exist in one mortal? Strangely, at the very instant he laid eyes upon the youth, an irrational wave of aversion surged from the depths of Chen's being. Humph, mere ornamental silk. What use is beauty alone? A man's worth lies in strength. I myself ascended to the 8th tier. I ask you, what can you possibly compare to that? Chen sneered inwardly, yet outwardly he wore an expression of effortless composure. Meanwhile, the moment Chen and Bai Yao appeared, Chen, standing atop the 90-year divine ladder, immediately sensed their presence. In an instant he recognized them. The main players had arrived. The grand spectacle was about to begin. A brilliant knowing smile bloomed across his face. Nearby a group of young maidens watched, stars sparkling in their eyes. So handsome. He smiled at me just now. Oh no, I'm even more smitten. What do I do? The maidens gushed, utterly starstruck. Amid the swooning chorus of the maidens, Chen withdrew his gaze from Chen and Bai Yao. In the Yaoqi sacred land, it would be ill-advised to strike at those two openly. Thus, Chen resolved to complete the task issued by the system first. With that determination, he stepped toward the next tier. The 90-year divine stairway, the higher one ascends, the greater the pressure to be faced, and additional trials will. As he set foot upon the 8th tier, a crushing pressure, as if Mount Tai itself pressed down, instantly descended upon. At the same moment, countless iron chains as thick as arms materialized from the void and bound his entire. These were no ordinary chains, they had evolved from great Dao runes. Exceptional, extraordinarily sturdy, impossible to break by sheer force. This 8th tier of the 90-year divine stairway, besides subjecting one to immense pressure, also subjects one to the judgment of the great Dao shackles upon one's Fa and Dao. If one's Fa and Dao are not strong enough, lacking an invincible heart, one will never break free in a lifetime. An elder of the Yaoqi sacred land looked at the great Dao shackles binding Chen and could not help but sigh. Throughout history, many have challenged the 90-year divine stairway, including numerous peerless prodigies. Yet those who reach the 7th tier are fewer than 1 in 100. As for the 8th tier, it is rarer than 1 in 10,000. This 8th tier tests not only a being's innate potential and talent, but also the Fa and Dao within, and whether one possesses an invincible heart. If one's conviction falters, the great Dao shackles will shatter the Fa and Dao within. Though the body may survive, one's Dao heart will be grievously wounded, perhaps sinking into despondency and a life of mediocrity. At the elder's words, every soul present showed a trace of astonishment. Heh! Bai Yao, when I first set foot upon the 8th tier of the 90-year divine stairway, it was by sheer luck. But as the elder said, the trials of this 8th tier are not ones ordinary people can pass. In my view, the Su family's double-pupiled scion is far too young. Too few battles behind him, lacking the mindset of the invincible. He's likely at his limit. Chen smiled amiably as he spoke. Though his words appeared casual, they were laced with subtle barbs, publicly elevating himself while covertly belittling Chen. At that moment, Su Jiu nearby snorted coldly. A tremendous oppressive aura settled upon Chen. As a Xunxiao realm practitioner, how could he withstand the quasi-emperor's pressure? His body bowed, he almost fell to his knees. At the crucial moment, the Yaoqi sovereign intervened, and countered the pressure. What mongrels dare to slander my imperial son? Do you think I will not simply cut you down? Su Jiao said with ruthless authority, stepping forward and fixing Tang Chun with a glacial stare. You. Tang Chun adjusted his posture, furious and about to speak. Yet when met with Su Jiao's murderous gaze, he chose to remain silent. He felt that if he dared utter a word, that elder, like a god of death, would not hesitate to strike him down. Still, his anger burned like a raging flame. He longed to slay Su Jiao on the spot. Enough! This is the Yaoqi sacred land. The Yaoqi sovereign frowned and spoke in a low voice. The long sword in her hand gleamed, releasing an overwhelmingly supreme aura. It was unmistakably a top-tier supreme weapon, the very sword left by Yaoqi's founder, the matriarch's blade. Seeing the sword, Su Jiao paused and said nothing further. Then at that moment, crack crack, a burst of divine light suddenly erupted from Su Chen's abdomen upon the nine-year divine stairway. The chaotic universe within him trembled, and the circumnavigating stars unleashed a terrifying secret force. The great Tao shackles that bound him began to crumble in an instant. At the same time, dong, the Tao bell suspended in the void vibrated its thunderous tone, sending forth concentric waves of materialized sound. He passed already. The great Tao shackles were broken just like that. Unbelievable. The whole thing took less than 2 seconds. After hearing the Yaoqi elder's description earlier, I imagined those shackles to be formidable. Now they appear otherwise. Su family's double-pupiled youth broke free in under 2 seconds. It's not that the great Tao shackles are weak, but that the Su family's double pupil is monstrously exceptional, possessed of an invincible will. TSK. True to his double pupils, so young, yet with such a steadfast, invincible conviction. The Tao shackles simply could not restrain him. The assembled beings murmured. Their perception of Su Chen's terrifying might had been rewritten once more. Nearby, the Yaoqi elder who had earlier explained the great Tao shackles fixed his gaze, his mouth slightly agape, face full of disbelief. What on earth is this? Those are the great Tao shackles. How is it that on him they are like a mere noodle? Break free, and that's it. Could this be any more absurd? How is this possible? Watching Su Chen calmly free himself, Tang Chen's eyes involuntarily flashed with shock. No one present understood the terror of the 8th tier of the 90-year divine stairway better than he did. When he had first entered the Xinxiao realm, he came to challenge. Facing the 8th tier, he had spent a full 3 days to comprehend his true heart and refine an invincible conviction before he could succeed. But how long did Su Chen take? Less than 2 seconds. By comparison, his so-called status as Yaoqi's premier prodigy was a farce. No, this is impossible. I have the system's aid. How could he be stronger than me? Tang Chun roared. He might be handsome, all that aside. Yet now he found himself mercilessly outclassed in talent as well. His jealousy of Su Chen peaked. He longed to strike him down immediately. But seeing Su Jiao beside him, he dispelled the thought. He snorted coldly. Humph. So he passed the 8th tier. What of it? He has no hope of passing the 9th. At best he'll finish like the rest of you. At that moment, Su Chen also successfully ascended to the final layer of the 90-year divine stairway. Unlike the previous tiers, this level bore no oppressive weight. The instant he stepped upon it, a sanctified, majestic bronze gate of towering height manifested before him. At the same time, a grand voice thundered across the sky, "Enter this gate, and face the Daos crushing judgment. If you cannot endure it, both form and spirit will be annihilated." With the voice, a terrifying pressure poured forth from the towering bronze gate, as if one stood alone before an unconquerable deity, facing the crushing weight of the heavenly Tao alone. This is the trial of the 9th tier divine ladder. It is utterly staggering. This tier's trial is impossible to surmount, confronting the heavenly Tao unaided. Even a sage-level cultivator would crumble beneath its overwhelming pressure. No wonder over the centuries almost no one has ever fully ascended the 90-year divine ladder. It was never designed for the younger generation. Gazing upon the gate of the Tao and hearing the thunderous resonance reverberating across the sky, all living beings murmured in awe and astonishment. To stand alone beneath the heavenly Tao's crushing force. If one falters, even slightly, annihilation is instantaneous. To onlookers, this feat seemed utterly beyond mortal reach. I warned you from the start. No matter your dual-pupiled heritage, no matter how peerless your brilliance, or how dazzling your talent, you will never clear the 9th tier. A cold sneer flickered across Tang Chen's lips. He knew well the nature of this trial. He himself had failed here long ago. He refused to believe anyone at this stage could withstand the heavenly Tao's crushing might alone. Yet in the next instant, something astonishing unfolded before every witness. There stood Su Chen, robed in pristine white, gazing upon the gate of the Tao without hesitation, then stepping forward resolutely. In that very moment, the gate shattered and dissolved into oblivion. The majestic voice echoed once more, ringing clearly in everyone's ears, "Tao heart unwavering and immaculate. Pass." At this sight, all observers stood frozen in stunned silence. What just happened? Had he truly passed, just like that? Almost instantly someone stirred awake realization. They understood the ninth tier's trial was never about battling the heavenly Tao. It was a test of the Tao heart itself, probing the unshakability of one's conviction. The slightest doubt meant certain failure, for how could one attain the Tao if they dared not trust their own path? This trial was deceptively simple, yet profoundly difficult. After all, few possess such unshakable self-assurance. To face the heavenly Tao's crushing authority alone while still at a low cultivation realm. Yet moments later the crowd was stunned anew. 4. Dang! A resonant chime of the Tao bell rang out, reverberating above their heads. The Su clan's dual-pupiled prodigy has successfully traversed the Yaoqi 9-year divine ladder, shattering a sealed chapter of history. Meanwhile, the Yaoqi holy sect's disciples gaped in speechless disbelief. Traversing the 90-year celestial ladder. This is the mark of an emperor worthy of eternal inscription in the annals. The dual-pupiled prodigy, truly extraordinary. Breaking ancient precedent, his potential knows no bounds. The bearing of an emperor in waiting. Peerless even among the young emperors of antiquity. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Even Bai Yao standing nearby gazed upon Su Chen with starlit eyes, her lips parting softly in wonder. This spectacle ignited a blaze of jealousy within Tang Chun. Whoosh! At that very instant a beam of divine light erupted from the depths of the Yaoqi holy sect, enveloping Su Chen and carrying him swiftly toward its innermost sanctum. Su Chen frowned faintly, but offered no resistance. Within that light he sensed no malice, instead an uncanny familiarity stirred deep within him. This is the aura of the elder ancestor from the Forbidden Land. Is she awakening? Upon witnessing this, the Yaoqi holy master shot upright, her eyes wide with incredulity. Then, as if struck by sudden recollection, she soared skyward, racing toward the perimeter of the Forbidden Land. The elders, seeing her haste, hurried after without delay. The remaining disciples remained rooted in stunned silence, though Tang Chun was no exception. His gaze burned fiercely upon the direction where Su Chen had vanished. His loathing for Su Chen had reached its zenith. I may be powerless against you outside, but surely within my own domain I shall not be bested. His voice trailed off as he turned away, his expression dark and brooding. Elsewhere, Su Chen, wrapped in divine radiance, sped onward. Around him landscapes blurred and dissolved like fleeting dreams. When his awareness recoalesced, he found himself in a realm of primordial chaos. Yet unlike the violent, turbulent chaos of the Su clan ancestral land, this expanse was serene, tranquil, profoundly still. At its heart stood a crystalline sarcophagus, and within it lay a woman of indeterminate age, her exquisite features fixed upon Su Chen with unwavering, penetrating scrutiny. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Su Chen demanded aloud, while subtly summoning the Forbidden Emperor. The woman's latent aura was terrifyingly immense, rivaling even that of his own clan's venerable ancestor. Though Su Chen sensed no hostility from her, vigilance remained paramount. Caution was never misplaced when confronted. He's just like his father, ever wary of the unknown. The woman seemed to detect the resonance of the Forbidden Emperor flag and let out a soft, knowing laugh. Her delicate eyes lingered on Su Chen for a moment before she spoke slowly. Your temperament mirrors your father's, but at least your appearance inherited your mother's grace. Were you to resemble him entirely, you'd truly be hideous. As she mentioned his father, a look of unmistakable disdain crossed her face. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Her origins were far grander than he'd imagined, and her tone suggested intimate familiarity with his parents. Realizing this, Su Chen held his ground, neither acting rashly nor lowering his guard. All right, little one. Suddenly she burst into gentle laughter. There's no need for such wariness. I bear you no ill intent. Strictly speaking, you ought to call me Annie. Auntie. A flicker of confusion passed across Su Chen's eyes. In the original novel, no mention had ever been made of such a relative. You doubt me. When you were still unsealed from the immortal primordial source, I held you in my arms. With that she smiled and released her primordial aura. Within that aura, Su Chen felt an undeniable resonance, 5 parts familiar, echoing his own primordial essence. It really is Annie. His heart raced. Though the novel had never recorded her existence, he now knew with certainty this woman shared an irrevocable blood bond with him. Only kinship could yield such profound resonance in primordial essence. Convinced now? A warm smile graced her lips as she rose gracefully and began walking toward him. Yet halfway there she raised her left hand and sent forth an exquisitely arcane artifact, its pattern unfathomably profound. Yao Yue, halfway through her stride, suddenly let out a cold laugh and raised her hand to unleash a surge of law force towards Su Chen. Yet Su Chen remained unervingly calm, for he could clearly perceive that this law force was not aimed at him. Sure enough, just before it struck him, the law force veered sharply, slamming instead into the surrounding chaos with a thunderous detonation. Boom! A jagged rift tore open in the primordial chaos. Simultaneously, a muffled grunt echoed from within the fissure. In the next instant, an elderly man tumbled out of the rupture. Oh, my dear great aunt. We haven't met in several eons. Must you strike me the moment we reunite? The elder was none other than Su Tianming, the venerable guardian entrusted by the great ancestor to protect Su Chen's Dao path. Yet now he appeared utterly disheveled, his robes shredded to tatters by the law force, his face charred black. From afar he looked every bit a beggar, utterly stripped of the awe-inspiring domineering aura he once wielded atop the primordial god mountain when confronting sovereigns of forbidden zones. Instead his gaze flickered away from Yao Yu with unmistakable wariness. I thought, who could it be? The 10th serpent among the 10 forbidden dragons. Yao Yu scoffed coldly, granting Su Tianming no courtesy whatsoever. The Su clan's 10 forbidden dragons were calamitous titans, undefeated across an entire epoch. Throughout history, only Yao Yu dared refer to them as the 10 serpents. Su Tianming did not bristle. He merely smiled broadly and replied, "You're absolutely right, great aunt. If you call them serpents, then serpents they are." Yao Yu refused to relent. "So, you intend to eavesdrop while I speak with my nephew? Then be gone." At her sharp command, Su Tianming whirled about and fled the chaos without hesitation. His expression still haunted long after he'd escaped its bounds. After all, this great aunt was no ordinary being. During the Forbidden Era, when countless geniuses vied for supremacy upon the Emperor path, she ranked among the strongest few. Her mastery of the Thunder Dao law had slaughtered legions of peerless prodigies across star-forged ancient roads, leaving them trembling in abject submission, too terrified even to claim dominion. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the peerless demon genius Su Tianqing, and legends held that even before attaining Dao sovereignty, she had confronted and slain one sovereign of a forbidden zone. Indeed, had Su Tianqing taken that final decisive step first, none could say for certain who would ultimately ascend to emperorhood. Once Su Tianming vanished, silence reasserted itself over the chaotic expanse. Clad in flowing palace robes, Yao Yu gazed upon Su Chen and smiled tenderly. "Little nephew, did I frighten you just now?" Su Chen shook his head. His aunt, this petite, seemingly delicate woman, was terrifyingly formidable. So she was the true powerhouse all along. Even the mighty 10th ancestor had fled in sheer panic. Just how fearsome, how formidable had she been? As Su Chen drifted into reverie, Yao Yu beckoned again, her divine power gently drawing him forward. "I've slumbered for eons. Last time I saw you, you were but an infant sealed within immortal primordial source, babbling helplessly. Who would have imagined, upon meeting again, you'd grown into such a fine young man?" Without waiting for his reply, she enveloped him in a warm, heartfelt embrace. Soft as jade, her form pressed close, so a fragrance like orchids and musk lingered in the air, intoxicating yet profoundly soothing. Su Chen felt no trace of lust, only deep, abiding warmth. She was his closest kin in this vast world. When the embrace ended, Yao Yu stepped back, her lips curving into a gentle smile, and for an instant violet lightning flickered within her pupils. In the next breath she gasped, as if beholding some miraculous discovery, murmuring in awe, "Tsk, truly worthy of being Yao Yu's nephew. Dual eyes, innate saintly body, Dao fetus, supreme bone, emperor's blood. And your supreme bone is undergoing ultimate metamorphosis. Once complete, it shall shatter heaven and earth. Such talent, truly unparalleled since the dawn of time." A spark of genuine delight flashed across Yao Yu's eyes. Then, pausing briefly, she retrieved a vial of violet pills from her spatial storage and offered it to Su Chen. "First meeting. Your aunt has little to give. These pills were casually refined by me during my own supreme thunder tribulation using condensed thunder liquids. Consider them your welcome gift." Pills refined from thunder liquid. Su Chen accepted the vial, astonishment shimmering in his eyes. For tribulation, lightning embodied absolute annihilation, the heaven Dao's ultimate instrument of destruction, capable of erasing all things beneath heaven. Yet yin and yang, invert at their extremes, within utter devastation lay hidden supreme vitality, and thunder itself harbored the legendary thunder liquids, emblems of ultimate life force. Thunder liquids were priceless beyond measure. Even a single drop would send shockwaves across the cultivation world. And yet here she stood, offering him an entire vial of pills refined from them. Moreover, these pills were clearly forged from the rarest, most potent grade of thunder liquid. Su Chen could only sigh inwardly in quiet awe. "By the way, take this too." As she spoke, Yao Yu tossed him a token. It was a circular purple token inscribed at its center with the ancient character, Yao, etched in the script of the Forbidden Era. "This?" Su Chen glanced questioningly at his aunt. "This is the supreme token of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Bearing it is as if bearing me myself. Though my sister and I founded the Yaoqi Holy Land purely for amusement, it seems it's flourished rather well. Now that you've awakened, I bestow it upon you. After all, since my sister passed, I've had neither the heart nor the will to manage it." As she spoke, Yao Yu let out a wide, languid yawn, and from within her body erupted a terrifying wave of— it was staggering in intensity, so dense it seemed ready to congeal into viscous liquid, and threaded through it pulsed an overwhelming Emperor Dao law. "Aunt, what is this?" Su Chen's brow furrowed deeply. "You've barely awakened, yet it flares up all—" Yao Yu muttered softly under her breath, then waved dismissively. No need to worry. This is just a lingering wound. The old wretch who ruled the netherworld left it behind when I slew him. Nothing serious. It'll fade on its own after enduring a few more eons. Huh. She yawned again, black filaments now tracing faintly across her otherwise flawless face. What a pity, Xiao Chen. I'd hoped to spend more time with you. But it seems I must sink back into slumber, imminently. With that she released a beam of divine light, transferring her entire legacy of thunder Tao cultivation directly into Su Chen's mind. Then preparing to escort him out, she settled herself to resume her long vigil against the emperor-level death Qi coiled within her. Seeing this, Su Chen urgently asked, "Aunt, what must be done to fully purge that emperor death Qi?" Su Chen stared intently at Yao Yu. He could sense the terrifying death energy within her. It contained an extremely dense imperial Tao law. Even the top supreme powerhouses would perish in an instant if they merely brushed against it. Yet within his little aunt's body the amount of death energy was akin to an ocean, constantly eroding her flesh true spirit, and even the supreme laws within her were gradually being devoured. To eliminate this death energy through slumber, it was simply impossible. Given his aunt's current state, she could barely hold on for a few more decades before the imperial Tao death energy completely consumed her supreme laws, leading to the rotting of her flesh, decay of her true spirit, and ultimately her demise. Hee little Chen, your good intentions are appreciated by your aunt. However, you are still too weak to solve my problem. If you wish to save me, then strive to grow stronger. When you become an emperor, perhaps I will have a glimmer of hope, Yao Yu said with a smile. However, Su Chen remained frowning. How could becoming an emperor be so simple? Not to mention decades, even hundreds of years might not be enough. One must understand that throughout the annals of history, the youngest emperor only achieved enlightenment around 5,000 years of age. Is there truly no other way? Aunt, Su Chen said, refusing to give up. There is a method, but it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If you become strong enough to acquire the complete elixir of immortality and the legendary 3 lifetimes karma cycle grass, then you can expel the death energy from my body. Yao Yu laughed nonchalantly, but she knew it was utterly impossible. The elixir of immortality was the exclusive possession of emperor-level powerhouses. Even the powerful Su family only possessed the fruit of the elixir of immortality. As for the complete elixir, it likely only existed in those ancient forbidden zones. However, forbidden zones are places of certain death, with masters of the forbidden zones guarding them. To obtain the complete elixir from their hands is basically an impossible task. Moreover, even rarer than the elixir of immortality is the 3 lifetimes karma cycle grass. It is a spirit herb that exists only in legend, possessing the powerful ability to reverse yin and yang and transform life into death. No one knows where it exists. The only historical record of the 3 lifetimes karma cycle grass was in the hands of an invincible celestial emperor during the distant imperial fall era. Since then it has never appeared again. When Yao Yu was first injured, the emperor Su Tianqing searched the entire 9 heavens realm and the starry skies outside, but in the end he found nothing. Don't worry, Aunt. I will definitely find the complete elixir of immortality and the 3 lifetimes karma cycle grass to heal you, Su Chen said firmly. In the next moment his figure was teleported out of the chaotic realm and arrived at the Yao Pool sacred land. At this moment the lord of the Yao Pool sacred land and several elders had long been waiting. Upon seeing Su Chen appear, they hurriedly approached with excitement. The lord of the Yao Pool was incredibly excited as she exclaimed, "You just entered the forbidden area of our Yao Pool sacred land. I wonder if you encountered that one." No wonder she was so excited. After all, while the Yao Pool is a sacred land compared to other sacred lands, immortal empires, and imperial clans, it lacks an invincible foundation without something like the extreme Tao Emperor weapon that can suppress everything. If the ancestor in the Forbidden Zone were still alive, the Yao Pool would not need such an extreme Tao Emperor weapon and would have the confidence to fear no enemies in the world. After all, that ancestor once single-handedly slaughtered the master of the underworld's Forbidden Zone, possessing a strength that is unfathomable. Watching the excited lord of the Yao Pool and the elders, Su Chen remained silent. At this moment, he was constantly searching his mind for information about the complete elixir of immortality and the 3 lifetimes karma cycle grass. Soon, with his familiarity with the original novel, he found a clue. If I remember correctly, in the original novel, the destined protagonist Chen, conquered by Yao, and among the rewards given by his system, was a complete true dragon immortal pill. And it was after consuming the true dragon immortal pill that Chen truly rose, not only greatly increasing his cultivation level, but also evolving his original divine body into the legendary true dragon immortal body, thus becoming a truly unparalleled talent, rising to power unchallenged. As for the 3 lifetimes karma cycle grass, a certain destined protagonist system also offered such a reward, and that protagonist initially did not recognize the 3 lifetimes karma cycle grass, but in the later part of the novel, he realized its extraordinary nature. As he murmured to himself softly, Su Chen quickly formulated a plan. First, he would acquire the true dragon immortal pill from Chen. As for the 3 lifetimes karma cycle grass, That could be planned slowly. With this thought, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the Lord of the Yao Pool and the elders. He slowly took out the supreme token that his aunt had given him earlier. Lord of the Yao Pool, all elders heed my command. Upon seeing the token, the Lord of the Yao Pool and the elders were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their senses, their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the token. Even the Lord of the Yao Pool's body trembled, her voice shaking as she said this. This token, where did you get it? This token was naturally given to me by that one inside. Su Chen sneered softly, slowly stating, this is impossible. How could that existence give you this token for no reason? The Lord of the Yao Pool said in disbelief. This supreme token is of immense significance to the Yao Pool. Not only is it a symbol of identity, but the holder of the token can completely represent that existence with authority that can completely supersede that of the Lord of the Yao Pool, and with just one word can completely remove her from being the Lord. Moreover, this token possesses numerous functions. The Yao Pool's protective array, various forbidden zones, the strongest supreme killing weapon, and those powerful beings of the Yao Pool in slumber are all under the control of this supreme token. One could say that to possess this supreme token is to possess the entire Yao Pool sacred land. Yet at this moment, this token appeared in the hands of Su Chen, the wielder of the dual pupils. Although the Yao Pool had a close relationship with the Su family, this was tantamount to handing over the entire Yao Pool to others. This is something the Lord of the Yao Pool cannot accept, simply because she is the Lord of the Yao Pool. Why is it impossible for that existence to give this token to me? I am the child of the Emperor of the Su family, and the entire Yao Pool was created by my mother. That existence is also my aunt. Su Chen said word by word. He then stared directly at the Lord of the Yao Pool. I ask you, why can't this supreme token be given to me? Su Chen stared at the Yaoqi Saint Lord, speaking each word with deliberate precision, his face devoid of any expression. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in everyone's ears like a thunderclap, sending chills down their spines. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone was stunned, their bodies involuntarily retreating, eyes bulging, breaths quickening, their faces filled with disbelief. The Yaoqi Saint Lord and the other elders beside her were even more shocked, their gazes towards Su Chen shifting dramatically. In their perception, the previous Su Chen was merely the heir of the Su family, noble in status, yet not so exalted that they would look up at him in fear. However, at this moment, upon learning Su Chen's true identity, they were completely dumbfounded. The young man before them held an astonishingly high status, his background utterly terrifying. He was the son of the Su family. It turned out that this was not just mere talk, but rather a special title. For he truly was the son of an emperor. His father was the emperor, his mother the founder of Yaoqi, and his aunt the ancestral figure of Yaoqi. Such an identity was too astonishing, comparable to a true dragon of the 9 heavens. Even if one searched the entire 9 heavens realm, few could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. If his identity were to be revealed, it would surely cause a tremendous uproar, shaking the entire 9 heavens realm. Now I ask you all, do I have the right to hold this supreme token and become the Lord of Yaoqi? Su Chen's gaze swept over the crowd with piercing intensity, resembling a young divine king exuding immense pressure. The Yaoqi Saint Lord exchanged glances with the elders, and after a moment, they collectively knelt on the ground. We pay our respects to your highness, the son of the emperor, and to the young master. Yaoqi was established by Su Chen's mother and aunt. Thus it was only reasonable for everyone to address him as the young master. Rise. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. From this moment on, the Yaoqi sacred land would become his personal force, a sharp blade in his hands. As for dealing with Tang Chen later, it would become exceedingly simple. Thinking of this, Su Chen pondered for a moment and then directly stated, I have heard that although Yaoqi has a saintess, the position of Saint Sun has remained vacant for many years. Why is that? He had already devised a plan to deal with Tang Chen, which was to leverage his identity to suppress him. The Yaoqi Saint Lord quickly responded, Your Highness, you may not know, but when we recruit disciples at Yaoqi, we mostly only accept females. Males are only recruited under special circumstances. Therefore, the position of Saint Sun has remained vacant for many years. She paused for a moment, and then continued, however, recently Yaoqi has indeed produced an exceptionally talented prodigy named Tang Chen, who has reached the peak of the divine aperture realm at a young age, and has also passed the 8th level of the trial ladder. He is now a candidate for the Saint Sun. He only needs to wait for a while longer before the coronation ceremony for the Saint Sun can be held, announcing it to the world. Tang Chen. Is he the young man from earlier? Su Chen sneered. The Yaoqi Saint Lord, noticing this, felt a jolt in her heart. She detected the anger in the tone of the son of the emperor. Suddenly recalling that during the challenge of the 9th level divine ladder, Tang Chen had openly provoked the son of the emperor. Could it be that the son of the emperor disliked Tang Chen for that reason? Thinking of this, the Yaoqi Saint Lord felt a sense of entanglement, as among all the disciples of Yaoqi, Tang Chen was the most outstanding and held high prestige among the younger generation. If she were to casually announce the revocation of his Saint Sun status, it would be hard to convince the others. With this thought, she was prepared to counsel the son of the emperor. However, before she could open her mouth, Su Chen nonchalantly said, "Notify everyone tomorrow morning Yaoqi will hold a sect meeting. All disciples and elders must be present on time. Anyone who is late or absent will bear the consequences." After saying this, Su Chen ignored everyone and instantly vanished from the spot. The Yaoqi Saint Lord couldn't help but smile wryly at this. The son of the emperor was even more decisive than she had imagined. Moreover, she had a premonition that something significant would happen at tomorrow's sect meeting. However, thinking of the son of the emperor's incredible background, she could only sigh helplessly. Nighttime. Within the sacred sun pavilion of Yaoqi Sacred Land, Tang Chen lay on his bed, his face filled with fury, unable to forget the events of the day. Damn Su Chen. Despicable Su family. Abominable dual-eyed one. Ever since I crossed over, I have never suffered such humiliation. Just you wait, I will make you pay the price. As he spoke, recalling the events of the day, a red light suddenly emerged in Tang Chen's pupils, and a strange, fierce, and bloodthirsty aura erupted from within him. This was a sign that the supreme demonic technique he practiced was about to go berserk. Although this technique was incredibly powerful and could enhance the practitioner's bloodline strength, it had a fatal weakness. The practitioner's mind would be influenced by the technique, and the longer one practiced it, the greater the influence. If one's willpower was not strong enough, they could be devoured by the inner demon that emerged, turning into a blood demon. At this moment, Tang Chen was in a frenzied state, veins bulging on his face, an aura of evil pervading, clearly indicating signs of a deviation in his cultivation. Fortunately, at this critical moment, an ancient pendant on his chest glowed, allowing him to temporarily suppress it. Huff! The backlash from the technique is becoming more severe. It seems I must accelerate my pursuit of Bai Yao and obtain the longevity elixir as a reward from the system. Only then can I completely eliminate the side effects of this technique. Otherwise, it will only be a matter of time before I run into big trouble. Murmuring softly, Tang Chen began to devise a strategy for pursuing Bai Yao. Having mingled in nightclubs in his past life, he had seen all kinds of women and was quite confident in pursuing Bai Yao. Oh, it would just take some time. At this moment, the jade slip lit up. A message was sent. Tang Chen picked it up, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Tomorrow's sect meeting. Everyone in the sect must be present. Wait a minute, could this be to formally appoint me as the Saint's son? With this thought, a smile appeared on his face. Formally becoming the Saint's son would make pursuing Bai Yao much easier. At that time, with the system's rewards in hand and the beauty by his side, wouldn't he soar to new heights? With this thought, a smile naturally appeared on Tang Chen's face. He began to fantasize about his glorious rise, picturing himself reigning over vast lands with beautiful women in his embrace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chen sat cross-legged in a secret chamber. System, settle the task. The system began to calculate the task rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully passing the Yaoqi trial ladder. Task completed. Task evaluation. Full score. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Divine prohibition. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Fortune Golden Dragon. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Divine Medicine X10. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Top grade Elixir X, 25 bottles. The rewards offered by the system are as always abundant. Su Chen did not look at anything else. Divine herbs and top-grade elixirs held little allure for him, as he lacked nothing. After all, what others cherish, like treasures such as divine herbs and top-grade elixirs, are merely within his grasp. He focused his gaze on the first two rewards. Divine Restriction, a mysterious and special realm that only the most outstanding prodigies can occasionally touch. Only the supreme or emperor-level powerhouses can reside in this realm for long, easily overpowering their enemies from higher realms. Fortune Golden Dragon, the embodiment of the world's great luck, merging with the Fortune Golden Dragon can greatly enhance one's own luck, while simultaneously diminishing the protagonist aura of those fated to be the main characters. These two rewards are quite practical for Su Chen at present. The Divine Restriction can enhance combat power. It is known that throughout history, those who could touch the Divine Restriction were all true top-tier prodigies, leaving a significant mark in history. Only those who reached the limit, the Supreme and Emperors, could remain there for long. And at this moment, this system's reward has allowed Su Chen to gain this ability in advance. With his peak cultivation in the Bitter Sea, he can eternally reside within the Divine Restriction. As for the effect of the Fortune Golden Dragon, it goes without saying. It is used to enhance one's own luck, which is extremely important for everyone. Why can the fated protagonists be called luck protagonists? It is because they are blessed by fate, their luck flourishing, turning misfortune into fortune, with various opportunities and treasures coming to them, and danger inevitably resolved under the protection of the world's great path. And at this moment, after acquiring the Fortune Golden Dragon, Su Chen's luck will greatly improve, at least not inferior to those fated protagonists. Moreover, besides enhancing luck, the Fortune Golden Dragon has another function. After he kills a fated protagonist, he can directly absorb and devour their luck. Merge. With his command, an invisible golden dragon suddenly descended from the sky, emitting a resounding dragon roar in the void before slowly merging into Su Chen's body. In an instant, his body trembled involuntarily. A special sensation emerged within him, and he could feel that a tremendous change was occurring in his being. This change was not visible from the outside, but Su Chen could feel it clearly within. At the moment of merging with the Fortune Golden Dragon, the great path of the surrounding world seemed to become more amiable to him, as if it were protecting him in some mysterious way. Furthermore, at this moment, after merging with the Fortune Golden Dragon, his demeanor subtly changed, resembling that of a celestial emperor. Not bad. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. After reviewing the rewards offered by the system, he took out the Thunder Tribulation pill that his aunt had given him. The Thunder Tribulation pill, refined from the thunder liquid of the Supreme Thunder Tribulation, contains vitality and power that can only be described as terrifying. It's time to break through. The accumulation in the Bitter Sea realm is already sufficient. Su Chen doesn't intend to waste any more time in this realm. He poured out all 10 Thunder Tribulation pills and swallowed them in one go. The Thunder Tribulation pills contain extremely terrifying energy and vitality. An ordinary Bitter Sea realm cultivator would need to be extremely cautious when swallowing one, avoiding their body from being unable to withstand it, leading to explosive death. However, Su Chen was not worried at all. Having cultivated the indestructible scripture to the peak of its 3rd level, his physical strength has long reached an astonishing level. Even if he were to consume 10 Thunder Tribulation pills at once, he could completely endure it. Boom! As the Thunder Tribulation pills entered his body, they exploded rapidly, within transforming into a terrifying energy coursing through him. Su Chen quickly circulated his cultivation method to refine the energy. At the same time, while refining the energy, he closed his eyes and focused his mind in the sea of consciousness, reviewing the Thunder Path inheritance his aunt had left him. As a master of the Thunder Path, the inheritance his aunt left him is evidently extraordinary. It encompasses not only a wealth of Thunder Path knowledge, but also a multitude of Thunder Path divine abilities. The Baoshu of the Swanee, the Lightning Bird, the Thunder Cloud Beast. Even the divine ability of the Thunder Emperor, one of the 10 fierce beasts, is included. Of course, this is not the most astonishing part. Within this Thunder Path inheritance, there even exists a Thunder Path heavenly skill formed by the fusion of multiple top-tier Thunder Path divine abilities. The 10,000 Calamities Disaster Thunder Skill. The heavenly skill is neither a cultivation method nor a divine ability, but a special means of wielding divine abilities. Its effect is similar to that of the supreme blood within him. When wielding divine abilities using the heavenly skill, their power will increase geometrically. Even the most mundane and ordinary divine abilities, after being wielded through the heavenly skill, can unleash unparalleled power. And the 10,000 Calamities Disaster Thunder Skill created by his aunt is indeed a top-tier Thunder Path heavenly skill. It can simultaneously harness multiple Thunder Path divine abilities. When cultivated to the peak, it can command Thunder Tribulations and act as heavenly punishment. In terms of power, this inheritance can't be said to be inferior to some emperor-level inheritances. As he murmured softly, Su Chen quickly began to comprehend. A series of great path runes flowed through his mind, which then morphed into bolts of lightning. In just a moment, he had fully grasped the Thunder Path inheritance that his aunt had imparted to him. At this moment, if anyone were around, they would be astonished to find that countless great path lightning flickered around Su Chen, intertwining to form a mysterious thunder pool. Within the thunder pool, there are no creatures formed from the transformed lightning. Swanee Qilong Tao Ye Jinhof. The phantoms of various heavenly fierce beasts are manifested, bowing in reverence before Su Chen's figure. And Su Chen, seated in the thunder pool, resembled a supreme thunder emperor. At the same time, his aura was also skyrocketing. Peak of the Bitter Sea realm. First level of the Divine Aperture realm. Second level of the Divine Aperture realm. Third level of the Divine Aperture realm. In just a few moments, he had already reached the 7th level of the Divine Aperture realm. Within him, strands of great path laws condensed into peculiar apertures linking to the outer world. The true meaning of the Divine Aperture realm lies in the opening of apertures. Opening the great path divine apertures within the body, connecting with the world continuously, drawing the essence of heaven and earth, thus refining oneself. However, unlike others, the great path divine apertures that Su Chen opened up were actually situated within the chaotic universe in his abdomen. The 7 divine apertures in the chaotic universe evolved into 7 black holes, continuously absorbing nourishment from the outside world, expanding themselves. At the same time as the chaotic universe expanded, one star after another was born from within, radiating a faint starlight. Tisk, this chaotic left universe is truly too marvelous. Could it be that in the end this chaotic universe will really evolve into an entirely new universe, creating its own laws of heaven and earth? As he murmured softly, he couldn't help but feel a shock within. If it truly turns out to be as he speculated, then the potential of this chaotic universe will be astonishing. However, before he could think further, ding ding ding, the supreme Dao bell rang. The darkness passed, and the sky lit up. All the people in the Yao Pool rushed towards the sect hall upon hearing the sound of the supreme Dao bell. The Yao Pool sect conference is about to commence. Seeing this, Su Chen interrupted his inner thoughts. and slowly stood up, walking calmly towards the sect hall. The show is about to begin. Does anyone know what's going on? Why has the sect assembly been convened so suddenly? And, if I recall correctly, the sect assembly is only called when something momentous occurs at the Yaoqi sect. No one knows the reason this time, and does any sister privy to the inside information care to share? And outside the sect plaza, disciples murmured among themselves, their eyes brimming with bewilderment. The Yaoqi sect maintained lax regulations. Its assembly was customarily convened only upon momentous events. Its sudden calling now stirred faint yet unmistakable doubt in every disciple's gaze. Senior Sister Biao, you are the sacred maiden of Yaoqi. Do you know the reason behind this? Na disciple curiously turned her gaze toward Biao. Today Biao wore a flowing white gown radiant as a lotus, serene, sacred, and breathtakingly beautiful. When questioned by her peers, she merely shook her head, confessing ignorance of the assembly's cause. Yet an instinctive premonition stirred within her. This abrupt assembly heralded something extraordinary. The sovereign and the elders have arrived. At that instant, amid gasps of astonishment, the Yaoqi sovereign soared across the sky from afar, flanked by a retinue of elders. All eyes instinctively converged upon them. To everyone's surprise, however, the sect assembly did not formally commence. Even after the sovereign and elder, even more perplexing was the fact that neither the sovereign nor the elders took their seats. Instead, they stood respectfully aside, hands clasped behind their backs, as if awaiting someone. This spectacle deepened the disciples' bewilderment. As sovereign of a sacred land, the Yaoqi sovereign commanded unparalleled dignity and authority. Who then could possibly command such reverence, worthy of her patient wait? And could it be senior brother Tang Chen? And someone whispered hesitantly. After all, Tang Chen, the sole designated heir apparent of Yaoqi in a century, was the only high-ranking disciple yet to appear. Senior brother Tang is late again. Still, it's hardly unexpected. He is the heir apparent after all. He holds the privilege to arrive late. And the crowd murmured softly among themselves. Ordinarily, no disciple, regardless of rank, was permitted to be tardy or absent from the Yaoqi sect assembly. Yet Tang Chen, as the sole heir apparent in 100 years, often arrived late without reproach. His prodigious talent was self-evident, and behind him loomed the formidable support of a venerable supreme elder. Thus, though only heir apparent, his status within Yaoqi was astonishingly exalted. In my apologies, I've kept you all waiting. At that moment, a light chuckle rang out. Tang Chen descended upon a flying sword from the distance, clad unusually in pristine white robes, his face adorned with what he believed to be a sunlit, charming smile. Seeing the sovereign and elders still standing in wait, his vanity swelled with profound satisfaction. And senior brother Tang has arrived. Why is senior brother Tang wearing white today? He usually favors black. Indeed, he looks striking in white, yet strangely incongruous, as though deliberately imitating someone. Someone murmured quietly. Tang Chen's appearance today deviated sharply from his usual demeanor, and his gestures too carried an unmistakable air of studied artifice. Those with discerning eyes instantly recognized his mimicry of yesterday's Su clan twin Heaven Eyes cultivator. Yet this forced imitation rendered him oddly dissonant, even absurd. Sovereign elders, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. And Tang Chen alighted gracefully at the heir apparent's seat and smiled. The elders, however, merely cast him a brief, indifferent glance. The Yaoqi sovereign spoke softly. Did I not emphasize yesterday that today's assembly is of utmost importance, and instructed you not to be late? Why then are you still tardy? Tang Chen rubbed his nose sheepishly and murmured, I deeply regret it. I lost track of time after overextending myself in cultivation last night. Inu. The sovereign's expression hardened with exasperated disappointment, but she ultimately sighed helplessly and said, You may explain yourself directly to His Imperial Highness the Divine Prince. With that, she fell silent and resumed her respectful vigil beside the elders. Tang Chen, however, froze. Explain himself to the Divine Prince. And who was the Divine Prince? Nan, judging by the sovereign's tone, this figure's status eclipsed even hers. A flicker of confusion crossed his face, but it vanished almost instantly, for at that very moment, Ruwar. Na thunderous roar shattered the heavens. The sky blazed crimson before their very eyes, and ambient heat surged violently. The searing temperature warped the surrounding air into shimmering distortion. Simultaneously, an overwhelming saintly aura flooded the plaza, sending tremors through every disciple's frame. What in the world is happening? In this pressure, it's unbearable. In what level of cultivator emits such terrifying aura? Mere presence alone. Panic erupted among the crowd. Nearby, the Yaoqi sovereign and elders exchanged knowing glances, intuiting at last what was about to unfold. Amid cries of terror, a colossal silhouette materialized within the rippling air above the plaza. It was a scarlet Qilin, a divine beast radiating palpable, saint-level majesty, awe-inspiring in both form and aura. All that had transpired thus far stemmed from its arrival. A Qilin in heavens, it's a fire Qilin in impossible, one of the 10 primordial beasts, actually manifesting here. Its aura is terrifying. Wait, no? It is not pure blood. Rather a rare hybrid bearing partial Qilin bloodline, and yet it has attained sainthood. A Qilin descending from heaven. Is this an auspicious omen for Yaoqi? Disciples whispered frantically, eyes wide with dread. Yet what followed would shatter even that fear. The saint-level fire Qilin halted gently upon the plaza, and then slowly knelt. Its massive form then shrank gradually until a white-robed youth stepped down from its back with serene grace. Slender yet powerfully built, the youth moved with the unhurried sovereign stride of a dragon and tiger, possessing despite his youth an indomitable godlike bearing like a celestial prince incarnate. Most astonishing of all were his eyes. Within their depths unfolded visions of cosmic cycles, worlds withering, gods and demons prostrating before unfathomable primordial truths. This white-robed youth was none other than Su Chen. Su Chen slowly descended from the back of the fire Qilin, a mythical beast. Clad in pure white robes, he appeared ethereal and transcendent. Yet within that otherworldly aura lingered a sovereign majesty, like a young celestial emperor reborn, graceful and detached, yet overwhelmingly domineering. These two diametrically opposed qualities fused seamlessly upon his person. It's him, the twin-pupiled one of the Su clan. Why is he here? Someone whispered in hushed disbelief, eyes clouded with confusion. Though the Imperial Su clan and the Yaoqi sect enjoyed close ties, this was after all an internal sect assembly of Yaoqi. Honestly though, he's breathtakingly handsome. My heart won't stop racing. Big sister, you're over 300 years old. Leave this rare gem to me. Ha, you know nothing. 3 years older brings gold bricks. 30 years older bestows an empire. 300 years older grants immortal elixirs. This youthful prodigy might just prefer my seasoned charm. I'm absolutely swooning. I'm charging in sisters. Most disciples of Yaoqi were women, and at the sight of Su Chen their faces instinctively lit up with starry-eyed adoration. Even Bai Yao standing nearby momentarily froze in quiet astonishment. As the holy maiden of Yaoqi, she had encountered countless gifted youths, but none had ever struck her with such overwhelming brilliance as Su Chen. Damn it! That accursed twin-pupiled one of the Su clan. Why is he here? Tang Chun roared inwardly, his face contorted with unrestrained fury. Today he had meticulously prepared for this sect assembly, to seize the spotlight with flawless grandeur. Even his entrance had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. Today he had meticulously prepared for this sect assembly, to seize the spotlight with flawless grandeur. Even his entrance had been rehearsed countless times. Alas, he painted a tiger but produced a dog. At that moment, as Su Chen made his entrance both clad in flowing white robes, the contrast rendered Tang Chen absurd, a mere clown beside a sovereign. Twin-pupiled one of the Su clan. You have no invitation, yet brazenly intrude upon Yaoqi's sacred sect assembly. Do you take Yaoqi for some common thoroughfare? Tang Chen fixed Su Chen with a stern righteous glare and barked sharply. Below him several disciples hastily echoed his words. Precisely. Though Yaoqi and the Su clan enjoy cordial relations, this assembly is strictly internal. What authority does a Su clan outsider possess to attend? Is this not blatant contempt for our holy sanctuary? Does he truly believe the Su clan can dictate Yaoqi's affairs? Excessive arrogance. Don't presume imperial backing grants you license to act so recklessly. These voices belonged to Tang Chen's loyal followers, each instantly hurling furious accusations at Su Chen. Yet Su Chen did not deign to glance at them. Instead, he turned toward the Yaoqi sovereign with a faint, knowing smile. When a dog bites, there's no need to bite back. Just strike it down with a single blow. The sovereign's heart lurched as Su Chen's gaze fell upon her. She immediately hissed a low, sharp command at Tang Chen's faction. Silence. The twin-pupiled one of the Su clan is our new sovereign. How dare you speak thus? All present stood stunned. The sovereign declared the twin-pupiled one of the Su clan, the new sovereign of Yaoqi. What did that mean? Only the elders seemed unsurprised, though every other face wore pure bewilderment. The Yaoqi sovereign stole a cautious glance at Su Chen. His expression remained gently smiling, his eyes shimmering with unfathomable celestial phenomena, his thoughts utterly inscrutable. He then strode calmly toward the elevated dais of the sect assembly, where a resplendent throne awaited, traditionally reserved for the Yaoqi sovereign. Without hesitation, Su Chen seated himself upon it, high above all, gazing down upon the assembly. At that instant, bewildered gazes turned to wide-eyed horror. The twin-pupiled one of the Su clan now sat upon the sovereign's throne, and the Yaoqi sovereign neither intervened nor objected, as if this were perfectly natural. Nor did the elders protest. The crowd erupted in chaos. What in heaven's name is happening? The twin-pupiled one of the Su clan has become our sovereign. This is sheer fantasy. It feels... What sorcery is this? I woke up, and suddenly the twin-pupiled one rules Yaoqi. Am I still asleep? Whispers swirled through the assembly, eyes wide with incredulity. Some rubbed their eyes repeatedly, as if confronting a mirage. Twin-pupiled, one of the Su clan new sovereign of Yaoqi. By any logic it was impossible, yet it stood irrevocably real before them. Tang Chun, the designated holy heir, felt as though he'd swallowed poison. Shadows of venomous rage darkened his gaze. The sovereign's seat had long been his own assured possession. Once formally installed as holy sovereign, and backed by the supreme elder's patronage, his ascension to full sovereignty commanding this sacred land was inevitable. But now, this sudden emergence of the twin-pupiled one had snatched it away. The realization shattered his very... He surged violently into the air, locking eyes with the sovereign and whispering coldly, "Sovereign, how can an outsider like him claim sovereignty over Yaoqi? If he is to be sovereign, I am the first to reject it. Elder Wu Yue will never consent." Tang Chen enunciated each word with chilling precision. Elder Wu Yue, the supreme elder who secretly supported him, his own master, and a newly ascended quasi-senior brother. Tang Chen speaks truly. He is but an outsider. How dare he assume the sovereign's mantle? In my view, only senior brother Tang is worthy of Yaoqi's throne. To appoint the twin-pupiled one of the Su clan as sovereign of Yaoqi is preposterous. I reject it outright. There must be a hidden conspiracy. Tang Chen's followers shouted fiercely. Below, many disciples frowned in unease. True, the twin-pupiled one possessed peerless talent dazzling the world. But for an outsider to abruptly ascend to sovereignship, without precedent or justification, was simply indefensible. Opposition rose swiftly. Bai Yao too furrowed her brows deeply. Though she harbored no personal ambition for the sovereign's seat, installing an outsider, however gifted, defied both reason and propriety. Though she admired the twin-pupiled one, her heart remained steadfastly devoted to Tang Chen alone. In her eyes, the sovereign could be none other than Tang Chen. She spoke up at once. "Sovereign, I too find this decision untenable." The sovereign sighed softly, watching the tide of dissent below. She had anticipated precisely this reaction. Yet, once Su Chen's true lineage surfaced, every seeming impossibility dissolved into irrefutable inevitability. After all, Yaoqi Sanctuary was founded by his own mother. Strictly speaking, it had always been his birthright. Just as she prepared to rebuke the assembly, Su Chen stepped forward, rising slowly, fixing the crowd with a glacial gaze, and laughing coldly. "I lack the qualifications to rule Yaoqi." Ha ha, what a colossal farce. At that moment when Su Chen rose to speak, the once clamorous throng fell into sudden silence. Though he stood alone and appeared very young, an invisible pressure radiated from him. The Yaoqi disciples below were momentarily stunned. The boyishness in Su Chen had vanished, replaced by an imperious, commanding aura like that of a peerless emperor. The dreadful weight pressed so heavily that many found it difficult to breathe. In the next instant, he slowly produced the Yaoqi Supreme token and looked down upon them. "With the Yaoqi Supreme token in my hand, I have the right to be the Lord of Yaoqi." His voice was not loud, yet it burst in their ears like a thunderclap, deafening. "Supreme token. That is the token of our Yaoqi Supreme. To see it is as if our Yaoqi ancestor has personally arrived. How could it be in his hands? Fake, it must be fake. How could the ancestor hand such an important token to an outsider? Surely this Su family double pupil deceived the ancestor and stole it by trickery." Tang Chen's followers shouted aloud. They could not accept this outcome. Their ancestor had entrusted the crucial Yaoqi Supreme token to an outsider. Who can tell whether the token in your hand is genuine? Or perhaps you seized it from the ancestor by some illicit... Tang Chen glared at Su Chen, his face flushed and fists clenched. Yet the Yaoqi elders beside him looked at Tang Chen as if he were a fool. Not genuine. Do these elders and the Yaoqi Saint Lord lack the discernment to recognize it? And to claim the token was furtively wrested from the ancestor? That is utterly absurd. Who is the ancestor? She is the one who could single-handedly slay the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. If she had been unwilling, who in the world could have forced the Supreme token from her? For Tang Chen to say such things, his judgment is questionable. I can vouch that the token in his hand is genuine. It was personally entrusted to him by Yaoi's ancestor. The Yaoqi Saint Lord stepped forward to attest. This? How is that possible? Tang Chen was struck as if by lightning. His followers' faces all drained of color. If this were true, they had just spoken against Su Chen, if he chose to settle scores later. At the thought, some began to inch away, seeking to distance themselves from Tang Chen. As for the Yaoqi disciples below, though stunned with the Yaoqi Saint Lord's guarantee, they could only accept the... Actually, the Su family's double pupil becoming the new Lord of Yaoqi is not bad. At the very least, he is pleasing to the eye. Perhaps something might even happen. Sister, when you get up to something with him, can you take me along? Let's do it together. I want him to. A lovesick girl could not help smiling foolishly. It was only daytime, yet she was already daydreaming. Now do you think I am qualified to be the new Yaoqi Lord? Su Chen swept his gaze across the assembly. No one present dared question him again. Even Bai Yao, not far away, bowed her head. Hail the Imperial Prince. Hail the new Yaoqi Lord. At that moment, someone knelt first. Immediately, everyone present fell to their knees in unison, including the Yaoqi elders and Tang Chen's followers. The hall thundered with voices echoing to the skies. Among the crowd, only Tang Chen, occupying the Saint Sun's place, remained motionless, still standing. Su Chen watched the kneeling masses and could not help a faint smile. Upon seeing Tang Chen still standing, the smile on his lips deepened, just as he had expected. After all, he was the destined protagonist of a rousing tale. A villain might abandon pride to survive, but if the destined hero in a stirring story were to kneel before his enemies, what kind of destiny would that be? One must admit Tang Chen in white truly looked full of noble bearing. Bai Yao, kneeling nearby, could not help but let her eyes wander. This was the man Bai Yao admired, one who stands upright against heaven and earth. How could he bow to another? Yet this suited Su Chen perfectly. Everyone kneel. You? Why do you not kneel? Su Chen's gaze fixed on Tang Chen. Why should I kneel to you? What right have you to demand I kneel? Tang Chen's face was full of scorn. So what if he was the Su family's double pupil? So what if he was the new Yaoqi lord? After all, Tang Chen considered himself a transmigrator with a system. How could he ever kneel so easily? Besides, he had a quasi-emperor level backer supporting him. He believed he could confront Su Chen directly. What right do I have to make you kneel? Musing. Then let me tell you what right I have to make you kneel. A flash of fierce light erupted in Su Chen's pupils. He stepped forward, and a terrifying pressure burst from him. First, I am the new Yaoqi Lord, ruler of Yaoqi. Do not speak of you as a mere candidate saint son. Even if you became the Yaoqi saint son, you would kneel before me. Su Chen intoned in a low voice. The oppressive aura descended upon Tang Chen. Though Tang Chen had reached the pinnacle of the Shenxiao realm, beneath this crushing presence, he felt an overwhelming weakness, his body trembling uncontrollably. Su Chen stepped forward again. Second, before the sect assembly, I clearly stated that no one may be absent or late, yet you brazenly arrived late, openly provoking me. I ask you, why can you not kneel? As his words fell, the pressure on Tang Chen intensified into something more. Tang Chen fought desperately, but his legs shook continuously on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Su Chen took a third step forward. Third, you are a candidate saint son of Yaoqi, yet you secretly cultivate the demonic legacy of Xiaomo Daozuan, violating Yaoqi's taboo. I ask you, why can you not kneel? Xiaomo Daozuan was the founder of the demonic path, whose arts Tang Chen had been practicing. In life, his cultivation reached the terrifying supremacy realm. His self-created demonic techniques were immensely potent, capable of forcibly elevating one's bloodline and physique. However, to raise one's bloodline through that art, there was a grave flaw. It required devouring the daoic corporeal essence of others. In former days, Xiaomo Daozuan, from a mere mortal body, continuously devoured others' daoic essences, through that method obtaining the legendary Tianma body, and rising to dreadful power, bringing calamity upon the world. At his peak, he even vowed to take all of Yaoqi, men and women alike, into his harem. He was later forcibly suppressed by Yaoqi's mighty cultivators. For Yaoqi, the existence of Xiaomo Daozuan was an absolute taboo. The moment Su Chen declared that Tang Chen practiced the Daozuan's legacy, those present could not help but cry out in dismay. Panic flickered across Tang Chen's face. When had his secret been exposed? In the instant he faltered, the pressure pouring from Su Chen surged explosively. Caught unprepared, Tang Chen could no longer bear it, and crashed down to his knees with a heavy thud. Bang! Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Su Chen, Tang Chen, overcome with fear, could no longer bear it, and collapsed heavily to the ground. Senior brother Tang has knelt. He was forced to the ground by the pressure of the Prince of the Empire. Everyone present displayed expressions of shock. It must be noted that Tang Chen is the strongest among the current young generation of the Yaoqi sacred land. Not only is he extraordinarily gifted, but he also possesses immense strength, having once passed the 8th level of the 9-step divine body, making him a top genius of his era. Yet at this moment, the Prince of the Empire was able to force him to kneel simply through his natural pressure. Bai Yao beside him couldn't help but cover her mouth, her expression constantly shifting. Looking at Tang Chen kneeling on the ground and listening to Su Chen's words, a hint of panic flashed in her gemstone-like eyes. Oh! At that moment, kneeling on the ground and feeling the gazes of those around him, Tang Chen felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows, letting out a hysterical scream. He struggled desperately, trying to rise, but the terrifying pressure emanating from Su Chen felt like 10,000 mountains pressing down on him, rendering him immobile. A dying struggle. Su Chen looked down at Tang Chen from his elevated position, his gaze filled with indifference. As a disciple of Yaoqi, you secretly practice the demonic path's techniques. What do you think we should do about this? Su Chen returned to his main seat, lazily reclining, while directing his gaze towards the Yaoqi saintess. At this moment, the Yaoqi saintess was still in shock, as she had never imagined that the Tang Chen she had once held in high regard was secretly practicing the techniques of the demonic path. It must be understood that the demonic path is a taboo in Yaoqi. With this thought, she was filled with righteous fury, saying, to the Prince of the Empire, according to the rules of Yaoqi, practicing the teachings of the demonic path should result in imprisonment in the heavenly prison to be eternally suppressed. After that, the Yaoqi saintess fixed a chilling gaze on Tang Chen. Since that's the case, let's proceed according to the... From today onwards, we revoke Tang Chen's position as a candidate for the Holy Sun, imprison him in the heavenly prison for eternity, and conduct a thorough investigation of all disciples and elders. Anyone found practicing the techniques of the demonic path will be punished equally with Tang Chen. Su Chen spoke casually while inadvertently casting a glance at Bai Yao. In the original novel, Bai Yao had shared cultivation insights with Tang Chen. Although she did not directly practice the techniques of the demonic path, she had mastered some divine abilities from those techniques. Sensing Su Chen's gaze, Bai Yao's heart trembled, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. I do not accept. At that moment, Tang Chen, his expression twisted with rage, shouted, Why? Why must my position as a candidate for the Holy Sun be revoked based on a single word from him? Why does everyone have to revolve around him when he appears? What's wrong with the demonic techniques? Am I not allowed to cultivate them? Does my past contributions to Yaoqi mean nothing? In his furious shout, a surge of demonic energy erupted from Tang Chen, with terrifying demonic flames rising within it. With the aid of this demonic energy, he forcibly broke free from Su Chen's oppressive hold, standing up and looking crazily at Su Chen and the Yaoqi Saintess. He actually broke free. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes, but it was merely a fleeting moment. The Yaoqi Saintess frowned slightly at this sight. You vile creature, do you dare to act recklessly? As she spoke, she prepared to take action and directly suppress Tang Chen. However, Su Chen intervened midway. He wanted to handle it himself. He slowly stood up, locking his gaze onto Tang Chen, saying, Why should I? Simply because I am the new lord of Yi. Simply because I am stronger than you and can suppress you with ease. At that moment, Su Chen had shed his earlier laziness, emanating an overwhelming aura as he looked down at Tang Chen like a supreme emperor. You are arrogant. Do you truly think you are invincible? Who suppresses whom is still undecided. If you have the ability, fight me fairly. If you lose, you will kneel and apologize for today's events. If I lose, do with me as you please. Tang Chen growled, his entire body surrounded by demonic energy as he charged towards Su Chen. Countless strands of demonic energy coalesced in his hands, transforming into a black spear that exuded an astonishing killing intent. This was the strongest divine ability he currently mastered, known as the roaming demon god spear. It is one of the killing moves from the inheritance of the demonic path, wielding the essence of murder and destruction. At this moment, as Tang Chen unleashed it, it was truly terrifying, with an illusory figure of a heavenly demon faintly emerging behind him, exuding an aura of ultimate evil. The surrounding Yaoqi disciples were shocked by this scene, retreating in panic as the pressure from the heavenly demon's illusion was overwhelmingly powerful. However, Su Chen was completely unfazed. His white robes billowed in the wind, hair flowing, his eyes filled demonic inheritance. Mere trifles. Mocking words escaped his lips, and then he suddenly stepped forward. Boom. In an instant, dark clouds gathered and the once clear sky darkened, with countless bolts of lightning twisting and coiling like giant serpents within the clouds, a sense of destruction gathering in the sky. 10,000 Calamity Thunder Arts. Su Chen directly activated his heavenly technique, harnessing multiple thunder-based divine abilities to violently suppress Tang Chen. As a result of the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Arts, countless thunder techniques were forcibly fused and condensed. All the thunderbolts in the dark clouds fell like a colossal waterfall, fiercely crashing down upon Tang Chen. In that moment, Su Chen appeared like the Thunder Emperor of the Nine Heavens, radiating overwhelming dominance. Roar! The heavenly demon's illusion behind Tang Chen let out a painful howl, and the surrounding demonic energy began to dissipate rapidly. The power of the Thunder Tribulation not only symbolizes ultimate destruction, but also represents the greatest yang force, the nemesis of the demonic path. As the heavenly demon's illusion faded, the roaming demon god spear in Tang Chen's hand also vanished simultaneously. Faced with the thunderstorm-like assault, he had no power to resist, only able to watch helplessly as countless bolts of lightning struck down upon him. Once the thunder dissipated, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, completely lifeless. Of course, this was only because Su Chen had held back, otherwise just this one blow could have annihilated him entirely. Senior brother Tang was defeated in a single move. How? How is this possible? He is at the pinnacle of the divine aperture realm, a top genius. The Yaoqi disciples looked on in disbelief at this scene. In their hearts, the usually invincible senior brother Tang had been utterly crushed in just one move. Beside them, the Yaoqi Saintess and the elders also involuntarily stiffened. Although Tang Chen had violated Yaoqi's taboos, his talent and strength were beyond doubt capable of competing with the top geniuses of this era. Yet at this moment, he had been suppressed by the Prince of the Empire in just a single move. It's not that Tang Chen is weak, but that the prince is too overpowering. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, after defeating Tang Chen, Su Chen did not cease his actions, but abruptly turned, fixing his gaze on Bai Yao not far away, striding towards her. What? What are you doing? Bai Yao was shocked and horrified. There are still 2 more chapters. A reader pointed out a typo, and I promised to add more, so I will not go back on my word. Finally, seeing how hard the little author is working, I earnestly request a wave of gifts for support. Su Chen's gaze was fixed firmly on Bai Yao as he approached step by step, surrounded by thunder resembling a thunder god. Bai Yao, seeing this, was frightened and retreated repeatedly, her eyes filled with panic. What do you want? I have said that I will thoroughly investigate everyone in the Yaoqi. Anyone who practices the evil Dao will be punished equally with Tang Chun. Su Chen spoke coldly. To obtain the perfect elixir of immortality from Tang Chun, Bai Yao was equally crucial. You are slandering me. How could I possibly practice the evil Dao? Bai Yao denied it despite feeling very flustered inside. The disciples of Yaoqi nearby began to murmur among themselves. Sister Bai Yao is our Yaoqi saintess. How could she practice evil techniques? I don't believe Sister Bai Yao is that kind of person. Could it be that His Highness Tang Chun is mistaken? Compared to Tang Chun, Bai Yao's reputation in Yaoqi was much higher. Even though Su Chun had become the new master of Yaoqi, his sudden attack on Bai Yao caused an uproar among the crowd. Even the Yaoqi Holy Master and the elders were stunned and quickly spoke up. Your Highness, could it be a misunderstanding? Bai Yao has grown up under our watch, as she could never. Before they could finish their words, Su Chun interrupted coldly. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, we can find out. After saying this, he took out an ancient mirror from his pocket. This mirror, called the Source Mirror, is an ancient royal artifact that can reflect a person's essence. A trace of panic clearly appeared on Bai Yao's face, but before she could act, Su Chen activated the Source Mirror, directing a beam of divine light towards her. Buzz! The Source Mirror vibrated, and at the same time a green light column shot up from Bai Yao's head. This green light column was filled with a rich life force, but upon closer inspection one could find a dark and sinister demonic aura coiling at its core. This was a characteristic only found in those who had practiced the evil Dao techniques. How is this possible? Sister Bai Yao, you actually practiced the evil Dao's divine powers. How could she be like this? Indeed, Sister Bai Yao has been very close to Tang Chun, who is the inheritor of the evil. All faces displayed expressions of disbelief. In their hearts, the pure and unparalleled Saintess Bai Yao had secretly practiced forbidden demonic arts. In that instant, Bai Yao's image collapsed in the hearts of everyone. Bai Yao, you. The Yaoqi Holy Master was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with heartache. Bai Yao was her direct disciple whom she had raised herself. Usually, she treated Bai Yao as her own, but she never expected that Bai Yao was secretly practicing forbidden demonic arts. Thinking of this, her face was filled with disappointment. Master, you have to listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. Seeing the desolation on the Holy Master's face, Bai Yao stammered her explanation. However, when the words reached her lips, she found that she could not say anything. Could it be that Tang Chun forced her to practice? This was obviously impossible. She was the Yaoqi saintess, and in Yaoqi, unless she volunteered, no one could force her. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. You should die. The helpless Bai Yao suddenly fixed her gaze on Su Chun, letting out a desperate roar. Ha, blame me. What a joke. If you didn't want to practice the evil Dao, who could force you, eh? Su Chen had no intention of wasting words with a woman like Bai Yao. Suppress. With a low roar, he decisively struck, condensing countless heavenly thunders in his hands, which then transformed into a sword of tribulation that he ruthlessly slashed at Bai Yao. Swish! The light of the tribulation flashed, and the sword aura cut across the space. Bai Yao's strength was inferior to Tang Chen's, and she could not withstand the immense power of the sword of tribulation. In an instant, she was bisected and fell into a pool of blood. However, she did not die. Su Chun had held back, otherwise with that single strike, she would have been killed instantly. Come here. Lock them both up in the heavenly prison. Su Chen said indifferently. Immediately, two people. However, at that moment, I dare anyone to touch my disciple. A low roar echoed. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure of a quasi-emperor swept out, darkening the sky instantly, causing all Yaoqi disciples to change their expressions dramatically, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, unable to withstand this terrifying pressure. The Yaoqi Holy Master and the elders were also shaken simultaneously. Only Su Chen remained calm, looking towards the source of the voice. A woman appeared on the horizon. She was dressed in a bright red palace robe, stunningly beautiful, with a curvaceous figure, especially her fox-like eyes, which added to her charm. Elder Wu Yue, what do you mean by this? Upon recognizing the visitor, the Yaoqi Holy Master stepped forward and shouted sternly. What do you mean? I want to ask you what you mean. How could you allow an outsider to act recklessly in our Yaoqi? You crippled my disciple and oppressed the saintess. How could you, as the Yaoqi Holy Master, remain indifferent to such matters? If you can't handle this Holy Master position as I see it, you might as well be replaced. Wu Yu reprimanded the Yaoqi Holy Master fiercely, showing no mercy. You? The Holy Master wanted to say something. But just then a horrifying quasi-emperor pressure enveloped her, rendering her unable to move. After saying all this, Wu Yu's gaze locked onto Su Chun. Humph, although my Yaoqi and your Su family have been on good terms for generations, that does not mean you, a junior, can act recklessly in my Yaoqi. As for you becoming the new master of Yaoqi, that's even more laughable. When did the position of Yaoqi's master belong to outsiders? He'll give you a piece of advice: hand over the supreme token and roll out of Yaoqi. Considering the Su family status, I might spare your life, otherwise. Hehe, then you can stay here forever? At this moment, Wu Yue, while bewitching and beautiful, exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance like a thorny rose. Especially after seeing Tang Chen's miserable state on the ground, her anger surged and murderous intent flickered in her eyes. If it weren't for her consideration of the Su family, she might have already struck Su Chen with a slap. Master. Just then Tang Chen suddenly woke up, looking at Wu Yu before him. He couldn't help but murmur, "Good disciple, don't worry, I will save you right now." Wu Yu's face showed a hint of tenderness as she hurried forward, wanting to help Tang Chen up. However, Su Chen suddenly blocked her path, a bright smile on his face. "Hehe, were you just talking to me?" Su Chen gazed at Wu Yu with a smile appearing sunny and radiant. However, a closer look into his eyes would reveal a chilling coldness deep within. He understood Wu Yu quite well. After all, there were numerous descriptions of her in the original novel. On the surface, she was the teacher of the destined protagonist Tang Chen, but in reality, she was the first in his harem. With a charming and alluring personality, a figure that was captivating, and an outstanding aura, she belonged to the category of top-tier women. Although she presented a strong demeanor to the outside world, she was especially demure in front of Tang Chen. Throughout, she provided Tang Chen with techniques, divine powers, and heavenly treasures. Even at the end, she offered herself. In his past life, when the novel Lord of the Nine Heavens became a sensational hit, there was a voting event for the most popular female lead in the story. And Wu Yu firmly occupied a spot in the top 5. She was referred to by many seasoned readers as the top-tier woman who could grace both the hall and the bed. However, what of it? Looking at Wu Yu's exquisite face, Su Chen felt no ripple of emotion within. An enemy, no matter how perfect, remained an enemy. The safest way to deal with an enemy is to sever their head, shatter their true spirit, and scatter their ashes. Moreover, Wu Yu had a very close relationship with Tang Chen and had reached the 3rd level of quasi-emperor cultivation. Killing her would certainly yield treasure chests of high quality from the system. With this thought, Su Chen suddenly stepped forward, disregarding Wu Yu's quasi-emperor pressure, and coldly said, "I ask you, was that remark truly directed at me?" Though his cultivation was merely at the divine aperture realm, facing Wu Yue, who was at the 3rd level of quasi-emperor, Su Chen remained confident and unrestrained. It was as if the opponent was not a quasi-emperor, but merely a toy he could crush at will. Such an astonishing aura and momentum left everyone around him breathless. In Su Chen, one could see a glimpse of the form of an invincible heavenly emperor. Even Wu Yue at this moment was momentarily stunned, her expression frozen. However, once she regained her senses, a surge of anger washed over her. Who was she? A quasi-emperor level powerhouse, one of the most formidable beings in the current age. Yet at this moment, she was actually intimidated by a mere little divine aperture cultivator. This was undoubtedly a humiliation. She immediately stepped forward, coldly confronting Su Chen face to face. "Su brat, don't think that just because you have the backing of the imperial Su family, I dare not move against you. If you provoke my imperial might again, do you believe I would not kill you on the spot?" The terrifying killing intent erupted from Wu Yu. Under the influence of this killing intent, the sky seemed to be tinged red. Everyone could not help but feel a deep-seated fear. The might of a quasi-emperor truly was fearsome. However, the forbidden imperial banner within Su Chen glowed. He was unaffected, gazing at the defiant Wu Yue. He simply said, "A mere quasi-emperor dares to claim imperial might. How utterly laughable, slap her." As soon as these words were spoken, disbelief washed over the faces of everyone present. The young master was actually going to slap a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. This world is too insane. A quasi-emperor, one of the most powerful individuals of the age. Even Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, then reacted with an angry laugh. "I want to see how you dare to slap me." Yet in the next moment, smack! The crisp sound of a slap was deafening. Wu Yu's laughter was abruptly cut off and 5 red handprints appeared on her fair face. The crowd fell silent. Instantly, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Soon after, Su Jio's figure emerged from the void and respectfully knelt before Su Chen. "Your Highness the young emperor, what other orders do you have?" Su Jio's heavy voice shattered the silence in the area. Elder Wu Yu really was slapped. So crisply. She is a quasi-emperor, one of the rare few in the world, and yet she was slapped at this moment. Who exactly is this person? It seems he is the protector of the young emperor. So strong. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Chen smiled at Wu Yu and said lightly, "A mere quasi-emperor dares to claim imperial status in front of this young emperor. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you?" Su Chen's voice was not loud, yet everyone present heard it clearly. "Your Highness the young emperor." So domineering. To regard quasi-emperors as ants, His Highness the young emperor possesses great ambition. I find it so thrilling. A group of infatuated girls gazed at Su Chen, murmuring. At this moment, Wu Yu also regained her senses. Her expression darkened completely. The might of the quasi-emperor burst forth, and an astonishing killing intent surged into the sky. "You have completely enraged me. Today, even if the emperor of the Su family, Su Tianqing, were here, I would still slay you." With that, she swiftly lunged towards Su Chen. Su Jio's slap had thoroughly crushed her dignity. As a proud woman, this was intolerable. Now the only thing she could do was wash away the humiliation with blood. However, just then Su Jiu blocked her path. Presumptuous. The true name of the emperor cannot be casually invoked. To slay, Su Jiu commanded in a low voice. As he spoke, his hand shot out without hesitation. An even more terrifying killing intent surged into the sky, causing the heavens to tremble. Su Jiu had always entered the path through killing. At this moment, he released his killing intent without reservation. Wu Yu's momentum was instantly suppressed, and a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared before her. In this moment, Su Jiu resembled an unparalleled demon lord, exuding an aura that made her heart race. Facing the incoming palm strike, she had not even reacted before being hit directly. Smack! Another crisp sound of a slap rang out. Wu Yu was sent flying backwards, her once exquisite face now bloodied and disfigured as she fell to the ground in a wretched state. Wu Yu was furious at this moment. Being slapped twice in front of everyone had undoubtedly trampled her dignity into the ground. Yet looking at Su Jiu's figure, a wave of fear surged within her. Without a second thought, she shot out a divine light wrapping around Tang Chun and Bai Yao, preparing to flee. To this, Su Jiu showed no signs of urgency, but turned to Su Chun respectfully, asking, "Your Highness, the young emperor, how shall we deal with this woman?" "Kill her," Su Chen casually replied. "Show mercy. That is not an option. It is better to eradicate enemies thoroughly." In the next moment, Su Jiu surged forward without hesitation. The nearby elders of Yaoqi sighed at this scene. They knew of Su Chen's avatar and had long suspected that there would be exceptionally powerful protectors by his side. At this moment, they could only say that Wu Yu brought this upon herself. Choosing to provoke the young emperor was a foolish move. "Your Highness, the young emperor. Wu Yu is still my Yaoqi's ancestor. Killing her like this seems a bit excessive. Why not spare her life? Let her." The holy master of Yaoqi looked at the wretchedly fleeing Wu Yu, feeling a pang of sympathy, wanting to plead for her. But when she looked up, she met Su Chen's eyes filled with killing intent. In that moment, she felt a hint of a deathly crisis. Looking into Su Chen's eyes, the holy master of Yaoqi felt a chill deep within her heart. What kind of gaze was that? Countless strange phenomena circulated within his pupils, and the astonishing killing intent sent shivers down her spine. At this moment, an involuntary feeling arose within her heart that if she dared to say another word, she would likely die at the hands of the other party. "You? Are you teaching me how to do things?" Su Chen's gaze locked onto the holy master of Yaoqi. Letting Wu Yu go? What a joke. He wasn't some saint, and he wouldn't do something as foolish as sparing his enemies. In fact, if it weren't for the need for a complete elixir of immortality to heal his aunt, he would have slain Tang Chun and Bai Yao on the spot. As for the holy master of Yaoqi, if she dared to utter such saintly words again, he would not hesitate to strike her down. When in doubt, simply slay the saint. Besides, this holy master of Yaoqi had some connection with Tang Chun, and after slaying her, he would also gain a substantial amount of destiny points. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Sensing the killing intent in Su Chen's eyes, the holy master of Yaoqi immediately suppressed her inner thoughts and spoke with trepidation. In response, Su Chen merely snorted coldly. The elders of Yaoqi watching this scene could not help but sigh inwardly. Although the prince looked young, his methods were undoubtedly as ruthless as those of the ancient ones. Boom. At that moment, a violent uproar erupted in the sky. It was Su Jiu and Wu Yu engaging in battle. As the top combatants of this era, the clash of these two quasi-emperors was truly earth-shattering. The void trembled, the heavens shook, stars fell one after another, and the sky was filled with a surging killing intent. Looking up, it was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Under this terrifying spectacle, all the disciples of Yaoqi could not help but tremble. The battle of quasi-emperors was indeed fearsome beyond measure. Even the elders and the holy master of Yaoqi were fixated on the sky. A battle between quasi-emperors was exceedingly rare in this era, hardly seen even once in 100 years. The only one who remained calm was Su Chun. Leaning lazily against the main seat, he exuded composure and ease. He showed no signs of worry. After all, Su Jiu, as a powerful being at the 7th level of quasi-emperor, could easily crush even Lin Lan, who was a half-step supreme, let alone a mere quasi-emperor at the 3rd level like Wu Yu. Sure enough, in just a brief moment, the apocalyptic scene in the sky dissipated. Soon after, a figure in bright red fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. A deep pit appeared in the earth. The person was none other than Wu Yu. However, at this moment, Wu Yu no longer possessed the extraordinary charm she had when she first appeared. She looked incredibly disheveled, her bright red dress torn to shreds, unable to conceal the leaking signs of spring. Yet everyone present had no desire to admire her. At this moment, Wu Yu was covered in all sorts of ghastly wounds, looking extraordinarily terrifying, as if countless centipedes were crawling all over her. Moreover, her originally exquisite face had been completely disfigured. One could say that at this moment Wu Yu resembled a lump of rotten flesh. If it weren't for her bright red dress, perhaps no one present would be able to recognize her. At the same time as Wu Yu fell, Su Jiu also descended slowly from the void, carrying Tang Chun, and at this moment Tang Chun appeared dazed, his eyes filled with numbness and his face streaked with tears. Looking at Wu Yu's tragic appearance in the pit, he muttered incessantly, "Wu Yu, it's my fault that I harmed you. Wu Yu." And when he noticed Su Chun, an astonishing hatred suddenly erupted in his previously numb eyes. He began to struggle frantically, a wave of demonic energy erupting from within him. Affected by extreme negative emotions, the evil Dao technique within him began to operate wildly on its own. Su Chun, Su Chun, Su Chun, I will slay you, I must slay you. In this life and the next, whether at the ends of the earth, I will definitely kill you to avenge my master. Even if I become a heavenly demon, sacrificing my own soul, I will make you pay the price. Tang Chun roared in a frenzied manner, his expression wild like a demon crawling out from hell. However, Su Chun merely watched him calmly, his heart unaffected, just the howls of a hyena. Harsh words are not rage, and to tread upon the heads of enemies to speak carries weight. As he spoke, he slowly approached the deep pit, where Wu Yu lay, drawing out a forbidden long knife, capable of unleashing a strike equivalent to a quasi-emperor's full power. Just like this. Su Chun smiled lightly at Tang Chun. Then under his gaze he placed a foot on Wu Yu's head and mercilessly swung the forbidden long knife. No! Scalding blood splattered out, staining the hem of Su Chun's clothes red, and Tang Chun let out a painful roar. But what could he do being bound by Su Jiu? He could only watch helplessly. Wu Yu's head shot into the sky, then rolled down to Tang Chun's feet, her true spirit completely extinguished. I will kill you. Su Chun. I Tang Chun vow in this life to kill you. Tang Chun completely went mad, watching his woman die before him and unable to do anything. For a man, this was more painful than death. At that moment, his frenzied emotions broke through his mind, and his cultivation, influenced by the evil Dao technique, unexpectedly broke through to the dragon transformation realm. But it was still useless. Too noisy, let him shut up. With Su Chin's words, Su Jiu directly knocked Tang Chun unconscious, and then together with Bai Yao tossed them into the heavenly prison. Next, we just need to wait slowly. As he spoke, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chin's mouth. With the objective achieved, after casually giving a few instructions, he did not linger any longer. Under the gaze of everyone, he directly vanished from sight and returned to the secret chamber. The scene fell into silence as everyone looked at the direction Su Chun disappeared, unable to help but swallow. So overwhelmingly powerful. The prince was incredibly formidable. He actually severed the head of Elder Wu Yu with one strike. That was a quasi-emperor, the strongest fighting force of the era. Prince so powerful. That was a quasi-emperor, and he killed her just like that. This kind of spirit is rarely seen throughout history. Even among the youthful emperors of the same era, none possessed the unmatched spirit of the prince. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, each face filled with astonishment. One could imagine that if this matter were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar in the world. However, soon after, the holy master of Yaoqi and the elders took action to seal the news. After all, this incident could be deemed a scandal for Yaoqi. If leaked while the world would be shocked, Yaoqi's reputation would also plummet. In the secret chamber of the Jade Pool, as Su Chun returned to the chamber, he took out the formation plate, set up the protective formation, and decisively opened the system. With the system activation, a cold mechanical synthesizing sound echoed in his mind. Ding dong, you have successfully killed the destined protagonist, Tang Chen's master Dao partner. Congratulations, you have received the heroine's treasure chest. The heroine's treasure chest is a special chest that only drops after killing the respective heroines of various destined protagonists. Ding dong, do you confirm to open the heroine's treasure chest? Open. Su Chen decisively made his choice. Ding dong, you have opened the heroine's treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Divine Herb X10. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Extreme Spirit Stone X1000. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Quasi-Emperor Inheritance Technique. Congratulations, you. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Indestructible Golden Body Liquid. Congratulations, you have received the reward, Holy Bodhi Fruit. The mechanical synthesizing sound from the system continuously echoed in his mind. It must be said that the rewards from the system were as generous as ever. A large amount of resources, spirit stones, divine herbs. For an ordinary person, this could definitely be considered a windfall. However, for Su Chun, most of the items in the rewards were not particularly precious. Including the Quasi-Emperor Inheritance, it was merely dispensable for him. The only noteworthy items were the last, Indestructible Golden Body Liquid, a supreme body tempering divine object. Soaking the entire body in this liquid can maximize the development of physical potential and enhance bodily strength. Just in time. With this indestructible golden body liquid, perhaps I can forcibly break through the indestructible scripture to the peak of the 4th level today. Consciousness. Just in time. With this indestructible golden body liquid, perhaps I can forcibly break through the indestructible scripture to the peak of the 4th level today. As he murmured softly, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. The power of the indestructible scripture was beyond doubt. He had only broken through to the 3rd level, yet his physique had already reached an astonishing level easily capable of crushing those at the transformation dragon realm. If he were to break through to the 4th level, it would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. He could probably kill a powerhouse of the divine ability realm with a single punch relying solely on his blood vitality. Thinking of this, Chen unhesitatingly took it out and immersed himself in it. At the same time, he took out the holy Bodhi fruit and swallowed it whole. Having practiced to this point, he had perfectly broken through every realm. However, if he had to mention a shortcoming, it would be his sea of consciousness and soul. Although his soul and sea of consciousness were definitely among the extremely strong, compared to his physical body, their strength seemed somewhat inadequate. The holy Bodhi fruit, a treasure of the Buddhist sect, is a quasi-immortal pill, the fruit of the holy Bodhi tree, which greatly enhances the sea of consciousness and soul. Legend has it that before the Buddha attained enlightenment, he sat under the holy Bodhi tree for 7 days and nights contemplating the great Tao and Buddhist teachings. After 7 days, he comprehended the great Tao, made a great vow to the heavens and the earth, and attained enlightenment under the holy Bodhi tree. At this moment, as Chen swallowed it, the holy Bodhi fruit instantly transformed into a pure stream of spiritual energy, flowing into his brain, beginning to expand his sea of consciousness and enhance his soul strength. Chen felt a wave of coolness wash over him. At the same time, the effects of the indestructible golden body liquid were triggered. A torrent of pure blood vitality surged into his body, starting to activate his potential. This blood vitality was immense. So immense that it caused Chen's body to visibly swell. He hurriedly operated the indestructible scripture. Under the effects of the indestructible scripture, this massive blood vitality continuously reinforced his body and his original blood vitality. Break for me. Suddenly, Chen opened his eyes and let out a low shout. He began to gather his original blood vitality to impact the 4th level of the indestructible scripture. A wave of original blood vitality surged like ocean waves, launching a heavy assault on the 4th level of the indestructible scripture. After an unknown amount of time, finally, pop! A faint cracking sound emerged from within Chen. The indestructible scripture successfully broke through to the 4th level. Crack! All his bones shattered into dust, and his flesh began to visibly decay and wither. A wave of intense pain surged through him, and even Chen couldn't help but grimace, cold sweat pouring out. Fortunately, this pain did not last long. A peculiar secret power emerged from the depths of his bloodline, circulating throughout his body. The bones that had shattered began to reassemble, and the decaying flesh revitalized. Moreover, the reformed bones and flesh radiated a brilliant golden light at that moment. The terrifying blood vitality flowed within him. Chen carefully sensed his current state. Strong. Very strong. Strong to an unbelievable. Now he felt confident that even when facing a true dragon of the same realm, if it came to a contest of physical strength, he could easily suppress the opponent. It's hard to imagine what kind of person could create such a heaven-defying technique. Chen took a deep breath and murmured, feeling the terror of the indestructible scripture more and more with each practice. After that, he sank his mind into his sea of consciousness. He saw that after the transformation from the holy Bodhi fruit, his sea of consciousness had expanded countless times, boundless like an ocean. Moreover, his soul had also increased to an unfathomable level. Although it wasn't as outrageous as his physical body, it was certainly no longer a shortcoming. At that moment, an even more miraculous phenomenon occurred. Chen's chaotic universe in his abdomen suddenly erupted with an astonishing suction force. Then all of his original blood vitality and spiritual power were absorbed into it. The golden original blood vitality slowly condensed into a golden sun in the chaotic universe, while the absorbed spiritual power transformed into a pitch-black round moon. 1 day, 1 month. 1 yin, 1 yang. In opposition to each other. Alternating. Emitting a faint glow. What is happening? Chen, realizing what was happening, couldn't help but be surprised. However, he quickly calmed down as he could sense that his original blood vitality and spiritual power had not vanished. They still existed within him. Moreover, with the formation of the great sun and round moon in the chaotic universe, his blood vitality and spiritual power underwent a special transformation. Ultimate yang, ultimate yin. So magical. Chen couldn't help but murmur. In the chaotic universe, the breath of chaos pervaded with countless stars swirling and emitting a faint glow. Among these stars, a sun and a moon shone the brightest. One radiated an intense, scorching aura of pure yang, while the other exuded a cold, gentle chill of pure yin. The two stood in stark opposition, alternating in their presence. A hint of the laws of the universe subtly emanated from them. All the celestial stars revolved around them, the sun and moon opposing yet merging with each other. Retrieving his gaze from the chaotic universe within his abdomen, Chen couldn't help but sigh. He could sense that the chaotic universe, which had evolved from the sea of suffering in his abdomen, was becoming increasingly mysterious, possibly evolving into a true universe in the future. Thinking of this, Chen took a deep breath. If that were to happen, then in the future this chaotic universe would become one of his most crucial trump cards. However, he also knew that evolving the chaotic universe into a true universe was bound to be no simple task. For him now it was still too distant, he could only take it one step at a time. The supreme trial ground, the 3,000 immortal realms. Perhaps this is the key point to further strengthen the 3,000 universes. Su Ming muttered softly, shaking his head with a smile, then extending his divine consciousness to lock onto the heavenly prison in Yaoqi. Tang Chen, don't let me down. In the heavenly prison of Yaoqi, it was dark, damp, and oppressive. At this moment Tang Chen lay on the ground like a dead dog, looking extremely disheveled, akin to a stray dog. Beside him Bai Yao was even more unbearable. Her eyes were in despair, curled up in a corner, continuously murmuring, Su Chen. Su Chen, it's all your fault, everything is your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. She kept repeating this phrase until finally she screamed, Su Chen, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, she had completely lost her former sanctity as the saintess of Yaoqi, appearing utterly deranged. Tang Chen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but show a hint of disgust in his eyes. However, upon hearing the name Su Chen, his eyes likewise revealed a striking killing intent. Even the demonic techniques within him began to operate autonomously upon sensing this intense negative emotion. Su Chen, you have humiliated my dignity and killed my master. The grudge of today shall not remain unavenged. One day when I ascend, I will trample your Su family and make you kneel at my feet in repentance. The humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold. Recalling the events of the day, his negative emotions surged even more. The death of his master Wu Yue meant little to him, at most causing him a brief sadness. What truly made him unable to bear was that Su Chen had publicly humiliated him, leaving him utterly shamed. However, he felt somewhat fortunate that the other party had not killed him outright, but instead imprisoned him in this heavenly. This gave him hope for a comeback. Su Chen, in the future you will definitely regret not killing me today. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Bai Yao not far away. At the same time, the voice of the system echoed continuously in his mind. Ding Dong detected that the host is in the same room as the target of the strategy. This is the best moment for the strategy. Please seize the opportunity to strategize swiftly. Upon completing the strategy, you will receive incredibly generous rewards: the True Dragon Immortal Pill, 100 years of cultivation, an Emperor-grade weapon, and a cross-dimensional space talisman. Listening to the system's voice ringing in his mind, Tang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The existence of the system was his greatest secret. It was also the key to his confidence in rising in the future. This time the system was still reliable, offering exceptionally generous rewards. The True Dragon Immortal Pill, 100 years of cultivation, and an Emperor-grade weapon could significantly boost his power level to a terrifying extent in a short period. As for the cross-dimensional space talisman, it was key to his escape. But the precondition for all this was to strategize with Bai Yao. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze toward Bai Yao. At that moment, Bai Yao's body was only half intact, her hair disheveled, her face twisted and mad-looking. A hint of disdain flashed in the depths of Tang Chen's eyes, but recalling the system's generous rewards, he suppressed his disgust, forcing himself to approach Bai Yao and embrace her. After all, in his past life, he had spent years in nightclubs making a living this way. He wouldn't hesitate even for someone like Bai Yao, let alone a 300-pound rich woman. Bai Yao, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. But rest assured, I will do everything I can to rescue you, even if it means falling into hell. Tang Chen's voice was exceptionally gentle. Soothing women was his forte. However, although he spoke thus, his inner thoughts were that once he completed the system's task and received the rewards, he would immediately escape. As for Bai Yao, in such a state, who would care about her? Junior brother Tang. Hearing Tang Chen's words, Bai Yao's eyes were filled with emotion, as if a person in darkness had suddenly seen a glimmer of light. Senior sister Bai Yao, don't worry, I will definitely slay Su Chen and avenge you, and master. I believe in you. Bai Yao said, touched, as she embraced Tang Chen in return. Seeing Bai Yao's condition, Tang Chen knew he was about to break through her last line of defense, so he immediately said, Senior sister Bai Yao, there's something I've always been afraid to tell you. Actually, I've always liked you. Will you be my Dao partner? I am willing, junior brother Tang. Bai Yao was deeply moved, and despite her current state, Tang Chen had remained steadfastly by her side. Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed across Tang Chen's face. Just because at the moment Bai Yao agreed to him, the system's prompt sounded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully strategizing with the target. Reward obtained, True Dragon Immortal Pill. Reward obtained, 100 years of cultivation. Reward obtained, Demon Subduing Spear. Reward obtained, Cross-Dimensional Space Talisman. A series of system prompts echoed in his ears. Finally completed. Looking at the rewards in his hands and the surge in his cultivation akin to a volcanic eruption, a smile that he could not suppress appeared on Tang Chen's face. This wave is going to soar. Su Chen. In the future you will surely regret not killing me today, Tang Chen said with a sinister smile. He then tossed the Undying Dragon Elixir and the quasi-imperial weapon into his storage ring, and without hesitation took out the space-breaking talisman and crushed it. In the next moment, a rich power of space surged from the shattered space-breaking talisman, forming a spatial door in front of him. Goodbye, Su-Chen. One day when I rise again, I will return here to find you. He muttered coldly and stepped into the spatial door ready to leave. As for Bai Yao beside him, he didn't even glance her way. If it were the previous Bai Yao, he might have taken her along. But now, looking at Bai Yao's ugly, twisted face, he felt a wave of nausea. To him now, Bai Yao was merely a tool he had finished using. Once used up, it was time to discard it. However, just then, boom, a thunder roared. In the next moment, Su Chen's figure appeared out of thin air, and the spatial teleportation door formed by the space-breaking talisman was instantly shattered by the thunder. You want to leave? Do you think you can escape my five-finger mountain? Su Chen looked at Tang Chun with a calm expression. He had been using his divine sense to monitor every movement in the heavenly prison. As soon as he saw Tang Chun complete the task and take out the undying dragon elixir, he rushed over immediately. A turtle in a jar, how could he let it slip away easily? After planning for so long, it was time to reap the rewards. It's you, Su Chen. The moment enemies meet, there is a spark of hatred. Upon seeing Su Chen, Tang Chen couldn't help but grit his teeth. The evil magic power within him involuntarily surged. However, before he could say anything, Bai Yao beside him was the first to scream, Su Chen, I want to kill you. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Bai Yao roared hysterically. In her mind, her downfall was entirely due to Su Chen. If it weren't for him, she would still be the exalted saintess of the Yao pool, not struggling for survival in this heavenly prison. She kept cursing, her face filled with resentment. Noisy. Su Chen shot a cold glance at Bai Yao, and without hesitation flicked his fingers to unleash a bolt of thunder. The thunder swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a dark purple thunder spear, piercing toward Bai Yao. As she saw the dark purple thunder spear approaching, a sense of deadly crisis surged in her heart. She hurriedly turned to Tang Chun. Tang, shitty, save me. However, Tang Chun didn't even glance her way. A tool that had lost its value, how could he possibly save her? Moreover, with Bai Yao looking like this, he couldn't wait for her to die sooner. You? Tang shitty. Seeing Tang Chun remain unmoved, disbelief filled Bai Yao's eyes. She opened her mouth to say something, but before she could utter a word, the dark purple thunder spear had already struck her head. The dark purple lightning flickered, and her sea of consciousness instantly collapsed, her true spirit dissipating. Bai Yao perished. Ding dong, you have successfully killed the harem of the destined protagonist Tang Chun. Congratulations, you have obtained the female lead treasure chest. The system's notification rang in his mind. Su Chen didn't focus too much on it, but instead locked his gaze on At this moment, however, a smile unexpectedly appeared on Tang Chen's lips. Su Chen, I must say you are truly bold. You actually dared to come looking for me alone. It's been 3 days since we last met, and now I am no longer the same. Now I can easily crush you. Seeing Su Chen alone without any protectors, Tang Chun, whose cultivation had just surged to the peak of the transformation dragon realm, couldn't help but feel excited. In his view, with his current strength, if Su Chen had no protectors nearby, he could completely crush him. Thinking of this, fearing a delay might lead to a change in circumstances, Tang Chun rushed forward without hesitation. Countless demonic energies erupted from his body, making him appear like a great demon lord. Die for me. With a roar, thousands of demonic energies transformed into a black hand ruthlessly pressing down on Su Chen. The demonic energy surged to the sky, and the enormous demonic hand obscured the sun. This palm was called the Heavenly Demon Palm, an unparalleled secret art from the evil magic sect known for its astonishing killing power, said to be able to annihilate all spirits with a single strike. However, Su Chen didn't even look at it, nor did he use any magic power. He allowed the black demonic hand to land on him. Arrogant. Seeing this scene, Tang Chen couldn't help but snort coldly and increased the force of his demonic hand. But the next moment, something terrifying happened. As the demonic hand struck, Su Chen's physical body suddenly erupted with a wave of golden vitality intertwining to form a golden domain around him. The demonic hand, encircled by demonic energy, melted away the moment it touched the golden domain, as if ice and snow met with a raging fire. This is impossible. Tang Chen's face was filled with disbelief. His heavenly demon palm, let alone a spirit aperture realm cultivator, even a divine ability realm expert, would be killed by it. But at this moment, not only was Su Chen unharmed, he hadn't even moved an inch. How could he be so strong? That palm was good, but unfortunately the strength was a bit lacking. Su Chen commented nonchalantly. After breaking through to the 4th level of the Immortal Sutra, his physical body had become extraordinarily powerful. Tang Chen's attack couldn't even breach the golden domain that his body possessed, let alone injure him. Illusion, it must be an illusion, I don't believe it. Tang Chen shouted in disbelief. He had broken through to the peak of the transformation dragon realm, and his cultivation far surpassed Su Chen, yet he was still no match. He yelled angrily, launching a frenzied attack on Su Chen. After all, he usually fought above his level. He couldn't believe that with his current peak transformation dragon realm cultivation, he couldn't even break through Su Chen's spirit aperture realm defense. However, no matter how much he refused to believe it, the reality was right before his eyes. His attacks could hardly even breach Su Chen's golden domain. The fourth level of the Immortal Sutra truly offers astonishing improvements to the physical body. Su Chen evaluated inwardly. He then looked up at Tang Chun and slowly said, "Now it's my turn." Saying this, he didn't hesitate to throw a punch. This punch was purely based on the strength of his physical body, without using any magic power or Tao laws. Boom! A terrifying wave of golden vitality erupted, accompanied by a violent sonic boom, causing the entire heavenly prison to tremble slightly. Not good. Tang Chun let out a strange cry. He felt an immense threat from Su Chen's punch. He had a premonition that if he chose to take this punch, he and his fate would surely be demise. Without any hesitation, he quickly used his divine ability to dodge to the side. But Su Chen's punch was too fast. Amid the surging golden vitality, he ultimately was still a step too slow. The golden fist struck his shoulder. Puff! In an instant, a terrifying force surged, shattering the lower half of Tang Chen's body, blood splattering everywhere. Boom! The golden blood energy erupted, and Tang Chen, unable to dodge in time, had half of his body. A painful scream erupted, his expression filled with extreme agony. He actually managed to evade it. Su Chen looked at Tang Chun in surprise. However, he quickly followed up with a punch. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Terrifying golden blood energy surged forth, forming a golden dragon phantom above Su Chen's head. This was an invincible fist technique known as the Dragon Fist, a supreme divine ability passed down to him by the sixth patriarch during his time in the Chaos Ancestral Land. Though the name sounded quite ordinary, its power was astonishing, representing the purest ancient body refining divine art capable of maximizing the strength of the physical body. The golden dragon phantom was born of his original blood energy. As soon as it appeared, it howled towards Su Chen. Damn, how is this guy so strong? Tang Chun growled lowly, knowing that with only half of his body left, he couldn't dodge this strike. He immediately let out a low roar, frantically operating the evil demon Tao sovereign technique to form a demonic energy shield in front of him. This shield was also extraordinary, a top-tier protective technique from the evil demon Tao sovereign technique, known as the King of Hell's Guardian. Even a regular transformation realm cultivator could withstand a full-strength strike from a divine realm expert with it. At this moment, Tang Chun unleashed it with all his might, naturally making it even more impressive. Amidst the swirling demonic energy, it transformed into a phantom of the King of Hell guarding him within. "I refuse to believe you can break through this." Tang Chun gritted his teeth and let out a low roar before quickly taking out a pill and swallowing it. This pill was called the Heavenly Demon Pill, a treasure of the demonic path that greatly enhanced the strength of one's demonic energy after consumption. As the pill entered his body, Tang Chun's demonic energy surged wildly, and the King of Hell's phantom expanded dramatically, giving an impression of being indestructible. "Come on, if you can't kill me today, I will make you pay for it in the future." Tang Chun completely lost his mind. However, the next moment, he could no longer make a sound. The golden dragon phantom, born of Su Chen's original energy, swiftly pierced through the King of Hell before him. Original blood energy not only represented physical strength, but also was the most rigid and young force in the world, capable of restraining all evil. Especially since Su Chen's golden blood energy was unique, it was not only enhanced by the innate holy body Tao fetus, but also bolstered by the secret power provided by the sun star within the chaotic universe. All evil methods were utterly futile before him. The King of Hell's Guardian that Tang Chun unleashed felt extraordinarily solid, but before him, it was as fragile as paper easily pierced. Boom! The golden dragon phantom smashed Tang Chun into smithereens. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before dying utterly. Ding! You have slain the destined protagonist Tang Chun, gaining a destiny treasure chest X1. Ding! Detected that the destined protagonist Tang Chun has died. The goddess strategy system residing within him has collapsed, beginning to devour. Please wait while it is being devoured. Once the devouring is complete, the host will receive incredibly bountiful. The mechanical synthesis sounds from the system echoed continuously in his mind. However, Su Chun was temporarily not in the mood to pay attention to these. He quickly approached Tang Chen's almost shattered corpse undeterred and bent down to search. Soon he found Tang Chen's storage ring. With a powerful mental force, he surged forth, forcibly erasing the spiritual imprint left by Tang Chun. Then he opened it quickly. Inside, a palm-sized true dragon lay quietly. This was undoubtedly the elixir of immortality, True Dragon Immortal Pill. Finally obtained. Without a second thought, Su Chen grabbed it. The True Dragon Immortal Pill possessed spirit and attempted to struggle to escape as soon as it was taken out. However, it was firmly grasped by Su Chen and decisively tossed into the system's spirit herb garden. After completing all this, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. That night, in the Yaoqi's secret chamber, Su Chen sat cross-legged on an ancient yellow mat. This mat looked almost like an ordinary mat, yet it emitted a faint aura of the Tao. Sitting on it to cultivate not only prevented becoming possessed, but also increased the chances of comprehending the Tao, making it an extraordinary treasure. If placed in the outside world, even those Holy Land masters and the immortal dynasty's emperors would be unable to resist their temptation. However, in Su Chen's storage ring, he had several such Tao mats, all gifted to him by the 7th Patriarch Su Tiansheng during their farewell. Humph! The complete elixir of immortality has been obtained. Next, I only need the last 3 lives karma rotation grass to completely remove the death energy from my aunt. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen was not in a hurry. With the memory of the original novel, he already knew the approximate location of the destined protagonist who possessed the karma rotation grass. Moreover, he was quite certain that once he reached the opponent's territory, the opponent would reveal themselves without him having to actively search. With this thought, he stopped pondering too much. He opened the system. 2 colorful treasure chests were stored within the system space. He took out both chests together and opened them simultaneously. Click! With a crisp sound, the lids of the chests popped open. In the next moment, a series of mechanical prompt sounds rang in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully opened the Destiny treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully opened the system treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received a reward. Calming the chaos decision. Congratulations, you have received a reward. 9 nether proud egg not yet hatched. Congratulations, you have received a reward. Method for breaking through the divine aperture realm. Congratulations, you have received 300 points of Destiny villain points. This time the number of items rewarded from the treasure chest was not too many, but each was of incredible value. Calming the chaos decision, one of the 4 ancient sword decisions specializing in the primordial spirit, using the primordial spirit as a sword, transforming into a sword fetus, slashing all enemies, without exception severing the primordial spirit. 9 nether proud egg. Not yet born, one of the 10 ancient fiends resembling a wolf with cow horns, having vertical eyes capable of shooting out destructive divine light, covered in scales with 9 tails, each connected to a dragon's head. Method for breaking through the divine aperture realm. Humans have 9 apertures that connect to heaven and earth. Only by unifying the 9 apertures can the 10th aperture be opened. Looking at the descriptions provided by the system, Su Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was too impressive. Each item was astonishing. Calming the chaos decision, one of the 4 strongest ancient sword decisions, is on par with the burial heaven sword decision, the immortal calamity sword decision, and the grass character sword decision. Among these 4 sword decisions, calming the chaos decision is the most mysterious and has the greatest reputation. Its sword energy is extremely sharp, specializing in severing the primordial spirit, and it can also cultivate the primordial spirit to an unfathomable level. Moreover, there was a legend that during the distant Empire Fall era, a dark emperor was born attempting to incite a dark upheaval and wreak havoc upon the world. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, a mysterious expert intervened, using a stunning sword decision to forcefully slay the dark emperor in the heavens, calming the chaos. The sword decision used by that mysterious expert was indeed the calming the chaos decision. Just from this point, one can see the extraordinary power of the calming the chaos decision. Upon successfully accepting the system's rewards, Su Chen mastered the pacification art almost instantaneously. Countless Tao script characters swirled within his mind, each radiating an intensely sharp sword aura, as if a celestial blade pierced heaven itself. The moment these script characters manifested, they began orbiting Su Chen's nascent soul, then seamlessly, Su Chen felt a profound tremor ripple through his nascent soul. In the next breath, it visibly transformed, coalescing into a golden miniature figure identical to himself, seated cross-legged above his spiritual sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, as this golden nascent soul took form, the sharp-edged pacification art script characters interwove and condensed into a 3-inch black sword embryo. Though seemingly unremarkable, the sword embryo shared the same origin as Su Chen's nascent soul, and upon closer perception one could sense the terrifying sword energy coiled deep within. Most astonishingly, the instant the black 3-inch pacification sword embryo formed, it emitted a faint arcane force that enshrouded Su Chen's nascent soul. Su Chen clearly sensed his nascent soul growing stronger under this arcane influence. Meanwhile, his spiritual sea below gradually contracted, becoming denser, more refined. No wonder it is hailed as the most enigmatic of the 4 ancient sword arts. Its combat prowess aside, even its innate capacity to continuously fortify the nascent soul eclipses 99% of all divine techniques and sacred arts in existence. Murmuring softly, a subtle smile curved Su Chen's lips. Drawing his focus inward, he turned his attention to the system's method for shattering the ultimate limit of the divine aperture realm. The essence of the divine aperture realm lies in aperture opening. The human body possesses 9 apertures, and when all 9 are fully opened, with a divine spark enshrined within each, one reaches the pinnacle of this realm. In theory, the concept is simple, but in practice it is extraordinarily difficult. Most cultivators open only 7 apertures before reaching their peak and attempting advancement to the next realm. Yet peerless prodigies and monstrous geniuses can go further, opening all 9 apertures and nurturing a primordial deity within each. In battle with all 9 apertures unlocked, the 9 primordial deities bestow arcane empowerment, granting combat strength capable of overwhelming every peer within the same cultivation realm. To advance beyond this pinnacle, however, one must shatter the ultimate limit. According to records provided by the system, after opening all 9 apertures, one must refrain from enshrining deities within them. Instead, one must forge a 10th aperture, external to the body, then fuse all 10 apertures into a single unified aperture, and finally enshrine the sole true deity within that singular aperture. Only thus may the ultimate limit be shattered. As he murmured quietly, the methods for forging the 10th aperture and fusing the 10 into one naturally unfolded within Su Chen's mind. After a cursory review, Su Chen grasped the technique instantly. Yet he did not attempt it immediately. He had only reached the 7th heaven of the divine aperture realm, not yet its apex, and still possessed room to accumulate, refine, and deepen his foundation. Of course, he could break through at any moment, if he chose. But such blind advancement would yield far less power than a breakthrough forged through deliberate cultivation and profound accumulation. At this thought, Su Chen shook his head lightly and shifted his gaze toward the system's final reward. It was a black egg, no larger than a palm, yet brimming with vibrant, pulsating life. And beneath that lush vitality lurked an overwhelming aura of ferocious savagery. This egg was none other than Juyo Ao, the 9th of the 10 primordial beasts of the ancient epic. Each of the 10 primordial beasts possessed incomparable might, embodying the most potent bloodlines in existence. Their bloodline power rivaled legendary physiques said to exist only in myth: the chaos body, the innate saintly body Tao embryo, the myriad tribulation immortal body. Even more terrifying was the fact that upon reaching maturity, each of the 10 primordial beasts could ascend directly to the Emperor realm, regardless of whether any contemporary cultivator had achieved Tao ascension. A more ancient legend even claimed that during the era before the fall of emperors, when the celestial realm still existed, these beasts upon maturation could transcend mortality and become celestials outright, attaining full celestial fruition. The strongest among them could even rival the paramount sovereigns of the celestial court. Such legends alone attest to the awe-inspiring supremacy of the 10 primordial beasts. Among them, Juyo Ao stood as the most savage and ominous. Its head resembled a wolf's crowned with twin horns. A vertical eye adorned its brow. 9 tails sprouted from its back, each tipped with a dragon's head. Its power defied description, and the Juyo Ao egg granted by the system held the potential to hatch a flawless supreme-tier primordial beast. The 10 primordial beasts. Juyo Ao, a perfect mount. Su Chen murmured with a quiet smile. The Juyo Ao egg bestowed by the system bore innate absolute loyalty, fully bound and irrevocable. Once hatched, it would never betray him. As it matured, it would inevitably become an unparalleled pillar of strength. With that in mind, Su Chen placed the Juyo Ao egg into the spirit herb garden within the system's space, a place saturated with dense spiritual energy and abundant divine herbs, ideal for incubation. Having completed this, Su Chen rose and left the secret chamber, proceeding directly to the forbidden depths of the Yaoqi sanctuary. Amid swirling chaos, Qi, a crystal coffin, drifted serenely in the mist, within which Yao Yu lay in deep slumber. Yet her condition appeared dire. Waves of death Qi coursed across her body, carrying an aura of utter decay, as if she might fade from existence at any moment. Nonetheless, sensing Su Chen's presence, she stirred gently from her slumber. "Dear nephew, what brings you to visit your little aunt?" Yao Yu smiled as she sat up from the crystal coffin, her gaze warm, though her entire being exuded profound. Without preamble, Su Chen produced the true dragon immortality elixir. "Auntie, this is the complete longevity and immortality elixir. In due time, I shall also bring you the 3-life causal wheel transmutation grass." His tone remained calm and measured. Yao Yu accepted the elixir with quiet composure, her expression likewise serene. She had not yet registered its significance, until moments later comprehension struck and she gasped aloud. "What did you say?" "This is the complete longevity and immortality elixir." Awestruck disbelief flooded Yao Yu's face. "This truly is the complete true dragon immortality elixir. Dear nephew, how did you obtain such a thing? Did you dare breach the life-forbidden sanctums?" "Impossible. With your current cultivation base, you wouldn't survive 3 days inside those sanctums." Yao Yu spoke rapidly, gazing at Su Chen with utter incredulity. Within her heart, a tempest raged. This was the complete longevity and immortality elixir, an exclusive treasure of emperor-level masters, capable of extending an emperor's prime lifespan by an entire age. Across the 9 heavens realm, only a handful were known to exist. The few confirmed specimens were all held within the life-forbidden sanctums, guarded by their sovereign lords. In the present age, unless an emperor reawakened, no individual or faction could ever wrest them away. Even the most ancient Holy Lands, imperial clans, and immortal dynasties, having endured countless eons, would fail utterly even if they expended every resource. Yet her own nephew within mere days had produced a true dragon immortality elixir. It was like a dream, unreal, unfathomable. Yao Yu gazed at the true dragon immortality elixir in her palm, her heart churning with profound complexity. Earlier, Su Chen had told her he would procure both the complete immortality elixir and the 3-life causal rotation grass. She had dismissed his words as youthful bravado, paying them no heed. In her heart, she did not believe Su Chen possessed such capability. Though her nephew's talent and temperament were indeed unparalleled across ages, he remained far too young. Perhaps he might achieve it one day, but certainly not now. Yet to her utter astonishment, he had done precisely that. Within less than 3 days, he had secured the complete true dragon immortality elixir for her. Even the most supreme sacred lands, immortal imperial dynasties, or ancient imperial clans, mobilizing their full might, could scarcely hope to accomplish such a feat. Yet her own nephew had. Though she had no idea how he had managed it, she chose not to inquire further. After all, everyone harbors secrets too profound to share. All she needed to know was that her nephew had obtained the true dragon immortality elixir for her. At this thought, Yao Yu drew a deep, steadying breath. A breathtaking smile bloomed across her face as she spoke slowly. The true dragon immortality elixir can suppress the death chi festering within me for a long time. Since it is here, I shall accept it without hesitation. She did not refuse, not even once, but accepted it openly and unreservedly. She had never been one for empty formalities. Moreover, she truly needed this elixir now to contain the violent, surging death chi coursing through her veins. Otherwise, it would erupt uncontrollably before long. This elixir was sought expressly for Auntie. I require no courtesy from you. Su Chen replied with a gentle smile. Though the immortality elixir was priceless, it paled beside the lives of those closest to him. By the way, have you already consumed the thunder tribulation pills I gave you? Yao Yu mused aloud, then, without waiting for his reply, withdrew a vial of thunder tribulation pills from her robes and tossed it to him. Auntie may lack many things, but thunder tribulation pills, those I have in abundance. Su Chen caught the vial. This batch, gifted by his aunt, was extraordinary. Its pills shimmered with a faint golden luster and radiated an intensely vibrant, thunderous vitality. These pills are condensed from my own primordial thunder essence, imbued not only with immense life force, but also with a sliver of the true Tao principle of lightning. Once ingested, they will amplify your cultivation of thunder-based arts tenfold. Yao Yu remarked casually. Yet Su Chen could not help but startle inwardly. Though his aunt spoke lightly, he knew full well the vial she had just given him was anything but ordinary. As a peerless sovereign of thunder, Tao forging tribulation pills from her core, primordial thunder essence, could never be trivial. Even top-tier sovereigns, should they consume them, would experience profound breakthroughs. Without hesitation, Su Chen secured the vial away. As for politeness, impossible. Oh, and how goes your study of the thunder arts I taught you? While I awaken now, let me guide you further. After I ingest the true dragon immortality elixir, I may fall into deep slumber for some time. Yao Yu spoke calmly. In the domain of thunder cultivation, she bore no rival in this age. Not even the Thunder Emperor among the 10 primordial beasts famed for executing heaven's judgment could claim supremacy over her mastery of thunder arts. For though the Thunder Emperor commanded lightning by birthright, a formidable advantage, Yao Yu had ascended step by step through sheer insight and relentless cultivation, surpassing even innate dominion. Auntie, the thunder arts you imparted, I've already grasped them preliminarily. Yes, their effects are astonishing, Su Chen replied truthfully. Preliminarily grasped. So swiftly. Which beast art have you mastered, lightning bird thundercloud beast, or Qilin? Yao Yu asked, eyes alight with enthusiasm. To her, her nephew's talent was extraordinary, and his comprehension equally rare. In under 3 days, he had preliminarily mastered a thunder art ranked at the celestial tier, derived from a primordial beast. With time, he might yet reach her own stature in this Tao. Yet Su Chen shook his head. Yao Yu paused, startled. Not a celestial tier beast art. Could it be one of the ancient bloodline arts? Well, that would still be remarkable. Mastering even an ancient bloodline art in under 3 days demanded prodigious, though not unprecedented aptitude, truly heaven-defying. Moreover, with her guidance, his future achievements in thunder cultivation would assuredly soar. Yet Su Chen shook his head again. An ancient bloodline art too. A faint furrow appeared between Yao Yu's brows, until another possibility dawned upon her. Every thunder art she had taught began at the ancient bloodline tier. Neither celestial tier nor ancient bloodline. Then what remained? Could it be the Thunder Emperor art? At the thought, her heart surged like a storm-tossed sea. Even she in her prime had required 7 full days to grasp it preliminarily. Yet even then she had been hailed across the ages as the peerless genius of thunder cultivation, unrivaled since antiquity. If her nephew had truly achieved preliminary mastery in only 3 days, His aptitude in Thunder Dao was nothing short of terrifying. Surpassing her would become merely a matter of time. Staring at Su Chen in disbelief, Yao Yu whispered, "My dearest nephew, don't tell me. You've preliminarily mastered the Thunder Emperor art in these 3 days." "Wait. No, not at all," Su Chen declared firmly. "Then what exactly have you mastered?" Yao Yu froze, her gaze clouded with pure bewilderment. "Didn't I already say so, Auntie? All the Thunder arts you taught me, I've grasped them all preliminarily. And those beast arts you mentioned, I've long since mastered them completely." Su Chen spoke serenely, his large, innocent eyes wide with childlike candor. How strange he wondered that Auntie assumed he'd mastered only one art in 3 days. "What did you say? You've mastered all the Thunder arts I taught you." Yao Yu stiffened, her mind reeling, disbelief flooding her expression. She even rubbed her ears, half convinced she'd misheard. She'd imagined he'd grasped perhaps one, or at most two, of her transmitted arts. But all of them. Her nephew's talent was simply too transcendent. His future in Thunder Dao limitless. He might even eclipse her in mere years. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, Yao Yu forcibly calmed her shock. "My dear nephew, if you have indeed mastered every Thunder art and beast art I bestowed, then next I shall impart my ultimate secret technique, the 10,000 Tribulation Calamitous Thunder Cultivation Art." The 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art is the core of Yao Yu's Thunder techniques, a legacy that is truly unparalleled and no less than the great imperial inheritances. Especially in mastering the Thunder techniques, it is considered a unique marvel of the ages. When she created the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art, it even drew the attention of the Heavenly Tao, which descended a thunderbolt in an attempt to annihilate her. After all, the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art, when cultivated to its pinnacle, is far too powerful, capable of acting as the heavenly punishment, effectively usurping the authority of the Heavenly Tao. Naturally, the Heavenly Tao would not allow its existence. Thus it unleashed a heavenly thunder tribulation, yet for Yao Yu the heavenly tribulation posed no harm whatsoever. Not only could it not harm her, but it also inadvertently aided her in pushing the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art to an extraordinarily profound level. At this moment, looking at Su Chen, Yao Yu couldn't help but chuckle lightly. She still couldn't believe that within such a short time her signature technique could be grasped by her nephew. The 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art. And I've already grasped this art to a preliminary level. I must say this technique is indeed formidable, wielding heavenly thunder acting as heavenly punishment. Su Chen exclaimed sincerely. He had only grasped the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art at a preliminary level, yet the power unleashed, while simultaneously mastering multiple thunder techniques, was even more potent than the most fearsome treasures of the highest grade. "What did you just say?" Yao Yu's expression changed, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed as she incredulously, "Did her nephew just say he had already grasped the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art?" She must have misheard. Haha, it must be an auditory hallucination. After all, it was the culmination of her life's work, the essence of her thunder techniques. To create the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art, she had perused numerous ancient texts on thunder laws, even studying the original techniques of heavenly beasts like the Thunderbird, the Thundercloud Beast, and the Swanee, thus gathering the strengths of many schools of thought. It took her over tens of thousands of years to truly create this thunder technique. And now what was the situation? Her painstakingly condensed 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art was actually grasped by her nephew in less than 3 days. This is outrageous. No, it cannot just be called outrageous. It is simply beyond reason. Even the most gifted young emperors could not achieve such a degree. Thinking of this, she looked at Su Chen and cautiously inquired, "Nephew, are you sure you just said you have preliminarily mastered the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art?" "Yes." Su Chen's eyes held a hint of confusion. "And how is it that sometimes your hearing isn't quite right? Could it be that the dead energy within him was about to erupt?" "Huh." After hearing Su Chen's affirmative response, Yao Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, her heart could only be described with the word shocked. She initially believed that her nephew possessed an extraordinarily rare talent. Yet now she realized that his comprehension was even more astonishing than his innate talent. However, to confirm the authenticity, after pondering for a moment, she slowly spoke. "Nephew, since you have preliminarily mastered the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art, why don't you use the art and strike with it to see?" "All right." Su Chen wasted no time. He decisively activated the 10,000 Calamity Thunder Art, combining all the thunder techniques he had mastered and hurled them into the chaos. Boom. The originally silent chaos suddenly erupted with a tremendous thunderclap. Countless bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, swirling around Su Chen. Then these lightning bolts began to rapidly coalesce, ultimately transforming into a gigantic phantom of a thunder sovereign, with various strange lightning beasts swirling around it. These were all embodiments of various thunder techniques. Huh. With a low roar, Su Chen decisively struck out with a palm, and the Thunder Sovereign Phantom behind him followed suit. Boom! As the thunder surged, an extremely destructive aura was transmitted out, creating a massive hole in the chaos, with terrifying chaotic winds raging out from within. Not far away, Yao Yu was taken aback. Indeed, it is the 10,000 calamity thunder art, and this isn't merely a preliminary grasp, it probably won't be long before he achieves mastery. With a wave of her hand, she filled the hole that Su Chen had just created, and in that moment Yao Yu's mood was extremely exhilarated. Her nephew's comprehension had reached a level that could no longer be described as defying the heavens. His future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable, perhaps even surpassing his father Su Tianqing and achieving the status of an immortal. If my nephew can attain the status of an immortal, perhaps he could pierce through that realm and bring about the downfall of those. As she spoke, Yao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. One day, I will strike at the 9 heavens and seek vengeance for your annihilation. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye a week had passed. During this week, Su Chen had been constantly by Yao Yu's side learning the 10,000 calamity thunder art. With the guidance of Yao Yue the originator combined with his astonishing comprehension, he made rapid progress in understanding the 10,000 calamity thunder art during this time. He had now reached the level of mastery, able to summon heavenly thunder to strike down enemies at will. Over this week, Yao Yu's initial shock had transformed into a numbing astonishment. She knew her nephew's comprehension was remarkable, but it was only when she truly began to teach him that she understood what it meant to be an unparalleled genius. Goodness, the 10,000 calamity thunder art, which took her a lifetime of effort to condense, was fully mastered by her nephew in just 10 days. It is worth noting that during the Forbidden Era, she was known as the first goddess of the 9 heavens, ranking among the top 3 in both talent and comprehension among her peers. However, compared to her nephew, she could only be called a fool. Nephew, that's enough. During this time, I've taught you everything you need to know. The rest will depend on your own understanding. Anne is going to fall into a deep sleep. Yao Yu looked at Su Chen with a hint of fondness. He is now her only family in this world. By the way, take this. Before returning to the crystal coffin to sleep, Yao Yu suddenly handed a deep blue ancient talisman to Su Chen. And what is this? Su Chen looked at Yao Yu with some confusion. This ancient talisman seals a strand of my original divine thunder. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, this talisman will transform into my avatar. While it may not be able to stand against the supreme below that level, it can wreak havoc. Yao Yu said with a smile, then lay down in the crystal coffin and fell into a deep slumber. As for the true dragon immortal pill, she had planted it within herself, using great power to absorb the dead energy. A divine light flashed, and Su Chen was transported out of the chaos. Looking at the ancient talisman in his hand, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Su Chen emerged from the chaotic realm. Su Jiao had already been waiting for him there. Your Imperial Highness, he declared, kneeling respectfully upon Su Chen's appearance, his gaze flickering with a subtle, unspoken astonishment. His keen perception instantly detected it. In just a few days' absence, the Imperial Prince's aura had grown profoundly deeper, and beneath its surface an undercurrent of ultimate destructive force pulsed, chilling the soul. Truly worthy of his title, the Imperial Prince's talent was nothing short of terrifying. Su Jiao mused inwardly. Born in the Forbidden Era, he had once followed Su Tianqing across the starry firmaments, waging war among countless heavens. He had beheld legions of prodigies and demon-like geniuses beyond count. Yet even those celestial prodigies paled utterly beside the Imperial Prince, on an entirely different plane of existence. He may well surpass me before long. Su Jiao murmured, heartfelt and unreserved. Unaware of Su Jiao's inner reverie, Su Chen calmly ascended the 9-dragon palanquin, already prepared in advance by Su Jiao. Now that Tang Chen had been dealt with and the death qi poisoning his aunt's body temporarily suppressed, only one thing remained, awaiting the opening of the sovereign trial grounds. As he spoke, the 9-dragon palanquin rose smoothly into the sky, gliding serenely towards Su Chen's private imperial residence within the Yaoqi Palace. Along the way, every disciple of Yaoqi who glimpsed Su Chen seated within the palanquin instinctively bowed their heads in solemn reverence. Time flowed silently. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, Su Chen rarely appeared in Yaoqi. He remained sequestered in deep cultivation within a secluded chamber, motionless and still awaiting the sovereign trial grounds awakening. One day he jolted awake from meditation. Boom! A thunderous detonation split the heavens. A terrifying sovereign Dao aura erupted, flooding the world. What is this? Su Chen burst from his chamber and stood suspended above Yaoqi, a beam of divine light lancing forth from his pupils. At the farthest edge of the earth, a mist of primordial chaos rose, 10,000 radiant auroras bursting forth from its heart. The sovereign trial grounds are about to open. In that instant, not only Su Chen, but every being across the land was stirred. All gazed toward the distant horizon, faces alight with fervent excitement. The sovereign trial grounds were a sacred trial realm forged in the twilight years of an invincible sovereign emperor of the primordial age, specifically designed for young prodigies and celestial geniuses. Within lay boundless opportunities, and legend held that the sovereign emperor himself had enshrined his ultimate legacy there. A millennium-spanning grand auspice unfolds today: sovereign inheritance, immortal spirit herbs, and the personal artifacts of a sovereign emperor. Countless treasures await you. Will you advance courageously vying for the sovereign throne itself, or retreat clinging to survival? The choice is yours alone. An ancient master raised his voice in proclamation. Though intended for nascent sovereigns, the trial ground's allure was irresistible, even to ageless elders and forbidden existences who thus cultivated exceptional heirs to enter and seize destiny's bounty. Thus, peerless elders and taboo figures alike nurtured extraordinary successors, dispatching them into the trial grounds to contend for transcendent fortune. At the distant horizon, 10,000 auroras interwove, shaped by surrounding sovereign Tao laws into swirling vortexes of pure energy. Each vortex shimmered unmistakably as an entrance to the sovereign trial grounds. In an instant, chaos erupted. Countless beings surged forward. A divine monkey with twin wings soared skyward. A giant 10,000 meters tall thundered across the earth. A vermilion phoenix beat its wings, raining down 5-colored divine flames. Yet most were human. This being the 9 heavens' millennial grand auspice, every ancient clan and supreme sect sent forth their chosen heirs, ascending as one into the heavens. Even top-tier holy lands, immortal imperial dynasties, and sovereign bloodlines advanced upon ancient battle chariots toward the vortexes. Your Imperial Highness, the palanquin, stands ready. Su Jiu materialized behind Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, then stepped onto the palanquin without hesitation. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. The 9-dragon palanquin blazed into golden light, cleaving the void itself. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the threshold of the energy vortexes. It's him, the twin-pupiled one of the Su sovereign clan. Someone recognized the palanquin and gasped aloud. The words twin-pupiled one carried an almost magical resonance, immediately drawing every gaze. The crowd roared with excitement. 9 dragons draw the chariot. Only the Su clan's invincible twin-pupiled one could command such majesty. Twin pupils rend the heavens, unvanquished since antiquity. In this trial, who dares challenge him? All others are but supporting actors in his saga. A bitter sigh escaped someone's lips. His fists shattered monstrous serpents, his feet crushed golden wrong beasts. Even the Western Buddha prince fled his presence. This generation's twin-pupiled, one of the Su clan, though still youthful, already exuded an aura of overwhelming supremacy, capable of subduing the era's most elite prodigies and demon-genius rivals. Not necessarily. This epoch is uniquely extraordinary. The brilliant grand era has dawned, gathering all celestial prodigies into a single lifetime. Though the twin pupils are formidable, invincibility is no certainty. Indeed, I know of several whose strength rivals, or perhaps even exceeds, that of the Su clan's twin-pupiled one. Yumingzi of the Netherworld, Long Aoyan of the primordial divine mountain, Qingyue Xianzi of the Changyue imperial dynasty. Each possesses a talent unseen since ancient times, worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with the twin-pupiled one. And then, there are also the ancient anomalies slumbering for eons. Voices buzzed in animated debate, and at that very moment, boom! The heavens thundered again. Simultaneously, each vortex linking to the sovereign trial grounds erupted with terrifying spatial force. The pathways are sealed. The sovereign trial grounds have officially opened. Enter now. This is the moment. A venerable elder bellowed, his voice low and resonant. His air shot forth like a streak of light hurtling toward a vortex to claim first entry. Next, a colossal heaven-devouring serpent surged upward, vanishing into violet mist. Then 100-meter celestial pung let loose a piercing cry, transforming into lightning, leaving only a shimmering afterimage across the void. In that instant, 10,000 life forms surged as one, racing toward the vortexes in the sky, each desperate to enter first and claim the greatest fortune. Yet the number of vortexes was finite, while the throng of life forms was limitless. None could enter all at once. Masses were left stranded outside. Worse still, some began attacking others to seize position. Boom! Amid surging Netherki, a young man burst from the crowd. Tall and imposing, clad in ancient battle armor, he wielded a massive halberd wreathed in Netherki, his wild hair whipping about him like a demon incarnate. Step aside, all of you. With a thunderous roar, he swept his halberd sideways. Netherki exploded violently, cleaving every being before him cleanly in two. It's Yumingzi. They say he was born from corpses. His origins are staggering. Astonishment rippled through the crowd, followed swiftly by retreat. No one dared oppose him. Amitabha Buddha. A Buddhist chant echoed. Wu Tianfozi's figure appeared mysteriously amid the throng. An awe-inspiring aura of Buddha Tao radiated from him. Though serene and benevolent in appearance, his martial methods were brutally merciless. 10,000 beams of Buddha light coalesced into divine weapons, carving through space, scattering severed limbs and fragmented flesh across the void. Wu Tianfozi of the Western Lingshan. Rumors claim he is the reincarnated form of an ancient Buddha. Faces paled with terror, crowds scattered frantically, fleeing toward alternate passages. Undeniably, this was a slaughter god. The supreme trial arena had officially opened. All the era's prodigies and monstrous talents surged forward, each vying to be the first to enter the arena and seize the fated opportunity. The contest of prodigies erupted in that instant. Countless beings clashed with merciless ferocity, the din of battle never ceased, and torrents of blood fell from the sky, like a crimson rain. Among them Yuming Zi Fozi Wutian Long Outyin and other peerless aberrations left all others in their wake, pressing down with overwhelming force toward the passage. Get out of my way. From the lineage of the primeval divine, Mountain Long Outyin strode with a divine spear in hand, utterly arrogant. Blessed with true dragon blood and holding fragments of forbidden inheritance, his full eruption left no one who could stand beneath the tip of his spear. It is my turn to act. Su Chen rose slowly from the nine-dragon chariot. His expression was serene, his white robes billowed, giving him an ethereal, otherworldly air, like an immortal detached from mortal smoke and dust. In the next moment, two wings, one golden, one black, slowly manifested on his back, each stretching for thousands of meters, exuding immense majesty and awe-inspiring power. They were Kunpeng wings condensed by the Kunpeng technique, fearsome in might. The Su clan's double-pupiled one has moved. What is that? It bears the breath of the Kunpeng. Could it be the fabled Kunpeng technique? Murmured the crowd, stunned. With a whoosh, the Kunpeng wings beat and Su Chen shot into the sky like a streak of light, darting toward the energy vortex with blinding swiftness. As the era's unmatched art of speed, when Su Chen unleashed it to full effect, his velocity became terrifying. In less than the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the energy vortex. Such terrifying speed. Stop him quickly. Some tried to intercept him, unwilling to let him enter ahead of others, courting death. Su Chen snorted coldly. With a mere tremor of the Kunpeng at his back, a dreadful aura erupted. The Kunpeng technique was not only supreme in speed, but rare in its killing force. With a thunderous boom, those who dared strike at him were instantaneously obliterated, torn into chunks of flesh and a mist of blood. Flecks of blood stained the hem of his white robe. Clad in white and stained with blood, Su Chen stood like a demonic god in that moment, imperious and dominant. HSS, the double-pupiled one, is indeed formidable. With a single blow, he slew so many prodigies and monsters. His prowess is utterly terrifying. They say those born with double pupils cleave the heavens, unbeaten since antiquity. That claim is not idle boast. Those ancient elders below exchanged glances, all shaken by Su Chen's overwhelming combat power. Yet some of the old patriarchs could not help but snort coldly. Among the prodigies Su Chen had just slain were plainly their heirs. Still they could only sneer. There was nothing. After all, in a fair contest, their heirs had been overcome. If they were cut down, they had no grounds for complaint. Moreover, the Su clan, an imperial hegemon, was not a force they could provoke lightly. So what if he has double pupils? I will cut you down. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. A figure materialized forth from the void. A young woman clad in black martial attire, heroic and sprightly, possessing a distinctive and striking presence. They claim the double-pupiled are invincible, never having tasted defeat. I refuse to believe it. Today I will slay you and prove my Tao. Although the woman was exceedingly beautiful, her words were domineering, rivaling those of men. It is she, the sacred maiden Yizhuruo of the Void Sanctuary. Rumor has it she was born with a void constitution, ranking among the top 50 of the 3,000 Tao types, mastering the void Tao, appearing and disappearing with uncanny swiftness. Her power, nearly beyond imagination. The crowd murmured. Clearly this suddenly appearing woman was no ordinary figure. She was a renowned sacred maiden of a famed sanctuary. It's her. Su Chen's eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise. In the original tale, Yizhuruo would have been among the harem of a destined protagonist. He had not expected to encounter her here so soon. He whispered to himself, almost playfully, I wonder what effect slaying her now would have on the destined protagonist. His eyes bore a murderous glint as he stared at Yizhuruo. Indeed, Yizhuruo was a rare beauty, celestial in appearance. Yet what did that matter? She had declared her intent to slay him to prove her Tao, oh, he would not spare her for the sake of mere tenderness. Sentimentality had no place here, pity was not his concern. Kill. Without hesitation, Su Chen struck. The Kunpeng wings trembled, and his form became a streak of light racing straight at Yizhuruo with a speed that blurred the eye. Die! Yizhuruo roared and drew forth a bronze spear. In the flicker of the void, she also charged towards Su Chen. Though a woman, her momentum rivaled any man's. Her bronze spear erupted with blinding divine radiance as she fused herself with the void, thrusting at Su Chen from an inconceivable angle. In an instant, a terrifying force of the void spread forth and converged upon her spear. The void trembled, and her bronze spear suddenly crossed space to appear directly above Su Chen's head. With a long howl, Su Chen flung both fists forward without fear. One golden and one black beam of energy flashed within his punches, astonishing in their potency. This was the Kunpeng's power, the true essence of the Kunpeng technique. One yin, one yang harmonized to exponentially amplify their might. Thunder roared. Fist met spear within the void as Kunpeng power and void force detonated together. In an instant, hairline fissures appeared in the surrounding space. Yet swiftly, Su Chen's fists unleashed a terrifying surge of martial blood force that shattered the bronze spear in Yizuruo's hands into scrap. How is this possible? Yizuruo stared in horror. Her bronze spear had been forged from void gold essence by a great power-level artisan. It could rend the void and was exceedingly sturdy, ordinarily unassailable by most. Yet now it had been blasted into worthless iron by a single blow. Such strength was far beyond what she could withstand. Retreat. Without hesitation, she dove into the void, fleeing into the distance. Though she had sought to prove her invincible Tao by slaying the double-pupiled one, she was no fool. To knowingly march to certain death was not valor, but folly. Think you can flee? Do you truly intend to cut me down to prove your Tao? Su Chen's expression remained cold. To dare provoke him and then attempt escape. Did she think she could be toyed with? The Kuanping wings trembled, and Su Chen's form became a streak of light as he pursued Yizuruo. In an instant, he was already at her back. Die, he snarled, and unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm. The lightning began no larger than a thumb, but as it streaked outward it swelled with the wind, and became a towering pillar of thunder pressing down toward Yizuruo. Impossible. Yizuruo flinched as an immense peril washed over her within the thunder pillar. Instinctively, she produced a great power-level shield to guard herself. Yet in scarcely a moment that shield was pierced. Simultaneously, Su Chen closed to her side, his fist wreathed in golden martial blood power, striking as swiftly as thought. With a crisp, fatal sound before she could even react, Yizuruo's head was shattered. Ding dong, congratulations on slaying the fated heroine corresponding to the destined protagonist Lin Fan. You have earned 5,000 fated villain points and 1 heroine treasure chest. A cold, mechanical voice from the system echoed within his mind. A faint smile curled at Su Chen's lips. This was by far the easiest reward he had ever obtained. The destined heroine had actually walked right into his path, and even dared provoke him. To spare her would be an insult to himself. I wonder, what effect will prematurely slaying the destined heroine have on the unfolding narrative? Su Chen murmured softly to himself, then shook his head. What did it matter if the narrative shifted? The fated trajectory had already fractured. Now he possessed overwhelming strength, capable of subduing any foe unshaken by any trial. SSS. 3 strikes, and the holy maiden of the void sanctum lay slain. The power of the Su clan's twin-pupiled sovereign is terrifyingly immense. Judging by her aura, Yizuruo's cultivation has reached at least the 5th heaven of the dragon transformation realm. Yet she fell before a single move from the Su clan's twin-pupiled sovereign. The twin pupils know no equal. This phrase is no mere boast. Truly horrifying. With the twin pupils alone, one possesses the innate potential to rise among the world's supreme geniuses, worthy of challenging even ancient prodigies. Imperial blood fused with the twin pupils has birthed a peerless, demoniac genius, so formidable it chills the blood. A group of venerable elders below exchanged hushed, fervent whispers, their gazes locked unblinkingly upon Su Chen. Their eyes pierced deep, not merely through space but across the river of time itself, as if beholding the inexorable rise of an invincible sovereign. This generation truly blesses the Su clan with unimaginable fortune, bathed in celestial destiny itself. Of the 10 holy princes, each surpasses the last in might, and now they have produced this transcendent twin-pupiled sovereign. As the oldest imperial clan, the Su clan is indeed awe-inspiring. Representatives from sacred lands, immortal imperial dynasties, and imperial clans alike could not suppress their envious awe. Of course, they remained utterly unaware that beyond imperial blood and the twin pupils, Su Chen also bore the innate saintly body Tao embryo, the supreme bone, and a transcendental aptitude for enlightenment. Were they to learn of these truths, they would surely leap to their feet in disbelief. Yet even as the crowd buzzed with speculation, the genius battle raged on. Countless geniuses clashed fiercely in midair, surging toward the spiraling vortex of energy, a scene of utter chaos. Yet strangely, within a kilometer radius of Su Chen, not a single soul dared approach, leaving an eerie vacuum around him. Fascinating. A mere youth of barely 15 summers, yet his strength borders on the absurd. Given the chance, I'd relish testing his limits myself. An ancient prodigy concealed among the throng whispered as he watched Su Chen. Once you pressed me beneath the celestial stele, and your father slew my past incarnation. Very well. Here within the supreme trial grounds, every karmic debt shall be settled in full. Yoming's body radiated abyssal chi, his crimson eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Su Chen. Does the imperial Su clan truly believe it holds dominion over the rise and fall of all under heaven? This day I, Long Outyin, shall slay this twin-pupiled sovereign, and proclaim to the world the primordial divine mountain stands as the true sovereign of this age. We meet again, in the supreme trial grounds. Long Outyin manifested his true form, a 1,000-zanglong dragon, its divine aura shaking the heavens, its golden vertical pupils blazing with murderous intent towards Su Chen. Twin-pupiled sovereign, Heh, he may yet serve as a guardian disciple beneath my lotus throne once properly enlightened. Wu Tian Fozi smiled, gently, his countenance benevolent, his gaze serene. Yet within those tranquil eyes flickered a chilling, soul-piercing aura. In that instant, every eye converged upon Su Chen, gazing upon him as the center of the cosmos. To this, Su Chen remained utterly unmoved. Confident, radiant, unafraid of any challenge. Among his peers, no matter the adversary, he stood certain of absolute supremacy. His back shimmered, Kunpeng wings unfurled, and in a flash of light, he shot forward into the vortex of energy. The other supreme geniuses followed without hesitation. One after another, they plunged into the energy vortex, entering the supreme trial grounds. The chaotic battle among geniuses gradually subsided. Yet all understood, this was but an appetizer. The fiercest arena still awaited the supreme trial grounds themselves. Esteemed cultivators, 10 days hence the supreme arena shall open. Let us gather once more to witness its glory. With all the geniuses vanished into the supreme trial grounds, the elders likewise dissolved into the void. The supreme trial grounds awaken once every millennium, and remain open for 10 days. Upon their closing, the supreme arena descends. There every genius and prodigy shall ascend the stage, and vie for the title of true young sovereign. Spatial energy swirled thickly. As Su Chen stepped into the vortex, his surroundings blurred into indistinct haze. When clarity returned, he found himself standing in a secluded valley, verdant mountains and limpid streams painting a landscape teeming with vibrant life. Spiritual energy here was so dense it seemed almost liquid, several times richer than even the Su clan's ancestral lands. To cultivate here long-term would yield extraordinary exponential gains. No wonder such a trial ground was laid down by a sovereign emperor. It is truly extraordinary. Su Chen murmured in admiration. Even within this outer valley, his gaze swept across dozens of supreme-grade spirit herbs and one spirit king. Bear in mind, this was only the periphery of the trial grounds. The treasures hidden deeper within defied. The supreme trial grounds comprise 5 principal regions: the treasure-dividing cliff, the innate spirit herb garden, the scripture tower, the enlightenment platform, and the trial grand hall. The supreme trial grounds have existed since time immemorial. Though this was Su Chen's first entry, both the Su clan and the Yaoqi Holy Land maintained meticulous chronicles detailing its inner workings. Thus, though entering for the first time, Su Chen was far from unfamiliar with its layout. The nearest region from my current position should be the treasure-dividing cliff. As he spoke, Su Chen rose and set off immediately. The treasure-dividing cliff, true to its name, was the designated repository for divine weapons and sacred artifacts within the supreme trial grounds. Even quasi-emperor and sovereign-level artifacts resided there. Legend held that the sovereign emperor who founded this trial ground upon his death had interred his own supreme emperor artifact, the ultimate weapon of an emperor, within the cliffs themselves. For generations, whenever the supreme trial grounds awakened, the treasure-dividing cliff remained one of the most fiercely contested zones among all geniuses and prodigies. Kunpeng wings shimmered into being. Su Chen prepared to depart. But just then, wow, so this is the supreme trial grounds. The spiritual energy is astonishingly dense, even denser than our sect's core cultivation zone. If one could cultivate here, long-term cultivation progress would accelerate exponentially, allowing rapid ascension. Look over there. Countless supreme-grade spirit herbs. Even a spirit king grows among them. A great opportunity. Space rippled, and a group of young cultivators materialized in the same valley. At the sight before them, their excitement surged uncontrollably. Hey, wait. Look over there, a youth. Someone entered before us. That back view. Why does it feel so familiar? All eyes turned towards Su Chen. Yet the moment they beheld his face, every voice ceased, abruptly. The moment the cultivators in the valley glimpsed the youth standing before them, every voice fell silent, as if severed mid-breath. He stood tall and poised, his hair shimmering like crystalline frost, clad in a pure white robe, its hem stained crimson with blood. It was none other than Su Chen. It's him, the twin-pupiled one of the Su clan. Damn it! How wretched our luck. We've stumbled upon this young executioner. Every cultivator instinctively took a step back, their eyes trembling as they gazed upon Su Chen. Though he appeared ethereal and transcendent, like a celestial immortal banished to the mortal realm, they knew well that beneath that divine visage lurked a true young slayer, his strength terrifyingly overwhelming. In the earlier chaos of the genius melee, no fewer than 100 had fallen beneath his hand. Not a single corpse remained intact, a brutality so extreme it defied comprehension. Gulp. At the thought, throats convulsed, mouths watered uncontrollably. Honorable master, we had no idea you were here. We shall depart at once and disturb you no further. One cultivator dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. The others followed suit without hesitation. As for resistance, that was beyond absurd. Each had been hailed as a prodigy in their own domain. Yet before this young slayer they were but dust awaiting annihilation. Su Chen regarded them with calm, indifferent eyes. He did not consider himself virtuous, But neither was he a bloodthirsty killer. These cultivators had neither provoked him nor infringed upon his interests. He saw no reason to strike. Leave. With those words, he dismissed them entirely. Spreading his Kunping wings behind him, he blurred into a streak of light and vanished beyond the horizon. Only after his figure dissolved into the distance did the group dare rise, trembling, awestruck, hearts pounding. No wonder he bears the twin pupils, utterly terrifying. Even standing near him evokes an overwhelming pressure. Twin pupils reign invincible. Indeed, those words held absolute truth. Who among this secret realm could possibly challenge him? Elsewhere, Su Chen unleashed the full power of the Kunping art. With each beat of his Kunping wings, yin and yang energies spiraled through their veins, his speed bordering on the unimaginable. Yet, even this sovereign trial ground proved vaster than he had anticipated. Despite his terrifying velocity, he soared for several hours, and still had not reached his destination. Still, Su Chen felt no urgency. Though the Finbao Cliff housed countless supreme Dao weapons, acquiring them demanded arduous trials and tribulations. Moreover, the sovereign trial ground had only just opened. Few, if any, could match his swiftness. Yet even as this thought crossed his mind, roar! A colossal dragon's roar shattered the heavens. The clear sky darkened instantly, and an unspeakable draconic aura descended, crushing primordial divine. Then at the edge of the earth, a titanic phantom of a true dragon emerged, vast, ancient, awe-inspiring. What is happening? Such an overwhelming draconic aura. What is that draconic phantom? Why does it fill me with such primal dread? Judging by the direction of the omen, it originates from the scripture pavilion. Could it be the legacy of the peerless emperor is about to manifest? Not necessarily. I once heard that the peerless emperor who forged this sovereign trial ground in his youth chanced upon a true dragon legacy, an inheritance of unfathomable profundity. This omen, could it herald the emergence of the true dragon divine art? Whispers erupted across the land. The true dragon divine art, the pinnacle of contemporary legacies. To obtain it would guarantee ascension across all heavens. In an instant, nearly every cultivator surged toward the scripture pavilion, desperate to seize destiny itself. This draconic aura. Meanwhile, Su Chen tilted his head upward, gazing at the colossal dragon phantom in the sky, his expression flickering with rare astonishment. But swiftly he altered course, activating the Kunping art once more, racing toward the scripture pavilion at breakneck speed. An ordinary 10-beastier divine art held little allure for him. After all, he already commanded an abundance of profound techniques, many rivaling or even surpassing 10-beastier arts in potency. The true dragon divine art, however, was different. Not merely because the true dragon ranked supreme among the 10 beasts, but because he bore the Xianfeng divine art. Legend held that the Xianfeng and true dragon shared one origin, their respective arts bound by a sacred, ineffable resonance. Should one master both these peerless legacies, the fabled Dragon Phoenix legacy might awaken, a transcendental inheritance unmatched by even the greatest emperor's teachings. Yet perhaps due to its sheer world-shattering supremacy, the Dragon Phoenix legacy vanished forever after the Forbidden. No one since has ever mastered both arts simultaneously. Stranger still, after the Forbidden Age, even emperor-level sovereigns sought these two supreme legacies, yearning to resurrect the Dragon Phoenix glory. Yet all failed utterly. It was chilling. These were emperors, beings of absolute generation-defying supremacy. Even they faltered, as if some unseen cosmic force actively suppressed the Dragon Phoenix legacy's return. Now Su Chen possessed half the Xianfeng legacy. Should he acquire the true dragon divine art, and later upon the opening of the 3,000 immortal realms claim the remaining half of the Xianfeng legacy, he would stand on the precipice of reviving the Dragon Phoenix legacy, lost to time's river, coveted even by ancient emperors, yet forever beyond their grasp. At that thought, his speed surged anew. This true dragon divine art could not be missed. Elsewhere, deep within a primeval forest of the sovereign trial ground, Long Outyin gazed up at the dragon phantom in the sky, breathing in the suffocating weight of draconic authority. A wild, unrestrained excitement ignited across his face. Ha ha ha! Maniacal laughter burst from his lips. Truly, heaven aids me. Never imagined I'd encounter the legendary true dragon divine art here. I am born with authentic true dragon blood. If I now master this divine art, synergy between bloodline and technique may propel me to the ultimate metamorphosis, into a pure true dragon. At that, Long Outyin laughed again, bold, defiant, unchained. Born of the primordial evil dragon lineage of the Taigu Sacred Mountains, he was a genuine descendant of the true dragon, a top-tier heavenly rank ferocious beast. Even at birth, he triggered celestial blessings, the heavens themselves channeling primordial dragon chi into his body, causing his bloodline to regress to its most ancient, untainted form. Only the faintest sliver separated him from full transformation into a pure, true dragon. The entire Taigu Sacred Mountains trembled. Ancient elders broke seclusion en masse. To bridge that final gap, the mountains expended incalculable resources, Even the forbidden zones lurking behind the Taigu sacred mountains intervened directly. Yet they failed. That infinitesimal chasm remained, a gulf as vast as heaven and earth. Now the emergence of the true dragon divine art offered the last desperate hope. Once I become a pure true dragon, I shall reign truly invincible, sweeping across the 9 heavens without opposition. With those words, Long Outqian blazed forth, a comet of will, racing toward the scripture pavilion. The phantom of the true dragon spanned the entire void with the pavilion of techniques, displaying countless phenomena surrounded by dragon aura. The invincible inheritance, the true dragon treasure technique, was about to be unveiled. At that moment, all the prodigies and geniuses within the supreme trial ground went into a frenzy, rushing towards the pavilion of techniques. Su Chen flapped the Kunping wings on his back, transforming into a streak of light swiftly traversing the void. By the time he arrived at the pavilion of techniques, it was already a sea of people gathering, a large number of prodigies. Before the crowd stood a grand pavilion majestically towering above the peaks, imposing and magnificent, soaring into the clouds, its body gleaming with a milky white hue resembling the rumored jade capital. This was indeed one of the 5 major regions of the supreme trial ground, the pavilion of techniques. At that moment, a crimson divine light erupted from the top of the pavilion, emanating a terrifying dragon might. The rich dragon aura permeated the surroundings. So this is the pavilion of techniques. As he murmured softly, Su Chen opened his heavy eyes, his pupils sparkling with brilliant divine light. At this time, the pavilion of techniques had not yet fully opened, making it inaccessible. However, through his heavy eyes, Su Chen could clearly see that at the very top of the pavilion, there was a massive dragon scale, within which a palm-sized red dragon shadow was slowly swimming. All the commotion outside came from it. It's him, the heavy-eyed one from the Su family has arrived. At that moment, someone noticed Su Chen's arrival and couldn't help but exclaim. In an instant, everyone's gaze locked onto him, akin to facing a great enemy. They all came here to compete for the soon-to-be unveiled true dragon treasure technique. For them, Su Chen's presence was equivalent to adding an almost invincible competitor. The Su family, as a top imperial clan, lacks nothing in top inheritances. What right does their heavy-eyed one have to come and compete with us for the true dragon treasure technique? Does he truly think he is invincible? With so many of us here, if we unite, I refuse to believe we can't drive. Is there any friend willing to join me in an alliance against the heavy-eyed one from the Su family? Someone transmitted a message in secret, seeking to gather everyone's strength against Su Chen. After all, the strength of the heavy-eyed one was evident. If the pavilion of techniques opened later and competition was fair, they would have no chance of victory. They could only watch helplessly as the true dragon treasure technique was taken away by him. Immediately, some people reached a consensus and agreed to form an alliance quietly surrounding Su Chen. However, at that moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out. Seeking death. After obtaining the method of pacification, Su Chen's divine sense was constantly strengthening. Now his divine sense had become unfathomably powerful with astonishing spiritual awareness. He immediately detected everyone's secret transmissions. He was not one to relish in killing, but that did not mean he would allow others to provoke him. With a cold snort, a brilliant divine light suddenly shot from his pupils, striking towards the crowd. This was the source divine ability of the heavy-eyed, Heaven's Eye. One glance determines life, another glance determines death, ruling over all beings. It was an astonishing means of slaughter. In almost an instant, the first few people in the front were struck down by this brilliant divine light. He found us, attack. Let's kill him together. Seeing their position exposed, the leader immediately roared, urging everyone to strike. In an instant, beams of divine light erupted, various killing techniques bombarding Su Chen. With everyone working together, the power was astonishing. The surrounding space was instantly submerged by various divine lights and divine weapons. However, Su Chen remained unfazed, his heart calm and undisturbed. Golden blood aura spread around him, forming a golden domain. All attacks were isolated outside the golden domain. At this moment, Su Chen stood in the void, the golden domain surrounding him, emitting an astonishing aura, giving off a sense that no law could touch him. Everyone stop holding back. Take out your ultimate trump cards and break his golden domain, someone whispered. Just then Su Chen moved. Swish! He merely shook his 1,000-meter-long Kunping wings, and a golden black feather shot out instantaneously, aimed at the one who had just shouted. This feather was evolved from the Kunping technique, filled with rich Kunping power, emitting an astonishing aura. Not good. Concentrate. The person seeing the Kunping feather coming was immediately struck with panic. He hurriedly used a great divine ability to try to create a protective space. However, as the fastest divine ability of the age, how could the speed of the Kunping feather be matched? Before the protective space could be established, the feather had already pierced through his head and exploded on the spot. Boom. A violent explosion echoed, and that person hadn't even reacted before he had already perished. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent, with not a hint of pity in his gaze. A killer will always be hunted. Since he chose to strike against him, he must be prepared for death from the very beginning. Immediately he struck again. The 10,000 calamities thunder technique. With his Kunpeng wings flapping, he rode the thunder-gathering storm clouds in the sky above. At this moment, he was clad in white robes, striding through the thunder, appearing incredibly domineering and powerful. Those who had prepared to encircle and kill him were struck with fear upon seeing this scene, hastily retreating, attempting to escape. At this moment, Su Chen gave them an impression that could only be described in 4 words: unresistible. However, Su Chen clearly would not grant them the chance to flee. With a flap of his Kunpeng wings, he instantly appeared above the crowd. Kill! With a light scold, terrifying thunder condensed in an instant, transforming into a thunder waterfall, a myriad of meters wide, enveloping everyone. Don't! Ah! Various screams echoed, and one corpse after another fell from the sky. In just a moment, all those who had prepared to encircle and kill him had perished, as if it were raining corpses in the sky. Those nearby saw this scene, all gasping in shock. The heavy-eyed one from the Su family was indeed too powerful. Those who could enter the supreme trial ground were all prodigies and geniuses, each a top figure in their own realm. Yet at this moment, hundreds of them joined forces only to be slaughtered by him alone. Such combat power was so overwhelming that it made everyone tremble. Simultaneously, they felt a flicker of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, they had not acted just now. Otherwise, one of the corpses that were now piling up like a mountain below might very well have been theirs. The heavy-eyed one from the Su family truly goes against the heavens. So overly powerful, so strong, it's unresistible. It's hard to imagine who in this supreme trial ground could possibly rival him. Everyone couldn't help but marvel, yet at the same time a tinge of bitterness arose in their hearts. They considered themselves prodigies as well, but to coexist in the same era as such a person, they were doomed to only look up at his back, reaching for the unattainable. What a splendid era, the clash of geniuses in the end, just one person's brilliance, all others are destined to be mere background. Someone couldn't help but sigh. As for the bitterness in everyone's hearts, Su Chen naturally could not empathize. At this moment, clad in white robes, he stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to an emperor surveying the heavens. Those in front involuntarily stepped aside for him. Anyone who crosses this line will die. Su Chen reached the bottom of the pavilion of techniques, sat cross-legged, and drew a horizontal line behind him with great divine power. The true dragon treasure technique he was determined to obtain. For this, he did not mind being a bit domineering. You? Everyone was taken aback, but quickly chose to retreat. No one wished to provoke such a killing god at this moment. Heavy-eyed one from the Su family, you are truly a bit too domineering. Do you really think you are invincible? Just then a booming voice echoed as Long Aoshan's figure emerged from the void. At the same time, Wu Tian, Yu Mingzi, Qing Yue, and others arrived simultaneously. The atmosphere on the scene became tense once more. The arrival of several top-tier prodigies instantly made the atmosphere tense. Everyone involuntarily stepped back, realizing that the true dragon treasure technique was about to emerge, and with these top-tier prodigies gathered, an unprecedented battle was bound to commence. Are the top-tier prodigies going to battle so soon? I thought we would have to wait until the Supreme Arena opens 10 days later for them to clash. It's hard to imagine what kind of sparks will fly when these individuals come together. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the eruption of the battle among the top-tier prodigies. I'm quite curious. With several top-tier prodigies appearing, can the Su family's double-eyed one still maintain such dominance? Someone snorted coldly, unable to tolerate Su Chen's arrogance, hoping that one of the upcoming top-tier prodigies, a prodigy of this level, the double-eyed one, is likely to struggle to remain invincible. After all, he is still too young, currently at the peak of the divine aperture stage, while the others have all reached at least the 5th level of the transformation dragon realm. I would love to see him being trampled underfoot by several others. Just as the crowd was discussing, Long Outyin suddenly stepped forward, crossing over to directly confront Su Chen. Those who cross the line shall die. How do you really think having a pair of eyes makes you invincible under heaven? Long Aoshan's gaze was electric, his golden vertical pupils glimmering with strange Dao runes. There was no doubt he was extremely powerful, the most formidable inheritor of the ancient divine mountain. Even the beings from the forbidden zones behind the ancient divine mountain praised him, having personally appeared to mentor him for a time. At this moment, as Long Outyin made his appearance, he directly targeted Su Chen. The ancient divine mountain and the Su family were, after all, sworn enemies. Not long ago, the ancestor of the Su family had personally appeared, suppressing everyone from the ancient divine mountain to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. Although the forbidden zone intervened, in the end the ancient divine mountain still lost face. In response, Long Outyin had vowed to eradicate the younger generation of the Su family to wash away the humiliation. Killing the double-eyed one of the Su family was the first step towards that. Those who cross the line shall die, though I stand by my words. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Su Chen sat cross-legged in the void, looking down at Long Outyin with a calm gaze, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Although he was inferior in cultivation, he was confident in his invincibility, believing he could suppress all foes. Arrogant. Long Aoshan's golden vertical pupils coldly scrutinized Su Chen. Behind him, Yumingzi and Wu Tian also looked at Su Chen with disdain. You once pressed me under the heavenly stele and your ancestors have great karmic ties with me. Today I shall settle everything with you. Yumingzi spoke coldly. However, he did not approach, but remained in place. He had his own pride, and looked down upon teaming up with others to fight one person. Benefactor, you once killed my Buddhist mount. Today we too must settle our karmic debts. Wu Tian said he also wanted to battle Su Chen, but he too looked down upon teaming up with others. True prodigious prodigies are. Only Qing West stood silently at the scene, completely undisturbed, enveloped in a silvery moonlight that revealed her pair of eyes, currently gazing with great interest at Su Chen. He, the double-eyed one, quite interesting. The atmosphere in the venue was extremely oppressive. Boom. At that moment, a violent explosion suddenly erupted, shattering the atmosphere. It was Long Outyin, making his move, not wishing to waste time. As the true dragon treasure technique was about to emerge, he aimed to suppress his enemies swiftly. He raised his left hand, which glowed, dropping 5 divine rays, each transforming into a chain of Tao. This was the 5 elements order divine chain, the supreme divine ability of the 5 elements spiritual clan of the ancient divine mountain. It is said that when the 5 elements chain appears, it can strangle all living beings. At this moment, as the 5 elements order divine chain emerged, those present felt a shiver of terror. This divine ability was extraordinarily fearsome, with the 5 elements cycling among themselves, perpetually alive. A once trapped one would be strangled in an instant. Bang! A muffled sound erupted and golden blood energy soared into the sky as Su Chen punched out, relying solely on his physical strength to directly shatter the 5 elements order divine chain. How powerful! Yumingzi and Wushan's gazes tightened involuntarily. To break the 5 elements order divine chain, the best method would be to also master the intricacies of the 5 elements. Yet at this moment, the Su family's double-eyed one managed to shatter it with just his physical strength. This level of physical strength was simply absurd. If these are the only means you possess, then today you might just die. Su Chen remained seated in the void, his gaze exceedingly calm. Long Outyin did not become furious due to Su Chen's words. Roar! A dragon shadow manifested behind him, but unlike ordinary dragons, the spectral dragon behind him bore a pair of wings looking extraordinarily remarkable. This is the primeval dragon's original treasure technique. The crowd was astonished. According to legend, before the fall of the Emperor era, the primeval dragon competed with the true dragon for one of the 10 fiends, and although it ultimately lost, no one dared to say this clan was weak. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be moved. The primeval dragon's treasure technique was an extremely powerful divine ability, surpassing the treasure techniques of heavenly ferocious beasts, second only to the complete 10 fiends treasure techniques. No, this isn't the complete primeval dragon treasure technique. It lacks the most crucial transformation. Yumingzi's eyes flickered as he sensed the flaw. Nevertheless, even so, it was still extraordinarily impressive. The massive primeval dragon shadow let out a roar towards the sky, its wings shattering the void as it lunged towards Su Chen. In that instant, the entire space trembled. Among the onlookers, some could not withstand the overwhelming might and collapsed to the ground in terror. However, to everyone's surprise, facing such a terrifying strike, Su Chen remained seated in the void, not moved. A light reprimand, and a sword chi shot forth from his pupils, fiercely cutting towards the devouring primeval dragon shadow. It was undoubtedly the peaceful order sword chi. The sword chi surged forth, emanating an immense power. The crowd vaguely saw a supreme heavenly emperor wielding a sword, and the primeval dragon shadow was instantly severed. Moreover, after slaying the primeval dragon shadow, the sword chi continued unabated, flying straight towards Long Outyin. Long Outyin let out a cold snort, releasing a divine light that shattered the incoming sword chi. His gaze towards Su Chen began to grow serious. Long Aoshan's gaze towards Su Chen gradually grew serious. He initially thought that the opponent was merely at the peak of the divine aperture realm, and with his own cultivation at the 6th level of the dragon transformation realm, he should be able to easily crush the opponent even if they possessed unparalleled twin pupils. However, to his surprise, after 2 consecutive rounds, he found himself unable to do anything to his opponent. Throughout the entire time, the opponent remained seated in the void, not moving an inch. Very well, twin pupil user, you have thoroughly enraged me. Next will be the time for the hunt. After 2 defeats in a row, he completely lost face and was left without a way to back down. At this moment, he strode forward, charging towards Su Chen, his entire body surging with dragon blood, unleashing a terrifying dragon might. As he stepped, the ground itself began to tremble. Then he stretched out his massive hand, unleashing an invincible fist imprint that surged forward. Divine light erupted, numerous Tao runes flickered, and a wild aura surged forth, making one feel as if they had returned to the primordial era. The crowd couldn't help but be astonished. As expected of the top genius of the ancient divine mountain lineage, just a casual punch demonstrated such power. It was truly shocking. Even Yumingzi and others beside them wore solemn expressions. Undoubtedly, Long Outyin was incredibly strong, his combat power terrifying, and he was not far from being their equal a formidable enemy. Boom! The sound of the heavens and earth exploding rang out. Facing Long Aotian's powerful punch, Su Chen remained seated in the void, also throwing out a punch. However, with this punch, he did not use the Tao runes and divine abilities within his body, but relied purely on his physical strength. As the two fist imprints clashed, a dazzling light erupted, the ground cracked, and the void shook as if it might collapse at any moment. Blood. Someone is bleeding. Is it really starting now with both of them fighting for their lives? The crowd was in the void. Fresh red divine blood fell radiating with a scorching divine glow, almost burning, more brilliant than rubies. The crowd looked up. After the strike, Su Chen remained motionless in the void, while Long Outyan staggered back several steps, his tiger mouth cracked, and the blood in the void was falling from his injured mouth. Long Outyan is injured. How? How is this possible? He holds the advantage in realm, yet his combat power is being crushed. How terrifying is the battle power of the twin pupil user from the Su family? The crowd was filled with astonishment. In their original perception, with Long Aotian's advantage in realm as a top genius, he should have been able to crush his opponent. Yet at this moment the result was completely reversed. With just one punch, the twin pupil user from the Su family had actually managed to injure the opponent. If this is all the strength you possess, then in the ensuing battle you will have no chance of victory. Su Chen suddenly stood up, his eyes radiating divine light. As the runes flowed, an extremely terrifying phenomenon spread within his pupils. He originally wanted to use Long Outyan to gauge his current combat power. However, he was greatly disappointed. The opponent was unable to exert any pressure on him, and even while remaining seated in the void, he could not be shaken. This kind of battle felt very dull to him. He was unwilling to waste more time and aimed to eliminate his opponent. You? Long Aotian's emotions fluctuated, his face filled with anger. As a top genius of the present age, when had he ever been mocked like this? Die for me. What if you have twin pupils? Today I, Long Outyan, will shatter the myth of twin pupil invincibility. Prove to the world who truly is the strongest. He roared angrily, completely entering a state of rage. His entire body's true dragon blood began to burn, releasing terrifying energy as a crimson column of blood light soared into the sky. He transformed into 100 Zanglong dragon, unleashing a thunderous dragon roar. Kill! The sound of the dragon's roar formed a nearly tangible sound wave, causing everyone to tremble in their hearts. It is said that Long Outyan possesses the purest true dragon bloodline within him, and he is only a step away from transforming into a true dragon. It seems this legend is indeed true. The true dragon bloodline is too powerful. In this state, Long Outyan could likely slay even those at the divine ability realm with ease. A true dragon is invincible in the world. If Long Outyan were to grow, who could contend with him? As they watched Long Outyan transform into 100 Zanglong dragon, the crowd began to discuss fervently. His dragon form was nearly identical to that of a true dragon, except that its color was a dark golden hue. Outyan is invincible, who can rival him? The twin pupil user from the Su family is destined to spill blood today. A young man from the ancient Divine Mountain lineage appeared excited. The ancient Divine Mountain had been in conflict with the Imperial clan Su family for many years, but had mostly faced defeats. At this moment, if Long Outyan were to unleash his full power, the terrifying dragon might would spread, and that overwhelming invincible aura would make all the young people from the ancient Divine Mountain feel a surge of emotions. Humph, just a little snake. If you were to transform into a pure-blooded true dragon, it might be interesting. But if this is all you've got, it falls far short. Su Chen's tone was filled with disappointment. He yearned to battle against a truly top genius at full strength. Although Long Outyan was infinitely close to a true dragon, he still fell a bit short. Whether you are a dragon or a snake, you will find out soon enough. After unleashing his full power, Long Aotian's cold, golden vertical pupils were filled with a fierce, killing intent. In the next moment, he charged towards Su Chen, his massive dragon tail swinging out fiercely, resembling a divine whip, creating a thunderous explosion in the void. This strike was far from simple. It was a true dragon's tail sweep modified from the incomplete true dragon secret technique with astonishing power. Legend has it that in ancient times, true dragons battled across the heavens, and a single sweep of their tail would send countless strong opponents plummeting from the sky like dumplings. Seeing this, Su Chen formed a sword seal with his hands, unleashing a surge of chaotic sword energy from his mind. The sword energy traversed 3,000 miles, the sword light freezing the 19 regions. As one of the 4 great sword techniques, the Ping Wan Decision's power was not inferior to the 10 Fiends or 9 Secrets divine techniques. The fierce sword energy slashed out, landing on Long Aotian's massive dragon form instantly, leaving countless wounds. Moreover, even Long Aotian's divine sense, suffered unimaginable damage. Dragon blood spilled, and the anguished dragon roar resonated through the skies. You claim to be a heavenly serpent, you are, but a small snake, yet you wish to turn the heavens upside down. At this moment, Su Chen, clad in white with black hair flowing, exuded confidence as he radiated brilliant divine light, resembling a youthful heavenly emperor. Seizing the opportunity, he slightly shook his Kunping wings, swiftly closing in on Long Outyin. Taking advantage of the damage to his divine sense, he immediately engaged in close combat. He grasped the opponent's dragon tail with both hands, and as the golden chi and blood surged, he forcefully tore the tail into two sections with countless dragon blood raining down from the sky, turning the scene into a bloodstorm. Oh! The intense pain jolted Long Outyin awake from his daze. Looking at his severed dragon tail and the close approaching Su Chen, he let out a furious roar and instantly counterattacked. His sharp dragon claws aimed directly at Su Chen's abdomen, intending to disembowel him. Die for me. Su Chen remained fearless, throwing a punch, his golden chi and blood soaring into the sky, like a raging bull emanating a terrifying pressure. At the same time, the sun in his chaotic universe shone brightly, providing him with immense secret power. Boom! With a sound like muffled thunder, their collision reverberated. Long Aocean's dragon claws were directly shattered. With such strength, how could you compete with me? Do you even deserve it? Su Chen, with wild black hair and drenched in dragon blood, advanced with an overwhelming and arrogant demeanor resembling a demon lord. Golden chi surged across the heavens and countless runes seared themselves into the void. Su Chen stood like a youthful demon sovereign. His single fist shattered Long Outyin's dragon claw to dust. Then, bathed in dragon blood, he advanced relentlessly, unleashing another torrent of savage assault, golden fists raining down like a tempest. Roar! Long Outyin bellowed in agony, humiliated beyond measure. He had assumed this battle would be a swift, effortless annihilation. After all, his cultivation years far surpassed Su Chen's. Yet reality proved devastatingly contrary. He was suppressed without respite, denied even a moment to counterattack. Su Chen's physical body was unervingly formidable. Each blow struck as though poised to shatter his draconic form entirely. Spectators watching from the periphery trembled in visceral dread. Gulps echoed, sharp, repeated, involuntary, as throats constricted with awe. Incredible! This raw, unfiltered thought flooded every onlooker's mind. They had expected Su Clan's twin-pupiled prodigy to be crushed. Long Outyin, after all, held an overwhelming advantage in cultivation realm, standing shoulder to shoulder among the era's peerless geniuses. Yet the truth defied expectation. The twin-pupiled prodigy of the Su clan was ferociously dominant, pressing Long Outyin, relentlessly controlling the entire exchange. Is this the true power of the twin pupils? Utterly overwhelming. How did he cultivate such strength? His combat prowess is terrifying, defying hierarchy itself, slaying above his rank. The twin pupils are invincible. This battle reaffirms that ancient truth. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, eyes wide with stunned reverence. They foresaw it clearly. Once the supreme trial ground concluded, the twin-pupil prodigy of the Su clan would become a name echoing across the Nine Heavens realm, ascending among the current age's most supreme warriors, rivaling even those ancient prodigies who had slumbered across eons. Not far away, Yumingzi, Wu Tian, Qing Yue, and others likewise stiffened, their expressions turning grave. Until now, they had scarcely regarded the Su clan's twin-pupiled prodigy with seriousness. His cultivation span was laughably brief compared to theirs. Yet now, undeniably, his power transcended all expectations, astonishing, almost absurd. Off! Suddenly Long Outyin, a figure long battered, let loose a guttural, thunderous roar. Enough! This ends now. At his words, his aura exploded outward, vast, terrifying, cataclysmic, shattering the earth beneath, fracturing distant mountain peaks, and making the very void quiver. His presence soared to unprecedented heights. Draconic majesty erupted from him like that of a primordial leviathan. Heavenly armor, kill. With a mighty shout, countless runes surged forth from his body, coalescing upon his skin into a crimson armor radiating eerie divine authority. His cultivation instantly surged to the apex of the dragon transformation realm. His spiritual energy, physical body, rune mastery, and nascent soul all swelled with terrifying intensity. This is Forbidden Land inheritance. Rumors claimed Long Outyin as a child had been taken under the wing of the Forbidden Land sovereign himself. So it appears true. He wields authentic Forbidden Land legacy. All trial participants recoiled in shock. The Forbidden Land technique Long Outyin now deployed was no trivial art. It granted comprehensive, instantaneous ascension of one's entire being. Su Chen remained unmoved, his gaze unblinking, his heart utterly still. Long Outyin, this is your ultimate technique. Hiding within a tortoise shell. This is the heavenly armor. All ends here. With my present might, I could erase you with a mere gesture. Now empowered, Long Outyin reclaimed his arrogance. Prepare your final words. He launched forward, blindingly fast, leaving only a fading afterimage. Foolish, merely rushing to your death. Su Chen did not flinch. His pupils blazed, the twin pupils activated, and Long Outyin's movements slowed before his eyes to a crawl. Heavenly judgment. Sensing the anomaly in Su Chen's eyes, Long Outyin roared low. His heavenly armor vibrated, and a beam of annihilation lanced towards Su Chen. Who dares judge me? Not even heaven itself. Su Chen stepped forward deliberately, his golden domain unfurled instinctively, sealing the destruction beam beyond its shimmering boundary. Then he closed the distance and struck, fist blazing. Kill, Kuanping fist. Within his knuckles churned the twin forces of gold and obsidian, the Kuanping art incarnate. Forged from the Kuanping technique, this was the peerless Kuanping fist, an unrivaled martial scripture. Boom. Long Outyin retaliated with his own fist seal. Empowered by the heavenly armor, he believed himself invincible, destined to subjugate every peer in it. Their fists collided, thunderous, deep, resonant. At that instant, the sun and 9 black holes within Su Chen's chaos cosmos ignited simultaneously, channeling a mysterious primordial force into his strike. A wave of apocalyptic power erupted. Long Outyin was hurled backward, crashing violently into a distant mountain peak. Thighs impossible. Long Outyin burst from the rubble, face ashen. With the heavenly armor active, his strength had reached its absolute zenith. By all logic, he should have been supreme. Yet one blow, and he was sent flying. Your shell is sturdy, but this is where it ends. Su Chen's expression remained serene, detached. He advanced again, previously relying mostly on pure physical chi and blood vitality. Now he held nothing back. Profound Tao runes and spiritual energy erupted from his core, in unison. Within his chaos cosmos, all celestial stars blazed in concert. He refused to waste another moment. He intended absolute annihilation. Boom! His palm struck out, raw cataclysmic energy howling forth. The void fractured. Long Outyin barely registered the motion before his heavenly armor shattered completely. His colossal dragon body convulsed, then exploded like lightning-struck timber. Yet he did not perish outright. A pendant at his chest flared, enveloping both his mangled body and nascent soul, and vanished into the secret realm. It was the Supreme Trial Ground's unique artifact, the Supreme Pendant, granting its bearer a second life within this trial arena. Fortune favors you, else you die here today. Su Chen exhaled coldly, his gaze icy as he watched Long Outyin's fading trajectory. Long Outyin of the primordial god mountain defeated, struck down by a single palm of the Su clan's twin-pupiled prodigy. This, how can it be possible? It is not that Long Outyin is weak, but the Su clan's twin-pupiled prodigy is impossibly strong. One palm, slaying a peerless genius. How did he achieve such dominance? Utterly overwhelming. All spectators stared disbelieving. One moment Long Outyin had reigned in arrogant glory, the next reduced to ruin by a single palm strike. Stunned silence gripped them, faces frozen in shock, until suddenly the sky detonated with a deafening. The scripture pavilion atop the mountain began trembling violently, then a golden light pierced heavenward. Simultaneously, countless beams of sacred light erupted from within, each cradling a unique scripture or divine technique. The scripture pavilion has opened. The true dragon divine art emerges. Snapped from their stupor, the crowd gasped, then erupted in jubilation, racing toward the radiant beams bearing immortal arts and esoteric techniques. Kill. That scripture is mine. I marked it first. No ownership in chaos. Only strength decides. Battle ignited instantly. Chaos engulfed the arena. Clashes of divine arts, cries of desperate grabs, shrieks of mortal wounds. All rang out in relentless, deafening chorus. Outside the Supreme Trial Grounds. As the trial officially commenced, all ancient venerable masters had already withdrawn, awaiting in silence the descent of the Supreme Arena 10 days hence, and the beginning of the Supreme War. Outside the Supreme Trial Grounds. As the trial officially commenced, all ancient venerable masters had already withdrawn, awaiting in silence the descent of the Supreme Arena 10 days hence. What say you, who among this generation will rise supreme in the Supreme Trial Grounds and emerge as the ultimate victor? A gathering of mighty cultivators exchanged casual banter. Hard to tell. Still, the final champion will almost certainly emerge from among that rare echelon of peerless prodigies. Those celestial anomalies whose brilliance defies mortal measure. Long Outyin, Yuming, Zi, Qing, Yue Wutian. One after another names were spoken aloud. Su Chen, however, went unmentioned. The reason was simple: the Heavy Eyes lineage, though legendary, undefeated across generations, was this time embodied by a youth far too young. His talent was extraordinary, yet compared to those apex prodigies, he lacked the profound cultivation foundation, the weight of accumulated Tao resonance and battle-hardened essence. The Heavy Eyes cultivator of this era may one day blaze with incandescent glory, ruling over myriad heavens. But for now, he stands little chance against those few sovereign geniuses. I believe the crown of this Supreme Trial Grounds shall belong to Long Outyin of the primordial god mountain, born of true dragon blood, heir to forbidden ancestral legacies. Who in this world dares oppose him? At that moment, a cultivator from the primordial god mountain spoke with a confident smile. His expression radiated unwavering faith. Long Outyin would reign invincible across the entire trial grounds. Not necessarily. Long Outyin is formidable, but Yuming Zi Wu Tian Qing Yu, they are no less exceptional. Moreover, none can rule out the presence of ancient anomalies hidden among these trial participants. A dissenting voice arose. Ha ha, esteemed friend, perhaps you've yet to witness Long Outyen's true might. His veins course with the purest blood of the celestial dragon, a power whose supremacy needs no elaboration. This age belongs to Long Outyen, destined to stand unrivaled beneath heaven and upon earth. The primordial god mountain cultivator replied with a knowing grin. Those nearby exchanged silent, incredulous glances. Was this mere blind idolatry? If any doubt my claim, let us wager. Shall we bet whether Long Outyen secures the top rank? Upon hearing this, the others' eyes gleamed with interest. Bets were swiftly placed. Then, suddenly, a faint tremor rippled through the entrance of the supreme trial grounds. In the next instant, a streak of light flashed forth. So soon. Has a supreme prodigy bearing a supreme pendant already been eliminated? All turned their gaze toward the source, eager to see who had fallen first. Yet when they beheld the fallen figure, astonishment seized them all, especially the cultivator from the primordial god mountain, whose face darkened with acute embarrassment. For the fallen was none other than Long Outyen, the very paragon he had just extolled without reservation. Stunned, he stood frozen in place. Others too stared in utter disbelief. This cannot be. Long Outyen, eliminated first. With his strength ranking among the absolute finest of all trial participants, such rapid elimination suggests only two possibilities. Either he encountered a spontaneously activated death zone, or crossed paths with one of those apex ancient anomalies. Voices erupted in speculation. Beyond those two explanations, none could fathom what force within the supreme trial grounds could have brought about his immediate downfall. Outyen, what transpired? Rushing forward, the primordial god mountain cultivator demanded urgently. He had just finished his unrestrained praise, only for Long Outyen to emerge defeated moments later. The humiliation was breathtakingly swift. Young master, how did you fall? Pray share the truth. Another elder cultivator asked, deeply intrigued. Long Outyen snorted coldly, his expression grim, refusing to answer. What befell you? Why did you fall? At that moment, an ancient master, venerable even among elders, arrived and pressed the question with solemn gravity. Long Outyen stiffened instantly. Before such a being, even he dared not speak lightly. It was the Heavy Eyes cultivator of the Sioux clan. Long Outyen revealed the truth. Instantly the air erupted into clamorous uproar. Earlier all had acknowledged the Heavy Eyes cultivator's latent potential, yet none had taken his actual combat prowess seriously. After all, he was still but a child. Yet here he stood, having slain Long Outyen himself within the supreme trial grounds. His battle strength surpassed everyone's wildest expectations. It was truly the Heavy Eyes cultivator of the Sioux clan. So young, and yet possessing such overwhelming power. If confirmed, this revelation will shatter the heavens and shake the mortal world to its core. The Heavy Eyes are invincible, indeed astonishing. Voices buzzed with awe. Long Outyen, listening nearby, flushed with bitter shame. I must re-enter. His voice was low and resolute. Perhaps it's best we reconsider, hesitated the primordial god mountain cultivator. Having already been slain once, his supreme pendant shattered. Re-entry meant risking total annihilation should he encounter the Sioux clan's Heavy Eyes cultivator again. No second resurrection would be granted. I will re-enter. Long Outyen insisted, voice thick with urgency. For the celestial dragon's sacred art was about to manifest, an opportunity vital to his ascension into a true celestial dragon. Failure was unthinkable. The primordial god mountain cultivator opened his mouth to protest, when suddenly a figure materialized from empty space. An ancient master from the primordial god mountain, and also a revered patriarch of the primordial evil dragon clan. Let him enter. Defeat is not terrifying. What is terrifying is the crumbling of an invincible Tao heart. Where one falls, there one must rise again. His words fell softly, yet carried the weight of primordial thunder. Calmly his gaze settled upon Long Outyen. Brief defeat holds no terror. Go now, slay the Heavy Eyes cultivator of the Sioux clan, and wash away your disgrace. Long Outyen nodded, then surged back into the churning vortex of energy, re-entering the supreme trial grounds. Elsewhere, inside the supreme trial grounds, as the Hall of Cultivation Techniques activated, countless divine arts and profound scriptures erupted skyward as beams of sacred light. Chaos erupted instantly. Clashing blades, guttural roars, and anguished cries filled the air. All scrambled to seize opportunities. Yet Su Chen, Yuming, Ziwu Tian, and Qing Yu remained motionless, still and watchful. They waited for the emergence of the celestial dragon's sacred art. That alone was their purpose. A subtle tremor resonated. Su Chen opened his heavy eyes, their pupils swirling with primordial Tao sigils, as his gaze locked unerringly upon the Hall of Cultivation Techniques. The heavy eyes bestowed not only unparalleled martial might, but also the ability to pierce through all illusions to perceive the fundamental Tao essence underlying reality itself. Within his vision, the hall rose 9 tiers high, and there, etched upon the 9th tier, shone the dragon scale inscribed with the celestial dragon's sacred art. As layers below erupted with radiant techniques, the tension mounted. Then, finally, boom, the entire hall quaked violently. Overwhelming dragon chi flooded outward, and a deafening cosmic dragon roar split the heavens. Yuming zi wu tian qing yu. All eyes blazed with fierce intent. Su Chen too tensed, ready to strike. They knew the celestial dragon's sacred art had awakened. Sure 3. Suddenly the dragon scale bearing the celestial dragon's sacred art transformed into a living celestial dragon, soaring skyward in a blinding arc bursting forth from the hall. The true dragon treasure technique has emerged. As the technique manifested in the building of power, a true dragon formed from dragon scales burst forth. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. At the same time, Yimingzi Wutianqingyue and others swiftly took action to seize it, rapidly employing their formidable powers in an attempt to capture the true dragon from afar. In that moment, a terrifying divine light spread forth. As the top prodigies of this era, their combat prowess was overwhelmingly frightening. At this moment, they all erupted together, and those who had originally sought to take advantage of the chaos were all forced back in shock. Kill. Yuming rushed forward first, a horrifying aura emanating from him filling the heavens with a chilling and decaying presence. As a unique being born from corpses, his strength was terrifying. His physical body glowed, inscribed with countless Tao runes radiating ghostly lights. Amitba. Wu Tian softly chanted the Buddhist name, the aura of Buddha behind him shining brightly, emanating a sacred and dazzling light as mysterious Buddhist chants resonated around him. All those enveloped by this Buddha light under the mysterious chants eerily clasped their hands together, displaying a look of reverence. Get away from me. Qingyue also fully unleashed her power. Although she usually appeared tranquil, at this moment she erupted with an overwhelming aura, her entire being exuding an air of dominance. Clad in black armor, holding a Fangtian Huaji with a moonlight halo surrounding her head, countless imperial dragon energies intertwined within the moonlight. At this moment, she resembled a queen commanding all directions. Her gaze flickered as she swept across the 8 wildernesses. Kill. The 3 charged towards the true dragon treasure technique simultaneously. Finally here, Su Chen also began to move. His white attire stained with blood, golden chi surging in all directions, he pushed the Kuanping technique to its limits, his Kuanping wings flapping wildly. He was like a streak of light closing in on the true dragon treasure technique with frightening speed. Not good, he wields the Kuanping technique, his speed is too fast. Let's attack together and stop him. Seeing this, Yuming let out a low growl, raising his hand to strike at Su Chen. In an instant, countless ghostly energies coalesced, creating a terrifying momentum. Wanna easily seize the true dragon treasure technique? Impossible. Qingyue swung her Fangtian Huaji fiercely at Su Chen, the force shaking the void and causing the ground to tremble. Amitba, give me suppression. Wushan's palm rapidly enlarged, forming a Buddhist realm in his hand, pressing down towards Su Chen. At this moment, the 3 top powers of the younger generation struck simultaneously, and the surrounding void seemed as if it would crack open. If it were anyone else, even those ancient freaks would likely choose to evade the oncoming storm. However, with the true dragon treasure technique so close at hand, how could Su Chen possibly give up? Give me suppression. With a low shout, his black hair danced wildly as Su Chen turned suddenly. The indestructible sutra was pushed to its limit, golden chi, transforming into a golden domain, meeting the attacks of the 3 top powers. At the same time, he moved his hands, his right hand forming an incredibly mysterious gesture. A power filled with decay emanated outward. This was none other than the Ruthless person's inheritance, the 10,000 transformations immortal technique, possessing the ability to transform the miraculous into decay. Under the influence of this mysterious power, the divine abilities unleashed by Yuming and others instantly diminished in power. The profound mysteries within were dissolved by the secret power, becoming mundane and ordinary. Break from. At this moment, Su Chen's left hand suddenly struck out a punch, terrifying golden chi surging forth, instantly shattering the divine abilities of the 3, and then continuing to strike at them. After that, he ignored everyone else's target, set directly on the true dragon treasure technique. Dare you, seeking death. Seeing this, Yuming and Wu Tian both let out low growls, quickly employing their divine powers to shatter the surging golden chi charging towards Su Chen. As for Qingyue beside them, she became even more domineering, her Fangtian Huaji swinging fiercely, directly slicing through countless golden chi. Then above her head, within the moonlight, countless imperial dragon energies trembled and erupted, swirling around her, blocking all attacks. Leave him to me. Her figure flickered, quickly pursuing Su Chen. However, the speed of the Kuanping technique was terrifying. Just as the others began to act, Su Chen had already arrived before the true dragon that the true dragon treasure technique manifested, grabbing hold. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the true dragon twisted wildly, trying to resist and escape. Still want to resist. Su Chen let out a cold snort, directly clutching the true dragon's neck, then exerting force, actually crushing the true dragon entirely. A dragon scale the size of a palm fell into his hand, clearly inscribed with the true dragon treasure technique. Got it. Su Chen's expression brightened as he quickly stowed the true dragon treasure technique within his body. At that moment, Yu Ming and the others had also arrived before him. I don't want to waste words. Hand over the true dragon treasure technique or today will be your death day. Yu Ming's killing intent flashed, locking onto Su Chen. Amit Ba benefactor, that true dragon treasure technique has a connection with my Buddha. Please return it to me. Hand over the true dragon treasure technique or die here. You choose. Qing Wei raised her Fangtian Huaji, her voice carrying an undeniable tone. The three great young supremes are actually targeting a single person from the Su family. This time the Su family's heavy-eyed person is likely facing a calamity. In the face of such a three-person siege, let alone the younger generation, even those old powerhouses would likely not be able to withstand it. The crowd looked horrified, all tactfully retreating. They understood that if these young supremes erupted into battle, even the aftermath would be unbearable. What if I refuse? With the true dragon treasure technique in hand, Su Chen no longer had any worries, looking down at the three with a calm gaze, his eyes filled not with fear, but an overwhelming fighting spirit. In that case, I can only suppress you. Yu Ming stepped forward, resembling a demon emperor, his gaze coldly fixated on Su Chen. Want to suppress me? Ha ha ha. Su Chen grinned savagely. You are welcome to try and see whether today you suppress me or I suppress all of you. As he spoke, he decisively chose to strike first. Kunping fist. He raised his hand to unleash an invincible fist imprint, targeting all three simultaneously. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. The Su family's heavy-eyed person truly possessed an unmatched grand spirit. Faced with the siege of the three supremes, he showed not a trace of fear and even chose to take the initiative, aiming to suppress everyone. To suppress everyone. You think you can suppress them all at once without fear of your tongue getting cut off by the wind? A cold scoff echoed from the void as Long Outyin returned to the battlefield. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged directly towards Su Chen. Returning to the battlefield, Long Outyin charged straight at Su Chen. Kill! In a roar, he transformed into his true dragon form, donning his celestial armor, harboring a pent-up rage that he longed to unleash. He did not believe he was significantly weaker than Su Chen. His previous defeat was merely an accident. He still had many powerful techniques unused, and even his forbidden treasure art had yet to be deployed. If he were to unleash his full power, he firmly believed he would be invincible, undaunted by any enemy tactics, capable of slaying all foes. A defeated hyena dares to speak recklessly. If I could slay you once, I can slay you a second time. Su Chen roared, his long black hair billowing, resembling a demonic god devouring the mountains and rivers with his aura. He abandoned the other three and charged directly at Long Outyin for a life-and-death battle. Kunping fist. The golden and black forces of Kunping collided and intertwined in the void, erupting with brilliant light as a celestial phoenix soaring through the heavens merged with a giant Kun that devoured the world, transforming into a pure Kunping, charging straight at Long Outyin. This aura was astonishing, as if it were the very essence of creation. Rise from where you fell. With your blood, I shall cleanse my humiliation. Kill. Long Outyin stood fearless, his 100-foot dragon form meeting the Kunping, his dragon might overwhelming as Tao symbols erupted, engulfing the surrounding space. At that moment, Su Chen surged forward, throwing a rapid punch aimed directly at Long Aotian's dragon head. With golden blood surging, this punch employed no technique. It was purely a strike of physical strength, yet its power was terrifying, shaking the earth and causing mountains to collapse. Die. Transforming back to his human form, Long Outyin also threw a punch. The celestial armor shone brightly as his true dragon blood surged within him. Runes flickered, dragon shadows howled, and the two fists collided. At that moment, all the stars within the chaotic universe of Su Chen shone simultaneously. The 9 dark black holes emitted a different divine radiance. With terrifying hidden power, the punches caught off guard. Long Outyin was knocked back by a single punch, crashing heavily into the ground, and a crack appeared in his celestial armor. I am destined to be invincible, born undefeated. Long Outyin roared as he charged out again, his face filled with madness. As the pinnacle genius of the ancient divine mountain, he had shone brightly since birth, surpassing all his peers. Over the years, in every battle against his contemporaries, he had suppressed his enemies with overwhelming force. However, he did not expect to suffer a crushing defeat at the supreme trial ground this time. First he was slain by Su Chen, and now he was sent flying by a punch. Such failures drove him into he unleashed his strongest power, employing forbidden techniques, burning his true dragon blood within in exchange for a temporary surge in combat strength. However, as he burst forth from the lake and soared into the void, the scene that unfolded before him filled him with frustration. For at that moment, Su Chen had abandoned him, engaged in a fierce battle with the other 3 top geniuses. To him, this was a blatant disregard. Yu Mingzi stood in the void, surrounded by a swirling aura of darkness. His physical body was quite unique. Though decayed, it contained a vibrant life force and bore the remnants of divine runes from a past life capable of automatically repelling enemies, making it one of his strongest techniques. However, Su Chen remained unfazed, his blood surging his body, glowing, radiating golden divine light, directly engaging him in a battle of physical strength. Various invincible fist prints and miraculous techniques erupted from his hands. The aura of the underworld surges kill. Yumingzi roared, and the two engaged in an escalating melee. Fists and palms clashed, erupting with a thunderous sound akin to the sound of iron being hammered, causing pain in the ears, as if two pieces of celestial gold were colliding. Boom. After another collision, the two staggered apart, and Su Chen looked at Yumingzi with some surprise. His undying sutra had broken through to the 4th level, surpassing the ancient gold, shattering the limits of myth. Logically, among his peers, his physical strength should have suppressed all. Yet Yumingzi was able to contend with him. However, at this moment, it was Yumingzi's heart that was tumultuous. Born from death, he emerged with true spirit from annihilation. His body was a remnant of an unparalleled genius from the Forbidden Era. That genius specialized in physical cultivation and had reached an exceptionally high level with a physical body so powerful it was frightening. Typically, he suppressed his enemies with his body. Yet at this moment in the previous contest with Su Chen, though it seemed they were evenly matched, his fist bones were already riddled with cracks. This left him greatly alarmed. How had this young man cultivated to such an unbelievable level of physical strength? Meanwhile, Wu Tian and Qing Yue were also charging in. Do you think I am heir? Qing Yue, clad in black battle armor, resembled a queen, exuding immense authority as she smashed her square halberd towards Su Chen, its might overwhelming like a dragon emerging from water, leaving only an afterimage in the void. This was a great technique, a top-tier inheritance from the Immortal Dynasty, known as the dragon-slaying halberd, consisting of 10 forms. Each form's power accumulated, and upon reaching the 10th form, it truly possessed the might to destroy heaven and earth. Facing this situation, Su Chen charged forward, opening his mouth to roar, and a storm of thunder erupted from the void. This thunder continuously transformed, ultimately morphing into countless stars pressing down upon Qing Yue. Those around could not help but be astonished. Thunder erupted from the void, transforming into stars. This method was so astonishing that it seemed far beyond what a cultivator at this stage could achieve, resembling techniques of those at a greater level. Everyone felt a sense of disbelief. The Su family's wielder of dual pupils was exceptionally extraordinary. At this stage, he possessed such combat strength. When he truly rose, how powerful would he become? Annihilate. Qing Yue charged into the thunderous stars, wielding her square halberd to slash horizontally in defiance. Umitbach. Benefactor, it seems it's time to settle our karmic ties. At that moment, Wu Tian also charged in. Reciting the Buddha's name, he raised his hand for a palm strike of the Buddha's realm. Simultaneously, a golden figure of the wrathful Buddha emerged from behind him, pressing down towards Su Chen's divine consciousness. See, a manifestation of his immense power. Competing in divine consciousness. You are far from it. Su Chen punched Wu Shen's palm strike away, then his forehead shone brightly as his divine consciousness avatar emerged, wielding a black sword to engage the wrathful Buddha. The peaceful order, unparalleled in the ages, the divine sword avatar had once slain an unparalleled emperor. As Su Chen unleashed it, though it hadn't reached the level of slaying an emperor, it was still immensely powerful, radiating a fierce momentum that left Wu Tian struggling to defend himself. The Western Spirit Mountain Buddhism is one of the oldest and most mysterious forces in the entire 9 heavens. No one knows its origins, or when and where it began. All that is known is that Buddhist monks were already walking the world in an era long before the time of Bai Di Luo. Having inherited countless opportunities, its profound heritage is beyond imagination. As one of the contemporary disciples of Buddhism, Wu Tian naturally possesses extremely extraordinary powers. The furious golden figure evolved from his primordial spirit emanated an astonishing aura, making everyone dare not to be careless. This is a primordial spirit divine ability, specifically targeting the spirit sea of others. Ordinary people simply cannot resist. Once struck, they are bound to perish. However, at this moment, Su Chen was completely overwhelming Wu Tian in the battle of primordial spirits. The golden figure of the primordial spirit, wielding a black sword, slashed forward, each strike carrying a vast sword energy that shook the void. In an instant, Wu Tian was pushed back repeatedly. This caused all the onlookers around to involuntarily gasp in awe. Among the many forces in the 9 heavens realm, Buddhism is the most adept at the ways of the primordial spirit. As a top disciple of Buddhism, Wu Tian was naturally one of the best. Yet at this moment in his area of expertise, he was completely crushed by the Su family's heavy pupil wielder. Suddenly, with a heart full of unwillingness, Long Ao Tian charged forward. After using a secret technique, his combat power surged dramatically, and he was enveloped in a terrifying black energy. With this thunder, you dare to try and stop my steps. At the same time, Qing Yu and Yumingzi also charged. Umitba. Seeing this, Wu Tian retracted his furious golden figure and ceased his entanglement with Su Chen. He had a premonition that if this battle continued, he would likely face defeat. Fortunately, the arrival of Long Aotian Yumingzi and Qing Yu alleviated it. At this moment, the force surrounded Su Chun from 4 directions. Hand over the true dragon treasure technique, or today will be your death day. However, to die at the hands of the 4 supreme beings, you will at least die honorably. Long Aotian pressed forward with overwhelming confidence. The top talents of the younger generation joined forces, let alone a mere Su family heavy pupil wielder. Even those ancient freaks would only meet a tragic end. Amitabha Benefactor, I acknowledge that your combat strength is indeed formidable, far surpassing others, and can even rival those ancient freaks. However, in the face of our united force, you only have a dead and a better hand over the true dragon treasure technique. Wu Tian said with a smile. Although he smiled, his eyes were filled with killing intent. To be honest, he wanted to directly slay the Su family heavy pupil wielder here. The opponent's combat strength was too terrifying. If he continued to grow over the years, he would undoubtedly become. Qing Yu and Yu Mingzi exchanged glances upon hearing their words, their brows furrowing involuntarily. As top talents, both of them had their pride. If not for the true dragon treasure technique, they would never be willing to join forces against a single person. Standing in the void, Su Chun wore a white robe, his black hair billowing. Even when surrounded by the 4 supreme young beings, there was not a hint of panic in his eyes, and his heart remained calm. You want the true dragon treasure technique? Then come and take it. As for who will face a dead end, we shall wait. At this moment, he looked down at everyone, exuding the aura of a young emperor, his tone exceptionally calm. You are provoking us, do you know the fate of simultaneously provoking 4 of us? Long Aotian spoke angrily, his heart burning with rage. Since the trial began, he has been suppressed by Su Chun. He wanted to roar and bathe his true body in the blood of his enemies to wash away the shame. Provoking? No, I simply want to suppress all of you. Su Chun stared directly at the few of them. He had no intention of being defeated. In his generation, whether the enemies were contemporary talents or ancient freaks, he was confident he could be invincible, suppressing all. I soar above the world. At this moment, Su Chen's battle intent surged. The onlookers were astonished. What is the Su family's heavy pupil wielder doing? Simultaneously provoking 4 top contemporary talents. Even those ancient freaks would not have the courage and spirit to face the combined attack of 4 contemporary top talents. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Su Chen's invincible aura. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, the Su family's heavy pupil wielder had already won in terms of momentum. Such an invincible aura, after this battle, the Su family's heavy pupil wielder will surely soar to great heights. Too domineering, the crowd murmured. Kill. Hearing the discussions, Long Aotian's anger surged even more. Without further words, he directly attacked with his strongest means, aiming to swiftly eliminate Su Chun. Boom. I'll slash you. At this moment, Su Chun also became furious. His black hair flew wildly, and the chaotic universe within him shone. All the stars began to tremble, unleashing boundless secret power, and the great paths around them began to swirl chaotically. Facing Long Aotian's unparalleled strike, he showed no hesitation and directly stretched out his hand to suppress. You? Arrogant. Long Aotian was infuriated. The opponent's methods were too casual, showing no regard for him. Rumble. The dull sound shook the heavens and the earth. Su Chen's seemingly casual strike caused immense destruction. That terrifying power caused the void to tremble, as if it might shatter at any moment. Long Aotian was forced to retreat repeatedly. His reluctant roar echoed as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, various divine abilities surging out at once. Divine light surged, and the runes of the great path spread. At this moment, the space shattered, unable to withstand Long Aotian's assault, filled with cracks. However, Su Chen remained standing in place. The golden realm opened entirely unaffected, exuding an aura, as if no law could touch him. Seal. He lightly reprimanded, and ancient characters flew from his fingers, sealing the void, as if forming a cage of emptiness. This is a very powerful sealing technique, called the 9 Seals of the Immortal King, a supreme divine ability taught to him by the second ancestor. Using runes to seal the void, it is said that if cultivated to the extreme, one can seal immortals with this technique. Of course, Su Chen has not yet reached such power, yet it was still quite astonishing. The ancient characters flowing in and out directly bound Long Aotian in place, rendering him immobile. Long Aotian transformed into a dragon, roaring in anger, desperately struggling to break free from the seal. But those ancient characters were like marks embedded deep within his bloodline, and no matter how he struggled, it was futile. At this moment, his cultivation seemed to be sealed as well. The power within him and the great path were sealed. With one hand, I will cover the sky and erase the talents, starting with you. Su Chun seized the opportunity without hesitation, rapidly striking Long Aotian with a punch, golden blood energy surging, looking exceptionally terrifying. Long Aotian felt a wave of deathly crisis. Save me, he roared. The others saw this scene, and if 4 of them joined forces to kill one person and still let the opponent counterkill one, it would truly be a loss of face. Want to save him? Did I agree? Chen activated the 10,000 calamities thunder technique, riding the thunder, and directly blocked in front. Lightning flickered as Long Ao Tian was sealed by ancient characters in the void. His magical power and runes were all suppressed. Wu Tian and the others immediately attempted to rescue him, but Chen blocked their path. Without any hesitation, Chen decisively struck, channeling the Wan Ju Disaster Thunder Art to its utmost. Thunder Emperor Swan, Ni Lightning Bird. Various lightning-based divine abilities blossomed in his hands. Kill. With a low shout from him, the thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and a destructive aura spread across the world. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, transforming into various lightning beasts that charged towards Yu Ming Zi and the others. That aura was overwhelmingly domineering, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. In a daze, it seemed as if they truly saw an unmatched Thunder Emperor in the heavens executing divine punishment. Kill. The three of Wu Tian exerted all their strength to resist this method, divine light bursting forth and the runes of the Tao flickering. Even though they were powerful, they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of such a heavenly technique. At that moment, Chen suddenly turned and charged towards Long Ao Tian with a tiger's stride. Kill. Golden blood energy surged, and his fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck mercilessly. Stop. Wu Tian, seeing this, had his brow glow, unleashing his angry Vajra divine spirit in an attempt to stop Chen. However, Chen's pupils glowed, and with the chaotic sword chi of the Ping Wanju, he suppressed Wu Tian back. Long Ao Tian felt anxious in his heart, frantically using secret techniques, burning his true dragon bloodline, trying to break free from the control. However, it was still futile. The ancient characters of sealing were too terrifying for him to resist. He could only watch helplessly as Chen's golden fist descended upon his head. Having been struck by me once, you still don't know to hide in a corner and beg for mercy? Since that's the case, I will send you to the afterlife. Chen roared, the chaotic universe glowing under the support of countless secret powers. With just one punch, he transformed Long Ao Tian's body into a mist of blood. Then the chaotic universe within him emitted a divine light, directly devouring all of his source power, transforming it into a dragon-shaped star. Thus, the once prominent genius Long Ao Tian of the ancient divine mountain completely perished. The spectators watching this scene all gasped in shock, their mouths agape. This Long Ao Tian actually fell, struck down by the Su family's heavy-eyed one with a single punch, so clean and decisive. Too domineering. Faced with the siege of the four great young supremes of this generation, not only did he not falter, but he also countered, fiercely killing one of them. Such combat prowess is too astonishing. It seems everyone previously underestimated the Su family's heavy-eyed one. His strength has exceeded the limits of this generation, comparable to those ancient freaks, powerful beyond belief. Heavy eyes combined with imperial blood, truly too defiant. The crowd murmured, feeling a wave of the so-called ancient freaks were all unparalleled talents among unparalleled talents, each born from different fortuitous encounters. Each had once shone brilliantly, suppressing all peers, and had traversed the 3,000 immortal realms multiple times, growing to an inconceivable strength over countless epochs, far beyond what ordinary contemporary geniuses could compare. At this moment, however, the Su family's heavy-eyed one shattered everyone's imagination, being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with such an ancient freak. The key point was that he was still so young. Such talent can no longer be described as rare in ancient times. I have a premonition that this generation's heavy-eyed one will surpass all predecessors, possessing the potential to become an emperor destined to be invincible in the world. This is too absurd, truly defiant. Watching Chen's back at this moment, all the spectators felt a strange illusion, as if they were witnessing a great celestial emperor slowly rising. Kill. Just as everyone was sighing, Wu Tian and the others charged out simultaneously. Seeing the fallen Long Ao Tian, their expressions froze. Long Ao Tian actually fell. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but gasp, but soon a surge of anger welled up in their hearts. The four of them, teaming up to encircle and kill one person, not only failed to subdue him in a short time, but they also allowed him to successfully counter and kill one of them. This was a great humiliation for them. Thinking of this, the three of them felt a surge of rage. At this moment, the true dragon treasure technique no longer mattered. To wash away their shame, only a battle would suffice. Kill. The three of them roared in unison, unleashing all their power to attack Chen without holding back. Come at me. I will suppress you all. Chen was completely enraged at this moment, battling to madness, his hair flowing wildly, his fighting spirit soaring. Golden blood energy surged forth as he struck at the three simultaneously. Wan Hua Immortal Decision. A thought blossoms ruling the world. Heavenly Eye. Kuanping Technique. Wan Ju Disaster Thunder Art. In an instant, various marvelous techniques and divine abilities blossomed from his hands. He aimed to use the three as a sharpening stone to hone himself. The runes of the Tao permeated, engulfing all surrounding space. At this moment, all four battled to insanity, the surrounding earth completely collapsing, the void shattering, and the winds and clouds swirling. All the onlookers quickly retreated, not daring to approach the battlefield of the four. The energy fluctuations were too terrifying, even for them, as geniuses getting too close could risk their own demise from the aftermath of the battle. Don't you want the true dragon treasure technique? Then come for it. Today let's see if you make me bleed and fall, or if I alone suppress you all. Chen was completely furious like a young celestial emperor. As he swung his fist, there was truly an invincible air about him. He sent Qing Yu flying with a punch, and as golden blood energy surged, he directly shattered her black armor, revealing a vast expanse of beauty. You? Ro. Qing Yu's face turned a rare shade of red. However, Chen did not even glance at her, turning to charge again at Yu Mingzi. The golden domain unfolded, turning every part of him into a deadly weapon, forcing Yu Mingzi to retreat step by step. Didn't you want to understand the cause and effect with me? Then come. Chen continued to throw punches, his invincible fist marks shaking the heavens, a terrifying aura flowing forth. In the end, he struck Yu Mingzi's flesh with such force that it was riddled with cracks. Yu Mingzi roared in anger, using secret techniques to attempt a counterattack. However, under the ability of the Wanhua Immortal Decision to transform the miraculous into decay, all his secret techniques and divine abilities were neutralized and then suppressed. Little bald donkey, don't think that I won't slay your Buddha's mount today. In this chaotic world, a great era is bald. Regardless of his past life or this life, Chen harbored no goodwill towards the Buddhas. A group of bald donkeys full of righteousness, yet engaging in dishonorable deeds. Faced with Wu Tian, he directly unleashed various divine abilities to crush him fiercely. The sword chi of the Ping Wan Ju roamed freely, leaving Wu Tian in a state of utter disarray. Moreover, the most merciless part was that Chen kept targeting his shiny bald head, occasionally giving it a slap. The sound was incredibly crisp. Wu Tian felt a wave of frustration. As the son of the Buddha in this generation, when had he ever endured such humiliation? His head had been slapped red and swollen, covered in lumps. The onlookers watched in shock, speechless. Too brutal. Wu Tian touched his swollen and bruised bald head, his entire being radiating murderous intent. Such cruelty. As a disciple of the Buddhist sect, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. Kill. Without any further words, a furious roar erupted from him, and he suddenly unleashed a burst of golden light, his physique visibly growing more robust, emanating an astonishing aura. This was the ultimate body-refining technique of the Buddhist sect, Zhang Lu Golden Body. It is said that when the Buddha had yet to attain emperorship, he used this as a means of protection while wandering the world. Once unleashed, his entire body radiated golden light, illuminating the myriad realms and directly breaking through chaos. At this moment, although Wu Tian's Zhang Lu Golden Body had not yet reached such a terrifying level, the aura he emanated indicated that he had already cultivated this technique to a remarkably advanced stage. Do you think becoming a little golden figure is useful, eh? Chen coldly laughed, showing no hint of fear. In terms of physicality, he was confident he could suppress everyone. Boom. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the two engaged in intense combat in the void. When they separated again, a scene unfolded that left everyone stunned. At that moment, Wu Tian transformed into a small golden figure, had two large golden lumps appearing on his head. From a distance, it looked as if he had a backside on his head. Witnessing this scene, everyone wanted to laugh, but dared not make a sound. Even Qing Yue and Yu Mingzi, not far away, couldn't help but suppress their laughter upon seeing this. To deal with me, your Zhang Lu Golden Body is still far from enough. Chen looked at Wu Tian with a mocking expression. I will kill you. Although Wu Tian was internally astonished by Chen's physical strength, he could no longer endure such humiliation, letting out an angry roar. The other party was trampling on his dignity. A phantom of a Vajra Buddha faintly appeared behind him, exuding a heart-stirring might. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could discover that the visage of this Vajra Buddha bore a striking resemblance to him. Could the legends be true? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. People said that Wu Tian was a born child of Buddha, and when he was born, the entire Ling Mountain was illuminated by Buddhist light, accompanied by the sounds of sutras being chanted. Some powerful figures in the Buddhist sect speculated that Wu Tian was very likely the reincarnation of the Buddha, with the Buddha's relics naturally cultivated within him. Qing Yue and Yu Mingzi beside him also couldn't help but suppress their expressions. They knew that Wu Tian was completely enraged, even resorting to his trump card. He could no longer hide his true strength, and was prepared to use his trump card to suppress Chen at the fastest speed possible. After all, for top-tier prodigies like them in this era, it was already somewhat unreasonable for a few people to unite against one. Moreover, from the very beginning of this battle, they had been thoroughly suppressed. Even Long Outyin had been slain. At this moment, if they could not resolve their opponent with a thunderous method, they would undoubtedly become a laughingstock to everyone afterward. Boom. The full moon above Qingyu's head suddenly erupted with a dazzling moonlight, and the royal dragon energy within began to rage. In the next moment, the full moon slowly melted, covering her entire body like flowing water, transforming into a moonlight battle armor. The raging royal dragon energy morphed into a Fangtian Huaji, ethereal and transcendent, domineering and powerful. At this moment, two entirely different qualities perfectly fused on her. This made her look like an otherworldly fairy, yet also like a queen ruling the world. With me there's no rival, Yuming Dominator. Yumingzi let out a low growl, and countless powers of the underworld surged forth, engulfing the space around him. A multitude of vengeful souls and specters swirled in this underworld power before being completely consumed by him. Bloodthirsty, frenzied, and cruel. As these vengeful souls and specters were absorbed into his body, Yumingzi was enveloped in an extremely terrifying aura of negativity. His flesh dripped with liquid, carrying the ultimate decaying power, corroding the heavens. At this moment, he seemed to transform into an ancient underworld harboring myriad spirits. Kill. The three of them launched their final attack on Su Chen simultaneously. Various divine techniques and secret arts were merged into one, and the terrifying power shattered the surrounding space. Do you want to settle this in one strike? Sure, I'll grant you that. Su Chen's gaze was as calm as a still pond, his heart unperturbed. To be honest, at this stage of battle, he found it somewhat boring. It was time to end this game. Kill. His hair flew wildly as all the stars and black holes within the chaotic universe resonated with light, emanating astonishing mystical power. Terrifying magic surged forth, with Dao runes swirling around him. At the same time, the supreme bone within him trembled. The second type of supreme technique, currently undergoing transformation, seemed to be influenced by something special, actively providing him with a terrifying boost of mystical power. The surging power roamed within him, and Su Chen let out a long howl. Countless flowers of the Dao blossomed around him, and upon closer inspection, there were precisely over 3,000 corresponding to the 3,000 Daos. With a thought, the flowers bloom, ruling the world. At this moment, Su Chen stood amidst the blooming flowers of the Dao, appearing exceedingly domineering and powerful. If Qingyue, clad in moonlight battle armor, resembled a queen ruling the world, then at this moment Su Chen was like an emperor overlooking all living beings, high and mighty, evoking an involuntary sense of awe. The onlookers were astounded by this scene, and quickly retreated without a second thought. They could sense that this clash between the two parties would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. If they carelessly got caught in the crossfire, given their strength and cultivation, it would surely lead to their demise. However, just then, how vast is the Dao, who knows how many years? A faint voice suddenly echoed from the void, resonating in everyone's ears. In the next moment, a nearby building of techniques shone, and a faint aura of ultimate Dao laws spread forth. Following that, a phantom figure appeared above everyone's heads. This was an elder dressed in coarse linen clothing. Dissipate. As soon as this elder appeared, he pointed towards Su Chen and Yumingzi. In the next moment, a strand of ultimate imperial might was released. At that instant, all of their divine techniques and secret arts vanished without a trace. The shattered space from the battle and the collapsed mountains were instantly restored, returning to their original state. Wu Tian stared at the elder with a face of astonishment and anger. His bald head had been beaten into a mass of lumps by Su Chen, and then he was struck with a large butt. If he didn't take revenge for such enmity, he might as well not exist. I am the master of this supreme trial. The elder spoke calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. After saying this, he pointed at the nearby building of techniques, saying, I am also the embodiment of this building of techniques. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned, and once they regained their composure, their breathing involuntarily quickened. Even Su Chen couldn't help but express surprise. It was rumored that there existed an invincible emperor's supreme legacy within the supreme trial ground, yet over the years countless people had sought it, but no one had ever obtained it. There were once ancient figures who joined forces to deduce that the invincible emperor's legacy was highly likely hidden within the building of techniques, but it simply wasn't time for it to manifest. At this moment, as the brilliant era descended, the elder claiming to be the embodiment of the building of techniques appeared. Almost everyone immediately recalled this legend. The invincible emperor's legacy was about to emerge.